year, you could say, all in. That was misdirection.
That's what they were doing.
They were misdirection.
They
were going to say they were lying. They weren't lying. They misdirected us.
Yeah. See, you sound. That's why you're a big Mickey Fisher fan.
This year, I mean, I spot no inconsistencies with what they're saying. Selectively aggressive. They have been selectively aggressive. And when they go to the draft, I believe they're going to select aggressive players. So they will be selecting aggressively.
That's one way to look at it. And I'm glad you've got that upside there. All right. So Cowboys now at this point in free agency, they've added Javonte Williams at running back. They've added the guard Robert Jones. They've brought in Solomon Thomas as the defensive tackle and the defensive end Peyton Turner. All of these guys are bargain shopping right now. They've got some upside. Again, the biggest upside guy they've brought in is Peyton Turner. That's a guy who just you've hoped he could stay healthy. If he can stay healthy, you're going to be able to get it. Here's my question: is that with the Cooper Kupp potential kind of hanging over them out there, and you guys can answer this on the Frankel and Frankel Injury Attorneys fan text 877-881-1053, 877-881-1053. But I'll throw it to you first, Chop. How much does a Cooper Kupp signing potentially rescue this free agency period in the eyes of the fans?
What was it? Pepper Lady. Pepper Lady?
Well, listen, in the eyes of a casual fan.
No.
The Light the Heat.
Oh, the Light the Heat? Whatever. I said that. If I could see.
Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound
It's the
How
Light
young
the
is
Heat.
RJ Chop? In your eyes,
Yeah.
the light, the heat in your eyes.
Who is that? Rod Stewart? Who is that?
No, that's,
James Taylor?
No, it's old Genesis guy. What's his name?
Phil
Peter
Collins?
Peter Gabriel.
Oh,
No, the
yeah.
original singer of Genesis.
Terrible.
All right,
Terrible.
Back to Cooper.
Is he
Kupp.
English? He's British, right?
He is. Back to
I
Cooper
can't hear
Kupp.
British. I don't know what they're saying. I have certain tones I can't hear. What were we talking about?
We were talking about receivers. Cooper Kupp potentially being
In
the
the
guy.
eyes of a casual observer, big time. Because they see a name. In the eyes of a film junkie, whatever the film says on Cooper Kupp. If the Cooper Kupp film is like, hey, this is greatness, like he's still got it, then it's going to be a big time signing. If it's like, all right, he's definitely lost something, he's always injured, then this is more of a name than anything else. But isn't half of free agency just winning the offseason, it seems, like for a lot of teams?
Like trying to win in the court of public opinion?
Yeah.
I don't know that that's maybe for some organizations.
It's not an organizational, it's not what they're trying to do. But I'm saying, like, that's like from a fan perspective, like you want to be excited about the season. The easiest way to get excited about the season is to have a good free agency class.
All right, I'm going to give you a list, and I have no idea. I'm going to pull up this right now. I'm going to look at Spotrac and see how they have this as the contract rankings here.
What's up? Yeah. These are the Sean and RJ morning snacks on 105.3 The Fan.
I had the worst dream last night. You were in a car crash, and the kids and I were on our own. We had to move out of the house because I couldn't afford it anymore.
That's awful, hon.
My brother got life insurance from Ethos, and it only took 10 minutes. And he got $2 million in coverage for around $2 a day. It's all online. No medical exam. He just answered a few health questions right from his house.
Ethos, here we come.
Visit ethos.com/sports. Ethos.com/sports.
Sample Rate is a 10-year term life policy for 35-year-old healthy, non-smoking male. Billed monthly.
This is the story of the one. He's responsible for keeping a leading healthcare facility clean and safe. And he trusts Grainger's high-quality HVAC cleaning and safety products, combined with their world-class supply chain, to consistently deliver, ensuring he's covered inside and out, so he can focus on keeping his facility clean to help protect the health of everyone inside. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
The following is a real Reliant air conditioning customer.
Well, I lived through one of their commercials last week. I wanted to get my system checked before the summer, so I called an AC company I'd heard on the radio. They came out, quickly said my entire system was toast and needed to be replaced for like $8,000, but that didn't seem right because it had been working fine. So I called Reliant Air Conditioning for the free second opinion they advertised. Their tech came out and said he had no idea what the other guy was talking about. The system is working just fine, And it didn't cost me a penny. They saved me $8,000.
Jeff Stewart here, and at Reliant Air Conditioning, we provide comfort to homeowners who don't want to be taken advantage of. So call 2 other companies first, and then call Reliant Air Conditioning, and you'll see how we've been gimmick-free since '83. Our number's 877-YOUR-HERO, or schedule online at ReliantAirConditioning.com.
Reliant Air Conditioning. Call 877-YOUR-HERO.
Here in Texas, we look out for each other. At home, around town, and especially on our roads. So, let's slow down. Set the phone aside and drive like a Texan. Kind, courteous, and safe. Because that's what neighbors do. Learn more at drivelikeatexan.com. Brought to you by the Texas Department of Transportation.
Join Drew Robinson, mental health advocate and former Major League Baseball player, for a powerful conversation with Eric Nadel, voice of the Texas Rangers, on mental health and suicide prevention. It's all happening at Beacon of Hope, a benefit luncheon for Grant Halliburton Foundation. Get tickets and details at granthalliburton.org.
It's 105.3 The Fan, brought to you by Tolbert Garage Door.
Hey, Tolos, it's Colby, owner of Tolbert Garage Door, DFW's #1 garage door company. Fast, friendly, and affordable. Call us today for your free estimate at 469-909-0956 or visit TolbertGarageDoor.com.
This is the exclusive home of Dallas Cowboys football. KRLD-FM and HD.
World to cater to me.
Okay, very nice. Well, it will during the Neighborhood Watch.
talking about the base salary on Rico Dowdle. He signs with the Carolina Panthers yesterday. Dowdle ends up signing for less than Javonte Williams did.
Oof.
Now, with incentives and different things like that, he can work all the way up to
$6 million, right?
$6 million, but he's
6.15 or something.
He's like 2.75 on the base salary. And you sign Javonte Williams for $3 million, and with incentives, I think you can get up to like $3.75. So that one I don't understand. They just weren't willing to go to the incentives, or was he just ready to leave? Demarcus Lawrence gets essentially $15 million a year and 18 of that guaranteed. He's going to get, that's basically 1 year plus is what that deal is that Demarcus Lawrence got. But again, I think I probably would have paid that. Even with him being 33 and having his injury issues, those are two deals that I feel like you could have worked on. You could have brought both of those back.
I was at the game last night at my kid's game, and I got a call. My guy Softy in Seattle, KJR. It's by the way, great.
How did you get that nickname?
Well, he's a little like he's soft. He's a little plump, really.
Oh,
right?
that's why.
Yeah.
Oh.
But
I thought it was just like he cries or something on there.
He does a show with a guy named Dick Fain. So the name of their show is Softy and Dick.
Oh, wow.
No, it's not.
Yes, it is. It's Softy and Dick. It's the greatest name of a show I've ever heard. It's Afternoon Drive in Seattle. And he calls me up. He goes, "Hey, can you come on and talk about Demarcus Lawrence? Come on in 2 minutes." I don't know why he sounds like Mickey when I do the impression, but he sounds like Mickey when I do the impression. And they're all gung-ho about it. You know, they were wondering, like, you know, like they think they have a real chance of winning the West. Like Seattle apparently is going for it. I'm like, you guys, that's a weird way of going for it. You get rid of all your receivers and dump your quarterback and get a new one. But sure.
They just believe in Darnold over Geno.
They believe in Darnold over Geno. Yes, they do. But they're excited about it over there, getting Demarcus Lawrence. And, you know, I do think, you know, like the Cowboys, his PFF grade wasn't great. Whatever. You know, it was that is what it is. He still played consistent football.
Yeah.
Is he a difference maker anymore? I don't know if he's a difference maker, but I don't think Father Time has hit him like it would a lot of 33-year-olds at this point, outside of the injuries.
Yeah.
I mean, that may be the Father Time.
Look, he gets banged up pretty easy, but he is he's still an effective football player when he's out there. And he's somebody who, this was a better football team for the better part of a decade when he was on the field. And so, to me, he's a difference maker. He's somebody who I would have liked to see him back. I think we all knew he wasn't coming back. I think by the end of last season, everybody agreed, hey, we're gonna look into something else here. And I don't think it was necessarily a positive anymore. But RJ Choppy, this brings you to 0 for 4 with David Cantor clients now. Oof. Rico Dowdle, Chauncey Golston, Jordan Lewis, Demarcus Lawrence, all gone.
Ooh.
And what are you replacing all these guys with?
Well,
former first-round picks.
Yeah, I'm fine. I'm fine with that idea. Just like, don't make them old. You know, make them like in their mid-20s, which
they are.
They are, and I'm fine with that. So like that's the good side of this. The bad side is also, did you upgrade at running back?
No.
Okay. So you're going to have to address it in the draft.
Dowdle's a better player.
Yeah, you're going to have to address it in the draft. Because is Javonte Williams not, like, did he not have a pretty major knee injury?
He did, and it's affected him. It's been a problem for him. Now, the Cowboys have, what has this been now? In the last few days, they have acquired 1, 2, 3, 4 former first-round picks.
Ooh.
As yesterday, they trade for Kenneth Murray, the former Oklahoma linebacker picked in 2020, a guy that they really liked at the time. And so they trade for Kenneth Murray basically with a swap of selections. It's Kenneth Murray and a 7th-round pick to the Cowboys in exchange for a 6th. No problem with that. You basically get a player in order to just flip positions with him. Okay, cool. That's fine. Yeah. They then go get Kaiir Elam. You remember Abram Elam?
Yeah.
The safety from your time covering the Cowboys in the early 2000s. Abram Elam, this is his son. Kaiir Elam, who played at Florida.
God.
I know.
Oh, it's his kid.
Did you not realize that was his son?
No, I didn't realize it was his son.
That's Abram Elam's son. So Kyer Elam and Matt Elam, the former Ravens safety, this is his nephew. But Kyer Elam, still really young, 23 years old, 3 years in the league with the Bills, former first-round pick, played at Florida, long, athletic corner who has just really struggled. So what the Cowboys are doing here is they are looking to buy on some of these first-round players who have not met expectations in the last few years.
High reward, low risk.
Solomon Thomas, Peyton Turner, Kyer Elam, which it sounds like, by the way, Peyton Turner will join us next week on the show. But Peyton Turner, Solomon Thomas, Kyer Elam, Kenneth Murray, these are guys who have classically been considered first-round busts, essentially, but who still have some upside, and the Cowboys are banking on we're going to be able to get the most out of them. Now, if that's a strategy for your starters, this is a bad strategy.
Now, look,
I don't think they're counting on any of these guys to start.
No, but my issue, I love this move and I hate this move. I love it because of the upside, right? He's a former high pick. What I hate is this team loves to give away these mid-round picks. When you give away 5th and 6th round picks, and I know you got a lot in the comp picks, but you give away constant 4th, 5th, 6th rounders. I mean, that's the meat of your team. That's where you get your depth from.
Yeah, but you are flipping position. Like, it's not like you're just giving up the picks, right? So it's like I said, you're giving up a 6th to Tennessee so that you can get Kenneth Murray and a 7th.
Right.
Like, you're essentially just moving spots in the draft and then picking up a player for it. And you're moving spots on day 3. The Kyer Elam one. Again, you're talking about you get a 6th and Kyer Elam in exchange for a 5th and a 7th. And you just picked up a ton of comp picks. You picked up 4 comp picks in the draft.
But can you get, dude, this team needs so many players. Can they afford to be giving them up for players? You're giving up 2 picks for 1 player.
But you're not with, for instance, you're not with Tennessee. You're just picking up a player. And with the Kyer Elam trade, you're essentially giving up 1.
Right, because you're getting 1 back.
Yeah, you're getting 1 back, and you're giving up 2 picks, and they're a 5th and a 6th, and they're later picks in those rounds.
Right.
And so,
look, like I said, I have a love-hate with it. I love the fact that I love the process of getting former high picks, and who are at the end of their rookie deal or whatever, or even outside the rookie deal, but still young, still in their prime physically, and see what they have.
Yeah, look, I mean, this is not a good strategy if you say this is what we're going to count on to be our starting.
No.
Like, these are going to be our starters in the lineup next year. Kyer Elam is not going to replace Trayvon Diggs in the lineup. Kenneth Murray's not going to replace DeMarvion Overshown. Peyton Turner's not going to replace Demarcus Lawrence. Solomon Thomas is not going to replace whoever, Chauncey Golston. But as depth pieces, as guys who have, high-end traits, it's not a bad gamble. It's fine. It's just, don't sell this to anybody as like, this is how we've replaced starters that we've lost. You have not replaced Chauncey Golston yet. You've not replaced DeMarcus Lawrence. You've not replaced Rico Dowdle. Like, you can't claim those things. And even still, guys like, you take Javonte Williams, who was not a first-round pick, but he was like the 35th pick in the draft, so he was one of the first couple picks in the second. They're gambling on guys
That's basically first rounder.
Yeah, they're gambling on guys who have just not met their potential yet. But they can't bank on that as though this is our starting lineup.
It can't be their starting lineup. It can't be their entire offseason. The problem is that free agency is basically dried out for the most part. All the really, really good players. Like, now you're getting depth. But guess what? Depth was a problem for this team last year. They need depth. Every team needs depth. I'm a big proponent of depth on defense, stars on offense. So let's make it happen.
682, how is Murray a bust? He had 100 tackles last year. Well, Jalen Smith, the worst year Jalen Smith had was probably 2020. He was pretty bad that year. He had 154 tackles. It was the most tackles of his career. So total tackles is not necessarily going to be a good indicator of, is this linebacker any good? And Kenneth Murray has just not been very good. Former OU guy, super athletic. Instincts have been terrible so far throughout his career. So you hope that that's something that can get cleaned up and something that maybe he can contribute a little. Maybe he's mainly special teams. But either way, they are being selectively aggressive. And by selective, they mean we're going to pick at the bottom of the barrel.
Yeah.
We're going to be aggressive down here. They're aggressively grabbing 99-cent DVDs, but
Hey, some of those are pretty good.
Some of them, yeah. Every now and then, look, you're gonna grab one of those, and it's gonna be like, oh, this film wasn't so bad. But most of them are gonna be like, yeah, that's a 99-cent movie.
877-881-1053. Franklin Injury Attorneys fan text. Take your butt to bed earlier, Bobby. I get him at 5. I'm with Bobby. It's in your head. You only lose the hour the day of. We're talking about Bobby.
Not accurate.
Still
not
complaining
true.
about the daylight savings switch, Bobby. It's an ADHD thing. I don't know about that. I'm the same. I have the same thing.
It's not accurate. It's not a day of thing. And for everybody saying get to bed early, that's the problem. You're exhausted throughout the day, so you end up passing out at one point during the day, and then you end up not being able to go to bed at the same time. It's a mess. It's a wreck. It's awful. There's nothing good about it, and it's stupid. So that's how I feel.
I got a tip for you if you're tired during the day.
Mm-hmm.
Cold plunge. Or just cold water in the face.
I have done that.
Cold water in the face works.
I literally splashed cold water on my face yesterday because I was tired.
Get like a washcloth, put it in the freezer for a little bit, put it on your face, cup of coffee.
Just take melatonin.
There you go,
That's
Peyton.
easy.
That's
you want
right.
me to wake up?
You'll wake up.
Over-medicate. That's what we got to do.
You want me to
We
wake
gotta
up even
over-medicate
foggier?
ourselves.
That's what you want. A foggier me in the morning. Okay.
Sean at RJ 105.3. The Fan. Aaron Rodgers continues to hold the NFL hostage. Let's go around the rest of the NFL next to the Fan.
Like snakes.
Sean and RJ right here on 105.3 The Fan segment here, brought to you by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3233. With Frankel and Frankel, there is never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck attorneys in Dallas.
Coming up with the payload in 20 minutes. What would you do if this was your kid that got basically assaulted during a sporting event? We will talk about that in the payload at 6:40. It's Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan. But Bobby, yesterday, continuing NFL free agency, the official start of free agency.
Yeah, actually, we got the official signatures on the dotted line.
We got the go-ahead. And we get more deals from the Seattle Seahawks with wide receivers. I mean, they had already had Sam Darnold. They had already moved on from 2 wide receivers. They get another one. We get Aaron Rodgers dragging his feet. We get a lot of things.
Literally dragging his feet.
Literally.
The beautiful beach shot of him just standing off, looking in the distance, and wearing a blanket and just looking like he's rethinking every decision of his life, because there doesn't seem to be a whole lot of Aaron Rodgers interest right now.
So, wait, interest from him or them?
From them. I mean, he was interested in the Vikings. We find out the Vikings aren't totally interested. It's basically been the Giants and the Steelers that have said, "Oh yeah, we'll take a look at you." And I don't think either one of those are teams that make me feel confident that there's a huge market for Aaron Rodgers.
Okay, so that's interesting, because I got the impression that, the Vikings were kind of in.
Until yesterday. That was the impression people got, and then the reports came out that, oh, nope, they're sticking with J.J. McCarthy. They're okay. Because, the Viking chatter had begun yesterday, and by the afternoon, people were saying, nope.
All right, I must have misread that. Because I was like, ooh, okay, I wonder if that actually is a real thing. Like, they really would be in on him after the later, because it said they're still evaluating their options, including quarterback. That was Rossini, right?
That was earlier in the day.
That was early, okay, so there was a later one.
There's a later one that said J.J. McCarthy's their guy.
Yeah. Look, I think
that'd be too close to the Brett Favre trajectory.
It'd be the
anyway.
exact trajectory.
Yeah.
Well, although Favre only spent 1 year with the Jets.
Right. But, I mean, so did
Rodgers for the most part, yeah. Look, I think that
he's going to go to Mississippi and start defrauding people. So that's his next move.
That's his next step.
And then Mark Gastineau is going to confront him.
Right, yeah, that could be it. So where do you think he is with the Steelers?
My guess at this point is he ends up going to Pittsburgh, is what I would guess happens. Because if you actually are down to Pittsburgh and New York, and Aaron Rodgers has stuck around all this time, for what reason? Like, I mean, is it just to break records, or does he want to win again? Or I would imagine it's to win. Pittsburgh's going to be your best shot.
Pittsburgh's your best shot.
New York's not going to be the spot.
I wouldn't think so. Not unless they have some unique talent that we don't know about, because they've been so bad at quarterback for the last 15 years.
Which is
10 years.
Possible.
It's very possible. But, yeah, I think Pittsburgh's the play. It's just, I just don't see a fit. I don't see him and Mike Tomlin fitting. I don't see him in
I think they would.
You really do?
Yeah.
Oh, I think Tomlin would just smack him upside the head.
Because I think for all of Aaron Rodgers' like just the way he's eccentric and everything else, the dude is he showed, like, Green Bay was the comfort spot.
Yeah.
It's some weird opposite
small town,
peanut butter and jelly, just it works. We can't figure out why. It just works.
It just works.
That's Aaron Rodgers.
Okay.
Aaron Rodgers just works in those smaller markets.
In those blue collar, there needs to be a steel mill down the road.
Yep.
I want full on smoke coming out of chimneys at all times of the year.
Yeah.
That kind of guy.
He wants to shovel snow on mushrooms. That's what he wants.
That sounds like a wonderful idea.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah,
That's
Peyton, you in on that? You want to try that out?
No, I like mushrooms.
That's the different kind of mushrooms, Peyton. Oh. He wants to be around. Like, I don't know what it is. I don't know why it seems to match up for him. Green Bay was a better fit. Pittsburgh feels like a better fit.
It does. It feels like a really. I think Pittsburgh's the play. I think he's just holding him hostage. I just think he wants the discussion to be about him. I think he'll announce today that he's going to Pittsburgh. I think he just wants the discussion to be about him.
Yeah. and that makes sense. He's done that his whole career. He wants everything to be about him, but Pittsburgh just feels like the play. And
now, are the Steelers going to allow him to do McAfee?
Yeah, they will. I think so.
Man, there's a lot of teams in the NFL.
He did it this week. He seemed very coy. Didn't want to tip too much.
Who's got the worst idea at quarterback? Is it the teams like the Colts and the Steelers that just keep getting these older, rundown, bad, no longer elite quarterbacks? They used to be great.
I mean, Colts tried with Anthony Richardson.
Right, but now they're going back to Daniel Jones.
Right.
So, Colts still like that. Seattle maybe is that worse, or is locking into a top 8 to 15 quarterback for 4 years and 50 to 60 million a year? Like, what's worse?
I don't think it's even close. It's what the Colts do and what the Steelers do,
as opposed to just going back and just starting over and trying to draft somebody.
Just pay the 8 to 15 guy. That's way better than what the Colts do. Eli Manning won 2 Super Bowls as a 15 guy.
It's maddening. It's maddening either way.
Yeah, but I mean,
either way. Now the team that's 8 to 15, you're going to get the playoffs almost every year.
We've seen the guy that wins the Super Bowl's top 15 guy. We don't see the guy who wins who's like the Daniel Jones signing that you're just holding on to.
Right.
Whatever the hell the Steelers keep trying to do.
Right. That's right. You don't.
I genuinely don't know what the Steelers thought process has been at quarterback at all.
Like, I get it with the Rodgers thing. I understand it. He's better than
No, but I don't
Justin
understand
Fields.
Russell Wilson and Justin Fields, and I don't understand Mason Rudolph. Like, they seem to be the only team in the NFL that's like, quarterback doesn't matter that much.
Yeah, they absolutely do. You're absolutely right.
And I don't know. I guess that's an Arthur Smith philosophy. I guess it's been a Mike Tomlin philosophy. It's the fact that they only hire defensive coaches, and so they don't seem to care much about how the offense runs. But
your defense, man. I mean, they won 4 Super Bowls with Terry. That ought to tell them everything.
Yeah, because Terry Bradshaw was not winning 4 Super Bowls anywhere else. Other than with the steel curtain.
Anywhere else. Why are the Cowboys not in on Cooper Kupp? What is the latest on Cooper Kupp?
So that's been the chatter the last 24 hours or so. I think that they will be in on
Slater
Cooper.
had a report that they were not in on him, right?
At the moment. They're not in the mix. They will be if... Per usual, if the price comes down.
If the price comes down.
If the price comes down, they'll be in on him. And it's just right now, it's not. He gets released yesterday, so he's officially a free agent after they were unable to trade him from the Rams. But Kupp is just a guy that he's probably looking at a market right now that he thinks he's got more robust options than the Cowboys are willing to pay. Here's the issue, and we've said this about the Cowboys for the last couple days. You have to pay to play.
Yeah.
If you don't want to play, here's the thing. If you don't want to pay market value, which is above what you think, it's like dealing with my wife on
They
some
have
of
their
these
own
things.
market.
Kristen has her own ideas on how much things should cost, and she refuses to pay for them if they're above it. It's like, well, sorry, that's not how much the world says they cost. So you just are saying you don't want that then. Like, period. Don't tell me like, well, I really want to get this, but not for that price. All right, well, then you don't want to get it because that's what it costs. And that's the same thing with the Cowboys. Don't tell me you want to address this or get that and then not pay for it. It costs money. You either pay for it or you tell me you don't want it.
I used to work with a guy named Kevin Kiley.
Mm-hmm. I know Kevin Kiley.
Kevin Kiley. That also sounds like my Mickey impression, too.
I think everybody sounds like Mickey
or
Trump or Fish.
Yeah. It's I don't have a whole lot of range. But
you're Keanu. Not a whole lot of range, but likable.
Little bit of range, but not a whole lot of range. I have a better beard than Keanu.
Yes.
But he said there's no such thing as market value. That was his thing. There's no such thing as market value. And I think he owned a sporting goods store somewhere, so he thought he knew everything about business. But he would say there's no such thing as market value.
Let me tell you how much this Easton bat costs.
Oh.
Okay.
But I was like, that's a wild take. There's no such thing as market value. But I think the Cowboys obviously feel the same way. There's no such thing as market value because there's no market.
And they're wrong.
We set the market. The market is what we say it is. That's their viewpoint.
Yeah, and that's incorrect. Because when you're dealing with free agency, there's absolutely a market.
There's a market because there's somebody else that will throw the market off. See, Jerry comes from, I can negotiate you down. That's the world he comes from.
Because every now and then they get somebody like Osa who wants to be here.
Right.
And is willing to do that for them. See, that's the thing. They didn't win any negotiation with Osa. That was Osa being benevolent and saying, I will give you this.
Benevolent.
That's what he is.
Yeah.
He's saying, I will provide this for you. I will allow you to sign me at $20 million. I know what it says. This is what I want. At the end of the day, the power is still with Osa. That's nothing you did. That's what Osa wanted. Osa wanted to be here.
Kupp is just too expensive for what the Cowboys want
Cooper
put
Kupp,
out there.
yeah,
or at least right now he is.
Yeah, they don't want to play in those waters, however much that ends up being. But this has been a routine issue of we don't want to spend what it takes. All right, then you don't want to win. I don't know what to say. If you don't want to pay what it costs to get these players, it's wild the fact that they don't want to pay the money on the open market to get certain players, but then they're willing to trade away the draft capital that's way above the market.
Yeah.
They're willing to spend a fourth on Trey Lance, a fourth on Jonathan Mingo. How is that a comfort level for you?
Crazy.
But just the monetary value isn't.
What is the number that we agreed to Kupp yesterday? 12 million?
Yeah, that was the number we thrown out, like $12 million for Kupp.
And do you think it's still around there? And where
that was based off of Spotrac.
And where are the Cowboys comfortable, you think? 8?
I don't think the Cowboys would want to go up to 10 even. I would imagine the Cowboys, look, I mean, what we know from the Cowboys, they probably wouldn't want to spend more than 5 to 8, I would guess.
Oh, God. Man, I mean, if they wouldn't spend what Carolina spent on Rico, and Carolina, I mean, he only got to $6 million with incentives.
Yeah, and they still weren't willing to do that.
They still weren't willing to do that. They didn't want to go and they didn't want to keep Tank Lawrence for basically $18 million guaranteed over 3 years.
Look, if you don't want to add a receiver, okay, tell me you don't want to add a receiver. Say, I don't want to add one. If you don't want to add a corner, say, I don't want to add a corner. Fine, say all those things. Don't tell me you want to add them and you don't want to pay what it costs. Because that's not realistic. You don't want to add one then. Because that is what it costs. It drives me nuts. Because like I said, this is what we run into every now and then, like with me and Kristen, where she'll say something where she's like, well, I want to get this, but I don't want to pay that. So we're just going to have to wait around and find something. It's like, all right, well, you're going to wait around for nothing then, because that's not what it costs.
Yep, not anymore.
It doesn't cost that amount. You have to get comfortable paying an uncomfortable price.
Yes,
or just get comfortable with, I'm not going to have it.
Get comfortable without it. There
and so
you go.
the Cowboys need to get comfortable with, they're not going to have these things, and they might go 7-10 again. Maybe 5-12 with the way they've gotten picked over.
Amen, brother. It's Sean and RJ here on 105.3 The Fan. Peyton Russell, you are on deck. What is next in the payload?
Guys, a track runner has been assaulted. Plus, why do we have so many clogged toilets on an airplane? Questions that need answers. That's next on The Fan.
After we get you over to Platinum Chrysler Dodge.
Uber Eats has low fee products? I got to remember that.
Well, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, like, your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean, like, this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freak out a little bit.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens?
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Than anyone else. All prices sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 and 2024.
Okay, am I hearing this right? The morning show is letting Peyton Russell have his own segment?
I just don't get it. We've known Peyton for years. He's horrible on the mic. I mean, gathering the foreigners, this is going to be a train wreck.
Daddy does work, and Peyton just does board hopping.
That is right. It is the payload every Thursday at this time. Bobby, welcome back. You missed a pretty nasty payload last week, so thank you for joining us.
How nasty
week.
was your load?
Oh, it was pretty nasty. Eric and Zach talked about my nips for a little bit, so we got to play some of that audio from Luke Jackson.
The glass cutters.
Yes, the Jay Glazers, as Eric would call it. Okay, so we start off with some controversy here on the payload. A Virginia high school track runner is in some hot water after she was running a relay race. I believe it was the Virginia.
That was for lovers.
This has been a viral clip that you've probably seen on social media. It took viral, or went viral earlier on in the week, but she is in some hot water for running a relay race after she smacked a sprinter in the head while getting passed up with the baton. This is the 4x200 meter relay race. It's something I think Bobby ran in high school, right?
Yeah.
Bobby, you ran this race.
Yep, I ran this like crazy, dude.
This is Alea Everett. She is now facing charges for hitting Kaylin Tucker on the head that caused her to become concussed. We'll play the video here. You can be the judge, and we'll also play the audio right now of Alea pleading her case as to why she did not do this on purpose.
So everybody has feelings. You're physically hurt, but you're not thinking of my mental, right? You're not thinking of my mental, right? Angle. They're going off of one angle. There are a couple times hitting her my baton like this. Got stuck behind her back like this. I lost my balance up her back. I lost my balance when I put my arms again. She got hit. I know my intentions, and I would never hit somebody on purpose. They're assuming my character, calling me ghetto, racist slurs, just because of a 9-second video. All of this just because of a 9-second video.
Caught in 4K. It's over for you.
Caught in 360p.
Well,
That wasn't even 720p.
Zoom in a little bit. You can see it.
Fair on that.
I mean, I don't know how she's not guilty here. I mean, this is clear as day. This is the Draymond Green of track running. You know, you commit a crime like this, and then you go, "Oh well, I didn't do it." What do you mean? I was just flailing my arms. And no, she's busted here. You guys be the judge.
Listen, I support the bit. Right? When in doubt, lie. That's what I always say. I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding.
Like, I would have respected more if she was like, "What do you mean? I was got caught." Like, if there's like there's a wink with it.
I'm sorry you got hurt, but you're attacking my character.
Yeah, where she's like, "You're physically hurt, but you haven't thought about my mental well-being."
It's real tears there. You saw her crying.
Yeah,
she was upset.
I know I may have shot you, but you're not thinking of my mental state here in this moment.
Yeah, exactly. That's the whole delivery is just. There's about 8 things in there that are funny. The way she says them.
Yeah, they are. They are. Look, I mean, it's just.
I'm sorry.
You own it. You were gassed. She passed you, and I mean, listen. Of all the things that she could have done, I mean, this was her last resort.
She passed gassed.
What?
She
was
passed the
gassed.
gassed one?
Yes, and she got passed, and then she was like, "You know what? I can't catch her. Like, this is literally my only last resort. I want to get that silver."
It worked. She got past her after that.
It worked, and now she got called out. So, I mean, you're gonna do the deed. You gotta pay for what you did.
The worst part of this is the parents. Have you seen her parents?
I have not seen her parents, but her parents let her go on TV and say that.
Oh, and then they're going like, "I know my daughter's character. I know she wouldn't do this." Shut up. Like, we can all see. Yeah. Like, we have the video. If this was all being retold. Like, no, we didn't have video of it, so it was just like, well, she hit me in the head. She's like, you guys haven't seen the video. I didn't. This is what happened, and she mistook it. No, we all saw the video. You cocked back and just went right on the head.
Yeah, it's on the fan cam once again. Thanks, Aiden, for putting that up. But I mean, she for those who can't see on the radio,
that was a volleyball spike.
I mean, she's running, she's moving her arms, and then she just cocks back, like Bobby said, and smacks her across the head. I mean, it was clear as day, so obvious. I mean, there's no way
got stuck and rolled up her back,
which it didn't. It's not even close.
How does that happen?
She tried to cover it up by going to the side, going, "Oh my goodness, are you okay?" But I mean, like, look, all these things are filmed now. It's simple. It's simple, and she got caught, and we'll see what happens next. But all right, guys, next story here. This is a pretty crappy situation we have here on an India flight. We've had a lot of airplane stories over the last few weeks. A lot of dangerous I'll be on a flight to Boston in about 6 days here. So I'll be going to Boston.
How many days of work you missing for that?
Just 3. Just 3. Not bad. Not
bad.
bad.
Not bad at all.
Yeah. It's like a half of the Cowboys season.
Hang on. You're going to miss the start of the NCAA tournament?
I am, yeah. I'll get my bracket to you, though. I'll get my bracket to you in time.
Well, we won't count it.
Whoa.
We won't include it. You're not going to be included if you're not here.
Really?
It's a no vacation time of year, Peyton.
Oh.
March Madness.
Well, you know.
Although, to be fair, Sean's going to be off like half
Paternity leave,
half
is that vacation?
half
Paternity
paternity
Same
too.
thing. But guys, we have another plane story, but this one is, it's pretty rough here. Air India was en route from Chicago on a 10-hour flight.
That's too long. I can already tell this is too long of a flight. If it's like air something, like another country, it's like 10 time zones away. I'm already telling you it's too long of a flight.
By the way, 817 Peyton says another video came out with another angle that shows she didn't hit her. That reverse angle did not show that, by the way.
She didn't hit her?
She did hit her.
Why did the girl collapse?
Yeah.
She hit her.
I'd want to see this other angle here you have from TMZ or whoever has this angle out there. But back to this story. A flight from Chicago on a 10-hour flight had to return back to the Windy City because 11 out of the 12 toilets on the flight were clogged with poop and would not work. This caused for the flight to turn around and land back in Chicago. Over 300 passengers were on board. I mean, you're a few hours into a flight. I get it's long, but 11 out of the 12 toilets were clogged. What were they eating on the flights? I mean, is this just bad plumbing? Or how does this happen?
This would have to be bad plumbing.
This would have to be bad plumbing, or just you are taking some monster, you know what? But I mean, this flight went from it was going from Chicago to India, right? It wasn't over Thunder Bay in Ontario. It wasn't over Quebec. This thing was over Greenland, and they turned all soon to be red, white, and blue land, okay? And they turned all the way around from Greenland and went back to Chicago. I've never understood this. Why do you have to go back to the initial airport? Why can't you just go to the closest U.S. city? Like, I don't know, go to Gander Air Force Base.
JFK was right there.
JFK was not right there.
Well,
you need a map. It was not right there. But yeah, I mean, why did you have to go all the way back halfway across the country?
All right, if it was something bigger than just a toilet issue, like
it was 11 of the 12 toilets.
Like, I know, but if it was like both our engines are blown out, I'm sure they would.
Yeah, they would.
Or something along those lines.
That's
not a good enough reason to, I think, stop short. I think they would just go.
You're 6 hours into a flight.
I
You gotta
know.
go back another 6 hours.
Gosh,
with steaming poop everywhere.
How bad did that smell in there?
pretty bad.
I'm not gonna.
I mean,
I'm
11
not gonna-
clogged toilets, Bobby.
I'm not
Yeah.
gonna get into that.
And then, I mean, imagine being one of the few people that can actually sleep on a flight. You wake up and you find yourself back in Chicago after you're like, oh, I've been asleep for a few hours now. I mean, just how miserable is that?
You're waking up on the flight back.
Oh, you're absolutely waking up on the flight back.
Yeah, no
And
matter
like,
if you're asleep or not.
the only one that was available, the only one that was not clogged was like the business class or first class one. That was the one that wasn't clogged on this whole flight.
That's a conspiracy.
That's
The
definitely
one percenters again?
Yeah, the one percenters again winning. This is awful, man. Because we'll go to restaurants every now and there's a lot of restaurants that are like there are these mom and pop hole in the walls that I love. They always have the best food, but so many times they've got to smell like a hint of sewage smell because they don't pay for plumbing to get fixed. They're like, yeah, we don't really care. We're here selling great food at a cheap price, paying cash only, and it smells like sewage.
And this is one of my all-time jealousies. Is I am jealous of the people that can actually go poop on a flight because I've never been able to do it. I don't know if I just get scared or flight fright, I guess is maybe some would call it, but just too much moving around. I can't get on TikTok. I don't have the in-flight Wi-Fi. I'm just sitting there in that cramped space. I can't do it.
You can't physically go. Like, I understand not being able to pee. I've never
can
not
pee,
been able
but
to.
I can't.
I go anyway.
I just make sure I go before I get on a flight.
If I have to, like, if, we're going to Europe. If I have to go, I have to go. Like, that's just the way it is.
Yeah,
and I'll go. I have no qualms about that.
Like on my flight to Italy, I was a couple hours from landing, but I had to go. Couldn't go. Had to hold it, man. It was miserable. Bad. But all right, it's the payload every Thursday at this time. One last story here, guys. I apologize, but more poop talk here on the payload.
Yeah,
it's the
what is
payload.
this? Is this because Sean isn't here?
Yes, because he would have canceled all of these stories here. Said no, can't do it. Too much crap
I
talk.
give free creative.
Find two more stories.
I give.
I don't want the poop stories.
But I apologize for this one. Look, while waiting in line, these people were waiting in line for a ride at Disney World in Orlando. Someone couldn't wait any longer and crapped all over themselves in line. And this is not, you're picturing maybe outdoor lines. This was inside lines. So you're inside, you got that smell going. These are 3-4 hour lines. It's Disney World. People are waiting a long time for these rides. They're waiting all year to go on this trip. And Yeah, this is awful here. So I mean, like, okay, so you got.
So they were waiting in line for like. What's
They're waiting at an inside line.
Yeah, what's the indoor one? It's Space Mountain. They were in Space Mountain.
Oh, probably. I thought it was the Grego.
What?
It was an inside line.
You know, I like him. All right, why
I
do
do
you
too.
have to do
I'm
that?
just joking.
But now these people have a decision to make. They're with their families and everything, and they have a decision to make of do they wait out the stink and just carry through the line, or do you leave the line and risk not going on the ride? Because I got to ask the question: what line would you be waiting in for you not to have to leave? Like RJ, if you had to wait, in line to meet the president, at what point do you you're not waiting anymore?
Which president?
The one in office now.
It doesn't matter. I would meet all of them, and I would shake all. I would shake all their hands.
But your line tolerance would probably change.
No, my line tolerance would be the same for all of them.
Really?
Oh yeah.
Okay.
That's great honor. I'd be all in. I play golf with all of them, unless they're slow. They're slow golfer. I want nothing to do with them. But if they're fast, I'll play. Yeah, I think it's. To me, if I gotta go, I'm gonna go. I'm not waiting. I don't hold it. I don't hold it.
What's your biggest?
No, but not in line though. You're not going in line.
What's your biggest?
I'm not going in line. I would leave the line.
What's the biggest public bathroom emergency you've had?
Oh, I've done several porta potties.
But that's it. You've never had oh my gosh, this happened and I was stuck in the middle of nowhere?
I did it. I was in my car.
I had it happen in a car when I was 8.
I was 17.
Couldn't hold it anymore.
I was 17 and I was still living in New Jersey. And I had to go. I was in traffic. There was no getting out of this, and it was coming. And I had a bag of chips, and I emptied the bag of chips, a big bag.
Oh yeah, you told us about this. This is disgusting.
And I went in the bag. And back then, you had gas station receipts.
Oh no.
That's you wiped.
They were those big carbon copy receipts.
Yeah, but that material, that's just a smear. That's not going to pick anything up.
It was just a smear. It was just a smear, I'm sure. That was the biggest emergency.
What'd you do with the bag? You just tossed it out the window?
No, I held it out the window like this the rest of the ride.
How long was that ride?
That's probably like 20 minutes.
Oh,
but it was a big bag. That wasn't a little purse. It was like a family could grab like a big one, right? I just wrinkled
family
it up,
size bag,
held it out like that.
Jeez.
Yuck.
I'm proud of you, Bobby. You haven't puked one time this segment. This is great. 2 out of 3 stories have been poop talk, and here we go.
It's disgusting.
Yeah, that is the payload. Peyton Russell.
Pay dump today.
It was a load. It was a payload.
Yeah.
It was a payload here on 105.3 The Fan. We are finally going to get Sean to watch college basketball and Nick Saban getting a slap on the wrist from Uncle Sam. It's all next in the College Kegger on The Fan.
a low of food products? I gotta remember that.
You know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you haven't. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean, what's your name? No, I'm Jack. My name's Jack. Right, but I've seen that this is your haircut. But that's your hair. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay.
This is the exclusive home of Dallas Cowboys football. KRLD-FM and HD1, Dallas, Fort Worth. Let's go, Cowboys.
An Odyssey sports station. Driven by our D&M Leasing Studio. This is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Did we just see what we think we just saw? Wow!
Confetti!
Oh, baby. Did we think we just saw? Oh. Man, it is one of my favorite times. It is my favorite time of year. Literally my favorite time of year. It is March Madness. The conference tournaments have started, and we are finally going to get Sean Shreve to watch college basketball.
Oh, I saw him sharing on his Instagram story last night.
Because his American University Eagles have won the Patriot League over Navy. Now, it is ironic. It is a tough thing when you're a fan of a team playing a service academy, because you feel very unpatriotic because you're rooting against the service academy. You're rooting against our heroes.
It's true.
So, I mean, like, Sean's got to take an L for this.
Well, you remember Sean is the one who also was rooting for Canada in that hockey game.
Against the U.S.
Yeah, remember he wanted he said he'd rather have the close Canada win than the American blowout because he cares about watching
the ratings.
Yeah, he cared about watching a great game more than anything else.
It's not very American of him.
It's not very American. It's not very American of you to to root against Navy or Army or Air Force.
Yeah, but when the name of the school is American
and you're the Eagles, I mean that's kind of presumptuous. Like the American Eagles.
It's the name American.
I know.
The name Eagles.
Like you're the only school in the whole country.
I'm just saying it sounds very pro-American.
It does. It sounds very pro-American. So they have punched their ticket. And I was taking a look this morning, Bobby, at the schools that have already made the NCAA tournament, that have already punched their ticket on the automatic bids.
Mm-hmm.
It's a who's who of didn't accept me into your university. UNC Wilmington, I got denied from them. High Point, denied from them. Robert
High
Morris.
Point?
Yeah.
Where's High Point?
It's in North Carolina. Is it in Blease Creek? I don't know. Robert Morris, they got denied from them.
Robert Morris, the pastor from Gateway Church that was just indicted on charges of lewd acts with a child.
Yep. American, got denied from them. Let's see.
How did you get denied all these and accepted to Tennessee?
We didn't have great standards.
Wait, does Sean know you got denied to his university?
I don't think I ever told him, so I'm not going to tell him now. St. Francis, got denied from them. Yeah, I applied to like a million schools. Now, a lot of them were like golf stuff. So like the ones I got into were largely like UConn, like, oh yeah, you can play golf here. Barry University in Miami, Bethune-Cookman. I almost went to an HBCU school. I was very close to going there.
That would have been great.
I was very close to going to Bethune-Cookman. West Virginia was that was I don't think
Mama?
They didn't have a golf team. And I was like, oh, this is like I'll just go there. All my friends are going there. So I had like 5 schools that said yes, and Tennessee was the only one that I was like, you know what, I could live with that.
UConn, you didn't want to go to?
I wanted no part of UConn.
Why? That's Northeast. That's kind of where you were.
Walking to school in the snow. I wanted to get to the South. I hated the Northeast.
Did you apply to any Texas colleges?
I don't believe so. It was just I didn't know my parents were moving here at the time. They moved here
south.
They moved here. I wanted to go south. I wanted to say I wanted to go like southeast. That's where I wanted. That's where I wanted to go, like southeast. And I didn't know that they were going to move here. They moved here like as soon as I graduated high school. They were like, "Oh, by the way, we're going to move." I was like, "Yeah, okay." You guys would say this every year. And I go to college, and I was booking my flight home for Thanksgiving, and they said, "Don't go there." I said, "Why?" I said, "They're like, we moved to Texas." And I was like, "Oh, you were going to tell me?"
That's when they decided to tell you as you were booking a flight.
Booking my flight home. I was like, "Okay, cool." Freshman year, college. I was like, all right, fine, works for me. So, American is going dancing. They are going to the NCAA tournament. Big 12 games. Baylor 70-56 over Kansas State. So Baylor takes on Texas Tech today. I'm telling you right now, Texas Tech is they are going to be. You are going to win your tournament bracket if you put them in the Elite Eight.
They are
claim. Tremendous, and they're probably if it's not like where they're in Auburn's bracket or whatever. I think Tech is a not a lockdown for the Final Four, but a really good bet for the Final Four. BYU, Iowa State, Houston, Colorado, Kansas, Arizona. Those are your Big 12 games. SEC, Texas beats Vanderbilt 79-72. OU comes back. They beat Georgia 81-75. Texas will play Texas A&M today. Oklahoma will take on
the Aggies.
Kentucky.
Stopped hiding, huh?
The Aggies stopped. Yeah. A&M's a good team.
No, I know. I'm just
They're a good team.
I'm making light of them hiding in
You're
going to
wind up getting 13 teams out of this conference.
It's good. The SEC actually deserves their praise this time around.
They're great. They're great, and I don't know how they can.
They deserved it in basketball. They didn't deserve it in college football, but
I don't know how they can. Well, did anybody make the playoffs that didn't deserve it?
No, but it's just in general the whining from the SEC, and now go like we need 12 automatic bids.
Okay, sure, I could get down with that.
Yeah, just a little whiny, a little entitled. That's all.
Yeah, a week from today is the start of the big dance. But yeah, the SEC is going to get 13 teams. I don't know how they're going to live up to expectations that they're going to have. I mean, I don't think all those 13 can win the title.
They can't. But what's success? 2 of them get to the Elite Eight, or it's got to be more.
2, 3, yeah, that's gonna be tough because I mean it depends on how it's going to shake out with seedings and where they are. Maybe they're all playing each other. Nick Saban, he is a former college football coach and in the NFL.
Speaking of entitled whiners,
stop it. He received multiple FCC complaints on his first year on the job on College Game Day. And my first thought was, how? ESPN isn't
they're not governed by the
They're
FCC.
not governed. They're a cable station. So people just wrote in?
I guess so. Or maybe they were just morally offended by his Alabama Jones routine, as Shane Gillis called him.
Yeah.
Just the pouting. That could be it.
This is a story from AL.com. Details those calls reporting profanity. The first one said, Nick Saban said the word S twice and B once and something else I can't remember. I tune in to gain knowledge and insight, not to have profanity stuffed in my face by a former coach trying to be funny. It will continue until they find them $1 million or more.
Signed, Tommy Tuberville. Next one.
Oh, you think so? Okay, next one. I continually hear profanity on College Game Day. The show comes on from 9 to noon. Children are awake and can be exposed to this broadcast. Today, Nick Saban used the profane word bull blank on air. Most every show I watch, Pat McAfee is using profanity. I don't understand why the FCC is not stopping this. The window is 6 a.m. to 10 p.m. for children-sensitive programming. No one is able to sit down with their kids and watch a football show without exposing them to profanity. Signed
Les
Karen.
Miles. Go ahead.
That's Les Miles.
Next one.
All right. College Game Day announcers continue to use profanity during their primetime broadcast. Desmond Howard and Pat McAfee used inappropriate language for a family event. Nick Saban has used inappropriate language during a broadcast as well. If these men want to use this language, please schedule the games after 9 p.m.
Signed Lane Kiffin.
Yeah, so that's just a few of the complaints.
It's just bitter people who lost to Saban for forever. Yeah. That's it. That's who's calling in and complaining about that. It's people. Honestly, I bet you anything, the people that were writing in and complaining about that are people who just don't like Saban. Just like, all right, I'm going to get him in trouble.
Yeah, no, I think you're right on that one. College Kegger here on 105 through the fan. Dan Hurley, head coach of UConn. Now, Dan Hurley in the offseason, Bobby, what did he try to do?
He tried to do a lot of things. He tried to leave.
Where did he try to go?
The Lakers.
Tried to go to the Lakers. So, do you think Dan Hurley would have a problem with the transfer portal?
I wouldn't think so, naturally.
Okay, Dan Hurley on 60 Minutes.
Do you have players right now that are fielding offers and considering playing for other teams next season?
50% of my roster or more.
50?
50% of my roster or more is at least, considering going in the portal. If not, already knows what school that they're going to.
Well, half your team is already thinking in terms of whether they want to transfer to another program or not.
Yeah, and in a couple of those cases, they've already talked to the coaching staff at future school and have an idea of what their NIL is going to be there.
The money.
Yeah.
What does it do to a culture of a college basketball team when half the guys are fielding offers for next season to go elsewhere?
Well, look at the volatility this year. The level of volatility in college sports, this has now become a year-to-year proposition. The game has changed completely.
So he's not necessarily complaining. He's just kind of telling him a fact. But it is like, it's not necessarily, if Dan's going to sit there and almost go to the Lakers in the offseason.
It's a little bit of hand-wringing.
Yeah, it is.
And it's not believable coming from somebody. This is the whole complaint about the transfer portal is usually by people who are upset that they had a handle on the previous system and they don't on this one.
Yeah, now
Saban is a great example of that.
Saban's a great example. Guys like Jay Wright and Coach K and Roy Williams. Now, Coach K and Roy Williams, you can make the case they were going to get out anyway because they were getting older. But Jay Wright was in the prime of his career, and he was like, I ain't dealing with this.
Yeah.
I am out.
Which I also don't blame anybody who just goes like, this isn't the landscape I wanted to work in.
Right.
I don't blame somebody for that. But don't act like it was so pure before. Well, no, it's just you don't like that it's more balanced.
Right. It's more balanced. Now, like, Dan has only operated basically in the transfer portal era at UConn, but it's just like, it's very odd for him who's like, I'm about to jump ship to the Lakers. And the only thing that stopped me was my wife, who loves Connecticut, from going. I was like, all right, that's a little disingenuous. But
it's stunning. He might be a little disingenuous, that Dan Hurley. Gosh, he is the number one seed, just most irritating coaches in sports right now, isn't he?
The one seed? That's a tough one.
And what was that? What was that clip we played a couple weeks ago? Him walking off the court, going like, "Hey, Baldy,
hey, Baldy,"
or whatever.
Yeah, I'm the best coach of college basketball. You don't say that to me. Yeah, he has his.
And he's a psycho on the court.
He's a psycho. He is a psycho on the court. It's College Kegger here, 105.3 The Fan. Do you want Woj, or do you want why Dan Lanning is not the Cowboys coach?
Well, let's go Dan Lanning.
All right, Dan Lanning has 11 million reasons why he is not the Cowboys coach. How about I thought this was a guy who was for sure going to jump to the National Football League, but he signed this deal.
The NFL wants him
for 11 million a year. The only coaches that are making more than him: Dabo, Kirby, Sark, and Ryan Day. 11 million a year.
All reasonable.
I think it's fantastic.
Dabo, not Dabo anymore.
They were in the playoff.
Yeah, but I don't think Dabo's a better coach than or program builder.
Different, right? I think that Dabo's problem. I think
He refuses to play in the portal.
That's it. He refuses to play in the portal.
That's not a coach that you can win with in the modern era.
I agree. They still do well. They just don't do as well as they used to. Yeah. And, a lot of that is, hey, they don't have Deshaun and Trevor Lawrence, too. But, yeah, Lanning's got 11 million reasons to stay in college football. I think he's tremendous. I think that he is going to, continue to do well there. They've got a ton of NIL money. I mean, they got more NIL money than they know what to do with.
Yeah, they're flush with it thanks to Phil Knight. And look, they built a good team. They were a little disappointing this year the way things ended. But I mean, they had been the most consistent team arguably in college football in a year that was really tumultuous. And so he's a great coach. The NFL is going to keep coming for him. He's going to end up in the NFL at some point.
Yeah.
It's not now. But he's going to be a great coach in the NFL, I think.
I think he is. I think he is. Yesterday we told you that it was we didn't tell you. You knew it was. It was the 5-year anniversary of basically the whole of the NBA season shutting down, where they suspended the season because the 11th was the day of the Rudy Gobert game, and then the 12th was the day they shut it all down. The phone that Woj used to break that the season had been suspended sold for $3,250.
Who buys that?
I don't know. How do you know what phone it was? Like, I couldn't tell you what. Oh, this is the phone that I texted Bobby that this or that.
Especially,
who knows?
I mean, he may have set it aside on purpose. Like, ooh, this is
something I'm going to sell.
Like, yeah, but I mean, like, how many different phones does he have? Because doesn't Shams talk about having like 4 phones or something?
Let's see. I mean, he gets a new one. He gets a new one every year.
New number or new phone?
New phone. And I guess he just takes the old phone and puts it away.
So he's got it locked away. It's like, here's all
this is the 2014 phone.
Here's the 2020 news.
Yeah.
Here's this or that. Yeah.
That's it. That's got to be it. That's got to be it. All right. It is the commercial-free Expressway. Bobby, what do we have coming up in the Neighborhood Watch? And this little fun segment you've got coming up.
Oh, a Fort Worth basketball legend passes away. And coming up next, we're going to talk about the Ringer's top 100 sports moments of the last quarter century. And some of this stuff is going to be rather controversial to one RJ Choppy. That's next on The Fan.
After we get you.
That you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be pepper lady? Pepper lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Hazel lady.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg maidens?
Rico.
No.
Nutmeg maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
It's back to Sean and RJ right here on 105.3 The Fan. It is the Expressway right now on The Fan, and it's brought to you by the On-Time Experts.
Barnes drives, kicks out. They move it. Fox again. That time it's good. Another one.
Spurs TV with the call. Mavericks lose 126-116 to the San Antonio Spurs. They had a little back-to-back. I'll tell you this. You know, the Mavs might have everybody hurt and, no superstars right now, but they can put up some points. Can't stop anybody. But in the two games down in San Antonio, they put up 133 and then 116. Quick math, that's like 229 in the two games. It's not bad.
No, it's not bad. They're putting up points, but
no, wait a second. That's 249.
Even while they're still scoring, even while they're still putting up points.
Oh, he sneezed.
Oh,
here we go.
Dang, hit me back to back. Even as they're putting up points and they win the game the other night and have been competitive and they're scrappy and everything else, they're still losing quite a bit. They're 2-8. They're 2-8 in their last 10 games, and yet it still hasn't really made a bit of a difference in the standings because Phoenix keeps losing. The Phoenix Suns continue to lose. Yeah. The Phoenix Suns are still 2.5 games behind Dallas, and I don't know how that's possible. How Dallas and Phoenix can have essentially the same record right now. That just doesn't make any sense to me with the way that they've played.
And I'm trying to think, is there anybody else that could jump up and knock the Mavs out? But there's not, because they'd be, other teams that are.
No, yeah. If you look at the teams that are behind them, there's nobody that's particularly close. The one that's right behind Phoenix is San Antonio, and they don't have Wemby now.
Right. And I'm just doing the simulation again of the draft lottery. I'm up to 7, 8. Haven't moved.
They're going to get in the dang plan.
10. Haven't moved. They have not moved. I'm upwards of 15 simulations now on this thing. Haven't moved. Getting closer to 20. Haven't moved. Oh, this is bad. This is not good.
Well, it is what it is.
What the Cowboys do?
Dallas Cowboys yesterday, they made a couple of different moves. They lose Demarcus Lawrence. By the way, this is a nutty stat. With Demarcus Lawrence's departure, the active leader in games started for the Cowboys on defense is now Micah Parsons.
4 years.
There's nobody left around it. Now the active leader in games played is Donovan Wilson. He's the number one is Donovan Wilson, is because he's been around forever, but he hasn't started for about half his career here. So the all-time active leader for the Cowboys in games started on defense is now Micah Parsons.
He's the dean of the defense.
He's not even off of his rookie deal at this point.
That's his new nickname, the dean of the defense. The dean of defense.
I'm sure he'd take it. Although he is he's the Lion King or the Tiger King or something like that.
The lion.
Yeah, the lion. But the Cowboys did make a couple additions yesterday, banking on a couple of first-round picks that didn't end up panning out. They go get Kaiir Elam, the cornerback from the Buffalo Bills. His dad, Abram Elam, played for the Cowboys as a safety in 2 different stretches. And then they go trade for Kenneth Murray, the Titans linebacker, who was also a first-round pick in 2020. And both of those guys considered players who never lived up to their potential. Cowboys are taking a little bit of a gamble there. Not even a gamble, because it was essentially a zero cost to acquire these guys. Just a little bit of draft jockeying and positioning. And then they also go sign linebacker Jack Sanborn, who had been kind of a special teamer and role player for the Bears the last couple of years with Matt Eberflus. So he clearly is not in the Jalen Johnson camp. He's willing to hang around and see what Matt Eberflus has to offer in Dallas. But Cowboys add a couple of different players yesterday, while in the process losing Demarcus Lawrence to the Seahawks and then Rico Dowdle to the Panthers.
I hate to lose Tank. Rico, that would have been a fine deal to get. 1-year deal for running back. It's a great deal.
Yeah, 2.75 minimum.
A 1-year deal, if you're an owner to a player, is a great deal. It's a terrible deal for a player. No player wants a 1-year deal. Very, very few, unless it's a prove-it year. And you're like, I'm not getting what I want. So other than that, I mean, that would be a fantastic deal for the Cowboys. That was a miss. That was a miss on their part, in my opinion. All right, what is up with this list?
This is a fascinating list over at The Ringer, and I wanted to go through some of this because you and I were looking at this yesterday. This is quite the project from the staff at The Ringer. This was very dense, and I don't know how you even begin to rank something like this. This is the top 100 biggest sports moments or best sports moments of the last quarter century. So this is what they write up. They said, since the calendar turned from 1999 to 2000 and none of us succumbed to the great machine uprising of Y2K, there have been 60,096 games played in Major League Baseball, 32,579 in the NBA, 31,377 in the NHL, 6,758 in the NFL, and 5,884 in the WNBA. That is a lot of sports in 25 plus years, a total of 136,694 games, which doesn't even take into account all the college sports, all the Olympics, tennis matches, rounds of golf, and the myriad other ways to behold athletic competition. You'd be forgiven if it all blended together. They say, as we bid farewell to the first quarter of the 21st century, there's no better time than now to celebrate the moments in this era of sports that stand above the rest, the ones that brought tears to our eyes, left jaws on the floor, and exemplified why we all spend so much time watching this stuff. To come up with this list of the best sports moments of the quarter century, The Ringer polled our entire staff, hoping to cover every corner of the wide world of sports and every kind of sports moment. Of course, we had to define best as it applies to sports moments, because best does not necessarily mean most important. The Malice at the Palace is undoubtedly one of the most important sports moments of the 21st century, yet no one would call it one of the best. We leaned on this set of criteria in assembling our ranking. So think of this criteria, Chop, as we go through this list here. 1, the collective joy factor. Simply put, did this moment spark joy?
See, this is that right there. It's very difficult because you have like the kick six, for example. The word joy means a whole lot of different things on one side or the other.
Well, that's why they said the collective part here is important too. You're not going to find a Yankees fan who thinks the Red Sox coming back in 2004 was joyful, but just about everyone else did. And so that's one of the things. The ubiquity factor. Did it transcend its sport and become a moment of monoculture? The holy S factor. Did it make you say holy S? The I remember when I was factor. The championship stakes factor. After all, great moments are often born out of great pressure. The key characters involved factor. So big people involved in this. The legacy factor. Did the moment burnish or solidify the legacy of a given athlete or team? The nickname factor, because let's be honest, if a moment has a widely recognized moniker, it's probably one of the best. And then finally, the will you talk about this in 25 years factor. If your grandkids aren't going to hear about you drone on about it, it's not that great of a moment. So with that criteria laid out, there's 100 things on this list. We're not going to go through all of them. We're going to break it up. We're going to talk here in this segment about the ones that involved moments that were relevant to the Dallas area or to the state of Texas, and then later on, we'll go through the top 5 moments and some of Choppy's potential issues with the list at 9:20. But here in this segment, we're going to go over the ones that are relevant to DFW and the sports landscape. And that, RJ Choppy, is where we start with number 99 on this list, a fairly fresh one.
Doncic has the ball, down by 2. Here's the switch. Gobert is out there. Doncic maneuvers for the lead. Got it! What a shot! Dallas has taken the lead.
No, it wasn't actually the shot against Minnesota. That was just a reminder of how great Luka Doncic was. Number 99 on this list is the Dallas Mavericks trade Luka Doncic to the Los Angeles Lakers. And the write-up is from Brian Curtis. It says, where were you when this moment happened?
Sitting on my couch playing catchphrase or whatever.
He said, doom scrolling through Twitter in Los Angeles, expecting to find something upsetting about politics. It turned out I found something upsetting about basketball. How was this moment, how has the way this moment is viewed changed since it happened? He said, shock and anger have given way to shock and anger. Seriously, this moment is interesting to me because of the why can't I say this word, Chop? Unanimous nature of it.
Unanimous.
No, but the unanimity.
Unanimity.
Yeah, I can't get that
I think
word
I
out.
added an extra "and."
Everyone thinks Nico Harrison threw a generational player into the garbage can for nothing. Will there ever be a moment when we don't think this or think it less? I think this is interesting to put on the list, Chop, because they said, did it bring collective joy? Did this bring collective joy? I know it didn't.
It did not bring
fans.
collective joy, but going through some of the other ones on this list, this feels a little bit low. Like, it cannot be behind the creation of the European Super League that lasted for 6 days.
It might be that it's so fresh.
It's the biggest trade in sports history since Babe Ruth. Since
or
the Babe
Gretzky.
Ruth trade. Or Gretzky, sure, okay.
But one of those two.
You're talking about every 50 years you've got one.
It's it's a top 3 trade of all time.
And it can't be behind, I'm sorry, the Carly Lloyd hat trick in a World Cup soccer game watched by nobody. Like, it just can't be behind that. It can't be behind that.
Look, I'm in agreement with you. I understand it. There's also going to be a little bit of, and you know this, Chop, there's going to be a little bit of pandering in some of this. And they're going to feel a necessity to pander after some.
Yeah, I mean, but like, seriously, like, all right, now listen, there's a couple on this that I think are low. Like Holly Holm beating Ronda, I think it's low. That's
that was
too low.
Massive.
I was at I remember I was at a restaurant. I remember exactly where I was. The Trout versus Ohtani, the World Baseball Classic. I mean, that was fleeting. Monet Davis.
I think the Trout versus Ohtani, I think, is just representative of the cultural moment that was going on with the World Baseball Classic that year. That's why I think that one's represented, at least for me.
They have the Last Dance TV show.
That was a big deal.
It was it was not a big deal.
That's the only thing you guys had to talk about on the show. That was in the middle of COVID.
We had Tiger King.
That was the only sports you had to talk about. All right, this is the top 100 best moments of the last quarter century in sports, according to The Ringer. We're going through all the Texas-Dallas related ones on here to begin with, and then we're going to do the top 5 at 9:20. Next on this list that relates to the city of Dallas or the DFW area, number 77, it occurred on January 11th, 2015.
4th down and 2. Here's one down the sideline. Pass caught by Des Bryant. They're going to mark him inside the 1. And a brilliant catch by number 88.
And it was a catch. I don't care what Dean Blandino has to say. Number 77 on this list is number 88. It's Des caught it. Is that fair ranking, roughly, you think? Or was that a bigger moment? That spurred a whole lot of debate about, in general, how the NFL talks about a catch for the next decade.
It did. Okay, so, like, there are some that are a little bit, like, you got to remember, there are some sports that we don't necessarily think about that are big globally. The Des caught it / didn't catch it / did. That is stuck. It is just stuck. That maybe we're too close to it, but
I think if you say Des caught it anywhere in football circles around the country, people know what you're talking about.
People get it. I think it's bigger than the Bush push, the Reggie Bush push it in the end zone at Notre Dame.
Yeah.
Now, one of the ones, the dunk of death, where Vince Carter over Frederick Weiss.
Is it bigger than number? So just ahead of Dez on this list is the J.R. Smith runs out the clock in a tie game with
Dez is bigger.
LeBron was a big moment. That was a big moment though. That turned into a meme of LeBron gesturing to J.R. Smith like, "What are you doing?"
Dez changed the rule.
Yeah, that's true. Number 75 on this list, just ahead of it. This feels low. Bonds hits number 71 to break McGuire's record.
That feels low, but
that was a month after 9/11.
I think we're all looking at we all kind of knew what was going on.
Sure.
You know?
This is the write-up on the Dez one, by the way. How would you explain this moment to someone who's never watched sports? Brian Curtis says it's the playoffs, Lambeau Field, the never won anything 2010s Cowboys, led by their never won anything quarterback Tony Romo. They're down 5. It's 4th and 2. Romo throws it. Dez catches it. So we think Packers challenge the catch, and the refs overturn it. America learned some tremendously awkward phrases like maintain possession through the process of the catch.
877-881-1053. Franklin injured during his fan text. I bet Green Bay fans don't agree Dez caught it. Let's see. None of these have brought me joy yet. Doesn't matter. Let's see. That call still makes me want to cry. Doesn't matter. We weren't stopping Rodgers. Bush's first pitch after 9/11. Tiger Masters. Block punt New Orleans over Katrina.
And
after Katrina.
You guys are naming a lot that are on this list, and we're definitely going to run through a bunch of these. But a lot of the stuff that you guys are saying, these have been on this list. Now, to the person who said, this hasn't brought me any joy yet, well, number 71 on the list probably isn't going to bring you any joy either.
No.
From October 27th, 2011.
Into right, well hit. Back at the wall. It's off the wall. 1 run scores. Here comes Berkman. Freeze has tied it. 7-7. Unbelievable.
All right.
And they've got a separate list on here. They talk about the top 10 moments of would have built a statue except. And one of the moments on the list is Josh Hamilton's home run in the 10th that put him up too. That should have been an iconic home run.
The amount of people that probably forget about that.
That was a massive hit.
We remember, but they forget about it.
That was a massive swing from Josh.
Yeah, it was.
I remember watching it go like, that's going to be history. We're going to be talking about that for 50 years.
Yep.
And nope, we're talking about David Freese after that. That's number 71 of those. Is this too low? That game 6, that whole Freeze moment in the 9th and then the go-ahead home run.
It was
big.
Feel
like that still reverberates to today.
It was big. I would have to go look at the other baseball moments that are ahead of this. That made it ahead of this.
Two spots ahead. A drive into deep left by Castellanos.
Oh, no.
Stop. Now, yeah. You can't. Now, listen, I will say this. The drive into deep left has bigger social, cultural impact.
Probably, yeah.
Because that's brought up on Twitter all the time. Ahead of that, you've got Luis Gonzalez walk-off, World Series walk-off single. That snapped a three-peat. The Yankees were going to four-peat. That was big. I don't think Rivera had blown a World Series save ever. That was big.
Is that the most dramatic baseball game you've watched, though?
Game Rangers, 6? Game 6?
Because you remember that game was not just... People remember the way that ended with Freeze and everything. You remember there was that Matt Holliday bungling a pop fly at third to score runs. That was Mike Napoli. They got to strike him out, throw him out down at third base. Like, there were a lot of big moments in that game that were then dwarfed by just the iconic nature of blowing those 2-run leads.
People forget Lance Berkman did the same thing. 2 strikes on him, singled up the middle.
Yeah, against Scott Feldman.
Yeah. Yeah, that was a pretty dramatic. That was maybe one of the most dramatic. The Luis Gonzalez game was pretty dramatic.
Yeah.
There was a go-ahead homer in the 8th, and they tied it in the 9th. And they won it in the 9th. That was pretty dramatic.
It's way up the list, though.
It's way up the list.
Well, again, we're talking about this is the Ringers list of the best sports moments, 100 best sports moments of the last quarter century, and we're going to run into another. I don't know that this one should be as far ahead of the Freeze one as it is, but again, it was a pretty iconic moment coming in at number 28. And again, you might want to cover your ears a little bit. October 14th, 2015. The Jose Bautista bat flip.
God, that stupid horn, man.
After
that
the home
stupid
run
horn.
God, it was so loud.
That stupid horn.
I swear Fox or TBS, whoever had the call, boosted the audio.
They
on that
boosted
one.
the
Man,
they did.
That horn was so loud.
They boosted the audio.
I felt, I don't know if you remember that game. I know we remember that moment. I'm saying I don't know if you remember the tenor of the whole game.
I mean, the 18 errors.
It was like it was building. Like you felt it coming. Like I remember when Bautista stood up there. I felt like he's gonna hit a home run here.
Mm-hmm.
Like
I think everybody did.
You felt that build of just like here it comes, and I think he felt it, and that's him standing there and that ridiculous bat flip, and it was all made better
with this Ryan Day beard.
Yeah, it was all made better by Rugi taking care of it. Several months later,
Was it all made better?
Honestly, for me, it was.
You were over it.
For me, I was.
The fact that they blew a 2-0 series lead, you were over it.
I didn't love it, but that team wasn't going to win the World Series that year. So if that opened up the opportunity for Rugi to just knock the S out of Bautista, it was worth it.
They were absolutely going to win the World Series that year.
That was not a World Series team. The next year they were better. That was that 95 win team.
The 95 win team was not. I don't think that was bad. They had 35-1-1.
Yeah, but I still think they were a better team.
Maybe.
Was Cole on that 2015 team?
Yes.
He got traded for in the middle of the year.
He started that game, right? Did he not start game 5?
I can't remember. I couldn't remember if he was in both or not. They were just a better hitting team. Because I remember thinking that offense wasn't going to be sustainable in that 2015.
In 2015, AL 2015. That was.
They were also up 2-0 in that series. I mean, that was a team that lost 3 straight.
Right. That was the Royals won.
They lost
3
right.
straight. The Royals won the World Series.
The next year
Royals
too.
won that year. But I'll tell you this: is the Freeze hit a bigger moment than Freeman's World Series walk-off this year? Or are we too close to the Freeman to be able to really...
I don't think we're going to remember the Freeman Grand Slam in...
Like the Freeze one?
I don't think we'll remember that in 20 years. Personally. Here was the problem with the offense in 2015. The leader in OPS on the team was Prince Fielder at 841. That was not a dynamic offense in 2015.
Yeah.
Whereas in 2016, you had Beltre at 879. You had Odor hitting 33 home runs. Ian Desmond was pretty good that year for them. Mazzara hit 20 home runs. So to me, that was just a better team in 2016.
Real quick, a lot of people on the Franco fan text are bringing up where is the Steve Gleason blocked punt post Katrina? It is coming in at 36.
So behind this.
It is sandwiched between a Manchester City extra time winner in the Premier League at 37.
Do you remember where you were when that happened?
The Man City one?
Yeah, when Sergio scored in ET.
No, but I do remember where I was at for this game. Number 35 on the list is the Gordon Hayward rim out prayer in the final against Duke that would have won the game. I was at that game. I was right under that basket. Well, I had snuck down into the band pit.
Did you think it was going in?
I did. It was me and Brandon Cristal, who is a radio host in Denver, and Sean Farnham, who was his buddy. Now Sean's on ESPN.
That's not a real name, by the way.
What?
Brandon Cristal.
I think it's his last. I think I don't know. It's got he's from here. He's from DFW.
Did he marry Alizé?
It may be Crystal, and I just mispronounce it. I don't really. I'm a terrible friend. And then Sean Farnham, who was he was trying to break into the business. Now he's a big dog. But we get snuck down into the band pit because the band pit for the final game is gone. It's there's only 2 bands left. So we had stuck down there, and that shot goes up, and we see it's coming right at us, and we're like, oh my god, this thing is in. This thing is in. Hits the backboard, hits the front iron. I thought for sure that place would have gone bonkers. It was all Butler. It was an all Butler crowd.
214, where's kick 6 on the list? You're going to need to tune in at 9:20 when we go over the top 5. It's going to be in there. 972 asks, Corey Seager World Series game 1 home run. That is not on this list. And I think that deserves it. Maybe that's just because that was a World Series nobody was watching, but that was a huge moment.
It was huge. We've seen World Series game-tying home runs before.
Is it bigger than the Freeman one? Or is the Freeman one that much bigger than what Seager did?
Yeah, because the Seager one won it. I'm sorry, the Freeman one won it. Seager just tied it.
I mean, that was a huge 2-run shot, though.
We've there's only been a handful of game-tying home runs in the 9th inning in the World Series. Seager's got one. Let's see. Freeze didn't have one.
No, Freeze's was.
Tina Martinez has one. I mean, your list is short.
Yeah,
it's a short list of ninth inning, game-tying World Series home runs.
The top 100 best sports moments of the last quarter century, according to The Ringer. We're going through the list right now. We're going through all the Texas-Dallas related ones before we do the top 5 at 9:20.
Would you put Adolis's game winner over Seager's game tire?
No. I just don't view it as a more pressure-packed.
Okay.
Like to me, that was all right. He muscled one that snuck over, and like you kind of felt like the momentum was on Texas's side at that point.
I agree.
I thought heading into the ninth, Texas was about to lose that game.
Yeah.
And Seager just flipped it, and it was a monster shot. To me, the Seager one is more iconic. Number 27 on this list, directly ahead of the Bautista bat flip, we have another Texas-related, Dallas-related moment. And is this one a little controversial? The fact that it would be ahead of the Bautista bat flip. This one occurred on November 23rd, 2014.
Play action. And Manning's going to heave one. There's a flag. Beckham, a one-handed catch. How in the world?
Oh, my goodness.
And Brandon Carr was back there. I mean, he is insane. How do you make that catch?
Oh, my goodness. This is sick. Put this to music. I don't think he stepped out either. That may be the greatest catch I've ever seen.
The Odell Beckham Jr. catch in, let's remind everybody, RJ Choppy, a loss for the New York Giants on Sunday Night Football. But still, that's such an iconic play. And it changed the way, like, Jacob growing up, they would all, what would we always say? Like, oh, he mossed him. Like, all the kids started, like, referring to that as, like, oh, he Odell'd it.
He Odell'd him.
Yeah. Or he Odell'd it. He one-hand catch.
They still say that.
Oh, he Odell'd it. Like, that, he changed, and it was with that play. I still remember watching that play.
Yeah.
And I saw it, and they threw the flag for pass interference. And I, like, was watching it with a buddy, and I said, that's not pass interference. That wasn't a catchable ball. Like, that was how insane it was. I didn't think he had caught it. And when he stood up, I was like, there's no way. He didn't get his feet down. There's no chance.
Yeah, and I don't even care if it was offensive pass interference. I'm not worried about that. I'm worried about the catch.
Yeah, but even so, I was just like, there's no way. There's no way he got his feet down. And when they threw the flag, I was like, you can't. That's not a catchable ball. Ball was out of bounds. You're not making that catch, so you can't throw a flag on that one.
All right, we will do the top 5, 10 coming up at 9:20. People are loving this list here. From the
no
Ringer.
Joy though, no joy.
There's no joy.
Those are 5 or 6 highlights of misery. Right.
Well, there was
Dallas.
joy. There was 13, but we didn't have time to get to it.
Do you want to do that?
No, we'll do it. We'll do it later.
9:20.
Yeah, we'll do that at 9:20. 13 is a joyful moment for the state of Texas.
Time now for the neighborhood watch.
We need to take people out of their bubbles and their safe place and make them think about the world we live in.
You are fake news.
So what do you guys hear? What's the scuttlebutt?
We got some sad news yesterday. A Fort Worth basketball player, a Fort Worth basketball legend. Did you happen to see last night, RJ Choppy, Oliver Miller passed away.
I did see that.
At the age of 54.
I did.
This from the Associated Press. Oliver Miller, a Fort Worth basketball player who helped Arkansas advance to the Final Four before playing 9 seasons in the NBA, has died. He was 54 years old. Several of Miller's former teams announced his death on Wednesday, as did the National Basketball Retired Players Association. A cause of death was not disclosed, but Arkansas had announced during an event honoring its 1990 Final Four team that Miller had cancer, and Miller thanked the team for its video tribute to him while posting it on social media last month. Miller played basketball at Southwest High School in Fort Worth before going to college in Arkansas. Known as the Big O for his 6'9", 280-pound frame that ballooned to well over 300 pounds during his NBA career, Miller was a standout at Arkansas. He was also, I believe, if I have this right, was he not the initiator of the Hack-a-Shack? Wasn't he the first one to be involved in that?
Now that I don't remember.
So Oliver Miller, I believe, was the initial Hack-a-Shack. And that he was the one that was sent over to, hey, go foul him. And I think he set the record for the most fouls or the quickest foul out in NBA history because he was sent in there to just foul Shaq a bunch. And so he had fouled out something like in 6 minutes or something. I mean, it was really, really fast. But Oliver Miller, that one's a bummer. I know that he was somebody who around the DFW Metroplex when he was in high school was just a monster and somebody that everybody was was big fan of, and some sad news to see Oliver Miller pass away, who's drafted by the Phoenix Suns in 1992.
I did not realize he played professionally until 2010.
Professionally, as in like in the NBA, or did he play overseas?
He played overseas. He played in basically the the American Basketball Association, the USBL. So he played he just kept hanging on. Like he just kept playing the Premier Basketball League, another ABA. He played a stint in Puerto Rico. All over the place.
But speaking of the ABA, Peyton Russell, how young is Peyton Russell? Do you know what the ABA is known for? What was their big quirk that they were known for?
There was a couple of them.
But the most notable one.
Was it the first one or the second one?
The first one, an aesthetic.
Yeah.
What were they known for?
No idea.
The basketball was
the ball,
red, white,
the multicolored
blue.
ball.
They also had the 3-point line that the NBA didn't have.
Yep, which that one actually stuck around.
Yeah.
They actually got that one to stick around. Authorities have thwarted a Dallas County credit card skimmer operation, according to Fox 4. Authorities estimate they prevented $5.2 million in losses to victims in the Dallas-Fort Worth area after taking apart a credit card skimming operation that led to the arrest of 2 Romanian citizens. Petruda Cayu, I'm not even going to try to say that
Hang
last
on a
name.
second. Spell it for me. I'm going to see if I can do this.
Ciuperca. Cayuperca? I don't know.
I would say, I would guess, knowing the limited Italian that I know it's not Italian.
This is
but
Romanian,
It's a Romance language. I would guess that is Chuperka.
Okay. And Alexandru Constantine, I would guess.
I detected a Persian accent.
There you go. They were each charged with engaging in organized activity, fraudulent use or possession of credit card information of more than 50 items, and unlawful interception of wire, oral, or electronic communications. The Texas Financial Crimes Intelligence Center said they performed a search of the duo's home and found a fully operational credit card skimmer factory where they were making skimming devices to attach to ATMs. I am so paranoid about this all the time at gas pumps. And have you seen that they say you got that little red seal? They're like, if this red seal's broken,
Sticker,
don't use this. Or they actually say that a lot of times you can find the skimmers if you just take hold of where the card goes in and just kind of jiggle it. And if it moves, then it's one of those skimmers.
Are people still inserting cards though? I've been able to tap it.
Yeah,
so tap. I typically do, but one of my cards, for instance, the tap just doesn't work consistently.
And is the tap more foolproof?
Yes, it's supposed to be. It's harder to skim.
So, man, we have this Italy Switzerland trip coming up for our honeymoon, and I can't tell you the amount of people who say the people in Italy are just like expert pickpockets.
It's bad.
And like now this is out of Romania, Peyton? And obviously the movie Taken is from Eastern Europe as well, right?
I will find you, and I will.
They were. I know it took place in France, but like they were from, somewhere in Eastern Europe, and it's like, man, what's going on over there? They're just like expert criminals.
That's what they are. They figure it out. They know how to. And Peyton, why are you so sure? You're like, man, they're great pickpockets over there. If you didn't get pickpocketed yourself,
I challenged the Italians to do it. I said, bring it on. I said, I dare you. If you can get my wallet, do it. But RJ, they also say bring like a fanny pack or something.
I've got a crossbody one.
Yeah,
it's like underneath my jacket.
Can't pickpocket that.
Yeah. I mean,
why do you have a crossbody?
Sarah got it for me. I don't know.
You looking like Kyler Murray at a workout.
She got it for me. Yeah, bring it. I'm 230 pounds. Bring it.
Look, my
your cute little 170-pound European body. Bring it.
I can't do the. Whoa, you sound like Nico Harrison. Jeez, just
right
targeting the Europeans here. I can't do the fanny pack. It's not
a fanny pack. It's a crossbody.
I know, but I'm saying I can't do the fanny pack.
Why not? I know a Hall of Fame voter that uses one all the time.
It looks so weird.
It does look weird.
It's just goofy. And
the Rock wore one.
I can't help. Oh yeah, and you think he still goes back to that well?
I don't.
That's an old one. All right, really quickly here, we'll wrap things up on the Neighborhood Watch with an update. This is a story we've talked about a lot. Gateway Church founder Robert Morris has been indicted on charges of lewd acts with a child.
They denied me entry in school. Robert Morris University.
Yeah, they did. The Gateway Church founder and former senior pastor is accused of abusing a woman in the 80s, starting when she was 12 years old. A multi-county grand jury in Oklahoma has indicted the North Texas megachurch founder Robert Morris on 5 counts of lewd or indecent acts with a child. I was surprised that And I don't know what the stipulation is related to this. I would have thought that they would have said statute of limitations had passed on this. I would think, because it's like over 40 years
Did they not
ago.
change a law that said there is no more statute of limitations on sexual crimes?
I don't know. I mean, that should be the case. I didn't know that was the case.
I thought they changed that. But again, civil suit, right? You could do anything. But this is
an indictment. Yeah, this is criminal.
Yeah, I thought they changed that.
They clearly did, or I had it wrong about how long the statute of limitations was.
Because wasn't Trump indicted with that girl that was from like 30 years ago?
Yeah, but I mean, this one's 43, so I would have thought 40 was like the limit. But I don't know. Morse confessed to, quote, inappropriate behavior days after the accusations became public in June 2024 and resigned as founding pastor of Gateway Church in Southlake last summer. The accuser said in a statement, after almost 43 years, the law has finally caught up with Robert Morse for the horrific crimes he committed against me as a child. Now it is time for the legal system to hold him accountable. My family and I are deeply grateful to the authorities who have worked tirelessly to make this day possible and remain hopeful that justice will ultimately prevail. And if justice prevailing is the fact that he is proven guilty of this, then yeah, absolutely throw him under the jail.
Yeah.
So he absolutely deserves
not in it, under it.
Under it. Yep. Build one on top of him.
100%. Hundo P, as the kids would say. It is Sean and RJ here on 105 through the Fan. That is the commercial-free expressway. And if you want a Band Rangers hat, you could buy one for just under $1,000. It's Diamond Calves next to the Fan. Let's get you over to QC Connecticut.
Uber Eats has low V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. Your name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay.
else?
Doesn't sound right.
What's it, Saffron Squad?
Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios. This is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
8 o'clock hour here on Sean and RJ on 105 to The Fan. I am RJ Choppy. He is Bobby Belt.
Touchdown.
Peyton and Aiden alongside. We have Brent Severin coming up 1 hour from now, talking a little Stars hockey, a little Miko, a little Rope, and a little bit of let's go get that cup.
How sarcastic, or how deep into the interview before we get some sarcastic comment from about, oh, so nice of you guys to call for your once-a-year chat.
You know what? It's not a once-a-year chat. It's not a once-a-year.
But I always like the way he leans in and calls it out. It's funny to me. I just wonder how deep into the interview before he throws.
You know what? I don't think he's going to, and I'll tell you why.
Ooh,
because we have contacted him before the playoffs started.
So he's going to be impressed, but he's going to go, oh, all it took was a Miko trade for you guys
that's
to
right.
call
All
me.
it took was a Miko deal. There you go.
I love Sevy. He's a top 5 guest on this show, I think.
He is. He's fantastic.
He's so sharp and he's funny and he's gonna get it. You guys are going to want to listen tonight. If you've not heard Sevy on here before, you're going to want to stick around because he is awesome.
Who's number one, Bobby?
Well, it was when I used to do my 740 hits.
Ooh.
Mainly. Is no, I don't know if that's good. We need to come up with that for tomorrow. Our top 5
Ross
guests.
Tucker's really good with us.
Top 5 guests. I think Florio's really good.
Florio's really good. Ross is really good. Lombardi's really good when he comes on with us.
Yeah, and that's a change of heart for you. You've not always felt that way.
I mean, he brings good energy, good content. Irvin is always good.
Pittman's always fun.
Pittman's always fun. Yeah, there's quite a bit.
We're blessed with good guests over here.
Boone.
This is like when we were talking about the top 10 quarterbacks the other day. And then we ended up with 20 people.
All top 10 quarterbacks. We got to do that list. I can't.
Yeah, I know. We'll do that tomorrow. We'll do our top 10 quarterbacks and our top 5 guests in the same segment. There you
go. Okay, so the other day we mentioned that the Rangers hats were pulled from the store after the vulgar slang. It was the MLB New Era Overlap. It's called the Overlap Collection, right? And which is where they have your primary hat logo in the foreground, but in the background of the hat, it's over top of the team name written out.
City name or
team name,
mascot
right?
name or whatever.
So like the Royals hat says Royals in the background, but the KC in the middle. Mm-hmm. The Astros hat says Astros in the background, but the H in the middle. So it makes ASHOS.
Ashos.
Or I separated the words even more.
Oh, okay.
The Angels.
Did you separate it the way we did Jake Asman, who was next to us?
Yes.
At combine. How were you pronouncing his name?
Ass Man. I think it is Ass Man.
Is that how it's pronounced?
It's AS. Is it AS or A?
ASMAN.
ASMAN?
Yeah.
Ass Man.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's a great name.
Yeah.
And if that was my last name, I would add a second S just to make sure that everybody pronounced it that way.
I hope he bought one of these new era hats for Texas. That he just looks like he's a contradiction.
The Angels one looks incredibly graphic as well because the A replaces the G, and you can figure that one out on your own.
Mm-hmm.
And then the Rangers one, the T replaced the X, which makes a Spanish slang word for...
It's right up there on the fan cam as
top shelf.
Yeah. Which I don't know about you. I've always been more of a top shelf guy.
Like this, and it
bottom
up
shelf.
her
Bottom
back.
shelf.
Why?
Oh, man,
it's better.
It's way better. You know what it is? Top shelf is for kids. Bottom shelf is for adults.
Yeah, what are you, 14, Bobby?
That's for adults.
I remember I had a...
Why do you think Hooters is going out of business?
I had a buddy, and he goes, there's 2 signs of maturity. He goes... drinking scotch and becoming an ass man.
That's right. That's it. I will drink a bar at a bottom shelf. Let me tell you that right now. Okay? That's for dang sure. But the Rangers have so they pulled the hats, right? And the league has pulled these hats, just the Rangers ones. It's a crude Spanish word alluding to the part of a female anatomy.
So who ultimately made the decision to pull it? New Era, the league? Was it the Rangers?
I think the Rangers were like, hey, guys.
Can you adjust this?
Yeah. So I don't know exactly who pulled it, but you could buy them at one point for $44.99 a pop. But on eBay, one person already sold theirs for $1,000.
Damn.
Others are basically getting the same price, $999, $999.99.
How many did they ship out, do you think?
I don't know, but we are talking about a 2,100% return on your initial investment of the $44.
Rangers fans are the greatest businessmen of all time. Because they did this with the World Series rings they were passing out of the ballpark. They did this with the World Series trophies, the replicas.
Would you sell
on eBay
it?
For over $100.
Yeah, would you sell this? I might keep it.
I would keep it.
If I can get $1,000 for it, I would sell it.
Yeah, I mean, that's a lot. But it's like...
It's a big return, but I mean, that is a unique hat that will never...
a unique hat.
They're not going to make those anymore.
No. Like, how much would you pay for it, Peyton? And, like, I need one. So someone find me one out there.
I'd pay $50 for it.
So barely over market price.
Right,
you're like the Kristen of the fan,
I'm
apparently. According to Bobby. What's going on here?
No, but I mean, you got to think about that. For Peyton to pay anything over market value or over list price is pretty impressive. This is the man who won't order queso and who's like, appetizers only for his dates and stuff like that. But no, I don't think I would. I'd have to get more than 1,000 to sell it, I think. Because to me, those aren't, like, I'd want to walk around the ballpark wearing that. You know how great it would be to walk in here on the show and wear that every day? You'd be trying to buy it off of me, I bet. If I was wearing that in here every day, you'd be trying to buy that hat off of me.
I absolutely would. People are saying we need to do that. We need to do blank Tuesdays at the ballpark.
Yeah, exactly.
That's what we need to do.
And then they hand out those hats.
Out those hats on Tuesdays.
Could you imagine if they handed those out to the first 30,000 fans? Come get your hat on Tuesday.
It only has to be a certain segment of the population that would fit.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly. Men over the age of 18, collect your hats today.
I need Ben DiNucci to make the upside down one, a version of that hat. You know what I'm saying?
That's actually not a bad idea.
Like the one you have right there?
Am I wearing? Yeah.
But what would that be then? That would be Satat?
Yeah.
Something like that?
Yeah, absolutely.
That's right.
It's Diamond Cavs here on 105 through the fan. Okay, so I have fallen in love. I am officially pledging my love and loyalty to the Rangers Savant Instagram page.
You've been very big on this account.
They have come up with another banger of a stat. If you go back to 2021, so just a couple of years.
21?
If your starting pitchers combine to average 52%, they win 52% of their decisions. So if you start 30 starts, but you only get 10 decisions, if you win, you can't win 5.2 of them, but if you average 5.2 wins, all right, and your starters throw 880 innings or more. There's 1,400 innings in a baseball season.
Seems like a very
very specific. Stat. It's if your running back gets 16 carries, he's there. You're going to win the game, right? But if your starting pitchers average a 52% winning percentage in their decisions and throw 880 innings or more, which is barely, it's like 60% of the innings total, you make the postseason 84% of the time, dating back just 4 years. It's
pretty good.
2021. That's really, really good. There's 1,458 innings total in a baseball season, assuming no games.
It's a very cherry-picked stat, though, and it's over 4 years. That's also a very narrow sample size.
It's very narrow sample size. I think a lot to go back further. But basically, this means your starters have to go into the sixth on average in every game. That's not tremendously difficult, I don't think. Now, maybe in 2021 and 2024 and 2025, Major League Baseball is just a little bit different. But I don't think that's a crazy stat to have to hit. Now, there are 3 teams that have not made the playoffs since 2021 that hit this. Oakland in 21 and the Seattle Mariners the last 2 years.
So it's the AL West.
It's the AL West. And the issue with the Mariners, and they didn't address it this offseason, and Justin Turner destroyed them for it, but they didn't address their hitting. It's teams with bad offenses. Rangers don't have a bad offense. Ranger starters win 52% of their decisions and hit 880 innings.
So this has happened 19 times in 4 years.
Yeah.
And so 16 of them made the playoffs and 3 didn't.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's a pretty good number. I mean, that's pretty good.
Sure.
That's not, like, to me, like, if it was like 12-8, 12-1 and 8 missed, I don't know that you can use it. 16-3.
Sure. But I mean, also, like, who are those teams going to be? I would imagine that's like, there's probably some Houston in there.
Well, Houston was on here a couple times. Philadelphia was on here a couple times. Atlanta was on here a couple times. You know, Padres a couple times. So it's, you know, they're quality teams. I just thought that was a little bit fascinating and, showing, that you can make the postseason that way. Baseball Hall of Famer Jim Rice is old school meets new school. Have you seen this, Bobby?
I have not.
So Jim Rice is a Hall of Famer.
Jerry's brother.
He was the 1978 AL MVP. He had .315 batting average. Not Jerry's brother. 46 bombs, 139 ribbies. 8-time All-Star. 3-time home run leader. His career OPS plus was 121. And he is in the Hall of Fame.
If I put Jim Rice in the next How Young is Peyton Russell, do you think he's going to remember this conversation? I don't think so.
Hey, do you know who Jim Rice is?
Yeah, Bobby said it's Jerry's brother.
Yeah, very nice. So he was at Red Sox spring training, and the Boston Globe detailed this.
Was it Bob Ryan?
It was not. No, it may have been Peter Gammons, but it was the Boston Globe. So he sat down with the Boston Globe, and he told him that an unnamed staffer interrupted him while he was talking to a player in the batting cage. The player comes up to Jim and says, "Hey, man, could you help me out? Like with my swing, just give me some tips."
This is bad. This sounds like the beginning of how Howard Eskin got canceled.
And the guy he starts like talking to the hitter about his swing and about his approach to the plate, just picking his brain. And the staffer comes up to him and says, "Hey, stop doing that. It doesn't align with our hitting philosophy." I'm sorry, what?
This is where analytics can run amok.
He said to him, "Did you play?" And the kid goes, "I did not play baseball." And he said, "Then you can't talk to me. Look at the monitor. Do what you do. Don't talk to me." I have absolutely no problem with a team saying, "Listen, this guy's hitting style doesn't align with our philosophy." Fine. What are you inviting him to camp for then?
Yeah.
Don't invite him to camp.
Sure.
Just say, "Look, I'm sorry, but we're not interested in a guy who hits .315 with 48 home runs and 140 RBIs. We don't want that."
Don't invite Grady Fuson to come lecture your front office.
Exactly. Don't do that. If you want to have an analytics department, don't hire like Ed Wade or Dave Dombrowski. Like, just don't do it.
Mm-hmm.
You don't hire those guys. You don't bring Jim Rice in to talk to your players. or to be a special advisor. That's it. Why is this so hard to understand? You don't have to act like a little nerd in there like you know everything. It just bothers. It puts a bad light on the analytics community.
No, it does.
Which can do a lot of good things.
It does.
But they also do crap like this, and it alienates people.
It does run amok a little bit from time to time, and that's certainly going to be one of those instances like that where just have a little bit of common sense. Too often there's just it's too rigid.
Yeah, it's very rigid.
Don't be so rigid because that is what's going to happen. You're going to alienate people, and the messages will get lost in the process.
Yep, 100%. It's Sean and RJ here on 105 through the Fan. Did the Mavs ruined Team Tank last night? Get into that next, coming up on 105 through the
They say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean, like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut, but that's hair on your hair. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay, forgive me a little bit.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Was it
Razor Blades.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
And also brought to you by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first. 214 or 817-333-3233. With Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
Nice defense from Paul. They force a turnover. Up to De'Aaron. Another jam. That fox can fly.
Spurs TV with the call. San Antonio and the Mavs split the back-to-back they had. It wasn't technically a back-to-back in terms of days, but back-to-back in terms of games against each other. 126-116. Spurs win this one. It's been a high-scoring 2 games, though, for both teams.
2 games.
Not a whole lot of defense played in this little 2-game series.
No, look, I mean, Dallas is scoring. They're putting some points up. They're above their season average right now. They shot 55% yesterday. Pretty efficient. 40% from 3.
But I'll tell you, when you shoot 55% and 40% from 3 and you lose, you could stop a nosebleed.
Yeah,
well,
we tried everything.
When you get out rebounded 47-31, that'll happen.
That'll do it.
Yep, that'll do it. That'll take a dent into it because that's the thing. Dallas can't rebound right now because they don't have a center. That's the biggest issue.
They are off today. They are playing tomorrow on Pi Day. And they'll play in Houston. That's right.
1587295.
Keep going. Really?
Yep.
You get that far down the list?
I did.
You know, that's one of those weird things that you can memorize. Like, I know like the alphabet backwards. But it's, 3.14.
It is 3.14159.
Peyton's wrong.
Wow.
You said 8-7. You had a 1 in 9 chance again.
I just throwing numbers out there. I was close enough.
Yeah, I can see that. I'm cool with that.
I don't know that. I just know the square root of 69 is 8 something.
Of course you do. Of course you know that.
It's a Drake line.
You infant. It's infant.
It's a Drake line. It's from the Rihanna song. Oh nah, what's my name? He has that line in there.
He does. Sean and RJ 105 through the fan. Hey, I want to play this audio. Did you hear the Shaq audio?
I did not.
Shaq was on obviously inside the NBA, but this was the B team. It was Lefko and
the one that Sean was complaining about when the Mavericks and Luka the Mavericks played Luka.
I think it's their Tuesday night team, right?
Yeah, you should have had your A team when the Mavericks played Luka. It should not have been.
These schedules are made months.
Adjust your schedule.
If I'm Charles Barkley, I don't adjust.
No, you got to adjust.
My schedule
don't you want to come in and talk about Mavs and Luka? It's like Sean. Once Luka was traded, shouldn't Sean have just said, "No, I'm changing my comp"?
I don't think they care. I don't think Chuck cares. I don't think Kenny cares. I don't think Ernie cares. Like they're on vacation. You know, what if Chuck had a tea time?
Yeah, that's true.
Right. So this was Shaq on with Vince and Candace and Adam Lefko talking about the Detroit. Now the Detroit Pistons.
I don't like the way you say Detroit. I always say Detroit.
Well, Mason says Detroit basketball. Right?
Clap, 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 clap.
Yeah. So this was Shaq offering his opinion, an in-depth analysis on the Pistons.
I will be interested. You said something very interesting about Cade Cunningham. Great player now at this stage. He plays at his own pace. Anybody that can consistently play at their own pace and put up numbers, it's a great player. I like the way he's playing. I like what Chauncey is doing. Those guys play hard. My favorite player on that team is Isaiah Stewart. Big body, hard guy, like to knock people out, push people out.
No, I can't let this go. Like who? Who's doing it? You said Chauncey?
Chauncey's the coach, right?
Okay.
Portland. No.
Chauncey, I can't let this go.
JB Bickerstaff. That's what I mean. Hey, you know, look, first of all, I don't watch Detroit. How about that, boo-boo? I don't watch them. So,
let that go.
I messed up. I made a mistake.
Did he also, at the beginning of that, I may have just misheard it. This could be on me. We may play this in a second, find out. I was distracted by instantly. I thought he called Cade Cunningham Cade Dunningham.
I don't know. Let's
play the very beginning.
I will be interested. You said something very interesting about Cade Cunningham. Great player now.
That's Cade Dunningham. Yes, it is.
I don't think so.
There's no Cunningham.
Isolate, Peyton.
I will be interested. You said something very interesting about Cade Cunningham.
There's no Cunningham. That's Cade Dunningham.
I could be Killingham.
I was distracted the rest of the quote.
Wow.
Because I was like, did he say Cade Dunningham?
But he said Chauncey's doing great. Chauncey coaches Portland. It's I totally respect the bit that those guys have just like, we don't even watch half these games.
They had to interrupt him though.
And they got to call him out, and it's very likable, it's very fun. But this is where you kind of get caught. If you're Shaq, you can't offer in-depth analysis, like hard-hitting sports takes, if you admit that you don't watch. You got to be very surface.
Oh, by the way, Jake Rietma is coming to bat for you. Says it is Detroit. He says Detroit basketball. And he said, by the way, March 13th, today is Detroit Day because it's 313.
Oh, was that their area code?
Yep. What you know about a sweet MC from the 313?
Okay, so I mean that's a little Shaq.
Oh, Shaq. They don't watch.
They don't care.
Especially Shaq. Shaq.
They watch. They're like A-Rod. Like A-Rod can like really break down the Yankees,
Who watched
and
it?
the Dodgers and the Astros and like the teams. But if you were to sit there and like during the 2023 season, it was obvious that like A-Rod just didn't watch a lot of Rangers baseball, and neither did David Ortiz, and neither. I mean, Ernie probably did, or who was doing it? It was Vasgersian. Like he probably watched.
Do you? Who do you think watches more basketball right now? Bassick or Shaq?
Well, Shaq, because I don't think Bassick watches any.
I don't think Shaq watches any.
Here's an interesting thing, and get your thoughts on this. 877-881-1053. How often do your significant others get on you about facial hair? So we had talked a few weeks ago about how the Yankees have gotten rid of their facial hair policy. Now it is a well-groomed beard. Okay. But according to Sports Illustrated, that is not the end of it.
No?
The wives of the players are still telling them, that's not happening. And it made me think, like, how often does your lady tell you, yo, man, you need to shave?
All the time.
Like, Sarah tells me, like, she basically said yesterday, like, every 2 days you need to shave. Every 2 days. So,
do you think Cody Bellinger's wife is telling him and Stanton when they're supposed to shave?
That's awesome.
She's giving the directives
because she used to date Stan, right?
Yeah,
or whatever.
Yeah,
date, maybe a fluid word.
They're Eskimo bros. That's what I know.
That's right. That's right. That's a good question, man. But yeah, it's all the time. It's like every 2 days. She's like, you need to at least like clean up the scruff. She likes the beard. She doesn't care the beard, but she wants to clean up the scruff around, which takes 2 seconds.
What if more specifically, what if Bellinger's wife, what if he's like fighting his wife where she's like, hey, I want you to keep the shaving up. And he's like, no, I'm not going to do that. But then he sees that Stanton is shaving. Like, does that then pressure him to go?
You have to.
Crap! I gotta listen to her now because he's doing what she wants. I can't risk this.
He has to basically mimic everything he does.
Yeah, exactly.
So he should go on the DL too.
And anything that Stanton is doing that she likes, he's got to go to DL too.
He has to go.
IL.
He has to go to the IL as well.
Yeah, exactly. Kristen will give
from
you
the 214. I don't tell her to shave. She doesn't tell me to. Oh man.
Kristen will direct me, or she won't direct me. She will tell me what she wants on the beard front every now and then. But the reality is, I haven't listened a ton because it's just like I'm busy. I got a lot going on. I will say, and I'm surprised you have not said anything about it. I have generally kept this up lately.
Yeah, you had last couple of weeks. Yeah, you have. I've
last couple because there have been things we've had to do, like go to the dinner with Justin and Emily Pate for the Sandler charity. All these different things we've done where I've had to kind of keep it up. When we went to Indy, I had to shave before then because I didn't bring a razor in Super Bowl. And so it was all out of control. And so after that, listener stopped me at Racetrack in Allen and was like, I'd recognize that neck beard anywhere. I was like, crap. I guess I got to start keeping this thing trimmed a little.
Yeah. It's from the, let's see, from the 214, my wife refuses to let me shave my mustache. Okay.
See, and that's the reverse for Peyton. His girl wants him to shave the mustache so bad.
Wants him to. All right, let's do this one here. This is for someone. This is close to me because this is a cognitive issue. My dad died from dementia. It's a cognitive issue, and so is Parkinson's. But a highly respected expert in brain studies have discovered that people with Parkinson's are finding relief from playing ping pong.
Really?
That they feel their brain come alive when they're playing ping pong, that they have uncontrollable movements.
Tremors and such.
Tremors that when they get done playing, have subsided for a momentary.
That's interesting.
Part. And I'm like, whoa, like this is really, really cool. Because, I'm constantly, I've got it coming from all ends. Mom's side, dad's side. I'm surprised I don't have it right now. Maybe I do. And that's why I can't do math. But
haven't you never been able to do math, though?
I've never been able to do math. And I've never really been able to speak either. So that's kind of.
It's not a neurological condition. It's just
stupidity.
Kind of your way of being.
It's kind of my own stupidity. But I'm fascinated with this stuff. I'm always looking for supplements that I could take to keep my cognitive function up. Maybe I should just play ping pong.
You could do that. I've also got a way that you can stop biting your nails. By the way, how's it working out, the stuff that Sarah's been putting on your nails? Has it worked?
Did I tell you all this? What I did to her?
No.
To trick her? I don't know if I could tell it on air.
The one that you told me at the restaurant?
Yeah,
you can't say that.
I can't say it on air, but
bad.
Let's just say that I don't know that she's going to be doing that anymore because.
Oh gosh, I think I can.
I think
I can put it together. Okay.
Yeah.
So let's just say I've got a solution for your fingernail chewing, and a way to boost your memory, a way to preserve your brain.
Do it. I'm in.
Okay.
I'm in.
You just need to take a big old piece of wood, start chewing it. Okay. Yeah. So
pine,
you can
cedar.
You can increase your brain power simply by finding a piece of wood to gnaw on, saving your fingernails in the process. So
like a dog.
This is
just chew on a stick.
A recent study published in Frontiers in Systems Neuroscience explored how chewing different materials affects the brain and found that chewing on wood compared to chewing gum led to a significant increase in a brain antioxidant called glutathione.
Glutathione, yeah, I've heard of that.
Previous research has suggested that the act of chewing can increase brain activity and blood flow. This is important because the brain requires a constant supply of oxygen and nutrients to function properly, and blood flow is the delivery system for these essential resources. Some studies have even shown that people with chewing difficulties tend to experience poorer cognitive abilities. But this is over in SciPost.org. They were talking about this research here. But they find that, chewing on a little bit of wood, chewing on a piece of wood, after researchers recruited 52 healthy individual students in South Korea, they divided the students into two groups. One group would chew gum, and the other group would chew small wooden sticks similar to popsicle sticks. The researchers made sure the groups were in similar age, gender, and education level, and they found that the chewing of the little wood, the little popsicle stick there, it boosted the brain antioxidants and improved memory. So that's how you can protect your brain. Go find a little popsicle stick, chew on it, do that. Didn't this come up at dinner?
I love chewing on popsicle sticks when you could bend the middle of them. I love that.
Didn't that come up at dinner though, that we're talking about? Emily had talked about, or maybe it was Sean, that like the wooden popsicle taste that they'll put into like little Jello or something like that.
Yeah,
like they had mentioned that.
Yes, yeah.
And I'd never heard of that before, but they said it's because people like that like nostalgic taste of like chewing on.
Yeah,
the
I
popsicle
do.
Stick. So if you get those popsicle
the
sticks,
Haagen-Dazs ones where they're thicker too. I like those too.
So if you just chew on one of those a little bit, you've protected your brain.
I'm absolutely going to do this. I'll look for anything. I will look for anything. What is coming up next in Below the Belt?
We're going to talk a little bit about the moves the Cowboys made yesterday, and RJ Choppy has some free agency grades that we're going to talk about. That's next in Below
the Belt
on the Fan.
After we get you over to Platinum Chrysler Dodge Ram Jeep.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
What was it, Saffron Squad?
Uber Eats has low fee products? I gotta remember that.
Well, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, forgive me a little bit.
Than anyone else, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 and 2024.
The great Bobby Belt.
Bobby Belt is an idiot.
Don't make me take off my belt.
Don't make me take off my belt.
We're not.
Over to you, Bobby.
Nothing like a good fixer-upper. That's how the Dallas Cowboys are approaching free agency right now and the trade market. And we're going to talk about it a little bit as well as get into some NFL free agency grades that RJ Choppy has here. And Below the Belt, which is brought to you by Mercedes-Benz of Plano, a first-class buying experience. The Dallas Cowboys in the last, the last 4 days, RJ Choppy, have acquired 4 former first-round picks.
Baby.
And these first-round picks are outside of just one of them. 3 of those 4 have been picked in the first round in the last 5 years. So you're talking about getting some guys who are still high upside potential who their teams have given up on. Yesterday added to the list were linebacker Kenneth Murray, who was drafted out of Oklahoma by the Chargers in the first round in 2020. He was with the Titans last year, and the Cowboys give up a 6th rounder for Kenneth Murray and a 7th. Basically, you've lost nothing there. You're swapping spots in the draft and adding a player for it. That's not bad at all. And then they traded for Kaiir Elam, the 23-year-old corner out of Florida. Big guy, 6'2", 200, really good athlete, but somebody who has not been able to put it together yet. In fact, it was the AFC Championship game last year, not this past season, but the year before, where Romo and the broadcast were just teeing off on Kaiir Elam for getting cooked throughout the entire game by the Chiefs. And so that's kind of what he's known for, but still 23 years old, high upside.
Has he just been with Buffalo?
Yep, 3 years.
Okay, so...
And his PFF grade, you're a big PFF guy, Chop. It doesn't look that bad from last year.
What's a baseline?
It's a baseline, but it's one that doesn't look that bad.
He could have, and I think that's what this is where I defend PFF. If Elam gives up 3 mega plays, the fans weigh those more heavily than the other 57 plays he played in the game.
Right.
Whereas PFF would grade those the same as it's just 1 out of 60.
305 snaps last year for Kaiir Elam. He was ranked.
Is that low?
It's like a little under half, probably, or somewhere around there. He probably played like 40% of the snaps, something like that. Coverage grade. He got a 67.
Not bad.
That ranked 69th. Nice. Out of 223 qualifying corners.
Top third.
His run defense grade was 75.6. Ranked him 35th out of 223.
God knows we need DBs that could tackle.
His overall grade was a 70.2. That ranked him 47th out of 223 corners.
Top quarter.
Now, people are going to say that, like, you know, there are a lot of times where somebody, PFF gives a bad grade or a good grade, and everybody else thinks the exact opposite.
I get it.
They have standards and they follow them, and it's their grading process, and they aren't given into emotion.
Right. Now, listen, if
I still think it's a flawed system.
It absolutely is a flawed system. I appreciate that they don't get emotional about it. That if you give up a touchdown in the final minute, they don't count that any worse than giving up a play on the first play of the game.
Yeah.
Whereas we, the fans, would remember that more, and they would just count it as 1 out of 60, and that's part of their greatness, and I think it's part of their flaw.
Sure. Now that
they don't weight it.
There's a commitment to the standards and the grading process and everything else that I think a lot of people feel like there's got to be extra weight added to when these things happen and when you fall apart in bigger moments or whatever else. But look, Kaiir Elam, he's 23 years old. This is a guy who's been in the NFL for 3 years now. NFL bloodlines. Was a guy that they thought highly of coming out of the draft a couple of years ago. I don't think that there's anything wrong with a low-risk selection there. Now, they did add Jack Sanborn, the Chicago linebacker. He had been with the Bears the last 3 years. Done some spot starts, but mainly this is a guy who's done some special teams and some rotational work at linebacker. So the Cowboys had a couple different linebackers yesterday in Kenneth Murray and Jack Sanborn. They've now added to the defensive line a few different ways. Solomon Thomas, Peyton Turner, who I believe will join us next week here on the morning show. And then Kaiir Elam added in the secondary. So this is a team chop that looks like they're fortifying their defense. That's what they're prioritizing. They've added a running back in Javonte Williams after Rico Dowdle left. But they've added a running back, a rotational guard. But so far to this point, it's all been about a focus on defense, which is not too surprising given you have a new defensive coordinator here, and they're going to change some personnel out. So far, what grade would you give the Dallas Cowboys for this offseason to this point, Chop?
I think you said it best yesterday. An M, meets expectations.
Yeah. Now, essentially, it's as long as your expectations were, this is how the Cowboys always do things, then right now they've met the expectation you generally set for them. If you let your expectations get a little out of control, which again, everybody saw them restructure things and they went, "Oh, they're freeing up money for things. They're getting things. They're getting things in order to do this or do that." It's like, guys, no, that's not what they're doing. They're just setting up for some extensions probably. And I know Micah extension will open up some more money, but they're probably setting up for, we need to get a Deron Bland extension done potentially. We need to get a Tyler Smith extension done. We need to have flexibility to add veterans in case we start getting injuries pile up. There's got to be the rookie money. We're going to hopefully take some of this money and roll it forward for cap space into next year. So that's what that is. When you see them move all that money around, that's not necessarily to go out and just start adding like crazy. They don't even want to get involved, it doesn't sound like, to a ridiculous extent on the Cooper Kupp front. They want that price to be a certain target point for them that they're willing to go for. Now, on the topic of NFL grades, you saw some yesterday over at ESPN, and it has you wondering if we're thinking all wrong about the Dallas Cowboys.
Yep, let's ask this question. So this is from Seth Walder. I like Seth.
He's good.
I went and looked at all the grades that he gave out. There were 28 B grades, B as in Bravo, 19 C grades, 10 A, and 7 D.
Say that again. There were how many?
28 B grades throughout the whole league.
Oh, so they're grading just the moves, not the team's offseason.
Just the moves.
Okay, got it.
28B.
I was like, that's way more than 32 teams.
That is way more. 28B, 19C, 10A, 7D. The D grades, for the most part, were either high dollar, big year contracts or bad trade compensations in return. The A grades had either A, low years, B, low salaries, or prime positions of value to them. So, ESPN had DJ Reed as the number one free agent. The Lions got an A for that. Position of value, top guy. maybe the Cowboys are onto something here. Like, there wasn't a ton of A grades given out, and their philosophy of not getting the big time free agents is paying off. So, try to run through some of these grades here. Kenneth Murray, the trade. So the Cowboys get Murray and a 7th in exchange for a 6th. Cowboys grade was a C-.
Okay.
All right.
I really just think that's a standard C. I don't even know how that's a minus. You're talking about flipping spots and a 6th, 7th for a player.
The Elam trade. Cowboys get Elam and a 6th for a 5th and a 7th. Cowboys grade was a B-. Bills grade was a B+.
Okay.
I don't hate that.
No, there's upside to it.
I'm looking at the Bills getting Joey Bosa.
The problem, by the way, on this is it's not that there's not upside on these. It's that if you are going to take this as a philosophy for team building, is we're just going to use these guys and hope they hit and we'll be a playoff team through that, that's dumb.
Right.
If you're just using them as depth and gambles, calculated risks as part of your depth, that's fine. Just don't lean on that to build out your roster and just say, well, we're not going to play in the deep end of the water financially, because at that point you're not serious about building it up.
Yeah, like I said, Bosa, his 1-year deal, they gave that a B. Javonte Williams, 1 year, $3 million. They gave that a C grade. So the Cowboys are living in that kind of,
league average.
League average. The Daniel. See, I didn't agree with the Daniel. They gave the Daniel Jones one a B. They gave Houston an A- for the C.J. Gardner-Johnson trade.
A-.
And they gave the Eagles a C for that one. So the Giants signing Javon Holland, they gave that a B+. And Holland, safety, they gave that a B+. The Vikings, Jonathan Allen, 3 years, 60. They gave that a D+.
All right, so I've got here are the best remaining. I looked at NFL.com. They had their top 101 free agents of 2025, and they now have their best available remaining, which is there's a handful of these guys left that are on the best remaining free agents. I'm going to go down the list. I want to see if any of these are of interest to you, okay? Number 11 on their list, best free agents in 2025. I was stunned he was this high. Amari Cooper, 31 years old. Greg Rosenthal has him as the 11th best free agent still available. Are you interested or not? Let's get a list going of guys you'd be interested in, and then we'll circle back around on them. Just in a vacuum, are you interested in Amari Cooper?
And what was the number he said?
He's 11th on this list.
I thought he kind of didn't perform well enough in Buffalo. I would say probably not.
No to him then. Asante Samuel Jr., 25 years old, knocked for his poor tackling and an inability to play press coverage. He is a playmaker who steadily improved in his Chargers tenure.
I don't hate him. I don't know that I want another
You want to
corner.
circle back on him?
What? I'll circle back.
Okay,
I don't know that I want another corner that can't tackle.
Aaron Rodgers, no.
No.
Cam Robinson, offensive tackle from the Jaguars, 29 years old. League average starting left tackle, basically.
No.
Okay. Stephon Diggs.
No.
Number 29, Tevin Jenkins, guard from the Bears, who has dealt with some injuries and has had a slow start to his career.
I don't want an injured guy.
Calais Campbell, 39 years old, but still relatively productive.
God, he's almost 40?
Mm-hmm.
1 year deal. $2 million.
You're willing to come back around on him.
Yeah.
Okay. Azeez Ojulari, 25 years old, edge rusher from the Giants, who's been good as a situational pass rusher, but that's basically all he's going to be. He's a situational pass rusher. He's Dante Fowler.
I'm fine with that.
Okay. Ojulari. Okay, so those are kind of the top ones that are left. Would you take then Campbell? You're fine on a 1 year deal?
Yeah, obviously not giving him more than one. But yes.
Okay. Ojulari.
Yep.
Few $1 million. Okay. Now, if I said Asante Samuel, his deal is he's somebody who's mainly going to play the nickel. If I said that, hey, there's your nickel solution right there, Asante Samuel Jr., but he doesn't tackle very well, and he can't play in press coverage, but I'll tell you, you can get him for the Jordan Lewis deal. 3 years, $30 million, but a younger player.
You're gonna get a nickel who can't play press?
Younger player, and a guy who's now he's not gonna give you anything in run support either.
No, not at all.
So there's not really a big move left out there if we're talking about these player rankings.
Well, he's only 5'10", 180.
Some of the other guys are out there. Zadarius Smith. This is way down the list. Zadarius Smith.
I like Zadarius Smith.
Yeah, he's 33.
I know.
He's just older. Stephon Gilmore's still out there.
And do you really want somebody that like a good team just got rid of? Like the
Right.
Lions who are fighting for a Super Bowl, they're like,
Yeah.
we're out on him.
Yep. It's something that you got to consider.
Interesting. B-Lo.
B-Belt.
Right here on Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan. Stars back on the ice tomorrow after a mini break. Let's talk stretch drive of the season with Brent Severin next on The Fan.
It's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, a pepper lady? Pepper lady? Hazel Baby.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
HD1, Dallas-Fort Worth, an Odyssey sports station.
Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Good morning, DFW. 9 o'clock hour, fist pump time. Sean and RJ, 105.3 The Fan. Corey Majors will join the show at 9:20.
Just Corey?
Just Corey at 9:20. We have Crosstalk at 9:40. But at 9:20, Corey will join the show to go over the top 5-10 of this top 100 sports moments list.
This top 5-10.
Well, I don't know if maybe we'll be able to do all 10.
We might be able to. We're definitely going to do the top 5.
Right, so that's top 5,
at 7:20 we ran through the top, like the big Dallas related moments.
Ones, yes.
Yeah, the big DFW related moments of this Ringer's top 100 sports moments of the last 25 years. And there's some interesting choices here.
Yep.
Near the top of the list that I don't think RJ Choppy's happy with.
I probably am not happy with it. I am happy about this, though. Our next guest on the D&M Leasing Hotline, the great Brent Severin, Victory Plus Stars analyst, our good friend, our hockey friend. Good morning, brother. How are you today?
I am doing good, fellas.
Listen,
how are we doing today? You guys ready to talk some hockey?
Listen, we talk.
Is it that time of the year, eh?
There you go.
I told you, Chop.
We are talking to you before April. We should get a pat on the back for this.
Really? You know, there's been a few games before this call that's been going on. I'm just asking because oh man, but okay, no, seriously, good to see you guys. Good to talk to you. I mean,
great to talk to you,
my
man.
Pleasure.
Yeah, great to talk to you as well. A lot of news going on. You know, the mini break here that they got. A couple of days off. It's rare for you hockey guys to get a couple of days off like this in the middle of a season. But let's get your initial take on the Mikko deal. What does he bring to the Stars?
Oh boy, yeah, we heard his name about 2 weeks before the deadline. It started to come out that he might be available, or he wasn't going to sign with Carolina, or they're looking to trade him. And obviously our ears perked up here in Dallas. And Jim Nill has a way of finding these players or being able to bring them in and make the deal. And you talk about a guy. He's 28 years old. He's big. He's burly. He is your prototypical player. If you were to build a playoff player, this is the guy you would build. He's got experience. He's big. He can dish the puck. He can score. He can work your power play. Like, it's amazing. He does it all. And for Jim Nill to be able to bring him in and then sign him to that big contract, it's pretty amazing. And there was a high price to it, obviously with the first-round pick and the Stamkos, and that had to go the other way. But, man, he made his team so much better. And the depth that they have and the ability to battle in playoffs and have 3 or 4 lines coming at you. It's very exciting for us that do follow hockey quite a bit that they brought him in and supplements what the Stars have right now. So it's the perfect player to insert at this time of year for what he can do in playoffs and also what he can do in the regular season to get you there.
How much of a question was there? Do you think there was an evaluation of the, I guess, the culture fit? Because, I mean, obviously there were a lot of people who ended up having a sour taste in their mouth from the Carolina period.
Yeah.
Is that an issue, you think, where the Stars did their homework on that and said, look, this is a unique situation for him, that this is not a bad fit for us here in this locker room. It's just that was not the right situation for him.
Yeah, and that's what I found out when I was with the Stars here when they won the Cup. You have to have a tight room, and everybody has to mesh with it. You can't have people in there that will disrupt a locker room like the Stars have now. Everybody you talk to, and whenever you're in there, everybody tells you how tight it is, and it has to be, because when hits the fan in playoffs, you've got to pull together. You can't rip yourselves apart. And most Finnish guys are very humble guys, and they obviously did their homework, and they know, that the plethora of guys that the Stars have, Finnish guys that they have, obviously know this player. They know about him. Jari Lehtinen obviously works over in Finland, and he knows all these players, and he obviously would have talked to Jim Nill. So there was no question that this is a good fit, a good guy, a team player on top of all the skill that I just talked about. So it is real important that you know the guy and the type of personality he is and how he's going to fit in the room. From what I've seen from the Stanley Cup winning team, I know it's vital. Even when the Stars brought me in as a fourth-line fighter, they flew me in, and I met with everybody. I talked to the general manager. I talked to the coaching staff. I talked to some of the players. Then they sent me away, and they reevaluated to make sure I was a good fit that I wouldn't break up the room, or I was a good team guy. So I would assume they would do the same thing, even though Mikko is just a highly skilled, like I said, probably the best player you could have at the trade deadline, as well as a prototypical playoff player. You still have to make sure that he has the chemistry and being able to fit in with the team. So that's a great question because it is vital.
Sevy, how long does it take generally a player to get up to speed? You got to tinker with line combinations middle of the year like this. It's not like baseball where you just throw them in the lineup. It's like see ball, hit ball. Like, how long does it take to get up to speed with a new team?
So you're saying hockey is a little more complex than other sports?
I do think it might be a little more complex than baseball.
Sport.
Yeah.
Okay, good. Thank you very much. Yeah. A lot of the systems are the same. There's small tweaks. There's things that you want to do, but those high-skilled players, if you guys watched the first game with Mikko in, like he's dishing the puck, he's finding open areas. He worked fine with that top line with Robertson and Hintz. There was no issue. And there's small little things as they go through the video, as you work into your team. But a high-skilled guy like that, especially the coaching staff, they know what he brings. They've done the video work on him. They understand what kind of player that he can play with. And it just worked. It just worked. So with a guy as skilled as him, there's not much lead time. Obviously, you want the chemistry to flow with the other lines, and people are moving around. That's the thing in professional sports, especially hockey. They ask about adding players and subtracting players. It's such an everyday occurrence for guys that have played or the team that's there right now. When people are coming in and out of the lineup, it really doesn't affect too much with the chemistry, right? Look, you take out Miro Heiskanen, Stars still continue to win. Sagan gets hurt and has surgery. He still continue to win. Marchman went down. Stars still continue to win. So why is that? It's because they have this great depth that you need when you're entering playoffs. So now that the Stars are hopefully going to get guys back when playoffs come around in Miro and Sagan, it makes them even better, and the chemistry is always going to be there, and you can always shuffle line. That is continually happening in a game if it's not working out. When things are going well, they stick with the lines, they keep moving. But when things are not working and the coach reads that, every minute of the game, he'll maybe move one guy or two guys or blow the whole thing up. So it's easy for guys to adapt throughout the game, throughout a season. So it's not such a big deal that people are coming in and out of the lineup. And again, another reason why hockey's great. Please, next question.
Talk with Brett Severin here on 105.3 The Fan. Okay, so Sevy, when we look at just the big go for it type of move here with Mikko, and I mean, you're talking, they get an extension, so I mean, this is not something that's just a short-sighted small move here. How much courage does that take, though, from a guy like Jim Nill to look at the way the Stars have been the last couple of years and say, hey, this is still a good hockey team, but willing to make that kind of a shakeup to say, we've got an opportunity to do something bigger here, let's just go for it?
Yeah, and that's kind of what happened when you hear him talk about it on his interviews. He said, he's looking, they wanted to put in a small piece or help this or kind of just enhance some of the lines or maybe, but all of a sudden he gets a call a couple of weeks ago and it says Mikko Rantanen is available. So now his whole mindset changes. And he gave a lot of credence to the coaching staff and the players for getting them in a situation that would not force him, but allow him to make this big move and add a piece to go for it, because it's such a rare thing to have a team the way the Stars have been working and kind of chipping in, doing great things in playoffs, getting deep in playoffs, but not being able to win that final series. You add a piece like that, it gives your team an opportunity, and they put some money on the line. They had to move a big piece in Stankoven and some draft picks. So, yeah, he's going for it. He understands the situation. He understands where it is with the Stars. And for the organization, this was the best move he could make. And it came at a big cost. But I think overall, we're excited. I get to call some great games now. We're fired up to see what happens. And when playoffs start, it's going to be interesting because if you guys watch the game tomorrow, this Winnipeg Jets team, they are an absolute wagon. So everything that I just talked about with the Dallas Stars, we can start to say about this Jets team, because I've watched 3 or 4 of their games now, and they are a team to be reckoned with. They're big, they're strong, they're nasty. So even if playoffs roll around and the Stars have this great team, you don't know, because you got other teams out there that are just as strong. So that's why the game tomorrow is going to be intriguing, and then stepping into playoffs. The Stars have to be at their best, and that chemistry you guys just talked about, the skill, the depth, goaltending, it all has to come in alignment. And if it does, we'll be looking at another Stanley Cup for this team.
Sevy, do you trust Hellebuck in a big spot? That's kind of his issue, right?
It is, and that's the question, right? You don't know till it's there, but man, I'm telling you, you watch that guy game in and game out, and that's the knock. When the pressure's on, when things get a little hairy, can you be there? And that's where Eddie Belfour, Patrick Waugh, all these goaltenders that have won Stanley Cups, they have that edge, they have that focus, they have the ability to make that key save when it's necessary, not allow a little cheesy one to come in at times. So that's the key, right? For the Stars, does their defense have what it takes? Are they able to play strong defensive hockey? Is Ottinger going to have another great series or series, 4 of them, to get to the Stanley Cup and win? Who knows? And that's why we watch the sport. And Hellebuck, though, right now, you look, he's got 38 wins or something. Like, he, again, is on fire as well. That whole team, that whole Jets team, you would expect them to be one of the favorites moving forward. And the key, obviously, will be as Hellebuck, can he stop the puck at the most opportune time?
You know, you've already mentioned here, Sevy, the fact that they've been without Sagan, they've been without Miro. We recently saw the brief scare with Hintz. It looks like he'll be coming back here just after about a week or so. Just give us a general injury update on where things stand with those three and the long-term outlook as they ramp up for the playoffs.
Yeah, for Rope, obviously, it's good news that, and it was good news for me to hear him. He flew back on the plane. They have to obviously watch the eye. He got hit above the eye and the swelling from there. No long-term effects. And, back in the day, we would have probably been back a little sooner, but they're more cautious these days. It's funny because I do talk. People are asking me about Rope and taking one in the face. And I don't know the extent of what he has, but, I broke my nose in practice, and guess what I did? You don't flinch. You put some stuffing in it. You finish the practice. Then you go get it fixed, and then with the full cast on, you're practicing the next couple days. That's the way it was. They're a lot smarter these days with that and their injuries, as they should be. So, but he'll be back, and there's no problem. For Miro, he's obviously, I believe he did not have surgery. He's going to be back at playoff time, and Sagan was skating last week and getting ready for the playoffs as well. So both of those guys look like they will be available at the time. Time will tell, obviously, with the injuries and whether they can recover quick enough, but it seems to be good news all around. And like I said, if they start without them, yeah, it's going to be a little bit of a blow, but hopefully the depth that the Stars do have can carry them through, and maybe the second round you get both those guys back. So they don't exactly share every detail about those injuries, but that's what we're hearing.
Wait, you mean hockey teams are vague on injuries? They gave Rope an upper body injury. I'm like, we all saw where it was.
Don't get me started. I know it's ridiculous, and it's also with coaches don't want to tell you who the starting goalie is.
Really?
They don't. Yeah, they just don't. They don't want to yet. It's always the first goalie off. And I've been in professional hockey now for how many years? 30 years maybe. It's never changed. The first goalie off. It was only one time that it surprised me, and a goalie got it. So, but they will not tell you. You got to find out on your own. So it's one of those silly things that they do, posturing, if you will. And the injury thing really drives me crazy as well.
Hey, Sevy, this was great. Maybe we'll do it again here in a couple of weeks when the playoffs roll around.
I cannot believe it. I will get maybe twice this month. I'll get talk hockey with you guys.
Yeah, ideally.
Oh, you guys are killing me right now. This is great.
We're going to use this up. Thank you, man. Appreciate it.
I know. I got the call last night or whatever that you guys were going to talk to me, and man, I've had a smile since.
Yeah.
All right.
Have a good one, man. We'll talk to you later.
Thanks, guys. Enjoy. See you. Bye-bye.
Brent Severin, Victory Plus, Stars analyst, friend of the show. Awesome dude. Join us here on 105 to the Fan. Let's bring Corey Majors in.
Let's
talk about this top 5/10 list from the Ringer. Best sports moments of the last quarter century. Next on the Fan.
But first, we're going to talk about Twin Peaks. Twin Peaks is your ultimate sports lodge with it.
Uber Eats has low fee products? I got to remember that.
Well, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, of course you have. So Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freak me out a little bit.
Razor blades.
Saffron squad?
Nutmeg maidens?
Pre-curb?
No.
Nutmeg maiden.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
RJ right here on 105.3 The Fan segment here brought to you by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3233. With Frankel, there is never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
Good morning, DFW. It is Sean and RJ 105 through the Fan. I'm RJ Choppy. He is Bobby Belt, Peyton and Aiden alongside. Crosstalk with the KNC Masterpiece coming up at 9:40. But earlier today, we did a top 100 list of the 25 years of this century so far. So the first quarter century of the 21st century. And we went through some of the... I know, Corey's very confused.
Yeah, that was a little...
I probably could have done that better, but...
the first 25 years of the century. That's what
I'm not an expert. But... So we went through a lot of the DFW moments, like the Batista home run and the David Freese.
They were all bad.
They were all bad.
We have
the
one
Dez catch.
We have one positive one we can finish with before we get to the top 5 on this list.
But Corey Majors of the KNC Masterpiece, he is the C in KNC.
Yep.
And he is joining us now for this segment. So go take it away, Bobby.
Yeah, so as we mentioned, this is a list of the best, and they had a number of different criteria for this that they voted on. So it was the collective joy factor of the country, the holy S factor, the I remember where I was win factor. So they got all these different standards that they look at. So the one positive we had related to the DFW or state of Texas area was actually more a state of Texas thing. There are probably some people in the DFW area who still wouldn't like this one. And this one occurred on January 4th, 2006.
4th and 5, the national championship on the line right here. He's going for the corner. He's got it. Vince Young scores.
Still the greatest college football game of all time. Nobody's going to change my mind.
Oh, it was fantastic.
Star power, Rose Bowl, the history, the performances. That was the greatest.
Only bad part about it was Keith Jackson.
Oh, wow. You didn't like the call?
The call was fine. The call was great. Keith
you just don't like him.
Well, Keith was the reason because old Peyton wouldn't give him an interview, and he promoted Charles Woodson, and he started the whole Woodson thing. You know who nailed the score pregame that day?
Will Ferrell.
Randy Galloway.
Did he?
41-38 Texas. Nailed it. And he made us play that every day.
He said, Horns win.
Whiny Orange 41-38.
It was because it was such a big moment for Texas, Vince Young specifically, too, and Mac Brown even.
I felt great.
Is that the way the game went down?
Is that the greatest performance of all time? Trying to think.
In a single game?
Yeah. It's up there.
Oh, man, it's up there. I'd have to go. I'm sure Cam had a game.
Yeah.
In fact, I know Cam. You know what I mean? Like, Cam just had a great year.
It launched him into a stratosphere, though. Vince Young, like, we had expectations. He was the Michael Jordan of college football. Like, he was, what was the phrase? I was put on this earth to play football, play quarterback at Texas.
Dude, I could argue that Vince's Oklahoma State game on the road where he came back and won was a better game for him.
Yeah, but you got to remember,
but moment.
The standards and, when he made those plays.
Yeah.
That was a huge game.
Oak State was controlling that game, and Vince had that tremendous run, and then he just had a really good game the rest of the way.
All right.
But it was Superman.
Let's get into the top 5, and then maybe some takeaways that we can run through these really quick. Number 5.
Reggie stole his Heisman.
Number 5 occurred on November 30th, 2013.
56-yarder. Does not have the leg. And Chris Davis takes it in the back of the end zone. He'll run it out to the 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, 35, 40, 45, 50, 45. There goes Davis. Oh, my God. Davis is going to run it all the way back. Auburn's going to win the football game. Auburn's going to win the football game. He ran the missed field goal back. He ran it back 109 yards. They're not going to keep him off the field tonight.
I loved this. And my favorite thing was the cut-up. The week after, where you'd see all the different cut-ups of Auburn and Alabama fans reacting to especially the split households. If you saw an Alabama and Auburn house and just the way they would lose their money. This is one of the most iconic endings to a game I've ever seen.
Such a great ending.
The Kick Six.
It's got a great nickname. It's a great call. The Larry Munson, we stepped on their heads with a hobnail boot, I think was better. But
You got to love the line. They're not going to keep him off the field
They're not going to keep him off. That's a great line,
dude. And
that's because nowadays, like you get on the field, it's like oh, here's $200,000 at the school.
When something happens in
Auburn's
a game,
gonna win a football game. Auburn's gonna win a football game.
A college football game, whatever else. When something so shocking occurs that the whole stadium or the arena starts freaking out to the point that the camera that's focusing on whatever place happened, when that starts like shaking like it did on the kick six, where you couldn't even get a stable shot of the run back because that stadium was just rattling. It's a massive moment. I have no problem with this being in the top 5.
I have none at all. I will say Jordan Hare, to this day, still the loudest stadium I've ever been in.
Let's see if you guys have any problems with this being in the top 5. It occurred a Summer Olympics event. August 11th, 2008. The greatest relay ever.
Can the veteran chase him down and pull off a shocker here? Here comes Lezak! Unbelievable at the end! He's done it!
Dude, I remember this so specifically.
Dude, it was like, it was stunning they came back with that final leg from Lezak. Jason Lezak swimming that final leg, which I think up until this year or last year was still the record for the fastest leg, I think, that had ever been swam.
It was amazing.
Was he the bro? Was he the bro? He was
no,
the bro,
that wasn't him. That was somebody else.
The dude that with the Florida was the big bro.
Yeah, he was weird. But this one specifically, like, everybody was like, oh no, they're behind by too much. And then out of nowhere, Lezak.
Ryan Lochte is who you're.
Ryan Lochte.
Oh my God! You know what best describes Ryan Lochte?
Me.
Ryan Lochte.
Yeah,
that was
that's
what
right.
he said once.
I had to search. All I did was search "bro dude swimmer," and the AI overview came back and said Ryan Lochte.
Yeah. Now this was that, and because it was Michael Phelps on his journey, right? He's trying to get all the gold medals and everything, and this one was one of those critical ones. And they come back, and literally, it's a hand. It's the length of a hand. They pop, pop, just like that, to win gold. And then you see Michael Phelps and the whole team stand up there going, ah! It was awesome.
Yeah, and I mean, just a great call from Rowdy Gaines, the father of Riley Gaines, I think.
Is that Riley Gaines'
no,
dad?
Actually not. Not really. But that's a big moment. I don't know if it's top 5, though. Is it? Do you feel like that's a top 5 moment?
I'm with it.
I got to see what else is on the list.
All right,
I got to see what else is on the list.
Let's go. By the way,
we're missing a lot of things right now.
Number 3, obviously, it's 100. It's a list of 100. But let's go to number 3, and this actually occurred over several days. October 17th through the 20th of 2004, the greatest comeback in the history of Major League Baseball.
Since that 1918 season. Here it is. Ground ball to second. Reese. The Boston Red Sox have won the pennant.
The most improbable comeback probably in baseball history.
Wasn't even the World Series.
It wasn't, but...
So you think this is too high?
No, I think it's amazing that it does deserve the credit it gets.
The bloody
and
sock,
it wasn't even the big
Dave
game.
Roberts steal, the Ortiz home run. There's a lot of big moments in that comeback.
You had 2 Rivera blown saves.
And then Game 7 was just...
It was very anticlimactic.
Yeah, that was just over.
It was won in Game 6 with the bloody sock. I don't know how this isn't number 1. Like it was. They made 30 for 30s from this.
The comeback, the movie on the documentary on Netflix right now, awesome.
Yeah, it's like it broke 86 years of tradition of curse.
Yes,
literally, the Red Sox are just as evil as anybody else, but they were like the lovable team in this series.
And because everybody hated the dark
they were
Yankees,
sick of them. I mean, the Yankees have won every year, basically.
And then these guys were just a bunch of knuckleheads, right? A bunch of knuckleheads thrown together. And I know Schilling, everybody was like, "Oh, it's die." No, go watch that documentary. That dude's ankle was ripped to shreds. It was terrible.
Over on the Fantex 214 says, where on the list is Randy Johnson killing the bird? It's on here. It's number 50, actually, on the list of the best moments. Let's go to number 2 now. We head to the NBA. The top 3 are MLB, NBA, and NFL, so we get all sports represented. Number 2 is the NBA on June 19th, 2016.
Irving drives, hop step inside, close up, misses. Rebound taken by Iguodala. Iguodala to Curry, back to Iguodala, up for the layup. Oh, blocked by James. LeBron James with the rejection.
Maybe I mean, if you want to talk about iconic defensive plays in the history of the NBA, LeBron streaking down the court to block that shot.
This is of the century, though?
Of the quarter century. 2000 to 2024. Okay. Dude, that block was huge, and they were down.
It was. That was great. Cool. You blocked Andre Iguodala, who can't jump. He was 40 years old.
Game 7 of
Steph Curry unavailable to block.
Game 7 against what was considered the best basketball team in the history of the NBA.
I can't say that is a bigger moment. It wasn't even the biggest moment of the game.
Kyrie's was bigger.
You think the Kyrie shot was bigger than the block?
Yes, because it actually won the game.
I disagree.
Well, you're wrong.
The Kyrie block was bigger.
The Kyrie shot, that wins the game. That wins it.
Man, I don't know. By the way, on this list, and we'll have a couple minutes.
He doesn't get it, though, if the block doesn't happen.
Do you know what number? This is the most biased list I've ever seen of all time because of one that fell just outside the top 10. Did you see what number 11 was on this list?
Was it the Malcolm Butler?
Linsanity.
Yeah.
Jeremy Lin is the 11th best. No way.
It's too NBA centric because it's the ringer.
That dude turned the ball over 20 times a game when he was going through that run. So that is
okay. So the first one is NFL then, because where's Tiger winning the Masters?
So Tiger Woods
because that is
7.
That is infinitely bigger than
Tiger chips in at the Masters is 17, and then Tiger wins the Masters again is 7.
In 2019, the comeback?
That's 7.
That's bigger than LeBron block.
Okay, well, let's see if you think it's bigger than this. The number one moment of all time on the anniversary of my mother's death, RJ Choppy.
What day was that?
February 3rd, 2008.
She couldn't even make it to Valentine's
Day. The greatest team of all time goes down to a mid-ass quarterback.
3rd down and 5. Pressure from Thomas off the edge. Eli Manning stays on his feet. Airs it out down the field. It is caught by Tyree. Inside the 25 and a timeout taken.
The number one play of the last 25 years, or the number one best moment in sports, is the David Tyree helmet catch, what they call the single most improbable sports moment of the 21st century. Gentlemen, your reaction to this and anything else you'd like to weigh in that you saw on this list?
Improbable is, actually,
it's correct. Improbable.
I felt like the Edelman catch was more improbable than the Tyree one.
Yeah, I get that.
But does that throw in though the improbability of what Eli Manning actually
that's true.
To escape?
That is
Eli
true.
escape is the one that's forgotten in all this.
Yeah, the fact that he got away, which wasn't in his game.
No, but it's funny when you hear Eli tell the story because he's like, they forgot to block, and I did that.
Yeah, no, the catch, the way it was is pretty special. It was a pop culture phenomena. Everybody was talking about gum and all this stuff. It was a really fun thing for a while. It's right up there, man. It should be. I think it should be number 1.
It's high. The Red Sox one is big. The Tiger one, the Tiger 2019 coming back from the match basically after he came back from golf death, huge. And I'll tell you this, this is very American centric. Globally, none of this is bigger than Messi.
Number 8. That's number 8. See, they have Ray Allen making that shot at number 6. Messi against Mbappe.
Yeah,
in the World Cup should be number 1 in my mind.
Yeah, that was such a big song too.
Stop it! Stop. That was. Everywhere I went that morning, there were places just packed of people ready to watch this game. People that weren't even soccer fans.
I have a problem.
They were excited about this.
I have a problem with number 16 on this list because I have no idea what this even is, and it's probably my own problem. July 10th, 2011, Abby Wambach's equalizing header versus Brazil. I don't even know what the hell that is.
I do remember this specifically because we were on air when it happened.
I don't even know.
Don't lie.
No, we were on air when it went down. It was Kevin and I had just started in 2011.
Number 19 on this list. Is this too low for you guys? 13 seconds on January 23rd, 2022. That was the end of the Chiefs-Bills game, where Allen and Mahomes went up the field on each other in 13 seconds.
That was tremendous game.
And that game was a blast. That game was an absolute blast, too.
The Aaron Boone ALCS walk-off homer is number 20 on this list.
I just hate Yankee stuff being up that high.
The decision is number 20 or is number 22. This is a great list, though. It's hard to argue. It's very nostalgic to look through this. We'll put this up on the Facebook, some other things, but there's some great stuff on this list.
And there's some that just missed the list because of the moments we will talk about with Kevin Hagelin and Crosstalk. So, with the KNC Masterpiece next.
Coming up in the next G-Bag Nation.
Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay.
In the world, more new Chevys than anyone else, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 and 2024.
Morning, DFW. Sean and RJ 105.3 The Fan. We are joined now by the full cast of the KNC Masterpiece because Kevin has graced us with his presence here.
What up, fellas? I wasn't invited to the last segment.
You didn't invite him.
But you weren't in the room.
You said,
I
you literally
specifically
he
asked
if Kevin was, and you said only me.
I didn't say only you.
Yes, you did.
I said,
I was there when it happened.
That just happened like an hour ago. You don't remember?
Well, look, I have to mention the family.
Oh, God.
Yeah, see, that's the way. He circles it back. He's cleared of all responsibility.
That's my answer for everything from now on.
You just had an awful take in the break, by the way.
Well, hang on. You were not in there when I asked Corey to come on. I walked in the room. You weren't there. So I'm a proximity friend. If I don't see you, I don't know you.
Totally see that.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. I'm a terrible friend.
Absolutely, I could see that.
What do we have coming up with the show? The only friend I have on that show?
Oh, man.
That feels extra hurtful.
The Cowboys picked up two more former first-rounders, but did they actually get any better? Mavs, Spurs. What? We're doing... We're allowing you to jump ship at 10:20.
We're not doing a segment about the Mavs.
Yeah, I was like, what are we doing?
Who cares?
You can jump ship. And at 10:40, who do you want closing out Game 7?
I do think the Cowboys actually would be the ones to say, we had like 5 first-round picks this year because we picked up like 4 first-rounders
100%
from like 6 years ago.
Yeah. They probably would. That's the way that they would apply it. So,
all right, come at me.
All right, yeah, we're gonna get into
tweeted this out, by the way. I tweeted out little argument happening in the break.
Yeah, so this is Choppy. Just so during one of the breaks, I don't even know how this started. Corey said something about Little Mermaid or something.
Probably.
And so I started singing Part of Your World from The Little Mermaid. That then confused.
The I Can Show You the World song?
No, that's
a different song.
No, Part of Your World is that I want to be where the people are. That one.
Okay, yes.
That Jody Benson sang. So that confused Hagelin, and he had said, are you going to keep singing Aladdin? I said, that was not Aladdin. That was Little Mermaid. And then that's when Choppy chimed in with what take?
I believe the take was, if it's not the Beauty and the Beast soundtrack, miss me with it.
Wrong.
Now,
completely wrong.
Now, listen, in my defense.
It's a great soundtrack, but it's not.
It's fantastic. I have seen the new LARP version of Beauty and the Beast. The one with Emma Watson.
Is that live action? I thought you said Emma Thompson.
Emma Thompson is the teacup.
So LARP is live action role play?
Yeah, isn't that what that was? Because the Beast was like this, not a real person.
Is that movie any good?
It's fantastic.
I watched it with Lucy. She liked it.
Yeah, it's fantastic.
That was before she stopped watching much anything that wasn't animated.
I watched Aladdin as a kid once.
It rules.
But I'm a toxic masculine.
But you know the
kinda
music,
guy.
dude.
I do know the music.
And the music's good.
But it speaks to me in Beauty and the Beast.
Peebo
because,
Bryson sang
it's
both
a
of them.
wonderful love story. It's a wonderful love story.
Bryson.
Not really. He locked her up and wouldn't let her leave.
Again,
And
I
was kind
stand
of
by what I said.
abusive.
I said what I said.
Yeah.
I said what I
But
said.
hold on, so
he
she
lets her
falls
out.
in love
He
with
lets
him,
her out.
her anyway?
Kevin, you've told me many times they go back a number 12 times. Abused.
No, that's
abused
true.
Women
Listen,
go back 12
man,
times.
He's got to get credit for letting her out.
Who? The Beast? The guy who kidnapped her needs to get credit
the guy who
for
turned her
releasing
into-
her?
He was literally a beast.
You sound like the guy who holds a gun to someone's head and then doesn't do anything and goes, I just saved your life.
But what do you?
He is
but
right. He was a beast.
He was a beast. Like, I'm a human. Like, I wouldn't do that. But a beast?
He wasn't always a beast.
But when he was a beast,
But when he was
had
a beast.
instincts.
Yeah.
I think the Beast.
Are you a kidnap
Beast
apologist?
No.
Wasn't the Beast
standing up for beasts?
Yeah.
Wasn't the Beast?
Why are you
in the,
so anti-beast?
Wasn't the Beast in the SLA? Wasn't he part of the Patty Hearst kidnapping?
Oh my God. I already heard what you said earlier about, wasn't that Riley Gaines' dad? I heard what you said.
Do you think Peyton has any idea who Patty Hearst is?
No, we did that in How Young's Peyton Russell. He had no clue who she was. Anyway, you're wrong, though. Beauty and the Beast, great soundtrack. But, really anything from the early 90s from Disney was strong.
Yeah, it was. It was strong.
No, I love the Aladdin.
That was before they started trying to put all those political messages under it. You know what I mean?
Like when they had sex pop up in the dust. One of those movies. You remember that?
I know what you're talking about. That was in Lion King.
where he saes all good boys and girls have sex.
Oh
no, that's not what was said. All right,
What?
we got to move on. Let's move on. That is not what it was.
Right.
It was Aladdin, but that's not what was
It was
said.
when the tiger was up on him and he was like, "Oh, good boys."
No, that's not what he said. All right, let's get to the
Hold on, right now, Lion King has multiple votes. Tarzan has multiple votes.
I don't think I've ever
Mulan.
seen the animated Tarzan.
So that's where we're rocking.
Oh
with,
yeah, that was
on
all
Twitter.
Phil Collins. That was in the middle of him when he was getting a divorce, and he faxed his wife to tell her.
And he took the Oscar from the South Park guys, and they were really mad about it.
Yeah, there's a lot that Phil Collins gets a ton of crappy credit for stealing Homeboy Genesis original lead singer.
Peter Gabriel
stole Peter Gabriel's band, broke up with his wife over fax, stole the South Park guy's Oscar. There's a lot to be unhappy with Phil Collins.
You said over a fax, like he sent a fax, not over factual.
Yeah, he sent a fax to her to say, "Hey."
Yeah, but did those guys sing the song?
And this was
Studio?
1998.
No.
This is when telephones were doing real good. You could pick up a phone and call just about anybody you wanted in the world, and he instead just
telephones
did it that way.
were doing real good.
Yeah, they were good. All right, so we'd gone over the top 100 sports moments, best sports moments of the last 25 years.
I'm sorry, Bobby. From the 469, RJ walked Taken and was like, "Why is Liam Neeson even after these guys?"
Good luck.
That's a good point there. So we went over this. We went over this top 100 moments of the last 25 years, according to the Ringer, which is a largely. I think it's such a subjective list.
Sure.
So I don't nitpick with it too much. They did have this really painful side of the list. That was they would have built a statue for this except ... moment. So these are the moments that they should have been on this list, but something undid it later. And one of the items on this list, in fact, coming in at number 5, was this moment in 2011.
There's a shot into right. Back at the track. At the wall. Hamilton has gone 97 Texas here in the 10th. His first home run of this postseason.
Should have won the World Series.
I remember seeing that. That is exactly what I thought when I saw that. I was thinking they're going to build a statue for him. So, like that is going to be an iconic moment in baseball that we talked about for 50 years.
And it was an amazing one-swing pick-me-up for you blew it.
Yeah.
Like, you had the World Series literally within your grasp, and then they blew it. And Josh Hamilton's like, no problem. Bam. And
I still remember Tim McCarver right after that. They didn't even get to that point. They're replaying it, and he goes right in his wheelhouse. You threw it right in his wheelhouse.
Did you ever go back? All right, so have y'all gone back and watched that game?
And I will tell you this. You might disagree with me.
It is just as intense.
That was great baseball.
That really baseball game is more iconic and more relevant and important than the 86 Red Sox Mets game.
Yes.
Because that game wasn't going to close out. That wasn't going to close out the World Series.
It would have if the Red Sox won.
But that play in particular, the game was tied.
Okay.
And so the game would have kept going. For the Rangers, it's right there. You win the World Series.
Yeah,
I don't have a major issue with that. Now, the more iconic moment is the ball under the. It's the ball under the leg.
Because
it's like
East Coast bias.
No, because it's just like it's so routine.
You've got the Matt Holliday. There were so many errors in that game 6. You had the strike him out and then snap throw down to third from Napoli that got Matt Holliday.
Oh my God,
that was a crazy play. Mike Napoli would have been the MVP of that World Series.
He was awesome.
He was so great during that run.
Wasn't Holliday still stumbling that back? He was like a stumbling fool on the way back.
The thing about Napoli too, yes, he was.
You had the back-to-back home runs with Cruz and Beltre in the 7th, where Cruz sent one up to like Mark McGuire territory, and you're just like, this is great. We're gonna coast. Then the 9th inning happens, and you're like, this is so depressing. And then Josh Hamilton happens, and you're like, great, we're back up again. And then Darren Oliver and Scott Feldman happen in the bottom of the inning.
Well, Neftali Feliz happened because he was like, I'm too scared to go back out there.
Yeah, that's
No, because he's like, I don't want to go back out there.
That's it. But Darren Oliver, why does that sound like
that's what he sounded like?
Greased up deaf guy from Family Guy?
It's if you go back and watch it again, it's still just as intense.
Napoli's ankle there was a bunch of rubber bands holding it together at that time. Like he had hurt his ankle earlier in the series. And for him to make that play...
That's why the Spinners wrote that song about him, Rubber Band Man.
Okay. No, I don't think that's true.
I'm sorry, I'm not familiar with that song.
Oh, damn it. Somebody out there on the text
I get most of your references.
I know.
I don't know that one.
That was disappointing.
What about T.I.? Do you think he'll get that reference?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Well, I would imagine he would get that one. But either way, that was disappointing. Some other moments that were on this, they would have built a statue for it, if not for XYZ list. The Jermaine Kearse juggling catch before Malcolm Butler picked off the pass.
Yes.
Because I remember them cutting to Tom Brady and him just shaking his head like, how is this happening
and
again?
He thought the game was over.
Because he thought it was the third straight Super Bowl he had lost on a stupid catch. Where he's just like, how is this happening again? Kevin Durant wears shoes a half size too large.
Yes.
Is that where that picture comes from?
Yeah.
The one that makes it look like he has clown shoes on?
I'm not sure I have any idea what you guys are talking about.
It was the series against Milwaukee, right? And they went on to win the championship, where he hit what looked like was going to be a 3, but his shoe was just a little too big, and it was on the line.
Wait.
So then it was only a 2.
Okay, I remember that play. I had no idea that
Rajay Davis
was wearing the wrong shoes.
Rajay Davis game tying home run in Game 7 of the 2016 World Series.
So that's big, and that's we had talked about game tying home runs like Seager's. So now you got Rajay Davis's in the ninth. These are home runs in the 9th inning. Got Tino Martinez, Scott Brocious. Those are some of the other ones. Joe Carter's won the game, so that wasn't a go-ahead.
Oh,
you're very few.
Here's an awful one to throw on this list, and this is just some more pinstripe bias. Derek Jeter becomes Mr. November with walk-off home run in Game 4 of the 0-1 World Series. No, the hell we would not build a statue for that. I mean, the Yankees might, because they build statues for everything because they're little.
I don't think they have a statue
They're
at
little
all.
statue skanks
How come
with
they
their
didn't
whole
win?
monument park.
Because the greatest of all time blew it.
Yeah, in the next 3 games.
I'm just
it
kidding.
was Game 4,
I'm just
and this was
kidding.
not Kirk Gibson
I'm just
hobbled
kidding.
around the
I'm
bases
kidding.
in Game 1 of the World
That's not
Series.
the biggest Jeter. The biggest Jeter one is the flip.
The flip
That
was
is
on
the
this
most
list.
overrated play in the
It is.
history of sports.
It's iconic, though.
I know, for nothing. The ball was going to get there in time.
Some of the other ones on here.
He was out.
I
disagree.
I don't think the ball was going to get there. I think he was actually safe anyway. But I don't think the ball.
So it's even more
The ball was
fraudulent.
definitely not going to get there.
Andy Chavez, the Game 7 home run rob in the 06 NLCS. That one ended up, that was a big moment.
He should have been in right field.
Julio Jones's sideline grab before the Falcons gave up the final score to send it into overtime. People forget about that.
I did forget about that.
Great throw, great catch.
Boy, what is up with all the catches that get made against the Patriots in Super Bowls, whether
And
they lose
also
from them or
all
not?
of the worst play calls in the history of football happens against them.
There's that too. Also on this list, Larry Fitzgerald's Super Bowl 43 scamper when he caught and scored the touchdown and put them up late, and you're like, oh boy, here we go. Only to have Santonio Holmes reverse it.
Split the defenders, split the safeties. Got to do it.
And just started. I remember thinking like, all right, that's it, sweet. Arizona won. Kurt Warner just won another Super Bowl, and then I didn't care that Kurt Warner was going to win a Super Bowl because
he'd have been at
he
the
took shots at
time.
me.
He'd have been at the time the only quarterback to win Super Bowls with multiple teams.
That was the coolest crap I've ever seen in my life.
Him swinging with the katana.
Yeah, Suzuki using a sword to hit
samurai
baseball.
sword, right?
That's awesome.
Yeah, that's
He's
pretty
just
awesome.
Slicing balls in half.
Dude, I need to get a samurai sword
Me
so
too.
bad. I want one of
Okay,
those.
let me
don't.
go. No,
You actually don't
let me
need to
predict
do
the
that,
future.
Chop.
Yeah.
Why? Do I?
I'll
You would
tell
be
you why.
irresponsible.
Here, tune in. Local 105.3 The Fan radio host RJ Choppy has been pronounced dead by an accidental samurai sword impalement.
Oh, I'm going to do this myself?
Yes. You wouldn't do it on purpose. You'd be jacking around trying to do something.
You'd be trying to cut it. You'd be trying to cut a stump, and then the sword would break, and you'd get a piece of shrapnel in your stomach.
I'd be like
over to
Bruce
Sean's,
Willis.
be like, "Let me get this
I'd be like
brisket for
Bruce
you."
Willis in Pulp Fiction.
You'd be like, hey,
samurai sword,
I've got a bulletproof
like
vest.
Bruce Willis now.
You would be one of those. Careful. You would do one of those. You would do like you own a bulletproof vest too, so that you'd put it on. You'd be like, sir, see if that can break through it.
Try to shoot me.
Yeah,
That's
or
a
like
toxic
just
masculinity
try to run the katana
And
through
that's
it.
what I'm afraid is going to happen to
Same.
you.
Yeah,
Same.
I could see that. You know what? Y'all might be right. Can't see Masterpiece next.
Thanks to Comerica, you can listen to
Cowboy.
An Odyssey sports station.
Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. You got me, Kevin Hagelin. You've got Corey Majors and the famous Alec Medford. Gentlemen, welcome to the program. How the heck we doing today?
We're rocking along, man. I'm really excited about today being Thursday. That means tomorrow's Friday.
Which means
you can relax a little bit.
Where are we going to be tomorrow?
We are going to be at the Dallas Card Show.
Live and Allen doing the show.
Yeah, I'm trying to think. Oh, no, my daughter. Yeah, never mind. I got rid of my daughter tonight, so we're good.
What?
Huh? I was going to bring her out, and then my mom was going to pick her up to take her to the Rainforest Cafe or something. I don't know.
We might want to phrase that first part differently.
Yeah, never mind. It's all taken care of.
Now, I'm very conflicted, Alec, because we have a logical sports segment that we should get right into. The Cowboys picked up 2 more first-rounders and lost a couple pieces. So did they actually get any better? And I do want to talk about that. And I do think that's relevant. And I do think that people have thoughts. But there's this other thing that I just can't get out of my mind. 877-881-1053. Franklin injury attorney text line. Which mascot would you most want to fight? And here is the reason.
The Stanford one?
For that. Oh, okay.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I want to talk more about that. There was an actual dude who looked like he actually wanted to get in a fight with Sharky, the San Jose Shark.
What?
At one of the hockey games. This lady had to break it up, and I know it kind of tried to make it look like they were doing a bit, but like Sharky was shaking his head when he was walking away, and that dude looked like he was ready to punch the guy in the fake head. So the question,
that's a difference, though, right? Is it the guy that you're trying to punch in there, or are you actually punching the mascot?
I'm not going to lie. I think it's the face.
Okay.
One time when Chuck E. Cheese harassed me, I also kind of wanted to punch him in the face because I was making a phone call around the corner, and then I turn around, and Chuck E. Cheese with his big old head is there, mimicking a cell phone and going, and I go, hey, man, I got to go. Chuck E. Cheese is making fun of me. And he goes, wait, what? and I hung up the phone. So my question is, which mascot do you want to fight? You immediately said the Stanford tree.
Yeah, absolutely. That thing is just, it looks annoying. It looks like it's too much, and I don't understand it at all. Like, how does a tree represent that school?
They're the cardinal? Because it's supposed to be the bird in the tree?
Then be a bird, not a tree.
Exactly.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay.
Hold on. Are you on the same page with me here, Alec?
There's another reason too. Fake trees just irritate me.
Oh yeah.
Like
why?
Yes.
They get on my last nerve. We have real trees.
Yeah.
Just go plant one.
They create
What are we
oxygen.
doing? Yeah.
How
fake trees
often
kill the
outside of
earth
Christmas
environment.
do you see fake trees?
People's yards.
Yeah, exactly.
Really?
People's houses.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Well, bonsai trees that aren't actual bonsai trees. They're either like they have that Lego set or they're just like from Home Goods for $10 made out of plastic.
Yeah, real bonsai trees cost $180, Kevin. We learned that while we were in Surprise.
Oh, jeez.
According to Mike.
Man, okay, look, and I was there when Mike tried to buy that bonsai tree, and he switched the way he told that story. It was factually accurate, but like they had the small, the medium, and the large bonsai. And so the small one was, I think he said it was like $75 or something. But all of that got thrown out the window as the story progressed. Because at first he was like, they wanted $75 for that little tiny tree. But then eventually he was like, hey, well, how much is the big one? $180. And eventually he just stopped telling the first 2 parts of the story. And he was like, no, that $180 for that bonsai, stupid. And I was like, okay, but it was $75 as well. And they're like, we don't tell that part of the story.
Dude, a lot of people are texting in right now, and this makes my day because they are all saying the Houston Astros orbit. He looks dumb as hell. And somebody said they just want him. And I looked him up, and he does have a very punchable face. He's very much like a Miles Teller kind of look to him.
What?
Ooh.
Yeah.
That's a great point.
Thank you very much. I appreciate that. That's Reggie's, but they do kind of look alike.
Man.
Is it the mascot head that's smiling as they mostly are that makes it punchable? Is it the weird ears with the baseballs on the top?
And it
or
says
whatever?
the Astros on it.
Have you seen the animal he rides on?
Yeah, he rides an animal. He's
Yeah.
already a mascot. Why is he riding an animal?
Google orbit riding on whatever animal it is and just tell me what it looks like.
All right. Is it an ostrich?
Yeah.
Okay. There's him riding a Shetland. This one, they blurred out the image.
Exactly.
So what is that?
I think it was when Reggie was here. I was hosting the Get Right with. I think we had Chandler Rome on to talk Rangers Astros, and he was like, "I didn't tell you this, but go Google what the mascot riding on his animal looks like, and see if you find the blurred out picture."
From the 469, the UTD mascot is my nemesis. We are on site. Not sure what's his.
Okay.
I don't know that.
So-
BYU Cougar.
Hold on. For UTD, we gave.
You went to UTD.
I did. I finished my degree at UTD. We gave up because we're the UTD Comets.
Heck yeah.
And the brain trust there was like, Comet is spelled backwards. T-Mock.
The hell does that mean?
It means nothing. And that is what we named our mascot. T-Mock the Comet. Now, it's been a while since I've been there. I'm not sure if we're still rocking with that. I'm pretty sure they're still the Comets, but yeah, they gave up.
Whoever texted in Lil Sebastian, we can fight whenever you're ready. What are you talking about? Lil Sebastian's a treasure.
And dead.
Anybody that says Rowdy, I get it. There have been moments that Rowdy has collided with things that we didn't need him to collide with and clashed.
Is it weird that I see this for the 817 and they said they want to punch Reveille, and I don't know why.
It's a dog. It's
I
a
know,
real dog.
But the other person is a person inside of that tree. It's not a sentient fake tree.
I just want to punch the tree.
There's an actual person in there, and so I'm like, I don't know if I can draw a line where I'm like, you can punch a person, but you can, first of all, don't punch a person or a dog. But it is weird to be like, that person wants to punch an actual dog, but then I thought, well, I guess we're talking about punching actual humans in that mascot.
I'm going to look up the dumbest mascots in college sports.
See, somebody said Gritty, and I disagree with that. Because on one of his cocaine-fueled rages, he's going to come to your house and murder you and your family if you do that. So my suggestion for that, just steer clear of Gritty, because he's coming for you.
This is interesting. Our anger is very low on this list. The number one on the list is Brutus, the Ohio State Buckeyes mascot.
Did Derek Holland make this list?
Number 2 is Lil Red from Nebraska. And number 3 is Big Red from Western Kentucky.
Stupid overalls. I knew exactly what you're talking. I think it's the overalls that you're like, come on, dude. What are we even doing? From the 903, yes, Western Kentucky has a pretty punchable mascot. Is that the off-brand looking Grimace? You know what I'm saying? It looks like, because Grimace is purple. It looks like the Western Kentucky, they couldn't get the trademark to mascot out a red Grimace.
Yep.
And they're like, let's come up with a bootleg version of it.
Yeah.
You see what I'm saying?
I'm looking at him right now. He's got arms and legs, and they're skinny and thin, and then he's got this weird, huge red face head body.
Yeah, it's all one thing. It's kind of weird.
That doesn't make sense.
There's no neck. There's no waist.
Shasta, the Houston Cougar, is on this list.
Oh, I don't think I know that.
Hold on, I'm looking it up.
I don't know that costume offhand.
That's not a bad mascot at all. It's just a cougar.
But don't tell people who they can and cannot pretend punch. Pretend. Don't really punch these people.
Don't punch mascots, kids.
Or probably anybody, right?
Some people deserve it.
Oh, man. Who's the number one person in your mind right now that deserves to be punched?
Somebody that punches me.
Okay.
If they punch at me, they deserve to be punched. That's the way I roll.
Okay.
Other than that, we can try and talk everything out up until you swing at me.
Kind of like the morning show. Sorry, the old morning
Easy.
show. All right. Now.
Oh, man, a lot of people want to punch Bevo. That's just a steer. What's he doing? Standing there being a steer, eating grass. You don't want to punch Bevo. You want to punch all the
Texas
UT fans,
yeah.
not Bevo. I understand that.
Okay, don't do this from the 817. You don't punch trees like the one at Stanford. You use an axe. Now it's too far.
That'll definitely take that tree down.
If it feels too far, don't have an axe to cut down a human.
No.
I was about to say a fake tree, but I guess
you do need an axe to grind.
Okay, that is true. I think we were talking more in sports because the 469 said, what about the Burger King mascot? But I guess...
What about Toothy the toothpaste?
What?
Tooth. You never seen him? I don't know. I think I made that up. My kids brought home this tooth from their dentist once, and they were like, this is Toothy or something like that. And I was like, what is this all about? And they were like, yeah, he teaches us how to brush teeth. I was like, no, he doesn't. He's just a stupid stuffed animal.
Do you go to like an off-brand dentist that they just invented this character?
It says dentist.
Yeah.
Off-brand dentist is insane.
Because they're like, here's Toothy. And you're like, oh, did you get Crest? And we go, no, we got the Rest toothpaste.
Rest
that's,
toothpaste.
Yeah, that's what they gave us.
No, we got
when we
Bowlgate
left.
instead.
Yes, exactly. Hey.
Bowling controversy?
Give me cut number 4. We're going to talk a little football in this segment, damn it.
Pickett gets intercepted. Interception by Elam. Kaiir Elam, the rookie from Florida, taken in the first round.
Now, I know we will talk about this later in the show as well, but the Cowboys, and I'm spinning it the way I think they're going to spin it. The Cowboys picked up a couple more former first-rounders. You picked up one yesterday. You got 2 more, I guess 2 days ago. You got 2 more yesterday in Elam and Murray. And perhaps most importantly of all, to that one person who texted in, I forgot their phone number.
Okay.
But they said Jack Sanborn to the Cowboys, and they were going to manifest it. It happened!
I came in this week, and I told you Monday morning, I was like, hey, man, I'm hearing Jack Sanborn. And you were like, we just said that name last week. And I was like, don't worry about that. I'm hearing that it's more likely. And the more I heard it, the more I was like, oh, dude, this guy fits Eberflus's system.
Yes.
We're going to like him. I think Cowboys fans are really going to like the player. Here's the thing they did. They have filled the roles. Like, they've done that part. They've done what they want to do here. I don't hate what they've accomplished here. What they've actually accomplished here is they've added some pieces that, DeMarvion Overshown is out. You need a body for that for that spot. I like that they said, hey, we're not going to just wait around for DeMarvion Overshown to see where he is on things. They were like, no, we need a body.
People keep asking about updates for him. Look, it's probably not going to happen this season. I know he said, I'm going to do everything I can, but probably...
And he will.
Best case, and I don't doubt that whatsoever. Best case would be maybe early November.
This roster looks very different, though, already, considering there's some significant names that have moved on, Demarcus Lawrence being one of them, and
Rico Dowdle.
Bobby and I were talking about this. I like what they did as soon as they could start actually signing free agents. I like it. It's a Cowboys type thing. They are planning for you to get excited, not now, but in April in the draft. That's when they go, hey, we're going to pick players that you're going to be excited about now, but we also picked up some players that are going to fill those roles for us this year. Now, whether or not they make a huge difference, that's I guess where Jerry and Steven go. That's up to coaching and the players.
And from the 806, serious question. I only saw this briefly. And so I guess I might not have had all of the time to interpret it correctly or incorrectly. Y'all think Micah and D-Law actually got along? Because that post from Micah was like a tweet saying, it's my time now. I took that as, from a leadership perspective, it's going to be on him now. But I could see how plenty of other people would interpret that differently. And again, I just saw that for a minute this morning, so I probably haven't given enough thought to it. So
my initial thought when I saw it yesterday, my initial thought was a guy who is like realizing now I have to take on this responsibility.
Yeah,
that's exactly what I got out of it too. So I do think though that he always gave deference to Demarcus Lawrence.
Sure.
You speak. Everybody in this room respects you because you've been here longer. Tenure matters is what it felt like with Micah. But now it definitely is him and Trayvon Diggs are the main voices that make all the money in that room. They're the ones that have a lot of say on the defensive side of the ball.
Now, if we can go to cut number 14, this was CeeDee Lamb hanging out in the car with a social media person. I'm sorry, I'll look up the name. I'm not cool enough to remember it offhand. When he's flipping through the phone and sees the news about Demarcus Lawrence.
We lost the Seahawks. Whoa.
Who?
Excuse me?
Wait, what?
He's gone.
Who went to the Seahawks?
Listen, y'all. Demarcus Lawrence. D-Law traded is sick. I gotta hit my mans up.
Did that just happen?
Yeah, I'm looking at the chat and they letting me know. I ain't gonna lie, shout out them.
Now, the streamer was neon, but instead of an E, there's a 3 in there. Again, I will readily admit that I was too old to remember that offhand, but that was his reaction. I know Demarcus Lawrence and Rico Dowdle caught a lot of people's attention for players that went out the door yesterday.
Yeah, for sure. Did you hear the CeeDee Lamb talking about how the Luka trade destroyed our souls in DFW too? We have that to play today.
It'll probably come up. He's not wrong about that. Devin Booker taught me that when they landed at 4 in the morning.
He did.
Or whatever. So we will talk more about the move-ins and shake-ins of the Cowboys throughout the day. If you want to talk more about a mascot that you want to punch, that is totally fine as well. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, we could talk about the Mavs and Spurs for just a second, or Mavs fans looking to jump ship. Let's help you find a new, fun team for the rest of the season. Next on The Fan.
Oh, yeah.
now that is a very
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece is brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today at carsforkids.org and the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there is never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
Nice defense from Paul. They force a turnover. Up to De'Aaron. Another jam. That fox can fly.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105 through the fan. And you might be thinking, hold on, are you about to do a whole segment about that stupid Mavs Spurs game?
No.
Okay, good.
There's no way.
Well, the Mavericks did the right thing. They lost. Good thing for them. Now, if I could just get Phoenix to give more of a damn about taking that playoff spot, that would be great. Because think about this. The Mavericks are 2-8 in their last 10 games.
Mm-hmm.
And in that time, Phoenix has picked up one game on them. While the Mavericks are going 2-8, Phoenix is like, hey, we can make up one game. The Spurs, at the same time, last 10 games, they have made up one game. Portland, in the meantime, is in the midst of a 5-game losing streak. So the Mavericks are like, hey,
look,
we're trying to lose for you.
They did it they did it the wrong way. They had the team and then decided after it all fell apart they're not trying to tank. He's sending the 8 people out there that he has on the team, and they're all playing hard because they're like, hey, I might be trying out for another basketball team right now. They're all looking at it like they could be on anywhere else. And Jason Kidd's like, I got to coach somebody. Let me go out there and coach. And they're trying hard, but they're just not good. They're not talented enough to beat other really good NBA teams or really bad NBA teams.
I forgot to mention this yesterday, and then we'll move on to helping you find a fun new team for the rest of the season. Did you see what the Bleacher Report said? And they're like, hey, let's just totally reboot this thing. All right? They're like, here is their proposed 3-team trade.
Mark Cuban buys back the team.
Okay, that actually, I'm still really intrigued by that hypothesis. So the Mavericks get DeQuan Jeffries, Josh Okogie, and LaMelo Ball from the Hornets. In exchange, you're not going to like it. The Hornets get Kyrie Irving, Dalton Knecht, Maxi Kleba, a 2025 first-round pick from the Mavericks.
Why do we have to give away picks?
That 2029 first-round pick we got from the Lakers in the Luka deal, and then the Lakers will get Daniel Gafford. So I knew
I almost said the F word.
I knew that was going to make you so mad.
At Kevin just now.
It's not my trade idea.
Like, that's the dumbest thing ever. Hey, here was Luka and Daniel Gafford for nothing, essentially. Anthony Davis was it because the picks that you gave us are gone now. That's dumb. No.
And
Nico's got to figure out something, though.
From the 972, so we want the Mavs to tank to have a 1% chance of getting a generational talent. Why? The math is false. You can get up to a 5% chance. Now, I realize that's not great.
You know what? You can get 100% chances when you have a generational player and then you keep him. How about that?
You can just trade
100% chance.
But think about it. I tell you, you will have a probably 3 to 4% chance of getting Cooper Flagg.
All right.
If you make the playoffs, what percent chance do you have to win the championship?
1%. This team?
I thought you were going to say 0.0000001.
Tomorrow is Pi Day, Kevin. I'll give you some post-decimal stuff on that one.
So the odds are significantly higher that you would get the number one pick than to win a title. But outside of that, whether it's Harper and Bailey at Rutgers, whether it's Trey Johnson at Texas, Edgecombe from Baylor, this is a lot more stacked draft than last year was. So I think the draft goes deeper than Cooper Flagg. I know obviously all of the focus is Cooper Flagg, but I was just going to say that's probably the reason. All right. I
guess I'm trying to figure out then, Kevin, though, what are you building your team around?
Right now, or if you made that Bleacher Report trade?
Right now.
Kyrie?
An injured, who's missing most of next season.
That Kyrie and Anthony Davis was clearly what they had in mind. Excuse me. Let me try that again. What Nico had in mind. when he made this trade. Kyrie, Anthony Davis, and defense. Now, unfortunately for him, one of the worst runs of injuries you'll ever see in a basketball team has taken place, and all of that looks foolish now.
Yeah.
I'm not saying it would change people's mind, but I would love to have seen an alternate universe where all of those players stayed healthy. And like, let's say the Mavericks went, 14-2 or something like that. Because a lot of people were like, I won't care. I won't care no matter what. I would have loved to seen a 14-2 run for the Mavericks post-trade or whatever it is. Everybody stays healthy. If people still would have been like, oh, screw them. I don't care without Luke. Or if they'd have been like, hold on a minute. What are we doing here?
I think winning changes a lot of people's souls.
Yeah,
So
you're
I'll put it that
probably
way.
right. But we're not dealing with that right now because the Mavericks are not good. So, Corey.
Says you.
I mean, do you disagree?
Yep. Nope. No, I don't. No, I don't.
Corey, Alec, you guys have tasked me with finding you a new, fun basketball team to follow this year. 877-881-1053. Frankel and Frankel Injury Attorney text line. If there's a new fun team that you want to watch for the rest of the basketball season. Now, if you're going to say the Lakers,
hell no. I'm sorry. That was aggressive. But
I'd rather
no.
not.
No.
That sucks.
Oh.
No.
Good.
Sorry, I won't even give you a chance to even think about that one. I'm glad you didn't even think about putting that on the list, Kevin, because
I definitely wasn't.
you just traded. Well, I'm not going to sit here and root for Luka's, he's probably going to win MVP. That's on the way, but geez.
So you guys asked me for 2 top teams to replace. Because I did not say the Lakers.
All right. I feel like you have the Lakers written down on that piece of paper.
Don't worry about that.
Oh, I'm not
I just
rooting for
wanted
the
to
team
throw
I
that
traded my
out
players
as an
to.
option. All right. Okay. We're just spitballing ideas. I had a feeling maybe you wouldn't like that one. Idea number 2. Go with a winner. The Boston Celtics.
No.
Gross.
No. First off, it's Boston. All right. Secondly,
from Boston.
They beat us in the finals last year. They're the reason that we traded Luka.
Yeah.
They are the reason we traded Luka.
Okay. So you don't want the team.
If they had won last year,
we still would have traded them.
Would we have traded Luka? If they won a championship, would they be like, you know what?
I hope
that one was a fluke. We're never going to be able to do it again.
Would have found a way to get less, too.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, I can never root for Jason Tatum.
I'm with him. I'm not a huge Tatum guy.
I never can. Never will.
Dude, he's from Duke. You don't even like him that much.
I like Jason Tatum.
Not that much.
From the 972. Conspiracy theory. Thought that will confirm that the NBA was involved with the Luka trade if the Mavericks win the number 1 pick in the lottery. I'm 1,000,000% with you on that. All right. So you guys don't want the team that Luka got traded to. You don't want the team that Luka got traded because of.
Mm-hmm.
I will give you a team that fits neither of those categories. And again, we're talking about winning. We're talking about the possible MVP in the league. How about the Oklahoma City Thunder, baby? Boom.
I can't.
What?
I can't do that one.
Absolutely not.
Yeah, because first off, it's Oklahoma City. All right.
What does that mean?
Well, they're just north of us, and they're in Oklahoma. Now, I as a Texan can only like one Oklahoma team, and I already have OU. So that one's sorry, Kevin. I can't. I do like Shea. All right, I do like Shea Gilgeous-Alexander, but that could be us, and that's what is frustrating. Is that should be the Mavericks? Is where they are, what they're doing. The Mavericks beat them on the way last year. And you know what? They were going to beat them again this year on the way. They were going to do it. I'm sorry, I just cannot do Oklahoma City Thunder.
Alec, you're out on that too.
Yeah, for multiple reasons. SGA is the most infuriating quote-unquote superstar to watch in basketball.
Whoa, did you just say quote-unquote superstar?
Don't forget Lou Dort plays linebacker.
Yeah,
for that
he has a middle
team.
linebacker,
We're gonna pick that up.
Yeah, he's absolutely an enforcer for him because all he does is tackle people in the basketball court. But yeah, Chet Holmgren's overrated too. And our guy Ruben Portillo is a massive fan of them, so I inherently can't like them.
Does Chet even play basketball?
He plays.
How often?
Some.
Okay.
Now, the 972. I'm going to trade away all my NBA cards this weekend because of that BS. Thanks a lot, Nico. Believe it or not, I have a segue to that and what we're doing tomorrow. The Dallas Card Show in Allen, 777 Waters Creek. It's not a rumor anymore. It's a fact.
We are going to be there.
We are going to be there, but you know what else is a fact? Mike Bassick, formerly of the KNC Masterpiece, is setting up a table there to sell maybe all of his Luka cards. Jeez. And I don't mean that in terms of like, it's crazy.
Isn't he in Arizona?
Yeah. No, not yet. That's this weekend. So he's not going to leave until Sunday, which also the Dallas Card Show is happening on Sunday as well. But tomorrow, Mike Bassick will have a table set up along with our good buddy Paul Worth to sell all of his Luka cards.
There's no way he's going to be on our show. 1,000%.
You're probably right about that. I actually
he might not even talk to us. He might just he'll see us and he'll be like,
he's only doing it because I'm not there.
Yeah, probably so.
Do you think he'll be like, sir, are you interested in purchasing a Luka card? And that's like all right.
I got buy 2, get 3 free.
So you guys hated my first 3 suggestions.
Yeah, those were terrible. Somebody did ask, what would an OKC Thunder parade look like? And I'm just like, I don't know. I guess it's down that little mini river walk they have.
People from Seattle might come by. I don't really know. All right. I've only got 1 suggestion left.
But this better be a good one.
So if you
the other 3 stunk. Well, I guess it was only 2 because you didn't even say the Lakers.
Oh, yeah. Definitely.
Those all stunk. Why do you keep scratching your paper there?
Not that one. Give me cut number 3. Because if you don't like this one, I might be out of ideas.
Here's Garland. Off to Allen. Allen smashes it home.
Ooh.
Wow. Jared Allen looking to put this one away.
The Cleveland Cavaliers.
This is actually interesting.
Now, the Cavs were already going to be my choice, but then the wisdom of RJ Choppy yesterday or perhaps the day before said it's the easiest, or in RJ's mind, perhaps the laziest way to transition as a fan is you just have to switch one letter. So you just go from the Mavs to the Cavs. All right?
This actually, that is sound.
Selling point number 1. Selling point number 2. We've wanted Jared Allen forever.
Yes, we have.
Never going to happen. Well, it'll probably happen when he's like 38 and he'd been in the All-Star game like 8 years earlier. Evan Mobley is turning into potentially a star. Next on the list, Donovan Mitchell is really, really good. But
you know I'm not a fan of his.
I know, and that's why I think you're going to like this.
Okay.
But not a superstar, so we can still have a chance in the future since we took our superstar and just sent him away.
Well, I'd only want to be a fan this year.
That's right.
I'm just being a fan for this year. Okay, all right.
And
that's a good point.
Thank you. And then I'm going to throw this out there as well.
So we're covering the Cavs now, is what we're saying.
Well, I got a couple more points I'm going to try to tell you on this. Cut number 16. They do hilarious pranks like filling other players on the team's cars with popcorn because they forgot something. Take it away, 16.
He's sick. What the paper say? What side you want to open? What the paper say? What the paper say? Are donuts. Next time, yeah.
So, my favorite part of that, of course, is the multiple people going. So, Cavs rookie Jalen Tyson got his car filled with popcorn because he forgot to bring pastries to the team.
They say donuts?
Yes, at one of the designated times that he was supposed to. And it was hilariously foreshadowed because Donovan Mitchell brought a big box of popcorn on the sideline that he started to eat. And so
that's good.
They do hilarious bits.
That's quality humor.
I've got one more for you.
Oh, hold on.
Well, not one more team. I'm out.
Okay,
of team.
Okay, thanks.
One more sales point. I can tell Alex not in yet. Think about it. The Cavs would need to beat the Celtics to make the NBA Finals. Then, in the NBA Finals, they would most likely need to beat the Oklahoma City Thunder or the Los Angeles Lakers, thereby wiping out all other options that you guys hated. Kevin, I submit to you, the Cavs are your team to watch this year.
Quality work, Kevin. I am now going to be a Cavs fan. I will root for the Cavs for the remainder of the year. When we talk basketball on this show,
Mavs, Cavs,
I will bring up what's going on with the Cavaliers.
Okay.
Other than that, probably ignoring the Mavericks for the rest of the season.
Okay, this is a good question, but you can't go this far because this team is actually good. From the 4-6-9, if you go from the Mavs to the Cavs, is the next step the Avs? No. Because we're better than the Colorado Avalanche, and the Dallas Stars didn't trade away their best player, and they're going to win the damn Stanley Cup.
Yeah, you smartly picked somebody out of the conference.
Exactly.
You did a smart job by picking out of conference.
Exactly. With a KNC masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, it's time for baseball nuggets. Who would you want closing out Game 7?
Me.
Next on The Fan.
Never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your hair. But that's hair on your hair. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay.
remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Razor Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Chevrolet in Grapevine. Back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Based on new Chevy registrations 2023 and 2024.
And this pitch on the outside corner for a called third strike. So 3 pitches, and DeGrom strikes out Robles for the first action.
In a magazine back in 1983.
Oh my God, this is even further back than I thought.
Several weeks before the end of her reign as Miss America, a scandal arose when Penthouse Magazine bought and published unauthorized nude photographs of her.
Not cool.
She was pressured to relinquish her title and was succeeded by the first runner-up, Miss New Jersey, Suzette Charles.
So Corey said, yeah, she was a beauty queen.
I was in love with
And I was like, was
Vanessa
she?
Williams.
This was a Heisman situation, like with Reggie Bush.
Oh, man.
But
Suzette's
eventually,
pretty, too.
maybe she got the crown back. I'm not entirely
Vanessa
sure.
Williams is gorgeous.
Right now, courtesy of Reliant Air Conditioning, gimmick-free AC repair and replacement, it's time for some baseball nuggets. So I was reading an article a few days on MLB.com, and it actually kind of ties into this other thing that we'll talk about that Bruce Bochy threw out there that you're kind of like,
hey, dude, don't say it out
I
loud.
don't necessarily need you to say that. Which players would you choose to close out a Game 7? Now, if you could only have one choice to close Game 7 of, let's just say the World Series, maybe it's other playoff series, who would you pick?
Edwin Diaz.
Edwin Diaz. Man, that would be a cool intro, though. He did not make the top 5. The top 5.
Can I throw somebody else
Yes.
out there? He plays for San Francisco. DeMello, I think is his name. Give me just a minute, Kevin. Go ahead and
DeMello Anthony.
Not DeMello Anthony.
The top 5 from MLB.com. Emmanuel Clase, who,
dude, he gave up the booty in the series last year.
That's true.
Like that's not the guy I want out there.
And this is tough because it says Class A was a chief reason why the Guardians went 82-0 during the regular season when they had a lead entering the 9th inning. We did conveniently leave out some other parts.
Camilo Doval is
Okay.
the dude that I would want closing out there.
Doval. Number 2, Mason Miller from the A's.
Dude is a stud. Throws 100 miles an hour on every pitch and is almost impossible to hit. He got hurt last year, though. Was it his non-pitching hand that got hurt? And that's where I was a little concerned about this, but he's that dude can throw.
Ryan Helsley from the Cardinals. Garrett Cole, not anymore, from the Yankees. And Tarek Skubal for the Yankees.
This makes sense. I was like, hold on, those are starters. But it does make sense because we see this a lot of times where if your ace is available, you go with him. So you try and shut down the 8th inning or something like that with your other guy, and then you shut it down with that guy late.
Would you replace Garrett Cole with Shohei Ohtani? Because he was the honorable mention selection from MLB.com.
We saw Shohei Ohtani against one of the greatest hitters of all time in a high leverage situation.
Yeah.
And he won against Mike Trout. So I would trust Shohei Ohtani in a Game 7. I also would trust DeGrom.
Yeah. And that's
like put DeGrom. Yeah, I don't want to use him too much, but put DeGrom
Sure.
on that mound in a Game 7 situation. Good luck, hitters.
I think I'm with you. By the way, side question that we're still trying to decide from the last segment. Which do you like better, the Mavericks or the Mavaliers?
Mavaliers is it comes off the tongue well.
Thank you very much to the fan text for the first
Rolls
one
off the
and
tongue.
Carter Freeman for the second one. In the meantime, other Jacob deGrom news. And Corey, I think the way you put it was he said the quiet part out loud.
Mm-hmm.
So on Foul Territory, which obviously we love, he's talking about DeGrom, and he said, hey, we're going to have him at the back end of the rotation to start the season. We already knew that. So when he goes in there, we have those days off. So his first 5 starts, he'll have an extra day off. All right, so you're just working the schedule. That is frequently something that MLB teams see to start the regular season. Now, he continued.
Don't continue.
But he did.
Boach.
Now.
He's so nice.
He is. And he's a truth teller, which is usually good. This time, Now, during the season, if we have to skip a start or put him on the IL to miss a couple starts to keep him fresh, we'll do that. You might be thinking, what's the big deal? I hear you. But former Mets GM Billy Epler was suspended last year for improper use of the injured list. Now, you can probably make an argument, and I'm sure maybe the Rangers would make an argument that this is their, load management for Jacob deGrom. But
And I think that's the biggest point on that too, is the MLB knows the history of this pitcher.
Yes.
And they know that the Rangers paid a massive contract to a guy who has pitched, 9 games?
Yeah.
And so, they should know that, and they should know we have to come up with a unique and different program for this guy specifically. Otherwise, he's not going to be on the field. And that seems like a waste of our money, and you're not helping us at all. But you can't say it out loud.
Yeah, I'm not.
But at the same time, who are the tattletales here? Who are the gems out there that are just like, you know what? I'm telling that Bruce Bochy, is that the writer? Do we blame him for going out there and saying, instead of being like, you know what? Let's keep that in my pocket. He's out there going, hey, Bruce is trying to break the rules, baseball.
Okay. In that case, I will say CBS Sports is where I read it, if you want to be upset with them.
Okay.
But what happened with the old Mets GM is he stepped down because they were like, hey, you can't be doing that. You need to go. And then he got suspended for an entire year. There was more than just one incident or whatever the case might be, but it happened. Oh, no. Do you have terrible news for us?
Guys.
Oh, my God.
Jacob deGrom will not pitch today.
Because of that CBS story?
A stomach bug is going around camp right now.
So stop setting it up like that. I was about to freak the F out.
Jacob deGrom will not pitch today. They're hoping he can go tomorrow or Saturday.
Alec, why is he doing this?
According to Jared Sandler. Thank you, Lucy. I appreciate that. That is big, significant news. Anytime it's Jacob deGrom, we need to know. Tyler Maui's throwing on the backfields today, though.
Okay.
So, you know what? They told us yesterday not to worry about the Maui thing, and now he's out there throwing today. So don't worry about this stomach bug. It's not going to last long.
Alec, but you saw the way he set that up, right? Were you getting a little freaked out?
I mean, anytime we get Rangers news, it's just in my nature to panic at this point. Corey kind of taught me that. So whenever he was presenting the news, I was like, okay, I have to panic.
Sorry, and somebody just said I scared I'm sorry about
did.
that. I do remember in the movie Life, when Martin Lawrence kept saying watch, and Eddie Murphy told him not to even say watch anymore. He said just say tiny clock instead. And that's how you feel about me saying Jacob deGrom.
I could
don't
see
even
that.
say his name anymore.
I could definitely see that.
Just a stomach bug, guys. We're all good.
Couple notes for you. The MLB trade deadline has been set for 5 p.m. Central on July 31st, if you want to store that away in your brain hole. Now let's talk about the Rangers yesterday. Encouraging things. Adolis Garcia back out there. He had 3 hard hit balls, a 96.6 mile per hour exit velocity double in his second at bat. Now the other 2 were outs, but Bruce Bochy was like, these are really good at bats, quality at bats, good hard contact. And then goes, he looked good, didn't he? Might put him on the IL if we need. I'm just kidding.
Oh my God! Stop it!
He didn't say that part. He didn't say that. I was just about to DeGrom. And so the other 2 were 105.9 exit velocity line out, and then 111 mile per hour exit velocity ground out.
Okay.
So the other 2
and the ball hard.
Yes, the other 2 were outs, but to your point, he was smashing the crap out of the ball.
That is fantastic news to hear. Jock Peterson, did you mention his home?
Not yet. Go ahead.
That was an opposite field bomb that would look. That's something else he can do. He can hit pretty much anywhere on the field for power. So I appreciate that, dude. This is a lineup. If Adolis is hitting hard again and he's back, this is really positive news.
And so encouraging thing for Adolis, the plan as of now, although maybe the stomach bug is going around, is for Adolis to play right field today. So
okay, that's good.
Transitioning from just DH to right field. For Jock Peterson, you talked about the home run. I think it's a grand slam or a 3-run home run in the first inning. And Bruce Bochy goes, he's one of those guys where it just keeps carrying. When he hit it, I thought it was out. He's just as strong and does a good job with the pitch.
By the way, Marcus Semien dealt with the stomach bug yesterday, so we know where it came from now.
Okay.
But yeah, no, this is positive news. I do think the one positive from Adolis not being there, like doing as much as he did in right field specifically, is that other guys were able to get their work in out there,
Yeah, I can
and
see that.
your guy Osuna was able to show off a little more, and that's an important thing because this outfield is going to be a circulation of guys, a rotation out there sometimes.
I'm going to be sad when they send him back to the minors, but I get it.
Dude, don't punch a hole in the hotel wall because of what I just did.
Oh, I was like, okay.
We're good. Everything's fine.
I won't.
I'm sorry.
We're the KNC Masterpiece, right here on at 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, let's talk some more about NFL free agency, but also we're just a week away from March Madness. So can these conference tournaments convince you,
me,
and you to love college basketball? Next on The Fan.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut. But that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
Roger that, Sally.
Got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has...
Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan, and I thought this is going to be where I was going to update you. It's like, oh, Mason Rudolph's going to be back with the Steelers on a 2-year deal, and the Patriots are releasing longtime center and captain David Andrews. But instead, we go back to baseball for unfortunate news.
Evan Grant says Cody Bradford will open the season on the IL, and he will be shut down for, I think, 10-day IL there is what they're looking at.
Oh, dear.
This was Evan Grant's conversation with Bruce Bochy, though. He mentioned Leiter, Rocker, and, quote, some other guys. Evan Grant then asked...
Do you feel like Dane Dunning is in that group of other guys, right?
I don't know. Like, we talked about this with Jared yesterday, and they were like, you can do so many things with Dane. Evan Grant asked, what are the odds it's not Leiter or Rocker? Ooh. And Bochy said, quote, I'm not laying odds. So what does that mean to you? What does that tell you?
Yes.
One of those two guys?
Probably be one of those two.
Okay, then.
That's what I get. Otherwise, because he doesn't want to go out there and go, I don't know, 98%, because that's going to be discouraging to the rest of the staff. Here's what's discouraging to me. And
I'm not laying any
I guess
odds.
Confusing at times. Tyler Malley, they said his MRI came back clean. We're going to hold you off for a minute.
Getting out there and pitching on the thing.
Cody Bradford, they said his MRI came back clean, but he's going to start the regular season, which begins in 2 weeks, on the injured list. And I get it. It's a precautionary method, but it's a precautionary method that makes me wonder. Your MRI is clean, but we know for a fact you won't be ready for at least 2+ weeks. What else is happening there?
From the 682, Kevin, if you're Dane Dunning, at what point are you offended by the way the team treats you despite production?
I feel like you can answer that.
I don't think he should be, because he does, when we've talked to him, he is a legitimate anything to help the team.
Yes.
I went to, this is kind of from him. I went to a World Series and it was the coolest experience ever. He even said to us, that experience makes me want to do that again and again and again, whatever it takes to get that to happen. If I need to do the bullpen, if I need to start, whatever it is. So he's not offended by it. There probably is a part of him that's like, dang it, I had my chance to be a starter. Why am I not? Last year, unfortunately, there were a couple of things that when he came into spring training, he was not prepared for the way that they expected him to be.
Yeah.
And that is, he will admit, that's on me. That's on him. And so this is kind of a prove it year again. Prove that you're not going to be that guy anymore, and you're that guy. So like, there's just a couple things that he didn't do that were kind of hindering his ability to get the best out of his pitches. But Dane Dunning, great pitcher, going to get his opportunities right now. Does feel like this gives a great opportunity for Leiter or Rocker to get their chance.
Now, in the meantime, we're going to transition, but Corey, please don't make all of us
the Mavs game
nervous or sad.
Why are you watching? Stop watching the Duke game.
Hey, it hasn't even tipped off yet. It's the quarterfinals.
I know, and you're getting lost already.
They're number one seed either way. All
Cooper
right,
Flagg's
I know
eyes.
all of those things. And by the way, on ESPN right now, I started to think about this, and I was like, oh, I guess the ESPN headline, it's the main headline on their site right now, the biggest sports story in Maine ever. And I was like, wow. But then I started to think, I don't know. I don't know the lore of Maine sports and like all the things the Black Bears have done over the years. And I have to admit, I'm not familiar with all of those things. So,
I just Googled greatest athletes from Maine.
Okay.
And like, who are the Tom Brady's of Maine is a thing
Sure.
that came up. John Lynch is from Maine.
Oh, yeah. Okay. That's a good one.
Oh, maybe. I don't know. Bill Romanowski. That's one.
All right.
What about Kevin? What about Joan Benoit? Bill Swift.
Joan Benoit? Oh, man.
Seth Westcott. Do you know any of these people? Please say you know anybody that I'm saying.
I don't know.
Duncan
Joan
Robinson.
Benoit. Okay.
He's like number 3 on the list.
All right. Well, so now you're getting an idea and a look at why maybe this is the biggest story ever. Look, go ahead and give me cut number 8 if you can, because we get the brackets on Sunday. The NCAA tournament really starts in full effect in a week, and this was a big result yesterday.
Onyema, the turnaround, and it goes, and the lead grows to 15 now for Texas.
Now, Texas wiped out Vanderbilt yesterday.
Yeah, they did.
And I saw in Joe Lunardi's latest projections, he has them as the last team in now. Texas plays Texas A&M today. I still think you really need to win that game to feel comfortable, because there's going to be some weirdo team that wins a conference tournament or something that is going to take away a bid that you thought was going to be safe. And all of a sudden it's going to be like, bum FU or whatever gets in there. And so now you might slide out of that.
Mm-hmm.
So I think if Texas can beat Texas A&M today, they are in the tournament. If not, I am honestly not sure if they make it.
Oh, wow. And I mean, that is an underperforming team.
That's fair.
And it feels like consistently they underperform.
Yeah, and they have a top 10 pick on their team.
There's always a lot of hype around Texas, though. There just simply is a lot of hype around Texas, no matter what sport it is, because UT fans get very excited when their team is involved in any way. A&M, though, Kevin, like you were down on them a little bit, and then out of nowhere they beat the number 1 team in the country, and you're like, yeah.
The trajectory of their season is super weird, because I tried to tell Mike at the time, hey, man, this A&M team is really good. Their defense is phenomenal. He goes, yeah, but it's A&M, so,
Facts.
And I do know what he's saying, unfortunately. And so right when he said that, they lost 4 games in a row. And I was like, well, son of a gun. And then right when they're in the midst of their 4-game losing streak, they beat the number 1 team in the country in Auburn. And now, if they can make a run in the SEC tournament, maybe you're like, are they going to be a 3 seed? Maybe they could slide down to a 4 seed, but that'll be a huge game. So 2:30 today, Texas and Texas A&M. Texas wins. I feel exceedingly confident that they get in. Oklahoma is playing Kentucky. That's another one where Oklahoma is probably going to need a win to get into the tournament. Maybe they still need more. My question for y'all, as we're about a week away, is, has all of this talk gotten you more interested in college basketball? Is this naturally the time that you dip into college basketball anyway? Or are you usually like, until the bracket comes out on Sunday, I don't really care?
I think I feel like I have a couple more teams that I am more aware of than I usually would at this point.
Yeah.
I'm not in yet. I'm not ready to be there yet, but I've been watching more, so I have an idea. At this point, typically, I'm still waiting until next week after all the conference tournaments are done. Then I start going, all right, now let's take a look at some of these numbers. And I did have a set of rules of how I would pick. It had a lot to do with point differential and stuff like that. Wins over, those things helped me get my own little formula. But again, there are some teams, because I've watched these games, I have no clue what to think when any of the top SEC teams play each other in the tournament, because they could just be like, you know what, coin flip.
Yeah.
So I am very interested in the finality of this tournament. But do any of them Are any of them like Calipari, where there's like, doesn't matter who wins this?
Did you see he backtracked that already? Well, he kind of backtracked that. Just, somebody sat down with him and was like, hey, buddy, look, I don't need you to care about the conference tournament, but I need you to not say out loud, I don't care about the tournament. So I'm going to give you part of his quote. It's a really long quote. Quote, every tournament we go in, we're doing it for one reason. We want to win games to build up our seed. Now, along the way, for a guy that does not care about conference tournaments, I'm guessing it's 15 or 16. If you don't care, the kids don't care, no one cares, then I'm a magician.
Mm-hmm.
How about maybe you're taking the pressure off your kids? So I like the way he was like, no, you've misunderstood. I was taking the pressure off of my kids by saying that I didn't care.
Maybe so. No, and I'm serious. Like, maybe he's like, no, this isn't as important to me as the next phase of it.
Yeah.
And just remember how Jimmy used the psychology, put it in big 3-inch headlines. I want my guys to know and think that they can win this damn game. So I want them to go out and do it. So maybe it was. I don't know. It does sound like a crawfish just a little bit. He's just is it crab walking just a little bit?
Hey, he finished it up with, so yeah, it matters. We got to play.
Okay. All right.
Now, that is not as captivating of a quote as this Virginia Tech quote, but I also want to give you a game of the day. Do you want Virginia Tech's self-breakdown first or game of the day?
Let's get game of the day in real quick.
All right.
I do have a Maine note, by the way.
Oh, about the state of Maine?
Yeah.
Okay.
Whenever you're ready.
North Carolina and Wake Forest.
UNC?
Yes. That's in the ACC tournament today at 1:30.
All right.
North Carolina, this is a game that both of those teams need to win, I think, to make the tournament. Wake Forest might need to win 2 more games to make the tournament, but I think North Carolina needs to win this game today to make it to the tournament. So that's as high stakes as it gets. As you're looking at 2 teams that are like, hey, if we don't win, our realistically competitive season is over. What is your main fact or facts?
This is from the one person in the world that would know this, by the way. Hockey Hawk Gavin Spittle. Maine won the national championship in hockey in 1993 and 1999.
Hell yeah.
On the
Frozen Four.
On the 1993 team, former Stars head coach Jim Montgomery.
Really?
And Hall of Famer Paul Correa. So those 2 players were on the 93 team that won the championship. So, again, only one person and people from Maine would know that. But that's why we have the Hockey Hawk in tow.
But in your face, people of Maine or Maine players that were on those hockey teams, ESPN says this is a bigger story. Now, let's take you to Toby Lawal. He played for Virginia Tech this season. He was asked some run-of-the-mill questions. What's it like with your coach, your transfer to this situation, et cetera, et cetera. And he gave really well thought out answers to all of that. I don't want to diminish. His answers were really interesting. But this answer, the way he phrased it, is absolutely tremendous. Again, if you get a chance to go check out this interview, it's a set of like very insightful answers. But this answer, I think, caught both of our attentions, Corey. Question: what are you proud of when reflecting on yourself and reflecting on your team? Answer from Lawal. Quote: I swear this is a real quote too. My team, I'm proud of how far we came.
Yep.
What did they have us in the preseason? Maybe 14th or 15th? They thought we were going to be ass. I mean, we were still ass, but we weren't that bad. You know what I'm saying? We beat expectations.
I love that kind of honesty.
I do too, man.
I love that kind of honesty. Yeah, I give him more credit than anything for being that open about it. That's what I want more teams. Look, you don't have to lie to me. I know what I saw. Y'all weren't that great today. Like, I get it. You don't have to lie to me about it. Tell me the truth about how you feel about your game and go be better.
Now, they finished, I believe, 9th.
Doesn't that feel, though, like
like
something CeeDee Lamb would say? Like, he'll be like, dude, I'll keep it a buck with you. We were terrible.
But they finished 9th in the SEC. And it was that they were going to finish 14th or 15th. So I also think that is a big step up. Now, talked about the ACC, talked about the SEC. Would you like to go to the Big Ten tournament?
Sure.
Okay. Chris Collins, not the football announcer some people dislike.
Here's a guy. There's a guy.
He opened up his presser for the Big Ten tournament by saying that a bunch of the rooms that they have their players in don't have air conditioning. He said the Big Ten put them up in a hotel where it's 85 degrees. Quote, every way they turn, they're trying to get us. And if you think he is like just joking around or whatever, here's a follow-up quote from him. We're used to be treated like that by this league.
Oh, well, that sounds like a guy politicking for better stuff, like with the referees when you're just like, hey, look, these referees are great at what they do. This was a bad call. They're really good at what they do. Or you just go completely scorched earth on them and you throw something out like this. 85 degrees, bad sleeping temperature. I'm sorry, nobody should be trying to sleep in 85 degrees.
Even 75 is questionable.
Yeah,
right?
exactly. And listen, I know that's a problem that we have here in America, right? There are other people that are like, dude, I sleep in 85 degrees all the time, or that's just the way they grew up.
It's fair.
I can't. And if it's over a certain temperature, Kevin, I can't sleep. If I start sweating a little bit, no, drives me nuts.
Update.
I wouldn't be able to play basketball the next day.
Duke is already losing by 4 points. They are favored to win this game by 22.5 points.
Well, then they got work to do, is what you're saying. Yeah, it's just.
Oh man, Alec, are you putting in the call? All right,
Yeah.
well, I won't be distracted by college basketball tomorrow then. If
Cooper
that
Flag
is the
just
case.
drove to the basket. It's okay.
That's okay.
He should have gotten a foul.
We're gonna be fine. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Don't forget, in the noon o'clock hour, we got that Frey ticket giveaway, and tomorrow we'll be doing the show live at the Dallas Card Show. But coming up next, it's time for AM on the FM.
We got the question of the day, this time based around a legendary story about Aaron Donald. Next on The Fan.
Hey, remember when you used to be Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens?
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
got to remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut. But that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your...
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece is brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today at carsforkids.org and the personal injury lawyers, Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there is never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. We got a Frey ticket giveaway coming up in the noon o'clock hour. We'll have that tomorrow as well. And remember, tomorrow the show will be live at the Dallas Card Show in Allen. And now it's time for this.
What does this button do? Please, please, do not push the button. You have no idea what it...
Alec, you be quiet.
Alec, that was awful.
1 for Alec, 0 for Peyton.
Don't you dare touch that dial.
Don't you dare do it. It is time for AM on the FM. We got the question of the day derived by one of the most legendary stories I've ever heard told about an athlete named Aaron Donald. We'll get to that here in just a second. 877-881-1053. The Frankel and Frankel injury attorneys text line to answer that question, Twitch and YouTube as well. Before we get to that, I'm sorry. I just have to put this out there. This is a real program. Carter Freeman was back here trying to get the basketball game on the TV in here, going through the TV guide. There was a program on one of these channels called Sharks Suck.
Sorry, what?
Yeah, Sharks Suck. And suck was in all caps. So they really meant it. Someone out there decided to invest money in a program because they really don't like sharks. So take that, San Jose, I guess.
Because they try to fight that mascot.
I'd love to have a pet shark.
Like what size are we talking about? Like a full-size, like adult shark, or like a...
I do kind of want something that I can get in the water with.
Huh.
But if I could train like a great white, that'd be dope.
So you think you're
Train it
going
to do what?
befriend this shark?
Yeah, train it to be my friend, and then be like, hey, hey, buddy, you want to go out in the ocean today? Let's go. And then we all run out in the ocean like he's my surfboard, and then I pow, and we go talk to other sharks and stuff, and he's protecting me from orcas. Actually, orcas are going to kill him. Never mind, I'm keeping him at the house.
That's probably smart. If you get a shark, I guess keep us updated.
All right.
I'd like to know, I guess. The question of the day, 877-881-1053. If you had that one genie wish to spend on spending a day with one person, one celebrity, one athlete, who would it be? I need to know, because there's a story that is awesome about Aaron Donald. He made a kid's wish come true, and it didn't go exactly the way you might think. So if you got to choose one famous person out there you got to spend an entire day with and just live a day in life with them, who would it be?
Man, I feel like it might be The Rock.
Ooh.
Because he could be involved in WWE meetings, creative meetings. He could be meeting other famous people, hanging out with President Obama, making a movie. Like, there could be so many things that you could get to do in the span of one day. So I might pick him.
Yeah, there's a lot of variety there. Definitely a lot of variety with what he's got. And you might land in a show. Like, you might just be on a show.
True.
Because you know him.
Or he just buys you a truck or something just because, hey, you're my guy.
Be cool.
You know? I'd like that.
What kind of truck?
Man,
Platinum Chevy.
You know, we learned, yeah, it is Platinum Chevy, but I guess there's another new power in the truck game that I did not know about by just looking around the
GMC.
Yeah, the parking lot at Ranger Spring Training.
Yeah, there's a lot of them out there. This sounds dumb but Jerry Jones. I would want to follow him around, not for all the other stuff that goes on in his life, but for all the business decisions that he has to make. I want to see really like the behind the scenes version of who he's talking to, because I'd walk away from that with so much more information than I've ever had. Like every coaches meeting, how does he treat the coaches? What's that conversation like? Whenever he is making decisions on, whatever's going on at the stadium, he has interactions. I mean, he had interactions with everybody at FIFA as they were putting the World Cup stuff together. So his interactions, the people he comes across, I think that's a pretty decent one to want to kind of see how things are going behind the scenes.
I like that. Because there is so much more than just the football aspect too. Like the actual on the field product, like you said, what are these like coaches meetings like? Because we heard about that throughout, like especially towards the end of the season. I heard him mention it a lot, talking about, met with Coach McCarthy and talked about these things. Like, how long are those meetings? What exactly do you talk about after a game, especially with a tough season? Like, what is there to talk about when the quarterback is injured, when you're missing other key players like a Demarcus Lawrence and, some of your promising young players get hurt too? What do you even talk about? But in that same vein, Bill Belichick would be a very fun guy to spend a day with, because what does he talk about with his girlfriend? I'm still stuck on that.
Or not.
How much do I get for doing this?
Yeah.
From the 254, I'm with this person too. I like this, Willie Nelson. Listen, I know some people out there, some people, not our audience, because our audience does not smoke marijuana. All right.
Oh my God, our audience could fill all of the poorly drawn out background characters in Reefer Madness.
No, they couldn't. Nobody out there right now is lit one up. I can guarantee that.
I can guarantee
or gummied it up. But Willie Nelson's really interesting because, like, as connected as he is in the music world, I mean, there are so many people that just want to be around him for obvious reasons, but also because of what the music world is. He found a congregation in Austin. Like that's like he found people that is his people there, and they love what he's all about, and he's a fantastic musician, dude. So I would totally be down to hang out with Willie Nelson. 150, I think.
Oh my gosh, that feels
good for him.
91 years old.
Wow. Okay.
And that dude has seen a lot of things in his time. Okay. And you know what to do with him whenever he dies.
Spread his ashes.
Roll him up and smoke him.
Ah, gotcha.
There's a lot of interesting people that are coming to mind just because of those.
One second, Alec. I think I know the answer to this. But Corey, if you got to hang out with Willie Nelson, but one of the caveats was when he died, you had to roll part of him up and smoke him. Would you be good with that?
Sure.
Okay.
I mean, there's probably going to be a very select amount of people that get to say they did that.
Yeah.
And you could be part of that exclusive club.
Me, Snoop, Casey Musgraves. I feel like we got a good group going here.
That's a really strong group, if we're being honest. From the 469, Blake Shelton. From the 214, I've already smoked 2 this morning.
No, come on. No, y'all stop texting in lies.
Do people just actively lie to us all day? Like, is that their favorite thing to do?
We have a huge wake and bake audience. They might not catch us until the last hour of the show, but they're listening. I
don't know. I'm kind of with Corey on this. I think they might be lying. But let's see. Hanging out with a PGA golfer would be fun for a day from the 214. I would like to go down that rabbit hole of like somebody that I know of and I respect, but I don't really know exactly what they do on a day-to-day basis like that, because I'm not a huge golf fan, but I would love to hang out with like Scotty Scheffler or something and just see what a day is like. Like, how do you prep for a major? How, what do you do in your free time?
Would you just kind of want to see how he drives in regular life too?
Yeah. I'd want to be in the passenger seat and see what happens at 6 a.m. That would be really fun too.
3, 2, 1. That's right, Corey. Marijuana's illegal now. So how would you even get a marijuana? Exactly.
Good point.
Marijuana.
How would you even
get a marijuana? Quick side note for you, Alec, and this just is weird to me. Georgia Tech is winning 23-12, and ESPN's like 68% the Duke wins. It can't even be 50-50. They're like, we're destroying them, and they're like, don't worry about it.
Huh. I've always wondered how those analytics work. Like, we want transparency with officials and stuff. I want some transparency with these, like, graphics you're throwing up. Where do you come up with these numbers?
I always think about that with the elections, and they're like, hey, we got 1% in. This person's winning by 50% already. But the other person is going to win this state. And I'm like, I know you're probably right. But, like, how have you made that determination already?
That's way over my head. I suck at math. From the 214, Kevin Von Erich. And I can vouch for that.
Oh, yeah.
The one time we had him in studio, Corey, that interview, he is so insightful and so thoughtful.
And where you're going to spend your day with him in Hawaii, picking oranges and fishing with spears. Like, that's what that dude does. He is connected to the earth in Hawaii. And
He does a lot of stuff in Texas now, too.
Kevin, that is, you know what I always talk about?
Yes.
Like, I would love to just be gone and nobody know. That's what I would want to do, is live with Kevin Von Erich, just living that lifestyle. That would be awesome. Man, I wish I would have been here.
That would be fun, just to go fishing with him for a few hours and just let him tell stories. I probably would say a combined 10 words in those few hours. I'd just be like, let me hear everything.
Yeah.
You know, you pick where you want to start and just go from there. And Kevin, if you need some good listening, and Tolo's out there, Chris Van Vliet had Scott Steiner on the podcast.
Oh, man,
this
I heard
week.
he had some stuff to say about Hulk Hogan.
It's some very choice words that I can't air on the radio, but it is the best 2-minute rant that you will hear all week about Hulk Hogan and the things he would do behind the scenes to make sure he stayed over. Yeah, the Steiners were not very big fans of Hulk Hogan, but let him do the speaking for me, because just reading the quotes, no, you got to hear the hatred in his tone of voice. That was awesome. Someone said, "Don't forget about the Tolo Go audience. We never forget about you."
Oh yeah,
yeah. I don't think I'm ever going to forget that. That might have been one of my favorite moments working this show.
Corey, are you doing all right over there?
I don't like this look that you're making.
Have y'all looked at Southwest Airlines Instagram lately?
No. I don't really get out, so
54 minutes ago, they posted, Kevin, you told the updates that it's their bag policies have changed.
Yeah.
And it's A-list preferred gets 2 bags free. A-list gets 1 bag free. And then Rapid Rewards gets a bag free. But the way that they posted it, what does that say right there, Kevin?
Oh, man. It says it's not like we tried to trade Luka. Or it's not like we traded Luka. That's what it really says. With eyes like,
oh my gosh. That is crazy.
So is Southwest Airlines taking away all free bags equivalent to the sports version of trading Luka? I don't know what to do with any of that.
I don't know. I really kind of appreciate it. Thanks, Southwest Air.
What's that scene from Spider-Man after Tony Stark dies, and he's just looking at the mural of Tony Stark, and he's like, everywhere I go, I see him. That's me with Luka, okay?
Yes. Oh,
Stop
man.
the jokes.
I should call him.
Yeah.
You should.
Yeah,
that would
you
be
should
a
call
great
him.
get for the show.
That would be amazing. So I asked this question of the day, and keep those coming in. Somebody that you would spend a day with, somebody famous that you would want to hang out with if you had one wish to be granted. This is on the New Heights pod with, I don't think Travis was on this episode, but Jason Kelsey was. They had Matt Stafford on, and he was talking about Aaron Donald, and somebody, a child at the time who was with the Make-A-Wish program, wanted to spend a day with AD, and did not go the way you think it might.
I'll never forget, we had like a Make-A-Wish kid had been like, my dream is to go like be with Aaron Donald for a day kind of thing. And thankfully this kid at that point had kind of beaten the odds and had beaten the cancer that he had,
Nice.
I believe, and like was really
awesome.
on the mend. And it was really cool. Like he came in and you're like, oh man, this guy's like doing good, right? High school kid, bigger kid, loved to play football. And AD was like, cool, come work out with me, right? I'm walking by, I'm like, yo, what
what's
is about to
go down?
Yeah, right? I'm over there doing like banded something, and like 30 minutes in, and AD's just ripping curls out. Next thing you know, this kid is puking in the trash can. in the hallway. And I'm like, AD, can you please like have a little couth, a little understanding? Like, maybe now
got
is
what he
the time.
wanted.
You want to be AD, you got to work like AD. It was
on chemo for months, AD.
I'm like, God. Just relax on the bicep curls for a little bit. It's like, how many do we do till we throw up? You know what I mean? It was just like unbelievable.
I love it. I love it.
Yeah, he said, I don't care the circumstances. You've gotten the okay from the doctors. You want to be like AD. You're going to work out like AD. And I actually saw this kid. If I can find it, I'm going to go retweet it. I saw last night. He has a Twitter account, and he's playing college football now.
Nice.
And he said, yep, true story. And he said, I enjoyed every second of it.
Of course you would.
He had no regrets, and he's actually out there. He's recovered. He's playing college football. So really cool to see that story. But he said he was ripping the bicep curls until the Make-A-Wish kid had to run to the trash can.
I love it. And that kid loved it. He even said, I loved every second of it. because he already has a better appreciation for life than most of us.
Yeah.
All right, because he was like, I could be gone. So he just got pushed to his limit, which he was also used to going through chemo and dealing with cancer. And then he got his hero is telling him, this is how I do it. Do you want to do the same thing? I love it. That's awesome.
That is crazy. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. I need to stop watching college basketball.
Yes, you
Coming
do.
up next, it's time for Gridiron Gravy. Do you think Devontae Adams is going to be an elite number 2 wide receiver for the Rams? Next on The Fan.
Coming up in the...
used to be a, what was it, pepper lady.
Was it Cinnamon Sisters?
Hazel Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-curve?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. Back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone, all price to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Based on new Chevy registrations 2023 and 2024.
With the first and goal, Rodgers caught, touchdown. Jets have got the lead back. Davante Adams.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan right now. It's time to go around the entire NFL and dip into some gridiron gravy. Now, we will get to Davante Adams in just a second, but I love this quote from Baron Browning, the pass rusher for the Cardinals. He passed up a chance to participate in free agency, agreed to a new 2-year deal before the negotiating window started. Ask why?
Why?
He said, quote, if you've got a girlfriend who is a 10, why play around?
Fact.
So the Cardinals are the equivalent of a 10 or NFL team.
That is debatable. But the thing that he said is true.
Yeah.
Why? If she's a 10, and not just like a fine 10. Listen, man, the 10 involves all the things. If she's a 10 and she's crazy, she's more like a 7. All right? The crazy part of it, like, is terrifying. For real life, like for fun purposes, yeah, okay. But for real life, you don't want to deal with that.
Would you rather have a 10 that was kind of like you just said, or a 6 who had the best personality in the world?
Well, it kind of depends on the other things that go along with that personality. But
like
yeah.
What?
Yeah.
Earning power. Because her earning
power.
power is less than mine, obviously.
Well,
man.
It's not my fault. I didn't make the rules. We just follow them.
Must be nice.
Even though my wife still makes more than I do. God.
So, what are your expectations for Davante Adams with the Rams? Because Matthew Stafford said, hey, I'm a Ram for at least another year, hopefully another year or so after that. Are you high on the combination of Puka and Davante?
Yeah, I think it's special. They already have a pretty good run game to go along with it. You know that McVay knows how to use the running game. But I think
what the hell is happening, Corey?
Cooper Flagg is currently limping off of the court and being asked to sit down as he's trying to walk through it. He looks like he's in a lot of pain at the moment as he's sitting on the bench. They're going to probably ask him a few questions, Kevin, and then take him to the back and probably do some x-rays, check it out a little bit to make sure there's no significant damage. They'll tape it up, send him back out on the court, and maybe even sit him for the rest of this tournament, because what's important?
Next week.
The big tournament. But think about the big-time wide receivers that Matt Stafford has played with in his career.
Yeah.
Like Calvin Johnson and Cooper Kupp had phenomenal years. There have been some names that dude's had an opportunity to team up with, and now Davante Adams is one of them. And Davante Adams is a big type of receiver, similar body, like when I say body's type of Calvin Johnson, big receiver. But on top of that, he runs routes like the best route runners out there. So he fits perfectly, and he's pretty consistently healthy. So I think this is going to be a very scary combination. If their defense can play up to it too, the Rams are going to be one of those teams that you're afraid of.
Now, that's some great analysis and breakdown. But my question, Alec, is going to be, who gave the better breakdown? Was it our Corey Majors? Or was it Mrs. Macaulay Culkin, I think? Cut number 13. Brenda Song also breaking down how she would help the Rams improve.
If you're the Rams defensive coordinator, what would you have done to prevent Saquon Barkley from running for 200 yards in consecutive games?
Well, let me tell you, Chris Shula. I like you a lot. I like what you've done with our front four. But my issue is we don't have a run stopper. And we don't use our middle linebackers in the middle. We can't stop the run. That's our biggest problem besides our O-line. We cannot stop the run. Let's talk about Mike LaFleur and our OC, about our O-line and why Jalen Carter sacked Matthew Stafford, why the Philadelphia score should have been 28-29 and Rams should have been. We would have merged Commanders. Sorry, love you, love you, Jaden Daniels, but we'd have been the Super Bowl. Okay, continue. Sorry.
Go Birds. What's your greatest regret in life?
Not being an offensive lineman, so I could have protected Matt Stafford from that Jalen Carter sack.
Tremendous.
Listen, dude, I just watched Running Point and she's on that show, and it comes back. She's a really fun actress. When she was growing up on The Sweet Life, you were like, okay, like that's a character right there. And then she was insane in The Social Network, and you were like, she just lit everything on fire.
Right.
And she was fun in this show. I loved it. That's great analysis right there.
It really was.
We have no run stopper. Our offensive line stinks, and she wants to be the O-line coach. I like it.
Yeah, but she said they would have killed the Commanders. Did she not see that Marcus Mariota is back with the Commanders on a 1-year deal? So
Huge.
It is huge if true. It appears to be true. Adam Schefter also reporting that Neville Gallimore agreed to a 1-year deal with the Indianapolis Colts. Remember him?
I do remember him. He went to Oklahoma, and then he was not as good as we wanted him to be for the Cowboys.
Well, speaking of not as good as multiple teams wanted him to be, Mac Jones signed a 2-year, $7 million contract with the San Francisco 49ers, $5 million guaranteed, a max value of $11.5 million. So a new, experienced backup for Brock Purdy, I guess.
That is nice. A new experienced backup. I like that.
Experienced backup. All right. The Falcons, for now, have called Kirk Cousins' bluff about like, hey, I'm ready to go to another team where I can maybe start. And they're like, hey, that's great. We're going to hold on to you for now. So on Monday, he gets a $10 million 2026 roster bonus guarantee. So not necessarily get the money just yet, but he becomes guaranteed on Monday if he's still on the roster. And it appears, at least as of now, he will still be on the roster. I think the Falcons are like, we already gave you like $80 million in cap money. We might as well just keep you, even if we're not going to start you, right?
Yeah, hey, look, you just be on the sideline as a just in case.
Yeah, because no
kind
team
of situation.
If a team was lining up and was like, I'll give you 2 first-round picks, then I could see why you would do that. But that's not happening.
Exactly.
So they're like, all right. All right, Rico Dowdle, the 1-year, I believe it was $6.25 million deal with the Carolina Panthers. We had talked about how the Cowboys think Javonte Williams can do about the same thing for cheaper. So you got Javonte 1 year at $3 to $3.5 million. Would you prefer that or Dowdle at 6.25?
I'm kind of in probably the way the Cowboys run things. The Javonte Williams deal is the best for them. Bless you, in the future and the now. So I would say probably that. Look, Dowdle had a good year last year. The Cowboys, once they decided to legitimately run the football, they were like, all right, we're going to hand it off to Dowdle. And they were like, he's finding holes, and he can get the yards, and he gets plenty of carries to do it too. If Javonte Williams gets those kind of carries, probably going to have similar type of numbers there too. But they are looking to obviously bolster that position with a younger person who they plan on being the one carrying the load for 4 years.
Man, I like in all of that breakdown, a lot of Mac Jones talk, but somebody said, I think running point is terrible because they try to convince me that Chet Hanks is a basketball player.
I don't know who Chet Hanks is.
One of Tom Hanks' kids. That's not the one you know.
Oh, wow. That's Tom Hanks' kid? There's no way I would have believed that he was a basketball player, too. I'm with you. I agree. He doesn't look anything like it. He's too short and stumpy.
Oh, man.
It's a fact.
Let's go to Evan Ingram. Signed a 2-year, $23 million deal to go to the Broncos. I know there are a lot of folks that seem to be pretty high on this move because they think it'll be a good security blanket for Bo Nix. Do you agree? Or do you think, sure, for those 7 games of the season, it'll be great?
Yes. Having seen that played out many times, the Bo Nix experiment, I'm very interested in what else they add in the draft. If they're going to say, hey, we have to bolster our defense for him because they were already a really good defense. Or if they say, no, we just have to give extra weapons to Bo Nix in this thing. So I'm very interested to see this.
I wanted to throw this out there. Is this more injury news or is it a text?
He is being helped, Kevin, down the tunnel, and he is not putting any weight on his ankle. So the Mavs need to trade back for Luka and go ahead and make a run at the playoffs. instead of trying to get Cooper flagged, because Patrick Dumont did say,
I hate everything.
The objective was, how do we create a roster for the future? That was what Patrick Dumont has said. There's audio of it.
All right. Well, this is what I get.
Trust in Nico.
This is what I get. I think it's yesterday, maybe 2 days ago. Wolchuk's like, I'm feeling good about Texas Tech. And I was like, hey, that's great. Maybe they can make it to the final before they lose to Duke. This is what I get for getting
You
too
always say you say, I'm going to wait until the end to talk my trash.
As a mistake by me.
That's karma, bro. That's instant karma right there. We just talked about it yesterday.
Or do you think it's because his mom MF the North Carolina crowd? I don't know. All right.
No, that was definitely necessary.
Mikael Williams, the edge from Georgia. I know potential top 10 pick. Some people think maybe he would be available. When the Cowboys select at number 12, he had a 10-yard split of 1.59 seconds, which when it comes to that position, a lot of people focus on that. If he would have done that at the scouting combine, it would have been fourth fastest at the scouting combine. So just a note there. And
that is good.
Did you ever see the New York sack exchange 30 for 30?
I don't think I did.
It just came out I think in the last year or so.
Then no, I did not.
So they have this thing where Mark Gastineau goes up and confronts Brett Favre at a card show, and not the Dallas card show. People more civilized there. And he was like, you took my record away and blah, blah, blah. And a lot of people thought it was kind of fake. Well, Mark Gastineau is now suing for $25 million. He's suing ESPN, saying that edited Favre video has ruined him. So, I don't know what the entirety of the video contains, but he believes it was edited to make him look unfavorably.
Then he probably should feel that way then if he feels that way.
None of his teammates liked him either, if you watch that New York Sack Exchange.
Really?
They do the documentary primarily on 4 people, and the other 3 are like, yeah, either way.
Wow.
Even one of them's like, I tried to be there, but he's kind of a jerk.
Dang.
Except they said it was saltier language. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, the best lineups heading into the 2025 season and where the Rangers fit. Next on The Fan.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
It's not the end of everything, it's just the end of everything you know.
Oh, man, Kevin.
KNC, who cares? Back here, 105.3 The Fan. How did everything go so wrong so quickly?
It would have been the first time since 2015 they would have had a chance to win the championship.
I mean, they were in the Final Four a few years ago.
They didn't have a chance
Look,
that year.
quick Cliff's Notes. I do love Dick.
Excuse me? All right, so somebody texted in and they were like,
I am broken right now.
They texted in and then Kevin snapped back at them really harshly. No, I'm
It's
just
supposed to be Duke basketball.
And
I don't know what just happened.
They said, just messing with y'all. And I replied back, you can't mess with Kevin right now. Cooper Flag is hurt and Kevin is playing sad songs on his phone.
In the break, I'm just not going to look at the fan text. In the break, I was playing Mad World by Gary Jules because Cooper Flag is in a wheelchair now. Malik Brown got hurt. It's all falling apart.
Who do they play for, Kevin?
They play for Duke.
Hey,
which
since you dumped that,
yeah.
Will we be able to use it for Masterpiece of the Week tomorrow?
I'm just going to believe it. Yeah.
All right, good. Because
hey,
wow.
The story was going to come from a heartwarming place about how I was 6 years old when the Final Four was at Reunion Arena and DUKE was playing in that tournament. Can't say it anymore. And I was like, oh, I like them. They're wearing blue for some reason. I thought that was neat or whatever because I was a little kid. Fell in love with Duke. Loved Duke ever since then. It's all collapsing.
Who'd they lose to there?
And then they lost to Louisville and never nervous Purvis Ellison in the championship game. And now their players are getting hurt. I'm saying inappropriate things on air while trying to tell heartwarming stories. Maybe I'll get a phone call from my wife. I don't know. It's all collapsing on me at this moment.
They've won 5, maybe 6 championships in your time.
They've won 5.
I lost count because I was scrolling up. Yeah, man, they've won 5 championships since then. How many have they lost since then? Do you know? Have they lost any?
Yeah, no, they have lost a bunch. They lost in 86, they lost in 90, they lost in 99.
Well, they haven't lost as many as they've won since you got involved.
Okay.
From the 214, I'm watching on YouTube, so I caught every bit of that. Somebody please hug Kev. He gonna cry.
And then I just made a weird proclamation. I was trying to say basketball, and I was like, you know what? You didn't even have. I mean, I know you have to edit it for FCC rules, but otherwise, you wouldn't have to.
Carter already has the video of it.
From the 425, it's not like they traded Luka. I mean, valid.
Okay, Southwest Airlines, I saw your bit earlier on.
Dang, dude, that really stinks for you, for him, and for all Mavs fans that thought we had a shot at getting him. We don't know the update on the injury right now.
No, we don't. But he needed help getting off the court, and now he's in a wheelchair going to get examined. So he doesn't feel great.
I think it's obvious he just needed to take a load off. I mean, it's pretty obvious because otherwise it would have snapped.
If you listen to the beginning of the segment, I am clearly in favor of taking a load off. So
have you seen it?
Nope. I'm not
the
doing
slow-mo,
it.
his ankle hit somebody else. His foot landed on somebody else's foot, and then it rolled his ankle.
And then from the 903, technically, if they've only won 5, that means they've lost all the other ones. Man.
The 915, Kevin, I'm a UTEP fan. We haven't won since 66.
Okay.
Calm down.
It's fair. That is fair. All right.
You all right, buddy?
I could have lived without that thing that I just said to go along with all of the misery, but
I'll never forget it.
If people enjoys it, I don't know. I'm broken. Somebody else needs to take over the show. I am broken. All right.
I'm going to have to find a run sheet then.
Let's talk. What? Let's talk about baseball. The best lineups heading into 2025 and where the Rangers fit. All right. Do you look at this lineup, and we can run through like what the projected lineup is going to be and think this is one of the best lineups in all of baseball?
All right, are we all in agreement? And I know there are people out there that think he shouldn't be and think he won't be for long. But to start this season, Marcus Semien is leading off at second base, correct?
I think that is probably accurate.
All right, and then our 2-hole hitter, Corey Seager. That is going to be that because you want to get those two guys as many at-bats as possible in every game. That's the whole goal of having them 1-2. We are in agreement that Wyatt Langford is third?
Yes.
Wyatt. All right, who's 4? Adolis?
Not Cody Bradford.
Healthy Adolis Garcia?
He's not going to be ready for the start of the regular season.
What has happened in DFW with all the injuries? Think about this for a second. The whole Mavericks team is injured, all right? Whole team.
Yeah.
Rope hit in the face with a puck. Dak got injured for the rest of the season last year. Tore the hamstring off the bone. And then the Rangers, you saw what they went through last year. What's going on? I mean, even Tyler Sagan's hurt. Can you believe that? It's almost that ever happened.
Okay, well, that one
That's
at
a
least
lie.
I've had more time to process, and that did help facilitate some of the moves that you were able to make. But
Cody Bradford.
Yes, I know, Cody Bradford. They said the MRI was clean, but he's still going to start the regular season on the IL. That is very concerning to me because, like, hey, Corey, we went through your background check. It's clean. But we're not going to hire you, and we're going to look over you for a while.
You're an idiot.
That it feels like there's it's clean, but there might be something else happening there.
All right, so
Maybe
I want
he's in a wheelchair. I don't know.
Maybe he is. That's a possibility.
That was Cooper flag.
I'm trying to figure out, is Jock better right behind Adolis, left-handed bat right behind Adolis?
I think so, because then would you transition to Young
or Berger? This is a great problem to have.
I think I'm going to go Young,
All right.
but I got you.
Young, Berger, and we'll go with Heim for right now. And let's go ahead and put Evan Carter in center field, even though it could be him, Tavares, Pilar. It could be any of those. That right there, dude, is a murderer's row all the way up to Jake Berger. Jonah Heim, I don't have a lot of he's got to prove it to me again this year, unfortunately.
If
for him.
Higgy started to roll and took over a bunch of that spot.
I'm excited about Higgy.
Yeah.
I'm excited about
Alec
Jonah
is too,
Heim
I
whenever
think.
Jonah Heim's in ball, whenever he's locked in. Last year, it just looked like there were times where he was just mad at himself. He couldn't get his swing right. He was swinging too big. He wasn't swinging short enough. There are lots of different things. So that little spot right there. And then Evan Carter, I have a lot of confidence in getting on base, doing his thing if he's healthy there too. So Simeon through Jake Berger, murderers row. I love it. I love that lineup.
Which I think they're at least a couple spots too low. So CBS does have them in the top 10 of their lineups heading into opening day. They've got the Rangers at 10. I would probably move them up to 8. If you still want to slide them behind the Orioles and Yankees, I get that, but I would put them ahead of the Diamondbacks and the Padres. I know people can argue some of these points, but the point is it feels like it's a really good lineup. I would probably move it a little bit higher.
Here's the one thing that I need to I want to temper everybody's expectations, okay? We are just assuming that Simeon, Seager, Adolis, Young, Evan are all going to go back to having career years the way they did in 2023. A lot of people are just kind of like, oh, yeah, now that we've made these additions, those guys are there. They're going to hit that way. So the assumption is...
And that's not based on anything, especially with Evan Carter.
Yes.
Sorry to jump in there, but at least I can see more of a track record because some of these players have been in Major League Baseball for longer. Evan Carter is just really hard to figure out because he had a quick ascension through, well, first of all, through the draft and then through the minor leagues. And then he had one of the most incredible rookie postseason runs we've ever seen. And then last year he was hurt.
Yeah, no, you're dead on there. The Marcus Simeon overtime, we've seen that every other year is a good, bad, good, bad, good, bad. We're in a good year, so Marcus Simeon should have a good season. I am perfectly fine saying Corey Seager is going to have a good year. Health is a question mark, but I'm perfectly fine saying if he's healthy, he's having a good year. We have a big question mark on what Langford is, but at the moment, I feel like it's nothing but we're looking at ceiling for him right now.
Now, to go along with this, I know we were talking about the teams. By the way, which lineup, I know this is going to be a really difficult question, which lineup do you think is at the top of the power rankings? I know, difficult question.
I mean, I guess it's the team that's going to win the NL West, the Padres.
Well, as I just told you, the Padres are 9th on the list.
What?
But, hey, don't listen to everything I've said today,
this team.
even in this segment. The Dodgers are number 1. The Mets are 2, rounding out the top 5. The Braves, the Phillies, and the Red Sox.
That Dodgers lineup
it's
looks so fun. To have Teoscar Hernandez in right field, like this.
Look at the top of the lineup.
One.
Shohei, Mookie Betts, Freddie Freeman, Teoscar Hernandez, Max Muncy. That's the first half of your lineup.
Yeah.
Now, I had a question to go along with this individual power hitters. I know we said we like the power of this team across the board in terms of the balance and everything. Who would you put as the number one power hitting individual in all of baseball?
That's in all of baseball?
Yes.
Aaron Judge, probably.
Aaron Judge is number one. How would you guys break it down after that?
Would Shohei be next?
Shohei is number 2 on the list, and this is from MLB.com. So it goes Aaron Judge, Shohei. I feel like that's probably a pretty accepted 1-2 punch right there.
Yeah, no, absolutely. So I would probably go with those two first. I'm not sure where it falls after that.
Juan Soto is third.
Dude, as far as he's just the hitter, I guess Shohei kind of falls in that category. Aaron Judge did too last year.
Yes, but Juan Soto is, I was going to say the worst of them defensively, but I guess Shohei. Yeah, no, I might actually stick with that. Juan Soto, third on the list, then Bobby Witt Jr. and Yordan Alvarez.
Really? Bobby Witt Jr. has made his way into being that type of a power hitter. I like it.
And I think that's what makes him so amazing already. Obviously, he's young in his career. He set a single season Royals record for WAR. He's been he looks like a batting average guy. He had a great batting average last season, but there's pop to go along with it, and I think that makes him scary overall.
It's interesting when you pass up Yordan Alvarez, you've done something, because that dude, he is dangerous. He's at the plate. Pitchers absolutely fear him. They're doing everything they can to keep the ball out of his area, which is huge swaths of the strike zone.
Now, Yordan Alvarez is number 5. The rest of the top 10, Vladimir Guerrero, Jose Ramirez, Gunnar Henderson, Bryce Harper, and Kyle Tucker, who you remember already started out 0 for 20 in spring training. Do you have any issues with specifically Seager not being in the top 10 individual power hitters? Do you think that's a reflection of this past season?
Maybe, but he still had really good home run numbers for being, out as much as he was. I would probably bump Kyle Tucker for him. That's just kind of how I would do it. I'm interested where Nelly De La Cruz lands on this at some point. Does he get his power up to the point where everybody's like, oh man, he's involved in this too? Will Wyatt Langford ever make his visit on this?
It seems like yes, because
I don't know if you've heard, Kevin, but whenever he hits the ball, it sounds different.
I have heard that. But in the others receiving votes category, so there's 10 essentially honorable mentions. Ellie De La Cruz is in that group, as is Corey Seager, as is Wyatt Langford. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, what grade would you give the selectively aggressive Cowboys to start free agency? Plus, 2 weeks out from the start of the MLB regular season, we've got some spring training superlatives. All of that and the Frey ticket giveaway next on The Fan.
get something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freak me out a little bit.
The Expressway on 105.3 The Fan is presented by the On Time Experts.
Making a big play for Tennessee. Flacco steps up in the pocket, throws a dart, batted up in the air and picked off. Intercepted by Murray.
K&C Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. What would be the grade you would give the selectively aggressive Dallas Cowboys to start free agency? Also, if you want to know, I continue to play sad songs in the break. I reflected a lot on what I said to start that segment, and Cooper Flagg came back out and sat on the bench.
If he's injured, I mean, he's sitting on the bench, he's wearing his uniform, he's not like in street clothes or anything.
And they had him in a wheelchair.
Maybe he's a little bit of a diva like Paul Pierce and Dwayne Wade. I don't know. But it was his ankle. It's not like it was his shoulder or his pants were filled with pudding. But that being said, if he is not able to play during the NCAA tournament, should that affect their seed?
I could see that. I wonder if they win the tournament without him.
Because right now they don't have. Do they have Brown out there right now? No, they don't. So they're without both of them.
I think if they were to win the tournament without him, then they would probably still be a number one seed. But if not, I could see them getting dropped to number two. Cooper Flagg is the best player in the country.
Yeah.
He's out for the rest of the game, by the way, with the ankle injury. You were pretty much like saying that without officially saying it.
Yeah.
But
sorry, man.
No, that's a fair question.
I know this hurts your sports soul right now, and you have to do a radio show.
It really does. I've said this before, and I'll say it again. I need the Rangers to start like 16-0.
Yeah.
Because with the Luka trade, the plethora of injuries, I am a fan of Duke basketball.
Mm-hmm. The Stars are good.
Yes, that is true. That's a good point.
Stars are carrying this for us.
Well, right when I needed them, they took like 4 days off.
They did take a long time.
Well, they'll be back at it tomorrow.
We'll have Brian Ray on with us tomorrow at 10:20.
Absolutely. And they still have an opportunity to take the top seed in the Central, perhaps have home ice throughout the Western Conference playoff.
I think the biggest, honestly, I'm not lying about this. The biggest thing about the Stars right now, they're playing fun hockey.
That's true.
And that for me, that's like, I know Saturday night didn't turn out quite the way we wanted it to, but for me, the rest of the way, I just get to watch fun hockey and a fun team that I feel like is going to be really good as we get to the playoffs.
Now, for the Cowboys from the 214, they've given a C+ to the Cowboys. A lot of potential, no guarantees thus far. I'm curious. The Cowboys said they would be selectively aggressive, and the aggressive part was for Osa. The selective part feels like it was for pretty much everybody else.
Okay, let's throw this into the mix. I am trying to play devil's advocate in the conversation here more than homering it up. The players that they added, again, none of them are stars by any means.
Sure.
They are pieces that fill voids that they needed. Jerry said he wasn't looking for free agency for it. Most of them they've traded for. These pieces, they re-signed their players and then traded. So they didn't sign guys, but they traded. What do they trade for though? Players that were less than $6 million.
That's what they do.
Like that,
You're
they even sought out and trade. Hey, who else is making under $6 million that plays the position we need? Let's go see if we can offer a fifth or a sixth for them, and still have some picks to work with whenever the draft comes along.
I might sound like a chump for saying this, because Yahoo, for example, gave them a D- for free agency thus far.
Very fair.
And said extending Osa was big, but it was another offseason of low-level additions that won't help Dallas catch Washington or Philadelphia.
Getting caught off guard by Jordan Lewis, not being able to retain him,
right?
That probably takes another slice off of it. Like they were planning on getting Osa back and getting him back.
Yes.
I feel like, and so losing that probably drops my grade down to a C.
So I'm just going to say this, and I want to make this very clear. By no means am I insinuating anything about them catching the Commanders or the Eagles or anything like that.
No, they're wanting to do that in the draft.
But the trio of moves yesterday I liked with Elam, Murray, and Sanborn because it spoke to clear deficiencies in, I don't even know if you want to say talent as much as you want to say bodies. Yes, that is a perfect description, that are missing from the Dallas Cowboys. And so if you're picking up a couple of linebackers, you're picking up a cornerback, at least you're getting closer to what could look like a full team before you get to the draft. And that's been my worry all along. I hope we draft unbelievable studs that go out there and dominate this year. But my concern was they're going to be like, all right, we need another interior lineman. We might need 2 linebackers. We might need another cornerback. Looks like that's who we're drafting in the first 4 picks. I know offensive line is on the list as well, but I didn't want them to be in a position where, quite frankly, I think the last 2 first rounds they've had to reach for somebody who fit what they needed on the team.
Yeah, no, the way, and this is kind of what they do. Like they build this type of team in free agency, which is, do we have something we can get for about $3 to $5 million?
Right.
And can we fill those things so that we are good to go and we can pick that? And I do think that they can pick, if they have the best cornerback there, they can still get one. And they can say, this guy is going to be more talented than the guy we just traded for, but we're good. And if they need to wait around and miss out on that guy, they're like, okay, we feel comfortable with that. We may not feel completely comfortable with it, but the Cowboys and their personnel department does. And they're probably going to still look at, after the draft, they're going to still look at some things and go, we're still a little light there. Hell, last year, Kevin, they were light on pass rushers going into training camp.
True.
And so once they got to training camp, they were like, we need to sign this guy, this guy, this guy. Losing Demarcus Lawrence is a significant thing for the sake of 2 things, Kevin. And I'm sorry if we're talking about that somewhere else.
No.
Losing Demarcus Lawrence stinks because he's a player that is really good at what he does specifically. good at stopping the run. He does a lot of other things other than pass rush. For me, it's another person that spent a decade with the Cowboys that isn't going to get a championship with them. And a guy that probably, deserved it too with the work and the emotion and the care that he put into this thing. That being said, he was injured a lot, and that was a problem. And the team suffered from it when he wasn't out there because he was paid a lot of money to do a certain job, and the injuries stacked up on him. It stinks. I don't love it, but losing him, that's going to leave a void. That's going to leave a hole for the Cowboys to fill.
So I wanted to run through this and just get y'all's initial thoughts. So these are the players that are gone. Zach Martin retired. Demarcus Lawrence went to the Seahawks. Jordan Lewis to the Jags. Chuma Adoga to the Jags. Chauncey Golston to the Giants. And Rico Dowdle to the Panthers. Now, what you kept or brought in, you agreed to a deal with Javonte Williams, agreed to a deal with Robert Jones, agreed to a deal with Peyton Turner, agreed to a deal with Jack Sanborn. You traded for Elam, traded for Murray, signed Solomon Thomas, and then kept Osa, Cavante, Hoffman, Bell, Thomas, Sig, Wheat, Goodwin, and Anger. How does that balance out? Does that balance to neutral? Does it balance to worse?
That's where I am with C. The C grade, it's neutral. I am there. They didn't change my expectation of this team at all. Does that help with it didn't make me go, man, we got that guy. I'm excited that we got Eberflus. I think this defense can be tough. I really do think that. I know Zimmer, we were expecting that. I saw what Eberflus did up in Chicago, and I liked their defense a lot. I really did. And I'm expecting him to bring that here. Will he always have the players for it? I'm interested to know that. Will they be healthy enough? That's another factor. But I like what he did, but there's no player specifically that I just go, wow, that changes everything for this team.
How does the fan base, do you get the sense, and we could ask y'all right now, how do you feel about the departure of Demarcus Lawrence? Franco and Frankel, injury attorney, text line 877-881-1053. Because I know the one thing that's going to come up for sure, right, besides the injuries, is we were just too burnt out or whatever at the Super Bowl, right?
From the 469, ain't nobody a run stopper. He was just a name that was overrated because of his name.
Ooh.
I'll agree if you're saying trying to sack the quarterback, he did not accomplish that. He did not. He added pressure, but he did some other things that the Cowboys told us they loved, and when you watch it on film, you're like, man, that dude can still do what he does well. From the 469, how are you burnt out after a playoff game? He should have been cut right then.
And
that's how a lot of people feel. But Kevin, don't forget what he was a good player during that run with Romo, where it ended with the Packers.
Yeah.
There were a lot of other things, but he did miss a lot of time. That's the only thing for me is that I was like, man, when is his foot going to act up on him? And it always felt like it was going to be a foot injury.
And it's tough when you see the contractual numbers because you have to know the real from the fake, right? And you're like, I admit I fell into this trap for half a second when I saw 3 years, $42 million for Demarcus Lawrence. And I was like, get the heck out of here. Are you kidding me? Good for him. And then you see only $18 million of it is guaranteed. And does that mean realistically it's more like a 2-year, $18 million contract? Because that can change your entire perception about whether or not you would have wanted him back.
From Swaggy Booties, Kevin just sports sacrifice flag for the Stars to win. Appreciate that, Kevin.
I would make that deal.
From Knock Turtle.
That is tremendous.
Usually they just wait a couple weeks and scrap the bottom of what's left and then reply from PKM. Instead, this year they proactively went and found the bottom.
Man.
So they got out there before.
Because you thought it was going to be positive.
Yeah.
And then somebody threw out there, you can't spell selectively aggressive without average. Now,
is that true?
You'd have to steal
letters from both
one
words.
of those A's. You'd have to double up with the A because there's 2 A's in average. But I think that is a very clever observation. And from the 817, I get this, but I'm not going to fall into this category before the season even starts. The deepest recesses of my mind definitely think this. What's the difference? The Cowboys are going to be the Cowboys, might squeak into the playoffs, and then lose straight away.
There is nothing that will change anybody's mind until they go further.
And even even us who probably want to dispute that, it is really tough to argue at this moment. I don't know. Have you seen all these moves? It feels like they're ready to make a run, even though the other two teams in their division, sorry, Giants, were the last two teams left standing in the NFC, and then one of them went on to go win the Super Bowl. I'm not saying that you've caught either one of those teams or even made a dent with either one of those teams, but I also haven't completely hated how they've done free agency thus far, and I know a lot of people have.
Yeah, that was kind of the thing the last few years. They kept telling us, guys, we're not afraid of anybody in our division right now. Like that was literally the way that they were building their team. They were like, we're good enough to compete with the Eagles, and nobody else is even catching up to us. I think last year did kind of, hey guys, you're now number 3 in your division because they are lapping you. Oh, to the point where they even brought back Noah Brown, and I'm like, that's another good move.
Yeah.
Even though I don't think he's great, I'm just like, yeah, Washington just keeps adding good moves to this thing because those things allow them. Let's say they wanted to trade a receiver. They can do it. Last year they traded a receiver. They can do those types of things because they're deep and talented.
I'm curious to see what the next moves are. I forgot to count up. I'll go check over the cap or SPO track to see where the Dallas Cowboys are salary-wise.
They got plenty of money left over.
Yeah, my guess was going to be somewhere plus $30 million.
Let's go ahead and sign Micah right now.
I haven't seen the contract breakdowns of how especially the multi-years work and how the money will play out with all of those. But I have to imagine they still have more than 30, maybe close to high 30s on their salary cap left. I know some of that will go to the draft class, but as you just mentioned, and as we've talked about a few times, if you can get that extension with Micah done, that will just about take care of your draft class. In fact, I actually think it might be more or about what you need for your draft class. And so you could still have money out there. I just don't know who the players are out there that you would want to chase, or if maybe you could take on more salary with a trade because they've already been busy in that market too.
I was coming out of college, I was very high on Kenneth Murray. I was very high on the player coming out of college because I liked what I saw whenever he was playing at Oklahoma. He has not quite lived up to what I expected him to be. However, he can pile up tackles in the middle of your defense. And I know Brenda Song's really big on how they use their middle linebackers. In the interior part of your linebacking crew, he can be an effective player for you and pile those up. And with Eberflus, I'm hoping that because he's a linebacker-minded coach, I hope that he can seize that big physical body. I know Eric Kendricks was what he was, but his body's aging, and I don't know how much money he's willing to come back for to be part of this defense and maybe compete with another guy.
Now, a couple of things. I think you're spot on with something. Whether you think Murray or Elam or go back to the day before, these were respective first-round picks in 2020 and 2022. There's a reason you were able to trade very little for them because they have absolutely been disappointing.
The first time I remember the Cowboys doing this, by the way, was Mark Colombo. So when Mark Colombo got to the Cowboys, everybody was like, the hell are they bringing in Mark Colombo for? They got this guy, this guy, this guy. They're good there. And Bill Parcells said he was a first-round pick. And I can't remember how high it was, but it may have been like top 4 or something. It's something weird. He was a high first-round pick, and it didn't work out for Chicago. And maybe a little knee problem was the problem, but they released him, and we can pick up a guy who had the pedigree of a first-round pick. The talent's there. And that's the thing about, like, when you start talking about, hey, man, these fifth-round picks, the fifth-round picks might be really good at one thing. The higher you get up in the draft, the guys you have are very skilled at lots of different things. And that's really what you're picking them for and paying them for, is that they're good enough to be good at a lot of things rather than having just one little trick that they can do. And that's where, when you look at that first round, you start saying the Cowboys do this consistently. They'll pick up players that are former first rounders that they think they can squeeze something out of because change of scenery is good enough.
Sanborn is an interesting one as well because when the Cowboys signed Javonte Williams, people are like, oh, Detroit doesn't seem to care. It feels like Chicago cares about this one because, first of all, people are like, well, why wouldn't you even tender him to try to prevent this from happening?
Very good point.
But people seem upset.
Or get hired picks from, comp picks.
Or Bears fans seem upset about this. So that's an intriguing part of it as well. Somebody just asked, what about Von Miller? Look, I firmly believe that the Dallas Cowboys are going to get Von Miller. If you want the betting odds, here's what it looks like.
He is DeMarcus Ware at this point.
Fair.
He is a pass rush specialist.
Yeah.
So that you're not getting nothing but that, and he has been one of the best in his time as a pass rusher. So that is whatever money you are paying him is for very specifically one thing, and I feel like it's what Micah already does, but I could be wrong about that.
The Kansas City Chiefs are the leading candidate to pick up Von Miller at 3-1. Jets 4-1. Dallas Cowboys 9-2. So let's just boil it down 4.5-1. So the Cowboys are in that mix for Von Miller, at least per the gambling lines. They have them at third behind the Jets and the Chiefs. Corey, you're right. I don't dispute any of that. This just feels like a move that the Cowboys would make.
We'll be all in.
Yes, I know, Jerry, because they're going to be all in. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. And if you could give me cut number 10, I would appreciate that. We need to talk about those Texas Rangers.
3-1 count to the Rangers shortstop. Crawford, the windup and the pitch. Seager swings, it's a high fly ball right center. Abreu turns, he watches that one out of here! Into the Rangers bullpen. Seager goes deep for the second time tonight.
Our buddy Sean McFarland threw out some Ranger superlatives for early in spring training, and we can go through those, but I also feel like it's about...
Let's give something away!
877-881-1053. Caller number 10 will win a pair of tickets to go see the Fray when they come to the Southside Ballroom on Friday, July 25th. You can go buy the tickets, of course, or you can win them for free right now. Caller number 10, 877-881-1053. Now, I'm assuming you want me to start with positive superlatives, or do you want a negative superlative?
At this point, really, with all this Cooper Flag news,
all right, let's go negative.
I would say you think you want some positivity in your life.
I interpreted that as you wanted the negative.
All right, here we go.
Sean McFarland, the maybe don't panic, but award.
Cody Bradford.
See, and that is fair. It actually went to Evan Carter, but we're going to help update the story today. Because with Evan Carter, it's, hey, he started out 0 for 7 with 5 strikeouts against left-handers. I think he missed like 8 of the 12 pitches that he swung at from left-handers. That is concerning.
He's not even seeing it.
And then there's Cody Bradford, who something's just, it feels off.
Mm-hmm.
Because, and I know it's different because DeGrom has more of a history with this, but last year's like, oh yeah, no, DeGrom's probably fine. We'll see what happens. And here, hey, Cody Bradford is going to be off for 4 or 5 days. Then he gets the MRI, and they say it's clean, but he won't be ready for the start of the season, which is in 2 weeks.
Mm-hmm.
So we went from 4 or 5 days to at least 14, I guess probably more than that, days, because the MRI was clean. That doesn't make sense to me, and maybe Jared's going to call and be like, hey, you stupid idiot, this is why. But it just, something feels off about this.
I don't think you're wrong. I know that they want to alleviate panic and everything, but whenever you get soreness in the forearm, it's very clear, even if the MRI is clean, and they were taking that kind of time. Now, my question, I know you're concerned about the player. The question is, you don't have who's your left-handed rotational pitcher? Because what their plan might be is rocker or lighter.
Yeah.
And I know they said it's just 10 days, but dude, so what is the plan for left-handed pitching?
Because obviously, even if you went Dane, that wouldn't work either.
Yeah. So there's nobody really there for that. And honestly, it is just kind of a change of look. There's a lot to it because you got a bunch of guys that are pounding right-handed pitchers. You're going up against a team that weekend, and you're just like, oh, crap, this team hits great against righties. We don't have a single lefty to throw at them. Good luck to us. So they got I don't know if Jordan Montgomery is still a trade option with Arizona or wherever things are going there.
All right.
I know we didn't bring back Heaney, and that stinks now kind of in that place, but you're really relying on Bradford to have a good season.
In case you don't remember the deal with Jordan Montgomery, This is the owner, right? For the Diamondbacks.
Yeah.
Essentially, he was like, hey, why did the team not do well? And he goes, man, you know who was really not good this year? Jordan Montgomery.
Look, I know the team wasn't great, but this guy...
And so we all kind of thought maybe he would be made available.
He was like, I'll wear that too. That was me. I screwed up, guys.
He was really adamant.
Freaking bum.
I know about how stupid that deal was. He's still on the team for another year. And so we kind of thought, hey, like maybe he would be made available, but nothing has particularly happened on that.
He's supposed to get his next start of the spring on the backfield. So
okay, that's Bradford or Montgomery. Okay, so it's not going.
Yeah, a simulated game. So he's not even pitching against real hitters yet.
The Spirit of Travis Jankowski Award goes to. I think you might get this.
Travis Jankowski. Seems like he would be the guy.
Well, wouldn't that just
best
be
suited for it?
Based on what you said when you were on with Sean and RJ at 9:20, and realistically with Bobby, the two words that describe Ryan Lochte are Ryan Lochte.
Yeah,
it's not the Travis Jankowski Award because then it would go to Travis Jankowski because he's the best at janking it up.
Kevin Pillar,
who kind of runs like a little bit of a farm or something as well.
Yeah, he's got some llamas and chickens.
Honorable mention to Luke Jackson, who's yet to allow a run in the spring, and I do believe was the person that Jock Peterson really needed to interview with the nosebleed seats.
Yes,
guys.
he was like, you got to talk to these guys. We have had some texts from fans of teams that he's played for, and they're like, do not let him pitch. Atlanta. We had some people from Atlanta saying, do not let him pitch in high leverage situations. He is not a high leverage guy. It's been years since he's pitched in Atlanta, I guess last year. But like that's what they are saying is do not let him. So maybe he found something whenever he got back to Texas. Maybe there's something a little different, but just kind of be aware of that if you are.
Okay, there's one more negative one.
Oh my gosh.
That McFarland put out, not me. And it's kind of positive. This is the Relax It's March Award. All right. So why don't you just relax, Corey, like Frankie would say. Corey Seager, some people will know what that means. Corey Seager and Marcus Semien are combined 10 for 61 through spring training. That is a 163 batting average.
From your top two hitters?
I think that is debatable, but yes. You're saying in the lineup? Okay. All right.
That's definitely they're the top two hitters in your lineup.
But remember, it's the Relax It's March Award.
But you can't have, like, if they're not on base, then it doesn't matter who's hitting three. So they're only on base 16% of the time is bad.
Well, you know what, Corey? I said relax, so I can't yell.
Good point. Good point. You do need to take a load off right now, considering what happened to
You
Cooper
heard
Flagg.
the beginning of the 12 segment. You know what's up.
2:30.
All right. I have no doubt. The Texas will be fine if he looks like this all year award. Who would you give that to? If this player looks like this all year, Rangers are going to be just fine.
Ooh, this is it hitting wise or pitching wise? Can you give me a hint there?
Pitcher.
Jacob deGrom.
Okay. That answer makes a lot of sense. But what Mr. McFarland said was Jack Leiter. So in 10 and 2/3 innings, he has a 2.53 ERA with 13 strikeouts and 6 walks. Keep in mind, I'm pretty sure 5 of those walks were in the last start where we talked about the Leiter coaster. And so that you don't want to see more of that. But 2.53 ERA, more than 2-to-1 strikeout to walk ratio in 10 and 2/3. It's just a start, and it's just spring training, but that's encouraging.
Do you feel like he gets the opportunity ahead of Rocker then, based on his spring?
I think it's partially based on his spring, but I also think Kumar Rocker has very limited minor league experience just because of the injuries and everything, and it would make a lot of sense, I think, to send him down to the minors just to be like, hey, you're still going to be awesome, but like, let's get a little minor league seasoning in there.
Yeah, I'm really hopeful that it can be a calming place for Jack Leiter to be in the rotation to start the season, have a plan that 3-4 games from now, I'm up. And I get an opportunity to go through my entire process think it out and not stress myself out about it, but just prepare for it. And maybe have a few times through the rotation that he gets to prepare for that.
By the way, early on in spring training, Higgy has an OPS of 1.553.
Is that good?
That is ridiculous.
I'm excited. I'm very excited for him because that's better than a .1553.
That's true.
He has some pop to him, and he's very trusted behind the plate. So I'm very excited for what they can do there. Plus, Jonah being a switch hitting catcher too, like that adds that value to what he's doing. But I just hope we're getting tons of great production out of the catcher position, no matter who it is that gets their opportunity.
Now, I've got one more superlative for you. The Timeline Accelerator Award. Does it go to this gentleman in cut number 11?
1-1 pitch swung on, and that's drilled to right center field. On the run, Barossa can't get it. It's all the way to the wall, and Osuna is steaming to third, and he's in there standing without a play.
I think you want him to make the team just because it's your guy.
So there's sometimes, and this might be a misguided way to think about building teams. I understand there's a process, and you don't put just the most like purely talented people out there or whatever the case might be. Sometimes I think you can use a little jolt and switch it up and be like, you know what? This young kid's not ready later. He's ready now.
Yeah.
And I kind of feel that way about Osuna, but then the question will become, but if you're using him as a fourth outfielder, would it not be better to just play him every day in the minor leagues? And I understand that contention as well.
I want to know if he's just a plucky little guy that's out there or if he's something that can develop into like a legitimate, he's got some pop, he's got all those things that go into it. And we haven't seen enough from him to like tell us his complete story yet. But we've seen enough to say, man, he might deserve the opportunity. That's the great thing that I'm seeing about it right now.
So Alejandro Osuna wins the award. Honorable mention, though, Sebastian Walcott. So I get it. Probably still more than a year away from the major leagues. But in the 8 Cactus League games he had an OPS of 1.111. He didn't look out of place.
Nope.
He's a giant dude, and he's great to talk to. I know that doesn't necessarily factor in to the Rangers' decision-making process, but he's got a personality that I think will also make Rangers fans fall in love with him.
Yeah, when he gains the respect of the peers around him, he'll be a leader in that clubhouse immediately. And it's just going to take a few opportunities for that to happen. Moments in front of people, moments in that clubhouse. Man, you could see he's sitting right next to Marcus Semien for a reason. He's sitting between Marcus Semien and Josh Young in that clubhouse, or he was, for a reason. Watch these guys. Watch everything they're doing. They may not tell you everything, but they'll let you ask, but they may not. Just watch the way that they go about their business for a reason. And I'm looking forward to it. And it's not right now, but I'm looking forward to him because you just said it. He looks the part.
Yeah.
Like already he looks the part of a real MLB player.
For the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105 through the Fan. Coming up next, it's time for the C Block starring Corey Majors.
What's the thing that you got in on way too late? If it was Apple stock, I get it. But was it Cake Pops? Next on the Fan.
Remember that Uber Eats has loads.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Those plates.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens? No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
at something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean, like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut. But that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay, yeah.
Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Right now, it's time for the C Block starring Corey Majors.
Thank you very much, Kevin. Really appreciate that. How's the Cooper Flag watch going right now?
I mean, he's still out the rest of
Kevin, I'm so sorry.
He might be out for a long time. I don't know. And I still said that one weird thing in the 12.
If you haven't heard it, you can go back on the Twitch
You don't need to.
and YouTube, and you can go back on the Odyssey app and listen back to hear what Kevin said.
Right past noon.
That was unfortunate.
In a living color.
And honestly, the first half of that segment, I really just broke down. I was stumbling over more words, yelling. It was a catastrophe.
It was, but you know what? I'm proud of you for powering through and understanding the situation that even if Cooper Flag is done for the rest of the year, it's all going to be okay.
Especially if we win a cup because of it.
Justin Thomas, the golfer. I'm not talking golf here. I want everybody to know I'm not talking golf, so don't be like, oh,
Did you think they were about to tune out?
I got to click it off. Who's clicking on the radio anymore? Justin Thomas is 31 years old. He has done a lot of things in his life. You watch the what was the show, Full Swing?
I still never saw that.
If you watch that, you get to see that dude lives a fantastic life of golf. However, there are things that he's never experienced because as a great golfer, I mean, we've seen it, John Daly, you make sure you put in your body the right things, John Daly. You make sure that
is that what we would say?
It is a temple that you are fueling, all right?
Okay.
And sometimes fuel is cigarettes and whiskey, all right? Sometimes it's vodka and tea and Arnold Palmer's. Sometimes it's very good, clean salads. It all depends on the type of fuel that specific body needs.
Okay.
Justin Thomas has never experienced a cake pop.
My kid loves it. So good. Oh my God, dude. That's unbelievable. I've never had a cake pop in my life. Yeah. Welcome to the real world. Oh, we already took a bite. Cheers, man.
Max Homa and
he
him
loved that.
They had it, and he goes, "Welcome to the real world." Whenever he said, Max Homa said, "Welcome to the real world," and I love that line. What is the thing that you got in on too late? Or that you were like, where has this thing been all my life? This is all I want now.
You probably won't be surprised to know this since I've told you about my gym habits in the past. It is the wireless earbuds.
Oh, yes.
I was one of the, if not the last adopter of that in my gym. I still had the wired headphones that would connect into my phone and everything like that. And my wife and Brandon were also like,
I think Carter just saluted you back there.
They would dunk on me all of the time and
dumb,
be like,
yeah.
no, you can just, and I was like, hold on. So they're not connected to anything. I can just listen and it's amazing. Yeah, they're paired up. Oh, what? And so I was way too late to adopt.
And when you go to the hotels, like when we go out of town, you can just leave your phone sitting on the counter because those rooms are small. You can just walk around freely, not have to have it in your pocket or anything. Yeah. So that's a good approach to that. From the somebody texted in. There it is. They texted in and sent me on Facebook. Their wife has a place called Sweets and Treats in McKinney, and it looks like they are getting married on Saturday. So if everything goes well on Saturday, congratulations. If it doesn't,
ahead of time, we're going to be in Allen tomorrow.
You were too good for her anyway. Is that how we do this?
It's going to be great.
Oh, okay. Gotcha.
We're going to be in Allen tomorrow, which is close to McKinney
right.
at the Dallas Card Show. If you want to bring some stuff by, because I'm sure you're not busy with your wedding or anything. That'd be great.
He sent these pictures of these cake pops, by the way, look fantastic. And in their picture on Facebook, they look very happy. So I'm hoping that couple
Man,
has a great
from
one.
now on, I think you should just be like, good luck. Or like, I'm happy for you. Congratulations. It feels like people don't care for your commentary.
What do you mean?
On people's wedding. Because you just said.
They look happy together.
I know, but you just said if it doesn't work out, you were too good for her. They're not even
50%
married.
chance.
Yeah. I mean, if it doesn't work out, he's going to be upset, right? So that's the thing that you need to tell yourself. She didn't even deserve me anyway, unless you're the one that leaves, and then you're like, that's really rude, you know? Hey, things are going to go great this Saturday for y'all. I'm looking forward to y'all's wedding for y'all. And those cake pops look amazing, all right? Cake pops are great. From the IndyCar, Tim does not think so. He said their cake pops are stupid, just eat cake. That's fine. I think they're a little different because they're like more rich. They're not baked all the way through like cake, and sometimes cake can be dry, and I want moist. I like moist. From the 972, I just started using Amazon Prime this past Christmas. It's amazing.
Okay.
That is where I do want to admit. And do you have the My Wife drop, Alec, available to you?
Oh, I always have it ready.
All right, here it is. On the fan. Oh, see.
My wife is stupid.
All right, so that is where Amazon Prime is where that comes from.
Yeah.
We were working nights, and you said Amazon Prime was like $100 a year.
Yes.
We didn't have $100 a year. All right, like we were working. I was a night show host, making maybe $20,000. I don't know. And then on top of that, like I didn't have anything else really going for me. And so I found out she was spending all of our money on Amazon Prime, but then you were like, but it's free shipping.
Yes.
And I was like, but you're still paying $100. And you're like, but you also get to watch these shows and free shipping. So it makes sense. And I'll be honest, dude, I'm ordering stuff. We're always, why do we even need to go to the store most of the time? Stuff just comes to my doorstep.
And I think we've gone too far to go back, because now if you told me, hey, the thing you order from Amazon is going to be here in 3 days and it's going to ship for $3.99, I'd be like, what the hell it is.
Again, what are the things that you got in on too late from the 817 Crocs? I know Chia follows a big Croc wearer. I know he likes to wear some Crocs here and there. My kids love Crocs. Like, they absolutely love wearing
wear
Crocs.
socks with their Crocs,
sometimes, right? Because they'll stink. But I hate whenever my kid is walking around in his Crocs and no socks because it squeaks in the house. They're like, it's the worst. From the 214, in their mid-20s, they just found sour cream. Now, there are people like Kevin, and then there are people that have an appreciation for food. All right? Sour cream is so useful in so many different products.
I can eat plenty of food.
The white powdery stuff from K-Dog. Who's that?
No.
You have an appreciation for the white that stuff there.
Let me ask you a side question to this, because this is a conversation my wife and I may or may not have had. How fast do you think you could get some of that if need be? I don't know any scenario in which you'd probably need it.
Cocaine?
Yeah, but or ecstasy or whatever. How fast do you think you could get that if you really wanted it? 2 hours?
I don't know anybody that's ever done those things.
Well, just put a shout out to our audience. We'll get something happen.
I don't think our audience would know either. We have a good, clean, fun audience out there, Kevin.
You can still be a good, clean person, but maybe not perfect.
From the 817, studies show the leading cause of divorce is, in fact, being married in the first place.
Okay.
Facts.
Actually,
great point.
That actually is a really great point. Nobody gets more divorces than people who are married.
True. That is factual information.
Alex not getting a divorce anytime soon.
From the
got some hurdles to clear first.
From the 214, Luigi's flavored ice got some when I had I couldn't eat solids, and they are amazing. I recently got some Luigi's flavored ice. Lucy loves it. It's awesome. And then from the 432, I just got on the In-N-Out train. I can't get fast food burgers anywhere else now. In-N-Out is a good burger. I still contend Whataburger is where you go, though.
Yeah, I liked, we had an In-N-Out when we were at the Super Bowl in Vegas, maybe it was
That was your first time to ever have that?
Yeah, that was the first time I tried it. I thought it was solid, not something I would wait in lengthy lines for.
From the 254, I wish I wasn't married already so I could get my Corey pre-marriage pep talk.
By the way,
I need to go on Cameo or something.
You
and start
do.
doing these pre-marriage
There's money
peppers.
to be made here, man.
Oh my God, yeah. Hey, just a heads up. If it doesn't work out, it's okay.
Yeah.
Like, that's what the Cameo is going to be.
Every opportunity creates new opportunities.
You are the prize.
From the 817, Kevin, you're a text and a 35-minute drive away if you want to make it happen.
Oh, my gosh.
I can make it happen in 30 minutes. Definitely within an hour. See, I told you.
Druggy McDrugstein here. Y'all need party favors or what?
See, by the way, those other texts, I 1,000,000% believe are real. The specificity that one person said, you are one text and 35 minutes away from it happening. So, like, that is a very specific thing to say.
From the 817 90s Cowboys YouTube, instant ecstasy. That's true.
Man.
That is true.
That's true. It's true.
I do
It's
appreciate.
true.
From the 214, Dirty Dr. Pepper at Sonic.
What is that?
I don't know, but does it have pickle juice in it or something? Is that the one, the Dr. Pepper and pickle juice or whatever it is? Tell me what a Dirty Dr. Pepper is at Sonic.
I don't know what
so that
is.
we can know.
Yeah.
But these are, again, things you hop in on too late in life that you're like, whoa, where has this been? The other thing I wanted to get to in the C block today, Kevin, is this culture clash. You know who Jim Rice is?
Yeah, the old baseball player.
Would you consider Jim Rice a good all-time player?
Yes, very much so.
1978 AL MVP, batted .315, 46 home runs, 139 RBI. 8-time All-Star, 4-time all-total bases leader, which means he was hitting a lot. 3-time AL home run leader. I said all AL.
You don't hear that total bases winner as much, do you?
298 hitter with a 121 OPS in his career. Now, OPS plus, by the way. He was, according to the Boston Globe, sitting around having some coffee while batting practice was happening. And one of the players turned around and started exiting the batting cage and saw Jim Rice and walked over to him and started asking him about his own swing.
Okay.
Hey, like, do you have any assignments for me? Do you have any things? Do you have any thoughts on my swing? And
Smart.
He obviously, Jim Rice, one of the greatest hitters of all time, said, sure, let me start telling you what I think you can do to help your swing out. A staffer for the Red Sox told Rice that his advice did not align with the organization's hitting approach.
Oh, jeez.
And that he should just kind of ignore all the information that was just given by Jim Rice. Jim Rice in turn said, well, here's his quote. It was something I didn't like because I felt like I was disrespected. I didn't throw myself on anyone. I'm sitting down having coffee. Nobody's bothering me. Someone comes over and asks me a question. What am I supposed to say? I didn't go and get this kid.
Yeah.
I didn't go and bring this kid and say, hit like this. He came over to me and talked to me. So what did he tell the staffer whenever the staffer said that doesn't align with us? Jim Rice said, did you play baseball? And the staffer said no. And he said, then you can't talk to me.
Oh, no.
Look at the monitor, do what you do, and don't talk to me. Oh, so.
Yikes.
Yeah. I mean, I do always hate the, hey, did you do this?
Yeah.
If you didn't, you can't. But he's right. He was one of the best of all time.
See, okay, but I would prefer if he said, are you in the Hall of Fame?
Mm-hmm.
Because then, like, you have to assume that answer would still be no. And you could stick with the same basic point.
Bam. Now, that being said, as a father, I have always, if my kid's coach is telling him something, I go with what the coach says, if the coach is smart. Like, if it's just a dad that's out there kind of like, just doing his thing, then I'm like, all right, I'm going to work on these things with you.
But you're also the one who's made the determination of
whether
if they're
or not they're smart. Yes, absolutely.
Okay.
Because I'm smarter than most of the
people
okay. on the planet.
Wow.
There's a lot of people on the planet. I'm sure I'm smarter than some of them.
You said most of them.
Anyway, but I usually don't mess with it because they're trying to get guys to do certain things. They want them to do it a certain way, and that's the approach they want him to have. So if that is the approach, I agree with it. Jim Rice probably should know the approach of the team. If he's going to be around the team, he should know what the team's trying to accomplish.
Sure.
If he's going to be a special advisor to the GM or whatever it is, and I don't know what his role is, they invited him out, they should probably say, hey, here's some things that we're trying to do. Now, that being said, him being a guy who's like, I'm a Hall of Famer, one of the greatest hitters of all time, just let him talk about it.
Yeah.
Let him have that conversation. Yeah. There's plenty to learn from people like that. He's gone through the experience and the failures and the successes. If he's going to offer that information up, let him. Now, if he's going to go, but you kids aren't tough because y'all don't do these things like we did in my day, then you can just be like, ignore that. But the other part about hitting, there's probably some really good lessons from him that you just told him to ignore.
That is tough to come up there and be like, hey, I know you made the Hall of Fame, and that's neat, but that doesn't align with our hitting philosophies. That is a weird take.
From the 817, I'm getting married in 4 months. I would like to sign up for Corey's marriage advice seminar. I feel like I got pretty good. Yeah.
Okay.
I'm almost.
No.
I'm about to hit 20 years.
Hold on. Wait. We're conflating two things. All right. Corey's marriage advice. Yes, I do think you should be on for that. I just don't think it's the Corey marriage pep talk that you should sign up for. Yeah, you've been married almost 20 years. Absolutely. Listen to your advice. Pep talk.
I gave myself the same pep talk before I got married. Guess what? 20 years in almost. This year will be 19, I believe, right?
Did you also have a friend ready to
How long have I known you?
Yeah, it'll be 19.
19 years. What did you say?
You have a friend ready to get you the hell out of there if need be?
You're there. Oh, at my wedding?
Yeah.
That I didn't invite you to?
That's true.
I had known you for 2 weeks.
Still happening.
I should have known we were going to be friends like this. My buddy did tell me right before the wedding. My best man did tell me. Car's outside. But he knew, like he'd been through the entire experience with her and me. So he knew that there was no way, but he was like, but I think it's the best man's job to say, hey, I'm here for you. Just like her maid of honor is there for her, right?
Yeah.
Best man is there for you.
I don't know because I've not been in those rooms. I don't know if the women have that same conversation.
I feel like they should be. No, but they're there for them.
Yeah.
I'm here to help you on your special day. And I'm here if you need anything, you let me know.
Yeah, women need help
with everything, dude.
No, because
Pickle jars.
Because of how complex wedding dresses have gotten.
Things
I think
that are high.
Sometimes they need help using the bathroom in their wedding dress.
Yes, everybody has to go so they can lift up that huge undercarriage thing, and then they're like, "Oh, now I got to change into another dress." You ever notice that they always change into a different dress? They're like, "Hey, this is a different version because now we're gonna go dance and stuff." What are you talking about? I only have one tux.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, will Josh Smith once again be the ultimate utility player, plus playoff teams that won't make it this season? All of it next right here on The Fan.
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece is brought to you by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
Runner in second, 2 men out. Full count here to Josh Smith, the pitch. And that's cranked to deep right field. Raley going back. It's in the corner. It's over the wall. Home run for Josh Smith. A line drive, 2-run shot that ties this game at 2.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan. Will Josh Smith once again be the ultimate utility player? Plus, we want to throw out some playoff teams that were there last year. Not going to be back this year. But, Corey, this is an update to a story that I think you brought up like a week or two ago. The Tampa Bay Rays, citing hurricanes and cost delays, are not going to proceed with the development of their $1.3 billion baseball stadium. I'm not saying that cost delays, especially time delays based on the hurricane, is not a valid reason. That's a totally valid reason. But I think the issue is you'd brought up that Major League Baseball already kind of wanted Stuart Sternberg to sell the team.
Yes.
And so when he said this today, I feel like that's probably not going to help.
Yeah, no, it definitely isn't going to be a helpful situation. They want action to happen quickly, and they're like, look, the other owners, they can get their stuff done. Why can't you? If you want to be in on part of the sharing process of this, you have to accomplish what you tell us you're going to set out to do. There is a standard that all the owners are pretty much held to. Not every one of them meets that all the time, but
sure,
they get away with some things here and there. But if all the other owners are looking at it saying, that was my big question about it initially, was Rob Manfred can just lean on somebody and go, you're not doing good enough? But it sounds like it's more everybody in the group saying, hey, we need more out of them.
Yeah.
Which, I mean, makes sense as to why Oakland moved. Like, I know what was going on there, but they were like, we have to find a better situation that is more valuable to Major League Baseball overall. So for Tampa, that is a very interesting thing, and I wonder how things are going to fall as we go along.
Now, for Josh Smith in particular, this is something that we've wanted to talk about for a while. Luckily, and this is a really cool thing for Josh Smith, it didn't feel as time sensitive. You know, like there obviously in years past, you might have been like, hey, we need to get to that Josh Smith story just in case, like, you know, he got sent down to the minors or whatever. That's no longer a thought that's even crossing anybody's mind. So we have the opportunity to kind of hold this for about a week or so. But do you guys envision Josh Smith once again being the ultimate utility player, not only because of his versatility, but because, like Boach has told us in the past, his bat will necessitate him staying in the lineup?
He is he can play every position, not the best. Like, I would probably say
that's fair.
Duran might be better suited for left field than him.
He's had a tough spring, but yeah.
But again, whenever your bat is Josh Smith type and it's consistent, you're on base, you give yourself opportunities to run the bases and score, coaches find reasons to put you on the field.
Yeah.
And they will continue to do that. And the way that this isn't just a bunch of guys that are all Wyatt Langford's age. There are a bunch of guys on this team that are older and should need some time. I know Marcus Semien wants to play every day, but you don't have to.
Sure.
This is very much what's going on with Tom Thibodeau in New York, and Bridges is like, hey, dude, we don't have to play all the minutes. And he's like, but I want to win. And he's like, no, our team's deep enough that we can win while that's happening.
Do you think Thibodeau's like, have you ever seen my coaching career?
Exactly. Probably. Yeah.
This is what I do.
I wear down my players until the playoffs, and then they're dead by the time they get there, and that's why we can't go any further. But with Josh Smith, because he can play lots of positions, he's a good defender. We saw multiple plays at third base last year, and then he's got a little pop, not a lot, but he was opportunistic with some of his home runs last year. But the biggest part was he just kept getting on base. So today Adolis needs a day off. I'm going to put him at designated hitter, and I'm going to put Josh Smith out in right field. Again, you have lots of other outfielders you can use, but it's your super utility fielder. And Kevin, there were times in the World Series back in 10 and 11 where we were throwing up, like Herman was going up to the plate, and you're like, really, this guy?
Yeah.
I feel a lot more comfortable if I have to pinch hit or pinch run a Josh Smith. early in Josh Smith's career, he had some blunders on the bases, but he's grown and he's gotten better since then. He's becoming a better player. I don't know, though. My big question is, will he ever be a starter? Can he be a starter for another team and be even more successful? Because if he's a career utility guy, they don't make much money, and it feels like he's going to want more than that. But for this year alone, this is a really good opportunity for him.
See, I've been trying to figure that out, because what position would you go at? Because I don't think you would go at DH, even though he had a hell of a year last year. Maybe not the pop that you're necessarily looking for from your DH. And you talked about how he's such a great player to have on the roster because he is so either competent to above average at multiple positions. But I don't know how many of those positions where you would be like, that's going to be our guy every day.
One of the other things, too, Kevin, when we were talking about Dane Dunning earlier.
He kind of reminds me of Dane Dunning a little bit.
Dane Dunning told us legitimately, wherever Boach needs me, wherever Mad Dog wants me. By the way, Mad Dog is Mike Maddox. Wherever they want me, I'll be. If they want me to start, bullpen, close, whatever it is, I'll do it. And Josh Smith's the same way. And somebody texted in, I really thought this was a very smart text. Thank you, texters, for being smart. They said, the culture that Bochy and Chris Young have built is the reason Dane Dunning will do anything. And he's right. Or whoever texted that is definitely right. The whole mentality is win today's game. Bochy's told us that every time. I'm trying to figure out how to win today's game. And if it takes me moving Corey Seager to this in order to make that happen, I'll do it.
Right.
Whatever it takes to win the game. And the whole mentality percolates throughout the entire clubhouse. All of those guys are willing to sacrifice a little bit of this so that they can carry that trophy at the end of the season. That's what they really want ultimately. So that's why you see guys like Josh Smith fit in and stick around and be part of it because they're good enough, but they also fit a role.
Now, one good bit of information about Josh Smith, too, is you can have him around for several more years if you want. He's only about to go into arbitration next year. So if you're like, this is the guy that we need that really like clicks the roster all together, you can absolutely keep him here for 4 more seasons at relatively little cost.
4 more years.
Now don't drag me into that. I've had enough problems on this show today.
You have.
To go along with that, playoff teams from last season that you don't think will make it in again this season.
Ooh.
Now, because I know we always focus on like the NFL and the turnover rate that they consistently have year over year in terms of teams no longer making the playoffs and new teams coming up and everything like that. But I wanted to take a look at that from a baseball perspective. Is there a playoff team from last year that you're like, I don't know if I see it?
Well, definitely not the Rangers, Kevin, because the Rangers
they didn't make the
playoffs last year.
I just assumed you'd go right to the Astros.
Dodgers. Oh, yeah.
Look, if the Dodgers don't make the playoffs, that Last Dance multi-part documentary about them is going to be amazingly fascinating to watch.
I absolutely. The Astros are, Altuve's in outfield playing left maybe. Like they're kind of reconfiguring what that franchise is. So I could definitely see. The thing about it is it's tough to find anybody else in the AL West because it feels like Detroit is taking a step up this year. It feels like Kansas City's right back in the mix. New York,
Cleveland's probably to fall then?
Maybe so. New York's interesting because of Garrett Cole, and that dude's gone. So now you're relying heavily on Rodon and some other guys to do their job.
And you're trying to figure out how far the Yankees fell. For some people, they were the favorite to win the AL. And now without that, like, how far do you fall? Do you fall into, you'll still make the playoffs? Or are you like, nope, not going to make the playoffs whatsoever?
And that division with Baltimore is, that's a battle. That is a battle of a division. And if Boston's any much better than this year. But Baltimore could be a team that, because of the division, ends up struggling. I think they're going to win plenty of games. They're a young team with lots of talent. But they also, Kevin, are at a point where it's not like San Francisco, but they got to be hitting their heads up against the wall going, what else do we have to do? Every time we get to the playoffs, we fall apart. So I wonder if just getting to the playoffs is something that's starting to get in their head. Maybe Maybe the Brewers. Maybe the Brewers might be a team that I could see falling out there.
Okay.
In the National League.
This is for all of baseball. You're good. So CBS Sports rolled it out like this. The Houston Astros, 5th most likely, followed by the San Diego Padres. Look, I know inherently
they lost a lot.
Yeah, and that division's going to be really tough.
Good
and
division.
if you think Arizona is going to continue to ascend with Corbin Carroll and the bunch, then we go to the Cleveland Guardians. That's one of the reasons I was asking specifically about the AL Central. If you think that it looks like the Tigers have gotten better, and if you think it looks like the Kansas City Royals have gotten better, or you think Bobby Witt Jr. is ready to officially take that next step and take over Major League Baseball, I wonder if Cleveland would be one of those teams that would fall by the wayside. But the top 2 teams most likely to miss the playoffs after making it last year, CBS sticks in the American League, and they're going full haterade on the Kansas City Royals. They say, I disagree, Corey. They do not think the Royals are going to make it. But the number 1 team is the Detroit Tigers.
Dude, somebody just texted in and said Detroit will miss the playoffs.
And the fascinating thing about that to me is CBS has Detroit, Kansas City, and Cleveland as the top 3 options. I know it's not because they're high on the White Sox. Is it because they're high on the Twins, or they're like, hey, all 3 of those teams made it, and I think you can count out at least 2 of the 3 making it this season? Not entirely sure.
Yeah, I don't know
that.
exactly what it is either. AJ Hinch knows how to coach baseball, though.
And to get suspended.
That too, yeah.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Wanted to share a note, very sad note. Oliver Miller, the Big O, dominant college player at Arkansas. He played high school basketball in Fort Worth. Obviously, he played for the Dallas Mavericks as well along the way. He passed away at the age of 54 yesterday. Coming up next, let's chit-chat with those fellas from the G-Bag Nation right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Coming up Friday morning on Sean and RJ, we get you set for your weekend with the latest in NFL.
Mavs have low fee products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut. But that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay, freak me out a little bit.
to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, pepper lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens? No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
Who said that? Was it Spice Girls?
Market to upgrade your vehicle. Get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. Back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Based on new Chevy registrations 2023 and 2024.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan, where we are having spirited basketball discussions right now. Crosstalk brought to you by D&M Leasing. We'll chit-chat with those fellas from the G-Bag Nation. Gentlemen, how is you today?
Terrific, Hagee. How are you?
Distraught.
Sorry.
It's been a tough day for a couple of reasons.
Distraught.
Duke was playing Georgia Tech. Game started at 11. I looked over. It much like the appeal of day baseball. I looked over and Corey said, stop watching the basketball game. Then about 45 minutes later, he looked up at the TV and goes, oh no. And I looked over, saw Cooper Flagg on the ground holding his ankle. Then in the ensuing 12 o'clock segment, while I was trying to get it all together, I was trying to say that I love Duke.
Sure.
And that is not what I said.
Would you say
Prove
Dookie?
it, Alec.
Did you say Dookie?
much worse.
Has he pulled it yet?
I do love
Oh, no.
Well, that's there forever now.
Key bag of the day,
yeah,
Kevin Hagelin.
So I was going to say, if he didn't have it ready to go, you might just hear it at 2:30. And pretty much the first half of that segment, I just spiraled. Saying that didn't make it any better, and so
it's beautiful. So why did Corey tell you to stop watching the TV?
Because he was afraid I was going to get distracted.
Okay, which is a fair.
Yeah, that is a fair assessment. But then when he goes, "Oh no," and looked at the TV, I got distracted. So I tried my best. I feel like maybe this was not the best show that I've ever had.
I admire your vulnerability and your willingness to share your deepest desires.
Thank
and
you very much.
That's what we love, just authenticity.
Now, I know your situation was a little different, but do you think this is going to necessitate a talk with my wife when I get home? Because this is a pretty shocking reveal by me right there.
No question.
It's not shocking for the rest of us.
Right. Yeah. She might want to have a word with you. But I think she's also going to appreciate just your openness and your honesty and your willingness to share.
I like that.
Do you feel like this is a little bit deserved on the flag part because he
100%.
The way his mom was just so.
So what I said earlier in the show is I go, this is partly on me because I got too overconfident with Wolchuk talking about Texas Tech. But then also because his mom called all the North Carolina's MFers.
And she was doing the on your head Duncan, and she was getting after it, which was funny. But you got to have some humility there.
Absolutely.
Life comes at you fast.
You talked karma yesterday on the show.
Yes.
And this is instant karma.
I get it. I do. Now, Broadus, I'm curious, when you always reference day baseball, I know that's fun. Does day college basketball do anything for you?
Oh, yeah. I'll tell you what, we've been watching it. The women's basketball tournaments have been really, really good too.
Yep.
But yeah, anything to kind of draw you away. What I've been having to do, and I appreciate my teammates very much with all the signings, I've been able to watch tape while we're doing our show. So it's been a lot of that. My guys have carried the conversations and it allowed me to kind of interject every once in a while. But I've been having to do pro tape while the show's going on in order to have some observations about these players kind of on the spot. But yeah, any type of day sport's really good to watch.
Y'all's thoughts on the Sandman, Jack Sanborn? I know that one of our listeners has been hoping to manifest this for a couple of weeks.
I think that's Trey.
Okay.
Yeah, Trey has been adamant, just texting it into existence.
And you feel good when you see that the team he was on, their fan base is not thrilled.
Sad.
They're
very bummed.
He's a good player.
He's a lunch pail, try hard kind of guy.
Yeah.
Fans are going to love lots of tackles. It's amazing that tackles don't cost more in football. It's kind of what I learned from that one.
Yeah, it's like an $800,000 player, and they didn't see fit to bring him back. And I kind of wonder that, But you got a general manager there trying to do some different things, new staff. Maybe they just didn't like the player all that much. But he's kind of an interesting guy to watch just because of his ability to find the football and get to it and make plays. So, yeah, good for the Cowboys maybe taking advantage of something like that.
Could I get a follow-up from about 2 minutes ago, though, Heggie, if you don't
Yes.
mind? When you were talking about communicating and being vulnerable in a possible conversation with your wife, Mrs. Hagelin, she might get real excited.
It's not accurate, but I just wonder if she heard that and was like,
Right. Do you guys find in your life experience that women actually like the vulnerable communication? Because I hear that they want it, but I'm always worried that if I would commit to that, she would think of me as soft.
Okay.
And then be repulsed. So I think it's
Get the
something
ick.
they say they want, but then, yes, they would get the ick.
My mindset on this has been changed ever since high school. When one of my friends, we were in band together, and she talked about her boyfriend at the time, who was also a friend of mine, breaking down. And she was mercilessly making fun of him because she was like, he was crying and going, I can't, stop. And she's like, it was so, and I was like, okay. So that's
You swoop in there?
Yeah, no. You probably shouldn't get all of your
because he prefers.
Yeah, shut up, Eric. You probably shouldn't make up your mind on all these issues in high school. But That did kind of like change my perspective, and I was like, oh man, she's dunking all over him.
There's
like Cooper Flagg's mom.
There's a whole section of like female TikToks or whatever where they talk about getting the ick from a dude who's sort of overshared, or maybe he just did it in a very like cry way.
Yeah.
I think there's probably a more masculine way that you could execute this particular plan, and it would be more palatable for the female ear. But if you cross the line of two wimpy cry
that are like mid to late 30s or 40s doing this stuff, or is it all like pretty young people?
I think it's mostly young.
I just wasn't sure
from
the
what I've
38-year-old
seen.
was like, I got the ick from this guy.
It's like the women that are out there dating.
It feels like
and I get it.
it's
First
college
date,
age.
if all of a sudden there's boo-hooing going on, that's going to be a red flag.
That's fair.
You're moving on right there.
So you have to communicate and be vulnerable, but not whine.
Not too vulnerable.
Not too vulnerable. Okay.
It's a delicate balance.
It seems too risky to me. You know, that's what I'm
So you'd
talking
rather
about.
just
I'm like,
keep
I
it all
can't
buttoned
negotiate
up?
those waters. Yep. Right.
Okay. That is very fair. All right. We asked this earlier. I know it's kind of played out like a lot of us thought, selectively aggressive, everything like that. We've been through a few days. How do you feel about what the Cowboys have done thus far in terms of they have still added some players that I think are quality at positions where you needed prior to the draft?
They couldn't go 2 years just losing all their depth.
Yeah.
Like that's the biggest thing. It's the players that they got are very, maybe not as good. Maybe in some areas, maybe a little bit better, but you didn't get better at running back.
Yeah.
You didn't, there's probably a wash at defensive end. At guard, you kind of went the same there. They just couldn't go 2 years of just continually losing players. And that's what they had to do. That's why you see 7 different guys signed up or, traded for whatever, because they built up some really good depth. They lost a lot of it last year, and it started walking out the building again this year. So they had to do something. They couldn't let it happen again. If they did, they were just going to continue to be a team that is the roster's poor and put too much pressure on the draft. And if they miss from the first round pick again for the third straight year, their team's even worse. So they had to do something.
They've replenished the back end of the roster right now. Maybe these linebackers, Sanborn, maybe Murray,
players
these guys
35
end up playing for
to
you.
53.
Yeah,
is what
but,
they've worked on.
Hey, in fairness, and are they really chasing? Does it feel like, hey, we're the smartest guys in the room syndrome a little bit? 100%. Like you're chasing former first round talents that are available for nothing because they haven't been good players, and you're hoping now we can add them into our system and make them good players. But our critiques are you don't sign outside free agents. The trades, all the ways that the Eagles were team building, what have they done in the first couple days of free agency? They have actually signed more free agents than they have in the last few years, and they've made some trades. So will they work out? Are the players they brought in guys that are getting me super excited? No, but just to be fair to them, they have at least done some things to be active.
Seeing what the numbers came in at, would you have preferred I know it'll depend on the bonus, but going 2.75 to 3.25 million more for Rico Dowdle as opposed to Javonte
They misevaluated
Williams?
that one.
I think Rico misevaluated it.
I think they did.
I think that they offered him a deal similar to what honestly more than what he got in Carolina. Rico said, I can get more. He couldn't get more. They pivoted to Javonte Williams. And now in hindsight, it's like, why couldn't you have just signed Rico? But I think it was Rico and his agent that thought they were going to get more money.
So they thought they
thought he was going to get more than 6 per year.
I think there's 2 things that they might have misevaluated. I think they misevaluated. I do think they misevaluated the Rico one because they could have done that one a lot earlier. Then
they could have.
They could have.
Yeah.
But they also the thing with Jordan Lewis.
Lewis, they 100% did.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think they messed up those 2.
Messed up in terms of I know
they didn't. They're what they thought the player was going to get actually wasn't what it worked out to be.
I gotcha.
Yeah.
I gotcha. What do you fine fellas got coming up on the program today?
Pure Gold as always, Hagee. Thanks so much for asking. How much these guys like busts from other teams? There's got to be some sort of a nickname in there, so I'm workshopping it. I don't have anything for you yet.
Right.
But I think when it does come, it's going to be pretty amazing.
And it feels like Eric's already
oh yeah,
we're going to tag team this.
He'll be there. AJ Przinsky's going to join us coming up at 2:20.
Okay.
They were just in surprise there with the Foul Territory crew, so we'll get takeaways from AJ Przinsky, and Jeff Kolb, Fox 4, is going to talk local sports with us at 4.
By the way, I know there's other things to discuss, but when Bruce Bochy is like, yeah, we might put Jacob deGrom on the IL, even if he's not hurt, and then Cody Bradford, his MRI is clean, but he won't be ready for the start of the season. I have questions. I have concerns.
Hey, Cooper Flag, negative X-ray.
Okay.
Negative X-ray.
Let's go.
That's a shot.
We're the KNC Masterpiece. Remember, tomorrow we'll be live at the Dallas Card Show in Allen, 777 Waters Creek. If you want to come see us, or at least tune in, 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Say it's not the end of everything, Kevin.
I'm feeling better.
Full KNC. D&M Leasing Studios. You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Welcome to the Nation.
Here we go. It's hour one, G-Bag Nation on The Fan. The Mavs governor, Patrick Dumont, has spoken again. And if it's possible to make it worse, I think he did. General, at your service. If you see me, bear me. NA, and I appreciate everybody who has over the years. There's Brian Broaddus, the former Cowboy Scout, Super Bowl champ, NFL executive. Krusty's Corner is coming up at 3:40. He's been scouting up all the new Cowboys as they're coming in via free agency. First, we got to learn their names and where they're from and all that. And then he drills down and tells you about, what they've been up to since they busted out of the first round half decade ago or so. Lucius Alexander's in the Pimp Cup at Master Control over there, 75 and Fitzhugh, keeping the Gators down best he can. Fixed to go 5 flawless. You have Wolchuk and Shia follow here. You have Carter Freeman coordinating your video. And along with you, we are the G-Bag Nation here on The Fan. Yeah, so there's some sort of a team function going on here. Patrick Dumont's on stage, the Mavs owner / governor, the man that the Adelson family appointed. Lucky guy. You marry into this super rich family. You're the biggest sports fan in the family, and then they buy a sports team. They're like, well, I guess you're running it. Cool. My life has relevance all of a sudden. I'm the Mavs owner. We're going to trade Luka. But this video is going viral on social. Basically, it leads into it with the question and everything. Here we go.
How did you frame a decision of such magnitude like this?
So, tough decisions are never easy. And part of leadership is looking at risk and looking at all the factors of a decision and being willing to act at that time and look to the long term and not only think about the short term or how it may be received immediately, but to think about the long term benefits and what it may allow you to achieve if given all the right considerations. And I think for us, going into the trade deadline last year, we were not competitive. If you recall, we were not a playoff bound team. And we were able to do some things to reconstruct the roster and enable the team to become very competitive. And after the trade deadline last year, we actually had the best record in basketball, which was a big accomplishment. And we got to the championship games, and we didn't win. And so we had to decide, how do we get better? What can we do to improve our team? And so we looked at our trajectory during the season and realized that we did not get better. But the teams that we competed against, some of which we beat, did get better. And ultimately, when you look at the Eastern Conference, after we were to get through the Western Conference, if we're so fortunate, you would have to beat some very formidable teams, including one that we lost to, which actually got better. So this was a decision about the future. If you look at our roster today and who we have, we feel like we position ourselves to be incredibly competitive against the best teams in the NBA. And if you're a fan of basketball, I'll just throw that out there, you have Kyrie Irving, Klay Thompson, PJ Washington, Anthony Davis, and either Daniel Gafford or Derek Lively as your starting 5. That's going to put fear into a lot of teams in the league if we can get going.
Yeah, that's fantastic.
Right? And so the objective was, how do we create a roster for the future that allows us to be the most competitive team? I've said it all along. I don't know if you heard what I said when we actually bought the team from Mark, but we want to win championships. We want to be a winning franchise for the city of Dallas, and we want to be one of character, one of community involvement, and one where...
Yes, thank you. That would be great. I love community involvement. I love championships. I guess it all makes sense now. They wanted to win championships. That's why they did it. What offends you most at 877-881-1053? They're listening to the governor talk, trying to justify it. I think the biggest takeaway for me is we just know that it hasn't hit him yet. I don't know how long the denial phase is going to last here for Dumont. But I feel like a lot of new sports owners, they get in, they do something big, they regret it, and then they say, oh, I never want to do that again. And Dumont's still in the stage where he hasn't realized just how bad it is. I mean, you didn't get better for the now or the later. Anybody that's seen Luka play with the Lakers understands just how easy it is for him on offense. And whatever the defensive liabilities are, he allowed the team to get back to the finals, going through teams that everybody had picked more, winning on the road. Like the way that Luka sort of dismantled the Western Conference last year, but It's just hilarious. Well, we realized we weren't better, so we had to make a trade, and logically the next best thing is to trade one of the best players in the league. Unfortunately, there is no calm or peace to be gained from this Patrick Dumont. It's just the understanding that mentally they're still in the, basically the same place that they were when they executed this trade. But then he talks about, creating a roster for the future. And, I think that's where it really gets into what you call Dunning-Kruger, which is where the less you know about something, the more you think you know. It's like there's no other possible explanation than just being basically a rookie owner and not understanding just how bad you've stepped in it.
Yeah. I mean, they have found a way to just continue to make things worse, and in no way even slightly better. And then the texters are pointing out, and it's fair, when the trade went down, Nico was saying this is like a win now, more of a short-term move.
Yeah.
In acquiring Anthony Davis. And we all knew that because it shortens your window to a huge extent.
Yeah.
And he's painting the picture like it's a big picture, long-term move.
Using the word future is just where he's totally lost me. You traded your future.
Yeah, and I guess they just didn't want to pay for that particular future.
Yeah. Like they think Luka was so bad defensively that everything that he accomplished didn't matter because the loss to Boston just proves that he'll never be able to get the job done. I don't know how you take a look at all of the variables that you had for input here over, the last 9 or 10 months and decided that that is your conclusion. We'll never win like this. So we got to do. I mean, if you gave yourself a slightly better chance, if totally healthy, I would be surprised. But it would kind of make sense. Like, oh wow, you just built the best defensive team ever. Okay, I could see how maybe that might be better if you could guarantee me that it would be, healthy, which we can't. But I mean, the long term thing is just where it really smacks you fully that this guy is, really not playing with a full deck when it comes to being an NBA owner. He's going to be a competitive disadvantage for several years until hopefully he figures it out. Mark Cuban went through something similar. You remember him acquiring Antoine Walker and Antoine Jameson and Rafe LaFrentz and Nick Van Exel. He was just like firing at stuff, trying to get the right combination and making some horrible mistakes. Now, he never made the worst trade in the history of the NBA or anything. That's the really unfortunate part about this learning process. We hope to be a little bit shielded from it because Nico had a little bit of a runway working with Mark Cuban. And, after 2 or 3 years on the job, nobody could imagine you would actually have an idea that stupid. But, the other thing that's really interesting in there that people are offended by, he says that last year before they traded for P.J. Washington and Daniel Gafford, they weren't even a playoff team. So that's taking a shot at Luka. Like, look, Luka wasn't even a playoff team last year before, and it's taking credit for getting to the finals. We got you to the finals by bringing in P.J. Washington and Daniel Gafford, not the greatness of Luka Doncic and Kyrie Irving and, some of the other players who had already been here. There's a real, like...
there's an arrogance to hey, this was our doing. The only reason why Luka was in the finals to begin with is because we made the trade.
Yes, and that's where the Jerry Krause thing comes in for the first time totally. Mm-hmm. The shoe didn't totally fit with Nico because he's a former player. He's tall. He's confident. He's not the little Weasley insecure guy that, I think Damont's considerably taller than what Jerry Krause was, but he puts off the same aura.
Equally as goofy.
Oh, yeah, I think about Jack Horner from the Puss in Boots sequel. That's kind of what I think Patrick Dumont looks like. That's what he's been reminding me of. I just had to look up the name of that character, but if you do, I think you might see some similarities. The thing that stings is looking at the Western Conference landscape right now.
You hit that out the park, dude.
Thank you. Luka completely owned Oklahoma City, and it wasn't really even just Luka. The Mavericks beat them this year without him, right? But the fear of Luka also owning OKC. Memphis really scaring you? Like, if you don't make this trade and you've still got your Mavericks team as constructed, heck, keep Quentin Grimes on the squad as well, because I believe Kyrie doesn't get hurt then. Because you don't have 6 weeks of the usage rate, and he's probably not. That play's probably very different with Luka. So let's say you have a healthy Kyrie Irving. The Mavericks should be the favorites in the Western Conference right now. Yeah. We should be gearing up for this. West is actually not that good. Golden State, maybe. Maybe they're a tough out in the postseason. I could see that with Jimmy Butler, that addition. Houston's the 5 seed right now. The Lakers aren't fearing. You're scared about the Lakers now because they have Luka. They've got Luka and LeBron. You take him off. That's not Denver, maybe. But the Mavericks would be in prime position to get right back to the NBA Finals.
You still don't have enough perimeter playmaking. You still could not have expected Kyrie Irving to go man for man against some of the better defenders. Like if you wouldn't have had Luka against OKC, their application of Dort against him would have probably been checkmate in that series.
100%.
Even if you had Anthony Davis.
Right. Yes. Agreed. Absolutely agreed. Because they shut down Kyrie. Like he was too small in that series against OKC. You had to have Luka to be able to pull them out of that one.
Yeah, it's wild, to be here. I thought, do I even want to talk about this when I saw the Patrick Dumont audio come through late this morning? I guess it appeared that maybe it was some sort of a brunch or luncheon type of deal. But this week it's really hitting me like how big of a blow Nico delivered to the Dallas sports media scene. Like this should be something we could talk about almost on a daily basis for the next 5 to 10 years, and now it's totally gone. He's not only turning it into a basketball desert, but at least for this spring, now we have the Rangers starting, and hopefully they have an incredibly exciting spring and summer, and the Stars are going to be there. But this is taking away what would probably be 30 or 40% of our show here for the next couple of months, Brian.
The question that I have is with Dumont's inexperience. Aren't there people on this staff that they brought in that he should have gone to and asked about a trade, or I mean, how does somebody in the organization who has basketball experience, it brought guys in, right? I mean,
this is where Michael Finley.
I just wonder if you're who in the organization didn't stand up and say, guys, what the F are we doing? See, that's where Dumont should have, and he's inexperienced, he should have gone to somebody, okay, Nico's talking about making this trade.
Yeah.
Okay. Don't you, they brought guys in, right? That have basketball experience. I was trying to look up.
They talked about how
these executives.
Dennis Lindsey they had brought in. I don't think he was.
I can't get him to pull up.
He wasn't there.
But this is what I'm saying though. But there's got to be somebody in that organization.
There should have been
that should have stood up and said, "What are we doing?"
But remember, they said they didn't talk to anybody else about it because they didn't want it to get blown up.
Well,
awful convenient. That's where the conspiracy starts.
But we learned about what else? The Minnesota. What else? What other team? Minnesota,
San Antonio, and Minnesota.
San Antonio, Minnesota. I see what you're saying, Dawson. To me, I just think it's such malpractice within the people in the Mavs organization to not. How do you not have an idea what's about to happen? You know what Luka's situation is. I'm sure that you've heard Nico go off in meetings about, listen, we can't operate like this anymore. We can't do this. We can't do that. I'm thinking about doing something here, guys. And maybe he leaves it at that. But if you got to know what's going on, and how does Patrick Dumont not go to somebody in the organization other than Nico and say, is this what we're doing right?
I mean, he probably at that point had become convinced that it is the right thing to do, and this bold, brave decision is something these people don't realize we need to make.
I wonder if others in the organization agreed with Nico.
Or they just needed to keep their jobs.
Yeah.
That's what bothers me the most. That you're so that you just close the door and don't. I mean, I got fired for speaking up.
Mm-hmm.
So maybe this is my personal deal. But like I said, I don't know how you're sitting there if you're Michael Finley or one of these others, and you just sit there and allow this to happen.
Well, I think if Nico wants to build the kind of culture that he was so offended he traded a star player, imagine how he would look at just other employees that aren't amongst the most talented people in the world at what they do. You have to get with his program.
Yeah, get with his program or get fired.
Yep.
Okay, I get it. But to me, that is one of those, and I was one of the get fireds.
Mm-hmm.
I was that guy. But to me, I think that I just can't believe that nobody in the organization, we haven't heard anything. And I blame Dumont for not knowing, but I blame him for not going to somebody and saying, is this right? Is this what we're supposed to do? Mm-hmm. Is this a trade really for the future? Or were they all just so fearful of Nico and him getting rid of everybody?
Yeah, I'm up for any sort of an explanation that would help it make sense, but I think the one that is the most realistic at this point is just they have a horrible understanding of what it takes to win in basketball and legitimately thought that Luka doesn't have enough of those traits.
And they're business people.
They had to talk about this in meetings.
The financial aspect of it is, hey, we're not going to have to give the giant supermax extension to Luka in the coming months this summer.
There's $350 million that we don't have to write a check for.
Yeah. So I think from the Dumont standpoint, that's their wheelhouse. Just tell them about the dollars. Oh, okay. That's probably all they really cared about.
But Eric, they're billionaires. They went
we
from
see
being
it
Mark
all the
Cuban.
time.
They went from being Mark Cuban, Mavs owner, $3.2 billion to 20-something billion dollars. I don't think $350 million is the issue here.
I never thought it was. I never considered it because of the salary cap and how much money they have. But, that's how billionaires can think. Maybe that we're not going to win a championship like this and it's going to cost us this amount of money. It's just terrifying. The reality is, fully digested now of how bad the ownership situation is. And, we don't have a GM that can save us from that yet. AJ Przinsky, Foul Territory, joins us to talk Rangers expectations coming out of spring training. Then the G bag of the day is next year on The Fan.
forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut, but that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay.
That you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babe.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-curb?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Yeah, buddy, welcome back. It's the G-Bag Nation here on your home of the Rangers, 105.3 The Fan. Segment's brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today at carsforkids.org. It's brought to you by the Frankels. If you've been injured in a car truck wreck, call the Frankels first, 214 or 817-333-3333. There's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Franklin Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas, as A.J. Przinsky, foul territory, former Rangers catcher, amongst other teams, joins us now here on The Fan. And a good afternoon, sir. How the heck are you?
I am good. How are y'all doing? We got to see the Ranger boys yesterday.
Yeah. We were excited to get to talk to you about that and get your impression. What did you think of the guys?
Well, they're happy. I mean, they're excited. I mean, listen, they got some guys on there that you don't get to hear talk a lot, but when you get them talking, they're pretty good. From Corey Seager, Boach came on with us. It was a great guest list yesterday, and listen, I love my time with the Rangers, so to get to go back and see some of the people behind the scenes, Rich Rice and Brandon, and some of the other guys, and then you had Beltran, Elvis Andrews, and Colby Lewis, some of my former teammates. It was a great day out in Surprise.
It is really exciting right now. Obviously, the World Series a couple of years ago, but the group of guys that CY has brought back together and the promise on paper is really exciting. I'd love to get your thoughts on DeGrom taking something off his fastball this year as a catcher, obviously. How much does that impact his ability to get guys out?
Well, I mean, so he's going to go from 102 to 100?
Yeah.
Doesn't really matter at the end of the day. I mean, come on. I wish he would have done that when I had to face him. I would have had much more success off of him than I did. So, I saw that. I saw where he's going to try and stay healthy. Listen, the biggest thing for him is just stay healthy. So if it means instead of throwing 102, you throw 100, he's got to do what he's got to do. But this guy, when he's right, is one of the best pitchers in baseball. So, yeah, I'm all for whatever you have to do to stay on the field. And if that means going a couple mile an hour down, then fine. But I know talking to Boach yesterday and talking to the Rangers guys, they're going to do everything in their power to keep him on the field. And we'll see, because they need him. And if he's healthy, again, he's one of the best pitchers going.
AJ's a former catcher. I think one of my favorite acquisitions was getting Kyle Higashioka, and now you're able to have him split time with Jonah Heim. What do you think about that tandem going into the season for the Rangers?
Oh, man, I love Higgy. I love Jonah Heim. 2 years ago, Jonah Heim, you could make an argument as one of the top 2 or 3 catchers in baseball. The year he had offensively and defensively. He got a little dinged up last year. I think if you talk to Boach, they I don't want to say they played him a little bit too much, but he just got, I think, a little bit tired out after the World Series. You play an extra month. You don't really get the time to recover. He had some injuries that nailed him. But I love Higgy. We've had Higgy on our show. We've had Jonah on our show, Foul Territory, numerous times, and they're great. But at the end of the day, listen, as a guy that caught a lot of games in your career, it's nice to have a a quality backup that can go out there and do the job. Listen, he goes out there, he catches great, he's athletic as all, he's a great quote, and he hits you a homer every once in a while. So that definitely helps.
Hey AJ, when you're traveling around to these camps and stuff like that, what was your game plan going into when you were going into Texas? What did you want to learn about the Rangers before you got there in Surprise?
I just wanted to learn how they were going to handle their pitching staff with DeGrom, Malley, Bradford, Evaldi, right? What are they going to do with these guys? Jack Leiter, Kumar Rocker? What are they going to do with all these guys? And you get a sense of it. You get a sense talking to Boch. I played for Mike Maddox in Texas, so I have a relationship with him. I can sit down with him and ask him questions. And I just wanted to see where they're at. Now, yesterday they got a little bit of bad news. I saw where Malley and Bradford had some things, no structural damage, so that was a little bit concerning from their standpoint. So they were kind of a little bit, what are we going to do? What are we going to do? But they do have a little bit of depth, which is nice for the Rangers and for their staff. But I just wanted to really know how they were feeling, because that's the biggest thing is health. If the Rangers are healthy, they're going to be good. I mean, they're going to hit. I know people last year were concerned, they couldn't hit the fastball. They had some struggles with some things here and there. But the Rangers are going to hit with who they brought in and who they have returning. I think a healthy year from Seager, Adolis Garcia is going to be back. I really do like this team, and I like where they're headed, but it's just going to come down to health, like pretty much every other team in baseball, right?
Yeah, absolutely. Speaking of the health, though, Rocker and Leiter, you got to catch up with them, and they've kind of had maybe not the easiest transition as we expected when they got drafted from Vandy, but what stood out from your conversations with them? Leiter's had a hell of a spring.
Yes, he has. And listen, you know what I'm amazed by is the poise, the personality, and the presence and the confidence of those two guys. When you talk to those two guys, it's just the way they handle themselves. Now, obviously, Jack Leiter has a little bit of a step up because of who his dad is, and Kumar has a little bit of something, but his dad did play football, not baseball. So it's the presence they have, it's the size of those guys, and it's just they kind of know what they need to do to be big league pitchers and big league successful pitchers, and that's what's amazing about a lot of these young kids. But when you get around Rocker and you get around Leiter, listen, they have Jake DeGrom, they have Nathan Evaldi. They have these guys that have pitched in the biggest moments, in the biggest situations. So they have great role models. And I think that's one of the things that Chris Young has done a good job of is kind of meshing the veterans with the rookies and the younger guys, and then having the veterans show these guys without taking away their personality and without taking away what makes them, molding them into future, not only big leaguers, but future stars.
AJ Przinsky with us here in the G-Bag Nation. I saw a clip I wanted to ask you about. Can you let us know what is so amazing about these Japanese toilets? I've heard incredible things.
Oh, my gosh. Have you ever seen South Park? You guys ever watch South Park? Well, if you don't have one, I can't explain it to you. So, man, how do I explain this? I have one in my house, and, they open up when you walk near them. They do everything for you, so you don't really have to do anything yourself. Meaning you don't have to really, scrub yourself, clean yourself, wipe yourself, however you want to describe it. It has dryer on it. It has a heated seat when you sit on it. It is just one of those things that if you haven't had one and you've never been able to use one, then you don't know what you're missing. I mean, it has a remote control. Now, what guy doesn't like a remote control on anything? So there's a remote control for the toilet. The first time I ever had one was in 2014 when I was with the Red Sox. They had one in their clubhouse, and I was like, I was in the process of building a house, and I was like, I only asked my wife for one thing, and it was a Japanese toilet in my part of the bathroom.
That's phenomenal. So are you a sit to pee guy because the toilet is just so comfortable at home?
I mean, let's be honest. No man in the middle of the night when you get up in the middle of the night and you have to pee, you don't want to miss, right? So, I mean, every guy that says, I've never sat to pee, you're lying.
Yeah, well said. Does this thing have lights on? I'm looking at some photos. It looks like you have like a light show going on at this,
Oh, light shows. I mean, everything you can think of. It has a dryer. It oscillates. It pulsates. I mean, it does everything. I don't know. It's just one of those things that until you've tried it and until you've actually experienced one of these, it's just different. It's different.
Do you like to humble yourself from time to time and use like a public restroom just to remember what it feels like so you don't take it for granted?
Every once in a while I'll have to, and it's like, man, I miss one thing, and it is the Japanese toilet.
It's not the same.
Do you miss anything about Texas?
Right. I love Texas. I love my time in Texas. Listen, I really enjoyed my time in Texas. I was only there a year, but I'm at White Sox camp today. I just saw Martin Perez, who was a teammate of mine in Texas, and I enjoyed the fans. I enjoyed the stadium. People say it was hot, but man, I loved it hot. Taking the field when it was 115 degrees at 8 o'clock at night was fine with me. I love the people I got to meet there, from Ron Washington, Mike Maddox, John Daniels, who was the GM at the time. Nolan Ryan was around at the time. And then the guys I got to play with. I mean, Beltre, Andrews, Kinsler, Rich Moreland, Derek Holland, just all these guys that were incredible. Just loved my time in Texas. And honestly, I wish I would have been able to come back the next year, but it wasn't in the cards. And I went on to the Red Sox, but I really did enjoy my time in Texas. I lived in Dallas, made the commute every day. Loved where I lived in what was it called, Midtown in Dallas, and just had a great time. I mean, Yu Darvish was there; he's still pitching. It was a special time, and it was really enjoyable. I just wish we would have won game 163 against the Rays instead of getting it beat by David Price.
Yeah, that was tough, but good season, man. And thanks for the work. It was a lot of fun having you here, and great job here with the Foul Territory show. Salute and congrats on all your success.
Thanks, guys. Appreciate it. Man, Bochy jokes with me yesterday when I'm doing my Fox games. He's like, man, you were like one of our regular announcers. How many times I got to do Rangers games. So I still enjoy going back there. I love the area, and I was proud to be a Ranger for a little while.
Right on. We'll see you over there. There he goes. AJ Przinsky here on your home of the Rangers, 105.3 The Fan. Time to go into the Pimp Cup, where Lucius has your G-Bag of the day.
Yeah. All right. Let me get it. Sounds like my man was describing those Drake toilets. Remember Drake sent DJ Khaled a fantastic toilet?
Yep. Might have been one.
Yeah, bro. It's got the heated seats on there. Blow up in there for it. Yeah, I got the bidet, man. I love the bidet. That's why I was tripping out yesterday. You guys were talking about wipes. I was like, okay, I didn't know how the wipe game happened unless, it's an away game. Then I just throw it away in the toilet.
Right.
Because, it's industrial trash cans.
Exactly. How do you get to change the temperature on that bidet water, or is it always the same? Is it cold?
It's pretty much all the same.
Yeah.
But I mean, there's models where you can change it, but I didn't get that model at the time. If I rebought it, I'll probably look for something better.
And do you have the air thing too? Do you have the dryer at the end?
No, just a splish splash. I was taking a bath down there.
So it's split splashes, and then you actually go with the clean wipe, the cleansing wipe,
the toilet paper.
Just the toilet paper, just to pat it dry.
Yeah.
Clean, man. You can eat off this thing.
Yeah, good to go. Don't doubt it.
Oh, thank you.
All right, our winner and champ right here, Seattle Mariners broadcaster, hit by a foul ball. His name is Rick Riz, and he took one, lost his Riz.
On Hoskins. Now the set by Vargas. Here's the pitch. Swinging a foul.
Jeez.
Get you?
Oh, man.
Yeah, that's the best part
Did it get you?
Yeah. Did it get you?
Am I alive? Take me, Jesus.
Did it get you? Oh, what do you think that was?
Hey, we're going to take a quick break here. There we
go. Yeah.
We'll come back.
The least
we'll
I
come
can
back
do.
right after this.
Well, at least one of us will. I don't know about Rick.
Yeah. Poor guy. All right, what else? Hey, that Patrick Dumont guy?
Yeah.
That was the first time I ever looked at his face, and you guys say what he looked like?
Yeah.
I think he looks like Alfred E. Newman.
That's
especially right around that mouth area.
Yeah, he's got that tooth gap.
He's got that.
Oh, hey.
Yeah.
Hey, everybody. Oh, on the Mavs.
Yeah, on the Mavs. It's Alfred E. Newman in a suit.
Absolutely.
I also thought he looked like the Mark Davis of the NBA, the Raiders owner.
Yeah, I see that.
Absolutely can see that too.
Yeah, I see that.
Separated at birth. We got a bad situation on our hands.
Yeah, we do. This is not good.
I mean, this is way worse than Jerry. Way worse.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, because he insulted the Mavs fans you guys just don't see it yet.
Yeah. I mean, we have Anthony Davis, Kyrie Irving, Klay Thompson, PJ Washington, and Derek Lively. Hello.
What do you got? All right, anyway.
What are you so mad about?
Yeah.
Get over it.
It's a big deal, bro.
I mean, if you know basketball.
Jeez.
If you know basketball.
I guess you guys just don't know ball.
When we can get them on the floor together, it's going to be amazing.
Yeah, Anthony Davis is good for 2 quarters, bro. Let's go to Charles Barkley. He dropped this on us, and I had no idea. The Charles was this low.
We should take a shower in our uniforms because, you know, because we flew commercial my first few years.
Wait, time out. There's no era where you did.
Yes, it is.
Stop, you're making this up.
No, I'm not.
There's no way that you were supposed to wash your uniform with it on.
When I first,
you're making this up.
I'm not making this up.
Let him finish. I've never heard. No one in the right mind has ever done that.
Let him finish.
Kenny,
Please do. Let him finish.
And soap, they give you soap.
Let him finish,
No.
Kenny.
When I first got to the NBA, we flew commercial.
Yes,
that's accurate. I'm not disagreeing with
that. So when you played the night before and flew the next morning, when was you exactly going to get your uniform clean?
Exactly.
You had to wash your uniform yourself. So after the game, when you got to your room, you took a shower in your uniform and dried it and dropped on the commercial airline the next day.
Were you with Jed Clampett?
No,
Jed Clampett.
That's why you had to let him finish.
Come on. Yeah, have you ever heard of this in your life, Clark?
No,
well, how are y'all cleaning y'all uniforms? Y'all playing in funky uniforms?
No, somebody.
Wash in the dryer or someone else.
When you're flying the next morning.
You can clean your uniform without showering in it.
Well,
that is possible. You can actually clean it without showering in it.
In it. You don't have to have it on.
Yeah,
no, but it's easier to do it that way.
It's just
I think that was his rookie hazing, and he never found out.
Yeah, kid, we just wear them on the plane.
You got to wash your own. Most of us just wear it while we wash it.
2 for 1 deal.
Yeah.
We had a dude in boot camp. He was a never nude. And you have to get nude to take a shower in the Navy because it's supposed to be real fast. Six head shower, 40 dudes going through there at one time. It was like a little train, pause. But my man did not want to get nude. And the RDC, the guy that's over us, was like, hey, everybody, get down to your skivvies, get in there, get in the shower, get all your stuff, blah, 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 blah. My man was standing there with his shorts on. And the RDC came in there and said, I said get naked! I said, that's the first time I ever heard a dude just scream, get naked. That was wild. I said get naked!
Oh, man.
Let's see. All right, KMC. No, it's just KC Masterpiece now, right?
Just KC.
Yeah, just KC Masterpiece. Kevin's favorite college basketball team broke his heart today. It was an injury. Well, we'll see.
How did everything go so wrong so quickly?
It would have been the first time since 2015 they would have had a chance to win the championship.
I mean, they were in the Final Four a few years ago.
They didn't have a chance
Look,
that year.
No chance.
Quick Cliff's notes. I do love. Ooh.
Excuse me. All right, so somebody texted in and they were like,
excuse me.
Wow, he was so befuddled that he couldn't even just seamlessly correct himself.
He just quit.
He just let that sit. He just let that fact about himself just hang there forever.
Hang there forever.
Just hanging. Just dangling out there for the world to see.
Them accidental shots, sometimes they just work, bro. Just claim it. Beat your chest and run down the court.
Oh, man.
I called bank on that.
Ball's back.
Last one's a church clip, man. Shout out to my Reverend Dr. Pastor Freddie Haynes. Whoa! Freddie, you in your bag right now, sir. Look him up. And Reverend Ike, look up Reverend Ike too if you want to be mesmerized. I got a church clip. Have you guys heard that Meg Thee Stallion song, Mamushi or something like that? She does with the Japanese dude.
No,
I think so.
Back to two. Wakashi wasta.
Yes. I have heard it.
Wakashi wasta. Well, they're calling this girl right here Messiah the Stallion because she went to remix that song and brought it to the church.
Okay, with the Lord, he'll get you washed out. Okay, with the Lord, he'll get you washed out. Stop. Jesus, he'll get you washed out.
It is a good beat.
Messiah the Stallion. Is it Hagee after the news that Cooper Flagg got hurt was developing? I guess x-rays were negative, which means nothing's broken.
Nothing's
broken.
And he was sitting on the bench, so is he going to keep playing? I don't know. That might scare me out of the game.
I think he's probably not going to play in the tournament anymore.
Wheelchair was bad luck.
Yeah, it was. That did not appear to be promising for
full Pierce.
NCAA tournament chances.
Never
Kenny calling out Charles for showering with his uniform on. I don't know. I think I believe Charles. Is it or is it Rick Riz hit by a pitch? That's my vote, Chief. Going with the champ.
Going with Hagee's vulnerability.
Lucius?
Charles Barkley.
Okay, we're tied at 1. We'll check.
This is really tough. I think I've got to go with Hagee here.
Brian?
I was going to go with Charles Barkley.
We're tied at 2. Is it Kenny or is it Hagee? Jump onto @GBagNation. We're going to create a little Insta poll for you to vote on while we're at break. We'll come back and announce the winner. And then what do we have in store next? The worst. Oh, here it is, Chief. What you got?
Yeah, well, we have a battle for Sports Quote of the Day champion, so we'll crown that. And I believe this to be the worst non-life-threatening condition that a human being could have. That's next.
got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be what was it?
If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet and Grapevine, back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone, and they're all priced to sell. Silverados, Tahoes, Blazers, Malibus, Equinox, and more. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 and 2024.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Lucius. It is the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. Here's the Chief with some sports.
Yes, sir. Thank you very much. 877-881-1053. We have a new world record, and it involves a particular human condition, non-life-threatening. Maybe it's vain, but I think it's the worst possible non-life-threatening human condition that one could have. And so I will reveal that here in just a moment. But first, we have to crown the Sports Quote Champion of the Day. And we have two nominees today, and I think they're both up to par here. I think this could be a bit of a battle, but it involves season enders in college basketball and the frustration that lies within. We start with Virginia Tech, the Hokies. Their season ended yesterday when they lost to Cal. And their forward...
Boy, that ACC rival of Cal.
Cal and Virginia Tech, man. I mean, we've been talking about that rivalry
forever. Forever.
Really, since the genesis of all sports.
Since the genesis of we're going for money.
Yeah. It is a little crazy that Virginia
Cal,
Tech's
Stanford.
ACC season ended with a loss to Cal. So their season is now over, and their forward, Toby Lawal, was asked, what are you proud of when reflecting on yourself and reflecting on your team?
What are you proud of, huh?
Yeah. Guy's never been a champion.
What the hell are you proud of?
I was hoping he was going to say, well, I'm really proud of my daughter.
My daughter.
Proud of
what we got here.
What we've done here.
Should be proud of her.
His response, first nominee for Sports Quote of the Day is, my team, I'm proud of how far we came. What did they have us in the preseason? Maybe 14th or 15th? They thought we were going to be ass. I mean, we were still ass, but, we weren't that bad. You know what I'm saying?
We weren't total ass.
We beat expectations.
We weren't a bag of ass.
End quote.
That's awesome. They thought we were going to be ass. We were ass. We weren't like that bad.
Are you saying that's a true quote or not? Is that what this deal is?
No, these are real quotes. I'm not even going basketball or butt crack on you right now. That's a real.
I thought you were just saying maybe he made that. Maybe you're making that up. I'm going to say that's a real quote.
That sounds real to me.
These are all verified. They've been double sourced. These are real.
Okay.
So that's your first nominee. I'll read it again. They thought we were going to be ass. I mean, we were still ass, but we weren't that bad. You know what I'm saying? We beat expectations. Okay. There's your first nominee. The second one, we stay in college basketball, lesser known, but we head to Providence, who had their season come to an end after losing to Butler in the Big East tournament, 75-69.
This is their coach.
Their season's over. Their coach, Kim English, said it was a disappointing effort, disappointing outcome, but we played true to the pitiful, embarrassing season we've had. End quote.
That's a frustrated coach
I
there.
actually just watched him.
like that.
It's funny, that came up on my timeline, and I just watched him. Like, he was pulling together notes and
the sound quality wasn't great, so I didn't play it.
No, but
so I just figured reading it. To be fair to both contestants,
it's on me. He gave it "it's on me" speech after that.
Disappointing effort, disappointing outcome, but we played true to the pitiful, embarrassing season we've had.
That's a bar right there. Wonder if he's related to Johnny English.
I don't know. Who's Johnny English?
You know
Alex English?
You not familiar with Mr. Bean?
Come on, dude.
Oh no, Mr. Bean. I know who that is. Is that his name in real? Is that Mr. Bean's real
one of
name?
his characters.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Mr.
Rowan
Bean.
Atkinson.
Rowan Atkinson's
That's
the
actor's
actor.
name.
He's British. He hangs out racing a lot. Formula One. You
Yeah.
see him in the paddock quite a bit.
Oh, he's a paddock guy.
Yeah.
He's the real deal. Okay, so who do you want to vote for? We'll start with the General Gavin Dawson. Who are you going to nominate as the Sports Quote Champion of the Day?
The coach reflecting on the pitiful season.
Okay, Kim English gets a nod.
Yeah.
Brian Broaddus?
The bag of ass.
Okay, so you're going with the Virginia Tech Hokie
Yeah, I think
wing.
so. Yeah.
All right, we're tied at 1, Walchuk.
I'll take Johnny's sister.
Kim English, I believe he is a male, despite the first name not really. Yeah.
This is a first for me.
There's dude Kims floating around.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
A lot of last name Kims.
A lot of last name Kims.
How many dude Kims? Like, can we name one? Like, who's the other famous male Kim that we know other than obviously Kim English?
Kim Jong-un. I think it's prevalent in Korea.
Okay, there you go.
Yeah.
Yeah, and obviously Kim English is Korean.
South Korean.
Probably some surfer named Kim.
Wow.
I don't know a lot of Kims.
So we're
but I'll take the bag ass.
Lucius has a mouthful right now. Pause. He's enjoying some lunch, perhaps.
Is it Caesar salad?
But I believe he would probably vote for bag of ass guy, right?
Yeah, I think so too.
So we're tied at 2. I'm the tiebreaker, and we're gonna go with the Virginia Tech player. Congratulations, he wins sports.
He's done it.
Quote of the day. Now let's get to the condition. Ooh. And we start with the congratulations because this gentleman has now set a new Guinness World Record for having
hiccups,
the hairiest face of anyone alive.
Oh, I saw that guy.
Extremely rare, 1 in 1 billion condition.
Werewolf
It
man?
looked like Teen Wolf.
95% of his face is covered in facial
Werewolves,
hair.
London.
The actual advanced metrics indicate 202 hairs per square centimeter on his face.
You got a picture of that? The one that I saw,
Yes.
it looked pretty good and like well groomed.
It is. I will say,
yes, that's good.
The hair,
That's good.
the hair quality of it is actually pretty strong.
Yeah,
like
Okay.
it's actually beautiful hair. If you're just grading the hair on his face,
It kind of looks like if Dirk was a werewolf.
yes, exactly. If Dirk's head of hair was also,
But I was
on his
thinking,
face.
I was thinking this guy could pull some chicks.
He's morphing into the Shaggy
Really?
Dog.
Little Beauty and the Beast thing. Absolutely.
Oh, okay. I get. You know what? There might be. It's called hypertrichosis.
Okay.
But
He could go to a
It's-
furry convention. He doesn't even need to wear a costume.
it's more known as werewolf syndrome, as Broadus mentioned.
Yeah.
But it's so. I mean, it is so jarring that, like, and it's 1 in 1 billion. So this is one of those conditions that. I mean, I would guess that none of us have ever seen in real life a
So
werewolf.
1 in 1 billion,
dude.
there's no treatment for this, right?
I don't believe there's any treatment for this dude.
So he's going to have to, he's done this to his
You
life.
just got to shave a lot.
Now, this dude's kind of proud of it. He's 18 years old, and,
no.
and he kind of
He's got his full
Yeah,
life
there you
today.
go.
he's just kind of leaning.
He's got a best friend named Styles with a van. They cruise around town.
Yeah, maybe he's leaning all
We're
the
going to see
way.
him on
into it.
Geico commercials, like the werewolf guy.
But this is every single person that interacts with you. You will see their surprise on their face every time, and probably some fear as well, because it's scary. It's a little
bit.
It's like your initial. All of a sudden, you're like, "What? It looks like a werewolf."
So if he stood behind you in line, you'd be a little worried. Like he walked up on you in line.
Just the initial jarring nature of it. Once you gather yourself and realize, hey, this is a 1 in 1 billion situation, you should actually appreciate this moment.
I think the suit does some good. You see him in a suit.
He's buttoned up.
It's like, okay, that's not a monster.
But I mean, you can only see his
It's a
bottom
rather hairy
lip.
individual.
You can only see his bottom lip and then his eyeballs. You can't even see his eyelids because he is and 95% of his face is covered in like it's literal head hair. It's not even. Can't even say it's beard hair because the hair quality of it is that of someone with just a great head
we
of
can't
hair.
treat this at all, right?
And he grows it out. I mean, it's inches long.
I like when it's grown out. I can deal with it when it's grown out. It's kind of curly hair, you know what I'm saying? I get it.
Yeah.
That's short when it's that's short one.
So I'm suggesting that this is the worst non-life threatening condition one could have, and maybe that is just one of the more vain statements I've ever made. But you're scaring people at every turn until they've seen you 10 times and they're expecting you coming. Every person looking at you is like
probably
jarring.
not ideal.
Yes, like are you wearing a mask right now? Are you?
Yeah.
What character are
What if
you?
you
I'm
you're sitting
assuming-
next to him on a plane?
I'm assuming this also doesn't give you like wolf-like athleticism, like Teen Wolf, so you can't captain the basketball
run really
team.
fast.
You can't dunk.
The reading up on it doesn't
You're not
reveal
getting any of that good stuff.
any type of superpowers involved.
I mean, okay, so there's something called complex regional pain syndrome that's rated higher than childbirth or amputation on pain scales.
Oof.
And it just like it randomly afflicts people every now and then. there are some that cause a high amount of pain. There's irritable bowel syndrome that can be very painful.
That sounds awful.
IBS and Crohn's disease.
That's Crohn's is bad. I've seen those commercials. For
Maybe
maybe
I should qualify even more. Non-life threatening and non-painful.
It doesn't grow on his hair. I mean, on his arms or anything though. It's just all on his face.
On the face.
Because
that's the awful thing about it.
You start to wonder, like, what do his knuckles look like? Does he have like paw-like hands? But I don't believe he does.
Well, the 817-682 did say, "What about laser hair removal?"
I was about to say,
I
we
wonder
got
if
to
he
do
could do
something.
that. That's
right?
going to be an intense procedure, though.
It's going to hurt, and you're going to need like 24 of them.
Exactly. You have to do that for probably a full year's worth of treatment.
Well, Chuck, you can give him some advice on that, can't you?
I've never done the laser hair, just the waxing, and that sucked.
Definitely can't wax your face.
Oh,
and
God,
I wonder what it would look like if he just shaved it all, like how just his whole face is like a 5 o'clock shadow kind of deal.
Might be kind of cool.
Perhaps. I guess there's some versatility involved here. Depending on the season.
Move over, Troy Polamalu. I'm going for that check, bro.
I think there's
he
a
should
lot
be
of
sponsored by Head and Shoulders.
I'm going for that check.
I don't say I want
or
this,
just face, I guess.
but you could be. You got a career. You're
Yes.
a circus freak.
Yeah.
You get on roids. You get on some good lean muscle.
Yes,
you
circus
grow out your fingernails.
Yeah.
We're charging.
You're a halftime performance
see
at
the
an NBA basketball game.
Yes,
I was saying
absolutely.
the Geico commercials. He could be that.
The
caveman
caveman. Yeah,
dude,
so
yeah.
easy. A caveman can do it.
Yeah.
They could change the whole deal and make it even a werewolf man
yeah.
could do it.
Werewolf man.
I mean, I love that dang Teen Wolf movie, though. I did. I
Yeah.
watched it so many times. Had it on VHS.
At any point, did you think, "Wow, I wish I had that condition"?
Well, no, but I think it doesn't look horrible. Like the one picture they have right here,
I don't know.
He looks like the kind of guy you'd like to be friends with. Like, this is our super hairy friend.
Very likable.
Am I looking at the right photo?
That's what we're talking about. What are you talking about?
It's a real life Sasquatch.
That or like having hiccups.
That's why I came over there and checked out. The picture. Well, actually, that one doesn't look.
That
that
looks
good.
crazy.
That one doesn't look that good.
One of them looks really, really bad. One of the
That one looks
photos
like he's got
does.
a dog nose.
Some of them look like he painted that stuff on.
But like,
And it offends me.
See, that one there. That one there is pretty good. But that must be his glamour shot.
I'm probably
glamour shot.
I'm distancing
You were saying
myself
the
from this
guy had
guy.
on a suit. Oh, he doesn't look bad.
But he had the suit on. Maybe the lighting was good. Because
Yeah.
some of the other pictures
That looked like a professional photo
Okay.
setting.
will make you look
Professionals-
somewhat
Professionals
approachable.
sit down and take pictures.
Yeah,
That
he looked
face?
like the cute, super hairy guy. Okay, let me just say that. Like, oh, hey, look at this.
So you
Heard that
think
a
this
time
guy's
or two.
pulling right now?
No.
Based on that one
No.
picture, there would be some gal out there with a little Beauty and the Beast thing who'd be kind of like, yeah, this is
Wow, dog.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
She's kind of into oxes and things.
But some of those pictures make him look
with the rowdy
hideous.
head. Okay.
Some of those pictures, I don't think
It's my hairy
anybody's
guy.
paying to see that. Thank you, Chief.
Yes, sir.
NFL News Today coming up. We'll check where you're taking
Streaming
us.
CD. We got the latest free agent buzz. Eagles just got a new edge rusher, and maybe Rodgers isn't the only old Super Bowl winning quarterback we should be talking about in free agency. That's next in the nation.
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Razor Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens.
Pre-curb?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
D&M Leasing Studios. You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Here we go. It's hour 2, G-Bag Nation, 105.3 The Fan. Hope you're having a good day. Cowboys news coming up at 3:20. Time now for Wolchuk's NFL news. And here's the Wooly Bully.
All right, Eagles just got themselves some pass rush help as they've reached an agreement. 1-year deal, former Chief free agent linebacker Josh Uche, who now will try to help replace Josh Sweat. Brandon Graham, who says he's retiring. Maybe he won't. We'll see. But there's some news within the division of some help there for the Dirty Birds. He had a 16.7 pressure rate, 6th best in the NFL among edge rushers since 2022. So Howie's at it again. That was his best year, though. 26 years old, 11.5 sacks in 2022. We'll see. Hope he just fails miserably there with Filthy. But that's another addition. Noah Brown. He's going back to the Commandos, 1-year, $4.5 million deal. And Kyle Juszczyk, who we were hoping maybe the Cowboys would kick the tires on. Surprise, surprise. He's signing with the Pittsburgh Steelers. It's a pretty great fit there. Kyle Juszczyk in the black and yellow. I could see it.
I think every time you watch San Francisco run the ball, it's generally 44 on the move.
The motion with
44 on the wing.
Yep. Really, really good player.
Want to throw a screen? They throw him, they'll put him out in front of the screen.
Got to have a coach that knows how to use him, though.
You do. You absolutely do. We'll see. Maybe I don't know that Arthur Smith is one of those guys that'll know how to use him, but I hope the best for him. Congratulations to Cooper Beebe. We just got new extra pay for NFL players, so players get rewarded who go above and beyond their playing incentives. And one of the standout performers for the Cowboys cashed in Cooper Beebe, $705K in his pocket. Jalen Tolbert was number 2 at $593. Brock Hoffman got himself just under an extra $500K. So congratulations to those guys. I mean, when you're a third-round draft pick, that's huge for you.
What an incredible just direct deposit moment. You get the notification. Cooper Beebe, here's 700 Gbos.
So hell of a day at the office. CeeDee Lamb was streaming with content creator Neon. Now, if you don't know who Neon is, he's actually the one that was talking smack to Nate Diaz during the Diaz-Paul stuff here in Dallas.
Man, we should relive that. That was hilarious.
They chased after him, and he was fearful for his own life. I mean, he does stuff like that. But he was driving around streaming with CeeDee Lamb. So we'll start here. The first one, this was CeeDee live reaction to finding out Demarcus Lawrence was going to Seattle.
We lost the Seahawks. Whoa.
Who?
Excuse me?
Wait, what?
He's gone.
Who went to the Seahawks?
Listen, y'all. Demarcus Lawrence. D-Law traded is sick. I gotta hit my mans up.
Did that just happen?
Yeah, I'm looking at the chat and they letting me know. I ain't gonna lie, shout out them.
He seems sad. He's gone.
I wish he knew the terminology better. Wasn't a trade.
It wasn't a trade. It was just a signing. And this was also Neon asking him about the Luka trade. CeeDee, big-time basketball fan, and, well, he felt like the rest of us did.
Bro, I got to ask you about this. And I feel like you'll be good to answer this because it's basketball. What do you think about that Luka bro? How do you feel about that, bro?
I ain't gonna lie. They killed the city with that one.
Bro.
I wasn't even expecting that. I don't even know. Brutal. I think that happened at I don't even know what time it happened. But I remember where I was when I saw it and I thought it was fake. Because I saw it on a tweet and it didn't have, it was just a tweet, just the words. You know what I'm saying? You know how they do a mass.
I thought it was fake too.
Yeah.
I wish it was.
He thought he was getting ball sacked just like we all did.
We all did. They did kill the city on that one, though.
Yeah, I feel like you could hear the disappointment when he got the tank news. That the other good players must have, wow, how many good players are we going to let go?
Yeah.
That's got to be heartbreaking right now. At this point in the season, everybody knows that the Cowboys aren't going to be any better next year. That one's tough. But I think he put it the best. They've killed the city.
They killed the city with that one.
Now we're waiting. Can the Rangers and Stars or SMU, can somebody bring us back and give us something to live for here in sports again?
We're excited. Stars are certainly a cup favorite. You got the Rangers ready to go make World Series. Sweet, sweet music. So we're definitely all in when it comes to our Stars and our Rangers. Now, ESPN's been grading free agent signings. Panthers signing of Rico Dowdle. Got an A-, 1 year, $3 million. Pretty good deal. Cowboys trade for Kenneth Murray Jr. Cowboys got a C- on that one. Titans got a B+. The big thing was the numbers here. Murray's 24% run stop win rate last season, ranked 5th worst among off-ball linebackers with at least 300 snaps played. Career low for Murray. Showed some pass rushing skills, though. 11 pass rush wins and a 28% pass rush win rate. Good figure for an off-ball linebacker. But when you look at the money, that's the problem. He's due $7.5 million in cash this year. That's real money for Kenneth Murray. They say the contract there, the Cowboys taking that on. It's a little bit of an overpay.
That is crazy, dude. I cannot believe.
I would have thought that they would have worked out something where the Titans eat some of that money.
Right.
To take him on.
Yeah.
But apparently that's not part of this thing, at least as of now that we know of.
Did they get the better draft pick out of the deal, though?
The Cowboys got 7th, number 239. Titans got 6th, round number 188.
So what? The pick didn't help them.
No.
There, okay.
No. So they didn't love that move there for the Cowboys. I'm a little more optimistic on the Kenneth Murray one than I've seen a lot of people out there on Cowboys Twitter.
All the cut-ups that I've seen have not been pleasant.
Not a great cover
watch.
guy, certainly, but I do think they had a change in defense last year in Tennessee, and I think that impacted him greatly. I mean, he certainly hasn't lived up to first-round pick quality. That's why the Chargers didn't pick up his 5th-year option, but he does have some traits that I like. I mean, he's a violent player. I think overall he is a good tackler, so I think he's got a chance to succeed here in Dallas more so than what he did in Tennessee, but still, he's getting too much money. I mean, that's something that's just evident right now in terms of what the player that you're getting. But the production wasn't terrible last year. They didn't mind the Kyler Elam move. They gave the Cowboys a B- on this one. And over the course of his career, Elam, he's allowed 1.3 yards per coverage snap on a 16 target rate as the nearest defender, which you can take with a grain of salt sometimes with next-gen stats. He's also allowed 23.5 total EPA, expected points added, as the nearest defender in his career, which is not good. But they like the fit more with Matt Eberflus than what he was working with in Buffalo. So there's some of the grades from the Cowboys moves. I think the one that we're probably, other than Solomon Thomas, I think we like Solomon Thomas, but
I think the Turner one has some promise to it. On the edge.
Oh, Peyton Turner? Yeah, if he can play, if he's available, right?
Yeah.
I mean, that's been the biggest issue for him is availability, but he does provide.
Sanborn.
But the Sanborn one's what I'm getting to.
Yeah.
So here was, and this is basically like All City Bears. We've got All City Dallas here, and we've had some of our friends on. Joe Hoyt, of course, Kavanaugh's over there, Clarence Hill. But this was the Bears Chicago version of it, and here was one of their guys talking about Jack Sanborn.
I'm here to talk about Jack Sanborn in a way that I didn't want to again. What did he do wrong? 19 starts in 3 years, 150 some odd tackles, always running to the ball, first class in the locker room, football player. Not the fastest guy on the field, great instincts, knew what he was doing, made plays. Before they signed Tremaine Edmonds, all over the field after Roquan got traded. Alan Williams, remember him, the former defensive coordinator? I remember asking him, who stands out to you on the Spurs defense? Sanborn. When he got a chance to play, Jack Sanborn made plays. Then he was diminished, and now he's gone, oddly, as the Bears don't pick up what would have been a $3 million contract for one more year. Has Noah Sewell had a great offseason? I'm not exactly sure what the plan is, but Jack Sanborn, you were a quality Bear in your 3 years here. Somebody's going to pick up Sanborn and realize how to use him, and he's going to make plays elsewhere in the NFL. Unfortunately, it's not going to be in Chicago.
It'll be in Dallas, but you're starting Mike linebacker. You're Eric Kendricks for this year, in my opinion, with Flus being able to wear the green dot there. I mean, Maris is a super instinctive, smart player as well. So we'll see what happens with Murray, but I think Sanborn really could end up being a hit for you with some of these guys.
Yeah, he's proven he could play at a couple different spots. Even if you played him, you play him at the Sam, you play him at the Will. The way that he's able to run to the ball and chase the ball,
True run hit, old school linebacker.
Yeah, I mean he's got the size. He's not a small guy at all. He takes people on. I said when I was watching him a little bit yesterday, I was surprised. Usually when linebackers run under blocks, they can't get back outside to make the play. A couple different times I'm like, oh, here he goes, he's about to get. Oh wow, he just made a play.
It's impressive.
Yeah. So this might end up being a pretty good deal for the Cowboys.
Hopefully they help him out by getting him a nice one tech there to eat up some blockers in the middle.
It'd be nice.
Because him playing behind Monty Smith is not going to be the easiest thing in the world.
Cooper Kupp, teams that are interested in Kupp include the Seattle Seahawks, the Denver Broncos, and the New England Patriots, according to Adam Schefter. I know Jordan Schultz was saying he expects Cooper Kupp to make a decision very quickly. Doesn't think he's going to be on the market very, very long. Jets officially did release Aaron Rodgers. We're waiting on what the hell is going to happen with him. They also officially released C.J. Mosley after 6 seasons, team captain there. There's another linebacker out there on the market.
Yeah, and he's got some neck issues.
The injuries
I think
really hurt him.
Are concerning. I don't know what his status is in terms of just health-wise being able to play, but if the health wasn't,
it's a big name on the market.
Yeah, that would be a guy I'd be interested in.
Giants are still pushing really hard as of this morning from Ian Rappaport on Good Morning Football to try and get Aaron Rodgers. But fellas, I don't know if Aaron Rodgers is the only Super Bowl winning quarterback who is plus 40 that we should be discussing. Could we get the return of one? Tommy Brady. He's been throwing. Pictures of him throwing out there. He's back grinding was the post that I saw on Instagram. Look, guys, I'm just saying, if we got a report that the Dallas Cowboys are signing a Tom Brady, are we not excited?
Yeah, I'd be pretty fired up about that.
Is that an upgrade?
Yeah, I think there's a chance it is, Walchuk. Now, does he have his...
Spicy radio, Dawson.
Does he have his...
I thought about you.
I like what
I'm
you're doing
thinking
here,
about
Walchuk.
you.
Bring it.
He's out there throwing. Does he have his fake doctor out there with him, too, keeping his body right?
I didn't see the fake doctor. I think he was getting the avocado ice cream ready for the post meal.
The dedication with the fake doctor was real. And if he's back on that particular TB12 routine, then all of a sudden we might have some legs to this.
47 years old. I'm just saying, maybe we should watch out for the comeback. Maybe didn't go so well in the booth. Maybe he's thinking, you know what? I see what people are wanting Aaron Rodgers, who stinks now. What are they going to do for me?
I do think that the ownership stuff makes this difficult, right?
Does it? Maybe.
I don't know if you can.
We had this conversation last year, and he can. He
can
can
have ownership stake in one team and play for another.
There was like they have to vote on it. Basically, the rest of the owners have to vote on it. Now, I guess the owners maybe that don't want him to go to said team could then band together and be like, "Screw this, we're voting no."
That whole division, I would imagine,
maybe.
That would be freaking awesome. I would love to watch Tom Brady come back at, what is he, 45?
47 now.
He's 47 years old.
I might be getting ball sacked on the age on the article here. It said 47.
I think you're getting ball sacked.
You don't think he's that old?
He's not a day over
99
45.
draft.
He's 47 years old.
He'll actually be 48 when the season starts.
Accurate reporter.
I bet he's still better than Dak, though.
I'd take my chances.
The problem is, and Tom knows this, he only wants to play if we could win the Super Bowl. So you have to go build the super team around him.
That's true. Yeah. And you don't think we're there yet?
No, the Cowboys would never do that.
Tyler Elam didn't do it for you?
I mean, the Niners would be interesting. No.
Kenneth Murray's not moving the championship needle for you?
No Javonte Williams? Didn't love that one.
I appreciate your guys' attempts at making humor out of this.
They did re-sign their long snapper. Let's not lose sight of that.
And Brian Anger, who had a very, very highly contested market. The Broncos are trying to get our punter, and he stayed with Dallas. That says a lot to me.
And they got this $2 million linebacker. I thought that was a pretty good sell for 5 minutes. About 10 minutes ago on Sanborn.
Yeah.
That was A+ work.
Lunch pail guy, is that what you called him?
Yeah.
You're not buying in on him?
I mean, I'm buying in on him as a tryhard.
Prime, dude. He's going to get himself a fat
coaches
bag
love
after
these
this year.
kind of guys.
That's my dude.
You know, if you the troubling thing around the Cowboys is they'll up and have a situation like this and end up giving a dude that the coaches love 10 times more than the market would give them.
Since I got the fastball working, I also am going to report Brock Purdy's not getting the bag in San Francisco. They got their guy. Shanahan finally has Mac Jones.
There you go.
2-year deal, $7 million. They're just going to rock with Mac Daddy Jones.
That's turned out they are not very good at targeting quarterbacks, scouting them.
Shocker. Quarterback whisperer, that
0
guy.
for 2 in that draft. NFL news today is in the books. It's time for the scene note. We'll get you up to speed. The Cowboys news of the evening is coming up next, The Fan.
But first, let's get you to Advanced Hair Restoration, advancedhair.com. Tolos, I know it's happening to a lot of us. Our hair is thinning and our crown is beginning to disappear, and our confidence is dwindling because of it. But today I bring great news. This is incredible, and it's super simple. It's a one-day treatment that starts regrowing your own natural hair the very next day, and it's guaranteed to grow for life. Truly unprecedented stuff. It's the Advanced
Uber Eats has low fee products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut. But that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady?
Pepper Lady? Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-Curb?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens?
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Take the free career evaluation now at mycomputercareer.edu. Financial aid is available for qualified students.
This segment of The Fan is brought to you by BuyersBarricades.com.
Buyers Barricades is a full-service traffic control provider, taking care of your project from the evaluation and planning to setting up, maintaining, and taking down the equipment when the project is complete. The Texas Authority and Barricade Rental. BuyersBarricades.com.
Welcome back, Nation. It's time to hit the C-Note. Cowboys News of the Evening segment's brought to you by the Frankels. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call the Frankels, 214 or 817-333-3333. There's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel & Frankel, go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas. Cowboys are on the lookout for their next bust. Turns out, Brian, the Cowboys actually do want players that could bust on you. They want all of them. And if you busted at any point in the last 9 or 10 years, you were on the Cowboys' radar. It's funny. Okay, Ryan Clark had a quote go viral on NFL Live audio here. Is this the best explanation for why they're doing it the way they do it?
So this is a great signing by Seattle, another loss by the Cowboys.
They don't care. I'm convinced the Cowboys just don't
in that
care.
mode?
Yeah, Cowboys just like, hey, man, it is what it is, dog. We're going to see what happens. We ain't trying to get no better than all season.
Not gonna help. You know what it is? See, they feel like a guy like Peyton Turner, who they sign as a free agent, like, we'll just slap him in there. He'll be good enough. You better watch I know that, but I mean, they just look at that, like, they're looking at him and Solomon Thomas. Look, the way Dallas gets run through, and they just sign guys like they're just like, hey, you know what? They'll just out-effort them and wild hustle them, wild smart.
Yeah, all right.
I mean, the amount of times that we've sat here and tried to even list off all of the needs that Dallas still has, and they're letting Demarcus Lawrence
That's a big loss.
go.
And think about it. Then 1 year they lose him and Zach Martin when it comes to like
it's character and grit and leadership. Yep. When you watch Demarcus Lawrence play, he was the one guy on the front
left it out
defensively that played football like it was supposed to be played.
Yeah.
He played on the other side of the line of scrimmage. He was about hat in hands. He was about leverage. He played this game and gave them a sense of physicality that really nobody else did, even with Micah being their best player.
Yeah, Ryan Clark, the headline quote off of that, they don't care. I don't know. I think they do care. They just don't want it bad enough to try to go make it happen. They're going to let it happen based on how they team build. And we'll see how it goes here over the next couple of years. Brian mentioned it yesterday, and this is the first time where maybe since the early 2000s, they could be looking at multiple 5 or 6 win seasons in a row. Maybe that would be a pivot in their team building approach. But until then, I think Ryan Clark hit the nail right on the head. And as disappointing as last year was, it hasn't shaken them into caring enough to make sure they're doing anything other than replacing it with the worst possible players that you could. You know, they want to make sure they have enough players to go out there. And I think the thing that rings in my head in a time like this is after a game when Jerry talks about being embarrassed by the performance of the football team, I think they want to make sure they don't do that. And that might be another weakness, because if you're not willing to play that bad of football, then you can never really properly rebuild with the kind of a tank move for a sustained period of time. But that is where they are. And Ryan Clark said they don't care. Brian, is that what you pick up they're putting down?
Oh, no. Ryan is I have a lot of respect for Ryan and what he thinks about the football team. It's really, really difficult to me because I'm trying to kind of figure out, the free agency aspect of it. I'm trying not to lose as many guys as they're losing. I think, like I said, I think there are a couple of guys that they signed that are worthwhile for, potentially going forward. I just think you put so much pressure on your scouts in the draft. And I just wish there was a way that they didn't do that. 2 years ago, we were in this situation, we say, hey, don't worry, we'll draft us out of this. We'll figure out a way to draft us out of this. That's the thing that's scaring me right now is I don't know if they're going to be able to draft their way out of this. That's the thing that especially
they 100% cannot.
And especially and listen, they don't give a damn what I think. But when I start to hear about players that are we talked about the Georgia the Will Johnson not running, and I could be dead wrong about that. But there's a lot of other people saying the same damn thing. And, if all of a sudden, if these guys show up and you have another bad draft, that's a big problem. They are losing the arms race right now, I think, to the Eagles.
Well, if all due respect to them, if they have another bad draft this year, then I don't know that we can keep going back to the well and saying they're a good drafting team. You can't miss 3 straight years on a first-round pick. And I'm still holding out hope on Guyton. Mozzie's clearly not a first-round talent.
Yeah.
I mean, he's not developing into that. He can end up being like a serviceable, good starter, not first-round caliber, right, which is what they're trading for right now. They're trading for guys that are they hope, and potential. They're trying to envision a player that just hasn't existed in the NFL.
Well,
Kyrie Elam hasn't been a good corner.
Yeah.
Peyton Turner hasn't been a good end, right? Kenneth Murray Jr. has not fulfilled a first-round linebacker role in the NFL. So there's talent there. But I think the bigger thing for me is, Brian, it's not that they don't care. I don't think they're hungry. Jason Kelce famously had the hungry dog runs faster. Where's the hunger in that front office? They don't have to be hungry. They're fat and happy on 3 championships, on making a bunch of money every single year, knowing their job is secured.
I said it earlier, though. We've talked about it. That guy at Philadelphia, he wakes up every day. And when I say desperate, I'm not talking about desperate to lose his job. I'm talking about he's desperate to make his team better. I just, maybe it's hunger, whatever, but I just don't think they're desperate enough to do. I don't think they have the stomach to do what they need to do to turn this thing around. I don't think they, we talk about all ins and things like that. No, it's just about comfort. It's about, hey, we'll try and fill this hole, do this, that, and the other. But I just don't see the desperate with this football team.
It's hard to enjoy your life if you also want to be driven to win Super Bowls. Like when we had Chris Young on a couple of weeks ago at spring training, we talked about how competitive he was.
Yeah.
The first thing out of his mouth was, it's a blessing and a curse.
Yeah.
Jerry Jones talked about how earlier in his career, this drive to succeed and to stay at that level can create a lot of stressful days, and he just doesn't want to have an experience like that. And I don't blame him, because you're an owner. And that's why most owners hire a GM. You're paying somebody like Landman to be out there, boots on the ground, and go through that hell that it takes in order to be a successful operation.
See, that's the thing about with Jerry, man. There was a time where he was desperate.
Yeah.
When he was paying, when the bills were due and it was...
You're losing $1 million a month. He tells the story.
That's when he was a hungry dog, and now he's a fat cat.
That's when right there it was like, man, I got to figure out a way to get this thing turned around.
Yeah.
And I just don't see that anymore with that group. I just don't. And
they would really like to win.
When they talk, like when Steven's talking, when Jerry's talking.
They don't look at personnel 24/7. They don't. They don't do everything in their power to make their team better.
Well, and it's clear because what they're doing, it seems, is just going back on their draft notes on these guys. Yeah. Like, these are guys that we thought were good players. All of them were top 75 picks that they're bringing in here. And heck, some of them might work. I don't hate some of the moves that they've made. It just doesn't seem like it's enough. I mean, the one, and we're getting some texts in, like, what's the one move that the Dre Greenlaw signing is the one that I'm like, I would have loved them to do. That was an affordable contract. You look at what Rico Dowdle got. Like, is Javonte Williams better than Rico? I personally think this was Rico and his agent thought the market was going to be better for him out there. And the Cowboys made an offer, and they thought they can go get more. They couldn't. So they ended up settling for the same deal, basically, that Javonte Williams got.
So they just said, we can't come back hat in hand.
Well, the Cowboys pivoted already. The Cowboys went ahead and signed Javonte Williams.
Yeah.
So then it's like, okay, well, then they've got a running back. So he goes home basically to Carolina. Yeah. That's where he played his college football. He's from that area. So good move for Rico. But ultimately, like, these aren't moves that are they upgrades for you that time will tell, but they're filling out the bottom of your roster. Like, you needed bodies, you needed depth.
Yeah.
They're hitting that, but these are not moves that are making you more of a serious contender by any means.
Players 40 through 53.
I know I asked you guys about this a couple of days ago, but the stuff and how the Rico played out, now that we know about it, it really makes me wonder what kind of a role they have in mind for Javonte Williams. And maybe it's going to be bigger than third down back or obvious passing situation back, and that would be terrifying because he's not going to be able to produce on the ground nearly what Rico did.
No, that's the problem. If you think that his role really will be as a pass catcher and a pass blocker, because you can't lean on him. In the running game.
No, they got to draft their starting running back.
Yeah.
But it's really hard when the most powerful person in an operation isn't the hardest working, isn't one of the smartest guys, because there's people that don't want to disagree with the ultimate decision we're going to making and don't want to speak up because of what they're doing to keep a job. And the Cowboys desperately need somebody to speak up and to be accountable and to be responsible for doing a better job on all of this. And hopefully they'll get the catalyst here in the coming, I think, years, maybe a couple years away. Okay, Josh Allen talking about giving up the extra $5 million continues to resonate across Cowboys Twitter and in the headlines as well. Could have gotten about $5 million more if he'd really fought it out, and basically saying it just didn't matter that much to him. And I don't think this is on Dak being greedy at all. I love it when a player knows his value and negotiates hard against the Jones family. I think it's funny, but it's really about the Cowboys being so lazy in the negotiation, they can't even put in the hard work to get the asset they claim to value the most, which is cap space. We have multiple players now saying, never heard from him. Mike McCarthy barely had a negotiation. Like, they're just checked out. Why aren't the Cowboys farther along in the Micah Parsons deal? He wants to talk. He's mentioned it several times in the media. Are the Cowboys talking to him? No. Why? They want the billionaire lifestyle of being accountable to nothing and just getting to do whatever they want any day of the week. And now they're applying that to the football team while being the most powerful people inside the organization. We're watching something profound happen with this organization, with this football team, as they no longer have the foundational great players in there that can, generate playoff seasons. And that's a new reality. It's gonna smack them in the face, Chief.
I'm just looking at a couple of the deals that they easily could have done. You mentioned the Dre Greenlaw one, and I think Sanborn's probably the only guy they brought in who's like actually starting caliber. Everybody else that they brought in is more of a rotational or backup type player. Sanborn being the only one that is probably going to start for you, even though he wasn't even always a starter in Chicago. But with where they're at linebacker right now, he definitely is. Bobby Brown, 24 years old, from the Rams, 330 pounds, one of the better run-stuffing defensive tackles in the league. 3 years, $21 million.
Local guy, played at Allen.
Easily could have brought him in, 24 years old. He's an immediate upgrade over Mozzie Smith. That was 3 years, $21 million. Nick Westbrook Akine, I think is how you say his name, Akina.
Yeah.
Wide receiver for the Tennessee Titans, 27 years old, 6'2", 211 pounds. He would have been a big body receiver who had 9 touchdowns for the Titans last year. He's a great red zone threat. He got 2 years for $6.5 million from the Dolphins.
Yeah, he was a deep threat.
That's a guy who it would be a 6'2" body opposite CeeDee Lamb for $6 million over 2 years. He had 9 touchdowns with the Titans last year. You have red zone issues all over the place in your offense. 2 years, $6.5 million.
Wow.
I don't even know that they know that he exists in the world, let alone in the league.
See, I was going to say, with the money that you gave to like Rob Jones and Kenneth Murray, you could have bought like a $12 million a year player and got somebody of bigger impact, but you wouldn't even have to do that. Got a guy here for 3.
Mike Hilton is still available. He's not going to command much.
He's also an injured, banged up
guy. That's the one thing. And I know you've been bringing it up a lot, but the one thing, and I asked somebody about him like this. I've asked people, and they say he's always hurt. That's what you're always kind of dealing with, injuries. So I was just kind of curious by that whole.
And
thing.
that's totally fair.
Yeah.
But I mean,
But that's the reason they give. I mean, the guy makes plays. But they always.
Peyton Turner's always hurt.
Yeah.
Yeah, but, be consistent with it.
I mean, those are just easy, just low-hanging fruit ones. There's probably 25 deals in free agency that are that could have been financially very responsible and helped you immediately and actually gotten you starters.
Okay, we're going to step aside, come back with some Krusty's Corner. Brian, where are you taking us?
Yeah, I've got some questions for my guys, just things that I'm curious about. We'll do those next.
Well, if you're curious, how could you feel optimized? How could you feel like a better, younger version of yourself? The answer is clear. Go to Men's T Clinic. We have...
I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, give me a minute.
Forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has both.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady? Razor Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Mavericks?
Freaker.
No.
Nutmeg Mavericks.
I just said that.
Download Odyssey and search for your station.
If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine, back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone in their all-price sale. Silverados, Tahoes, Blazers, Malibus, Equinox, and more. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 and 2024.
Well, thank you very much, Lucius. It's the G-Bag Nation here on the Fan. Time for Krusty's Corner. It's brought to you by Reliant Air Conditioning, gimmick-free AC repair and replacement. Here's the king, Brian.
Thank you very much, Joe. Appreciate that. Thank you very much to Reliant for coming along with us today. I wanted to ask you guys this question, if I could, just off the jump, among the other questions that I have. And I didn't know if you guys had a thought on it or not, but hopefully you will. There seems to be a lot of veteran wide receivers that are still available in free agency. Amari Cooper, Stephon Diggs, Cooper Kupp, Keenan Allen, Tyler Lockett, Brandon Cooks. Why do you think that is? Why do you think that so many of these veteran wide receivers, Dawson, you have a thought on that? Why you think that all these guys are still available? And should the Cowboys look into one of these guys?
I think there's a lot of them. I think there's been a lot of good young wide receivers come into the league that probably give you more upside for less. And there's enough draftable wide receivers this year that teams are kind of thinking, well, why do I want to spend $12 million right now for Cooper Kupp when I might be able to draft a better player in the second or third round?
Chief?
Yeah, I mean, I think that's exactly the answer right there. You can get, for the last, at least 5 years, we talk about the draft just being loaded and deep at receiver.
Mm-hmm.
So overpaying for a veteran guy who is nowhere near the height of his powers, all of those guys are nowhere close to their primes anymore. So
yeah, like the only one you really saw sign was DeAndre Hopkins.
Mm-hmm.
So this might be one where like all you need is another one, and then you get a domino effect. But it does seem like this market, if it stays, it might be post-draft where you see some of these guys start to sign, because a lot of them, Amari's dealt with injuries. He was traded mid-season, probably now not the same player that he was. Certainly Diggs is coming off of a surgery. Keenan Allen, it didn't go great for him in Chicago, but that's still a player that I'd have interest in. I think he might be perfect next to CD on like a 1 or 2 year deal.
Yeah, I'll swing back to you on this one, though, Zach, because you've seen a lot of these college wide receivers. This isn't as deep of a wide receiver crew as we've seen in the past, right?
No, not at all. I mean, when you look at the guys in the first round this year, like Ted McMillan, I think can compete in any of these top draft classes.
Yeah.
But, I mean, I don't know that we'd have Luther Burden and Matthew Golden, like good players, but I don't think they're in the top 5 of the draft classes in the previous 3 years.
I'm just kind of thinking, like, I just wonder, usually because when there are a bunch of young wide receivers, and I understand that, I just don't, the depth of it, though. I just it's kind of curious of why these guys are still out there. And you guys mentioned that maybe it's, but maybe we're to the point where it isn't a $10 million a year receiver. Can I ask which one of those guys you would like to have if you could bring a veteran wide receiver in of Cooper, Diggs, Kupp, Allen, Lockett, and say Cooks?
I would probably go the Coopers, Cooper Kupp and Amari Cooper. Those would probably be the two guys that I would go for.
Where's Lockett at this point in his career?
I think he's pretty much, and I love Tyler Lockett. For a long time, I thought he was the most underrated receiver in football. I don't think that he fits, and I think that he is probably done.
Isn't Stephon Diggs the guy with the most upside right now?
Yeah, Diggs still is a good player. I mean, Diggs is still probably the best out of that bunch. Now, he is coming off an injury, though, right? I mean, last year when it came to being able to create separation, his numbers, everything were still really, really good. Top 10 receiver quality. But, I mean, coming off of the injury, and then you do have to factor in, like, is it going to be a good thing or a bad thing, him being paired with his brother? Like, is that like these two are now going to get into a trouble together, or are they going to keep each other out of trouble? That's something you've got to know the pair better than what I do to be able to answer that. Keenan Allen or Amari Cooper, I think, would be, because you know that Dak and Amari Cooper work.
Yeah.
We've got a better understanding since Mike McCarthy's gone that a lot of those issues were more McCarthy-driven than they were Jones-driven. So maybe there could be a reunion there. But Keenan Allen's just like a no-drama guy for me. Like, I think that he fills what you kind of want. Bigger-bodied receiver, can run slants for you, can win underneath, still showcase that he can be productive even last year in Chicago. And at 32 years old, like, I don't think he's going to be super expensive. So, and I think he's shown a willingness to also groom some younger guys. So even if you still drafted one, Keenan Allen makes some sense to me out of those names.
Yeah, I'm just kind of looking for that that guy to play opposite. And I think there's some options there. I think, Chief, you might be right. This might be a post-draft kind of a situation where all of a sudden, these guys, once one guy goes, everybody's kind of like diving in. Oh, I've got to be able to get my guy. Dawson, I have a question for you here. What Cowboys coach has the most pressure on him?
Cowboys coach most pressure, I'd have to say Schottenheimer. You finally get the opportunity. You're the head coach. Seems like this is a big moment where if his plan comes together, he might be getting celebrated as one of the, not young, but one of the new head coaches in the NFL that could have some answers for you. So I'll go with Schotty.
Chief?
Yeah, I mean, ultimately it's going to be the head coach, but I think Eberflus is going to have a big challenge on his hands because he's not going to be working with too much. I mean, the holes on the defense, I think, are pretty large. So, and he's following Zimmer, who ended up getting things together, and people had respect for him, especially as the season went on. Dan Quinn obviously had a pretty good run as the Cowboys defensive coordinator, but I don't think Eberflus has a whole lot to work with.
How about you there, Wooly?
I like those answers. I'll throw in Clayton Adams. Because if this run game all of a sudden, like, we're not seeing everything that we've been billed with Clayton Adams. Like, I don't remember a guy who's not even calling plays getting this hyped that a coaching staff has signed.
Yeah.
He kind of seems like Mr. Fix-It guy. And if he doesn't fix it, it's like, okay, well, were you just overrated? Did we just totally misread you?
That's what I wanted to ask on a kind of a follow-up is, are we overhyping these guys? Are we reading into too much of where they've been and what they've done, or is it worth the hype?
Well, I think we'll find out, but just the process of how they went about getting these guys and their track records, I think is worthy of the optimism. But there's certainly a chance that this falls flat and we have overstated it. But from what we know about the way they went about it and what these guys' backgrounds are, I think it's 100% fair for the offensive side of the ball to feel good about where this thing's headed.
Yeah, I just wanted to be patient. I don't know if we're going to be able to draw our evaluation from the results. It has to be a deeper search for evidence, because it might take multiple recruiting classes to find players that are good enough, to find players that have the exact traits, to bring some of this thing to life.
I kind of feel like, though, to me, I like where these guys have come from, and I like their backgrounds and talking to people that have been with them. I like all that. I just hope we haven't hyped them up too much.
It's possible, but gosh, we're grasping at straws for anything to be positive about. So I think just the fact that they didn't hire friends, like that's exciting.
That's exciting. All right, Zach, I'll come back to you on this one. How will Tank Lawrence be remembered here?
I view him as underrated and underappreciated personally. But I think a lot of fans, and we've gotten some texts, like he was hurt a lot. The sack numbers, I think, end up being an end-all, be-all for a lot of people out there. Got overpaid, signed a big contract, didn't live up to it. I think everything Ryan Clark said about him is exactly what you see when you watch Demarcus Lawrence in the All-22. You knew what you were getting down in and down out, played with violence. He was consistent. He was the only guy that I do think was a solid run defender that you've had over the last 5 years. He was a leader in the locker room. Like, I'm going to miss him. I liked Demarcus Lawrence quite a lot here. I think he'll be viewed similar to how Tyron Crawford is, that like just never got the love that he deserved.
How about you, Chief? How will Tank Lawrence be remembered here?
Yeah, I think Wolchuk nailed it for the most part. On the field in particular, he will be underrated because he didn't have the sack numbers, and he did have the injuries. So I think some people understate just how solid of a player he was, and he was a high character player. The effort, all that kind of stuff. I don't know. I think some of the locker room leadership stuff is a little bit overstated. I think the intangible factor is probably overrated. But him on the field, I think most Cowboy fans will be underrating him.
Yeah, even when he was at his peak and he was playing great and he was available, I felt like fans underrated him. So I would say he won't be remembered much at all by a lot. I think people that really know football and locked in and just didn't look at the stats, they know that Tank was really one of the best defensive linemen that we've had here for the last 25 years. I can only think of DeMarcus Ware and Micah Parsons maybe as being better.
Yeah, I think Greg Ellis maybe been thrown at. I think Greg Ellis is kind of an underrated guy.
Similar to Greg, right?
Yeah, very similar.
Long career, very productive.
Yeah,
where is Greg now?
He was coaching. He's coaching.
Yeah,
he's not coaching with the Cowboys anymore.
It's not with the Cowboys.
No,
but
no,
he lands somewhere.
He was brought over by Zim, right?
Yeah, I think he's trying to get on at North Carolina with that crew.
Okay.
Oh, okay.
That's
cool.
where
he's North Carolina Tar Heel.
He went to school, but I think that we'll remember him as a guy that the box score didn't always tell the story with this guy. I think that the way that he played, the way he went about his job, the dirty work that he did at times, and maybe sacrificing himself for the sacks and stuff like that, the way he played, I think they're really, really going to miss this guy. And I hope he has good health going to Seattle. But he was a guy that the tape told the story about how good he played. If you didn't watch him play that way, you kind of missed out a little bit of really how great of a player he was.
My Seattle guys called me today and they said, "Man, is he still good?" I'm like, "Man, he is good.
He's good."
This is one of those players that just did not quite become that household name and break into stardom, but he's going to do a lot of things. If he'd been part of a great defense, he could be a legend. I think that much of him as a player. Thank you, Krusty.
Thank you.
Krusty's Corner every afternoon, 3:40, brought to you by Reliant Air Conditioning. Jeff Kolb, Fox 4, joins us. We'll talk local sports with him coming up next year. It's the G-Back Nation and the Fan.
This nation is growing, and it's thanks.
Was it cell phone store?
proud to say that I am a Platinum customer, and I promise you're going to get the same incredible experience that I got. Adam's got everything from Super Duties to full-size Broncos, Raptor F-150s, and more. Start the process right now online, PlatinumFord.com, and then drive a little further to save a lot more at Platinum Ford.
This is the exclusive home of Dallas Cowboys football. KRLD-FM and HD1, Dallas, Fort Worth. Let's go, Cowboys.
An Odyssey sports station.
Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios, you're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Here we go. It's hour 3 of the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. Joining us now to talk more sports with you, it's Jeff Colt, Fox 4 here in the G-Bag Nation. And a good afternoon, Jeff. How the heck are you?
Gentlemen, good to be with you. And pumped to talk a little sports here. It's a nice day out, and we got a lot to talk about.
Yeah, this seems
Spurs,
like
Rangers, Mavs, all of it.
Yeah, and college basketball, it just seems like the sport and the event that's most made for a sports TV news guy like yourself to cover with all the buzzer beaters and stuff. This is about as good as it gets, am I right?
We love March Madness. From a TV technicality standpoint, there's a lot of restrictions. We can't show all the great highlights as we might like, but who doesn't like doing the bracket and finding some dumb luck with that? And we're hoping SMU, the men, will make a little run. North Texas, obviously the TCU women. So there's a little March Madness buzz in the Metroplex right about now.
Texas, pretty good basketball state as it turns out, Jeff.
Damn right.
I think, it's known for football a lot, and we do a lot of sports well. But I'd say college basketball, high school basketball is, some of our finest work, if you ask me.
Oh, no doubt. We have the talent. You see it coming out of the high school ranks. And I'm a guy who can appreciate college hoops being from the Northeast, where we don't really have the football like you would hope, at the youth levels, the high school levels, and of course the college levels. It was like Matt Ryan at BC, and that was about it in my lifetime. So it's impressive how down here in football country we do have some college hoops too, no doubt.
Yeah, but somehow we forget how it's done when you get to the pro level. Don't know exactly what's going on there, Jeff. Just kind of hoping the Rangers can breathe some life back into this sports scene for us after the disappointment of where the Mavs went this spring. What are you seeing from this baseball team? You were out there and surprised when we were. Are they good enough to get this done?
I know. Surprise was great, by the way. Got a nice little tan. I was wondering, did you guys get some sun out there?
Yeah, definitely. It was nice. Other than my eyes drying out by the end of each day because the air there is so ridiculous. But I love me some surprise.
That was good living, being out there for just a few short days. But I'm excited. I'm excited about the Rangers. Obviously, they were just hit with the injury bug all last year, and that's bad luck. And so I don't see how this team isn't playing deep into October and hopefully November again if they stay healthy. I think it's amazing how much hangs on Jacob deGrom, right? Because if that guy takes the hill on day one and goes out injured, then, we're right back in the can with our feelings about DFW sports outside the stars. But I'm excited about this pitching staff. Obviously, it's not great to see Bradford going on the IL like we see today, but, Evaldi's back. I think that's an underrated move. I'm excited. I hope that we see something big as far as Kumar Rocker and Jack Leiter. And obviously these guys have had some up and down moments, first round picks. At some point, you need your top picks to pay off, right? Mm-hmm. I mean, we look at the Cowboys with Guyton and Mozzie Smith. They're going to need those guys to pay off. And so I don't worry about the Rangers lineup. I'm psyched to see what kind of step Wyatt Langford can take. Josh Young, hopefully not having any more freak injuries. I am a little worried about Evan Carter, although he's done some nice things here in the last month. And so I think the lineup rakes. And if the pitching's there and maybe we trade for a good bullpen arm or two, before the deadline, which Chris Young has established he can do, then I feel really good about this team.
Jeff, I'm with you, bro. And I know you were a stud baseball player as a little young Cole, but growing up there in the Northeast. I mean, this team's probably
some embellishment right there.
Maybe it was an embellishment, or maybe just a little bit. You can just take the compliment.
Division III baseball player.
D3 Super Beast, Jeff
D3 stud, Jeff Colt. Maybe they can call you and get some. We need a closer still. Nobody's solidified that spot in the Rangers rotation.
I just want a first pitch. Come
okay,
on, give me something.
We can work on that. But with the Garrett Cole injury with the Yankees, obviously I'm sure you're familiar with what's going on with Boston. They've got some injuries right now. Sure, Cody Bradford, that was a bummer. He's not going to start the season ready to rock. He'll be on the IL. But this team has the makings of the favorite of the American League right now, in my opinion. What say you?
I agree. And obviously, Houston is hurt by losing Bregman, to the Boston Red Sox. I'll add my Boston Red Sox. But yeah, Boston, the Yankees, they're dealing with obviously some pitching injuries. And so, again, there are some wild cards for the Rangers as far as some of their pitching. And, like a guy like Tyler Mahle, I'm really interested to see what is he going to do? What are we going to do with John Gray? But, again, if these guys stay healthy, I just think that there are so many options at Bruce Bochy's disposal, and I'll take this Rangers lineup over anybody right now.
Jeff,
the American League.
Okay.
In the American League.
Yeah. You've been in this market since 2019, and I wonder how much has the fan base changed? It seems like that we're a more pissed off group than we had. Is that kind of seem pretty fair? I mean, are you getting that vibe when you're out and about and running into people?
We're talking overall.
Yeah.
PSW sports
yeah.
Fan.
Overall.
That's a great question. That's a really interesting question. I think that we could probably all agree the Cowboys fan base is an entity of its own. It's that miserable, we keep coming back to our ex-girlfriend that has hurt us so many times. But that's what's been so fascinating watching what's happened here with the Mavericks, right? Is
Sure.
like the fan base was just so enamored and in love with everything that was going on here. And so I feel like we have witnessed since February 1st a change, more than I had seen in my first 5+ years here in this market.
Mm-hmm.
I think there had been hope, and now that's a fan base that I don't think has any hope right now. I love what our stars are doing, and that
Sure.
might be a Captain Obvious statement, but I'm really curious to see with the Mavs being down, maybe not being in the playoffs at all, if they somehow even fall out of the play-in, will more people come on to this Stars fan base that really it's like what Jim Nill has done and Pete DeBoer has done, it's underrated in my opinion. You're trying to go to the Western Conference Finals for the third straight year,
Mhm.
and that's obviously something that the Cowboys haven't been able to get to that Final Four level for almost 30 years here. And so to your question, as far as angrier fan base or sad fan base, yeah, I think we're starved. I really do. And outside of what the Rangers did, which, felt like a little flash in the pan, I don't think it is. I think, again, they will be strong this year. But I think, nationally, when you look at it and get a feel for it too, I think people feel like, oh, Dallas has great sports. But, when you really look at it, we haven't won as much as you would hope for this type of sports market.
Yeah, and recently there have been some strong flashpoints. Now, I'm wondering what, from your perspective, your numbers, or say about your audience and how healthy the Stars fan base is, because that's what I want to know. Like, would a big run there heal us? Does it have the ability to unite the Metroplex behind a hockey team?
I hope so. And I think you guys would agree. Playoff hockey is just such a different beast from the regular season. And I think it's something that the casual sports fan who maybe has no taste at all for a regular season game, all of a sudden it's, hey, they knocked out Joe Pavelski in game 2, and now we want to see what kind of revenge is coming, or Jamie Benn, laid that huge hit on Mark Stone, and now, oh my gosh, there's so much hype and interest in this series. So the other thing I love about hockey is, no sport parties like hockey, right? If that team wins the cup,
That's
what
good.
we will have around the Metroplex could cure a whole lot of sports ills around here. And so I would love to see it come to fruition. There's so many great storylines there. Pete DeBoer has been close so many times. Obviously, Jamie Benn's in a contract year. I don't think he leaves after this, but you want to see a guy like that win in a way that, we look at some of these other teams in the market, you feel for a guy like Zach Martin, right, who retires without the ring, and you feel like he totally deserved it. And so I think it can do a lot. How much the average sports fan will gravitate towards the Stars, that's a hard thing for me to tell from my seat, but I think there is so much of a case there to be made that they should. And just a little spoiler, if I may, we on Fox 4 have a a significant Stars announcement coming tonight on Free For All at 10:30. So tune in for that, and a little more excitement to add to the pod.
Oh, I'm pumped for this. The big announcement, Free For All tonight, 10:30. Jeff Kolb, Fox 4, with us here in the G-Bag Nation. When we were out there in Surprise, you actually left and went to the Luka versus Mavs game in L.A. How was that experience? Was that just bizarre? I mean, being there, I can't imagine, because as we were watching it with Jared Sandler, it was like, what the hell? This felt like a living nightmare.
It was like nothing I've experienced regular season basketball-wise, which might be, again, a Captain Obvious statement. But the setting, the energy in that pregame, I don't remember anything I've ever covered in my career where I was so intently focused on the pregame, even more in some ways than what would happen in the game. Because what was the big question? It's like, well, will we see that Luka-Nico interaction? And then, to be right there, I mean, I'm like feet away from Nico, who's just standing there with Malika Andrews at the scorer's table, just hanging out. No security, no bodyguards. The fans, the Mavs fans, with those anti-Nico signs right behind him, and it's like, what is going on? And then Luka takes the court, and I don't buy that he didn't see Nico. I don't know if any of us buy that, but I left crypto feeling bad for Luka, as I did before. It's. I think it's just sad that he got traded away in the way he did without any conversation leading up after everything he invested. And so I give Nico credit for showing face there. I still don't know that he really appreciates. I hope he appreciates the magnitude more realistically of what he did than he did on February 2nd when he spoke in Cleveland. But it was unreal. And it was also unreal just to see Luka leading out the Lakers with LeBron right behind him and just trying to envision what these next couple of years could be like with those two in the Western Conference. I hope Anthony Davis turns out great here in Dallas and things, it's a happy stop in his career and he can make some noise, but I'm worried about Luka and LeBron. That's a scary duo.
And then as far as the Mavs go, can they recover from this? It seems like they're snake bitten, like they're another one of these teams that have been put together. And at some point it's like, well, that's not going to work out. And before you know it, they've been broken up. I have hope they can. But what do you think? Momentum has swung pretty negatively on them, hasn't it?
Well, you have a lot of work to do with the fan base. That's number one. As far as the roster, I still love a lot of these pieces. When you look at Lively and Gafford and, obviously Kyrie Irving, whenever he comes back. Obviously, you couldn't foresee, when you're Nico making the trade that you will lose Anthony Davis game one and Kyrie goes down for the year and will miss, I'm sure, a good portion of next season. What I've been thinking over the last week as I kind of mull this over, as I'm sure we all continue to and try and make sense of it, is what if Anthony Davis just decides, you know what? Yeah, I have this long-standing relationship with Nico Harrison, but this has been a bleep show and it's not for me. I want out. And we know that that's how things can work in the NBA. If they have to sell off Anthony Davis for parts, I think that solidly cements this as like the worst trade in NBA history, if you don't think it is already. And so I have some concern there. Let's just keep in mind, not only did Luka Doncic not have any idea this was coming, neither did Anthony Davis. So as far as we understand or know, not like AD gave Nico some long-term verbal, hey, I'm in this for the long haul. I'm on board with this. And so I think if you keep Anthony Davis, if he can stay healthy, I was excited post-trade about the potential with AD to win now, even though I didn't agree long-term at all, and especially with the lack of first-round picks coming back your way. But I have serious concerns about just how this has played out and if it's something that Nico Harrison and Patrick Dumont and the rest of this brain trust can really reel back in and get headed back in the direction towards making it back to the NBA Finals.
Jeff Kolb, Fox 4, thank you so much for your thoughts here on our local sports scene, buddy. We'll catch up with you soon.
Thank you, boys.
There he goes, Jeff Kolb. All right, it's time for the top 10 at 420. Zach, where are you taking us?
All right, in honor of Crosstalk this morning with Bobby, RJ, and the KNC Masterpiece, we've got the top 10 Disney movie soundtracks. What is the best soundtrack in Disney movie history? That's next.
Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut. But that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
That you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be what was it, pepper lady?
What are you singing sisters?
Angel baby.
Saffron squad?
Nutmeg maidens?
No. Nutmeg maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Spurs just beat the Giants 7-3. Sandler's coming up here in about 15 minutes. We'll get the scoop, including the update on Bradford. It appears he's going to start the season on the injured list. This segment of the Nation is brought to you by the Frankels. If you've been injured in a car truck wreck, call the Frankels 214 or 817-333-3333. There's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Franklin Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas. Now here he is, your woolly bully, Zach with an H.
All right, we're going to go nostalgia, the top 10 Disney movie soundtracks in honor of the conversation Bobby and RJ had with Kevin and Corey earlier during Crosstalk. We'll get to that in just a moment. Some housekeeping stuff. Neville Gallimore, former Cowboy, free agent defensive tackle. He's going from the Rams to the Colts. He's going to be in Indy. Did get some updates on Rope Hintz and Miro Heiskanen, as Miro has not started skating yet, according to Pete DeBoer. Miro is skating today and tomorrow in Dallas. After that, a determination will be made if he's an option Sunday in Colorado. I think he's going to go Sunday in Colorado, but he won't be playing tomorrow against Winnipeg. And one of the tweets of the day is I saw from Nate Tice. So the the Texans made a trade to acquire Ed Ingram, former Vikings guard, going from Minnesota to Houston. So
the Texans now have one offensive lineman?
Well, they got, basically. I mean, they got Tyus Howard. They're moving from right tackle to left tackle. Blake Fisher, who they took in the second round out of Notre Dame, is going to play right tackle for them. Now they've got Ed Ingram, and I guess they also signed Laken Tomlinson. The thing here is Nate Tice, quote, tweeted Ian Rappaport's tweet about the Ingram trade, said the Texans jettisoned the guard that allowed the third highest one-on-one pressure rate among all guards, Kenyon Green, who's now in Philly. They've now acquired the guards that ranked first at Ingram and fourth in Laken Tomlinson.
Wow, and that's not a particular metric you want to be leading in, right? You want to be last in that category.
Yeah, you want to be last when it comes to one-on-one pressure rate allowed. Ooh, that's not good. I'm sure C.J. Stroud sees that and is like, "Oh, get me out of here! What are we doing?"
Texans fans have to be pretty bummed.
They gotta be.
This time last year, you were at the top of the world. You're bringing in Diggs and Daniil Hunter. Hunter worked out for sure. Al Shire at linebacker. It's like, okay, we're win now mode. Let's throw all the talent in the world at this roster because we got a stud quarterback on a rookie contract.
Yeah.
And then you blink your eyes, and all of a sudden, you're like, we don't even have an offensive line. We have infighting. We've lost our offensive coordinator because he sucked so bad, and we're getting worse and worse on the line by the second.
I guess the positive is even with all that, they still finished in the same place, losing in the divisional round. So maybe...
Well, it helps when you play in the AFC South.
They can get back there. But yeah, it's not... Gosh, that offensive line's not looking great. Adoree Jackson also going from the Giants to the Eagles. So Adoree Jackson staying in the NFC East. Really good move there for the Eagles.
Still getting paid
there we go.
to play football.
Make it happen.
We're catching up.
Love it. All right, let's get to the top 10
Rangers
greatest...
won.
Yeah, we...
you already did that?
Yep, Gavin mentioned it. We're going to talk
Thanks,
to Sands
Gavin. Appreciate that.
Yeah,
Were you in the ladies' room?
Did you
No.
go ahead and rip one?
I was having a discussion with the boss about our situation on Friday.
Oh.
Tomorrow's Friday.
He and I were...
Because we're at Cold Beers and Cheeseburgers next Friday.
Next Friday.
Come on out, party with us. We're going to be watching the tournament.
We were just talking, and I got held up. That's my fault. I'm sorry.
So
it's all right. You're forgiven.
You said we can't get hammered next Friday?
What? Like
we can't this time around?
I don't think so.
Probably shouldn't.
Because we got an event right after that.
My family, I was frowned upon.
We got back-to-back events.
By the way, do need to give a very happy birthday to Papa Wolchuk. It's my dad's birthday today.
Bully Senior.
Big time party.
Lucky strike on me
tonight. Yep. There you go. But happy birthday, Dad. I love you.
He
Wouldn't
quit
be here
smoking?
without you. He has quit smoking ever since. He's like a year
for
strong
the baby.
now.
Really?
Even the vapes?
Since the baby came?
Not the vapes.
He's
but
living the vape
actual
life.
Real cigs.
Good old-fashioned darts.
He's just...
Get him in his
Just
in
vaping.
life.
I would... That should be, hey, your birthday gift to him tonight should be a coffee flavored. He could probably handle a 6 or 9 milligram, but I mean, I do the 3s, just a little teaser. It's so much healthier than doing the vapes.
Yeah, I don't know if there's really good health there at all, but he likes
But healthier.
Healthier. He likes the element of smoking. Like that's what it is. Something in his
understandable.
hand, the habit of that. That's really what's tough to break.
Get him an offset smoker out back. He can smoke.
Boy.
Then he can catch the whole neighborhood on fire
That's
instead
true.
of just his own house.
Did he catch something on fire?
No, he did. He caught their house on fire. Oh. He flicked a cigarette bud. It was not out properly. Next thing you know, the fire department's at the house.
And he's
Serious,
standing there.
True story.
Did he stand?
She's like, "Oh, sorry, guys."
Was he standing there? Did he light another one while
My
he was
mom was
waiting?
ticked off. Whole house smelled like smoke for a solid week.
He was just outside in his whitey tighties in his open robe, ripping darts and catching his house
Thanks
on
for
fire.
putting this out, fellas. I appreciate it.
How much water do you guys?
Anybody got a light?
Yeah. How much water are you guys using?
Nah, he's the best. I
He's
love him.
incredible,
He
dude.
is. He's a one of one. He really, really is. Thank you, Robert. We love you.
Is dinner on you tonight?
Yes, dinner's on me tonight.
Steaks?
We're going fajitas.
There you go.
We're going fajitas. So, and it will be steak
no
fajitas.
Chinese, no Indian food tonight.
Well, if it was my wife's birthday, that's exactly what we'd be having.
Yeah.
But we did do the Indian deal on Saturday. We went out for a family lunch, and what did we have? Indian food, and it was good.
Indian
Solid.
food is good.
Honestly, the baby loved it. Eliza loved it. She put down that butter chicken. She is a butter chicken baby.
But she asked for brisket instead.
She
You guys
really
couldn't
is.
get that done.
Well, she does love the brisket. We found that out.
We
Shout out to
did.
Hurtado.
Right in the middle
her
of our
first
show
ever
we did,
brisket.
yeah.
We hadn't even started yet, Brian. Okay.
Fajita birthday though is strong.
Oh, let's get the baby brisket as we're getting.
We were
ready.
waiting to start.
The opening of the credits are rolling.
After we'd been waiting for an hour to begin, why not
Why?
an extra 5
Why
minutes?
were we waiting?
We weren't waiting on me.
Man, I'll tell you what though, that's what you want. Like
You see how he lashes out like this?
You guys are going to get that feeling tonight. One of the greatest restaurant feelings you could ever experience when that guy rounds the corner
sizzling
with the
fajitas.
sizzling fajita, and you know
You
that's
always
mine.
feel like you got out of order when you see that, don't you?
Absolutely.
Like,
You know it.
oh, my
You know
enchiladas aren't getting it
Best
done.
spot for fajitas in the DF Dub, preferably like from on the way like to Plano, Richardson, down 75 to Plano. Just let me know, and then also your favorite Disney movie soundtrack. We will get to the honorable mentions here.
Favorite fajita place.
Do you guys have? I'm just
Square
I'm
Mile,
just trying
like
to get
2
the
square miles.
Trying to get the text going. Favorite soundtracks. Aladdin is getting a lot of love, and Pastry Chef Eric was just blowing up with the voice memos. You guys were listening during the break. He was sending me about Aladdin. Jasmine from Aladdin, and it is. Aladdin's a great soundtrack.
Jasmine's the one seed.
The Mermaid was great. My sister was watching that so much that I knew a lot of those songs growing up.
Why don't we do top 10 hottest Disney characters?
I can bring that up. Yeah, we can do that if you want to.
Can you do that?
Tarzan.
What do you mean, can you do that?
You can do anything.
It's Wolchuk's hottest. First thing that popped in his mind. Tarzan.
No. Stop. Tarzan.
Tarzan's
the soundtrack.
Check the tape.
I'm trying to keep it here with the soundtrack talk. All right.
Tarzan's 1A to
He did
Jane's
say
1B.
Tarzan, didn't he?
He did. He went right into
I
it.
can't remember who Tarzan's girl was. Jane?
Jane,
Yeah,
yeah.
it's Jane. Jane was a cutie. Tarzan's the correct answer with the Lion King coming second from the 903. Moana's getting some love on the text. Oliver's Company, underrated from the 214.
On a real note, though, the Tarzan, I mean, Phil Collins on
He
the
crushed
Tarzan
it.
soundtrack.
He crushed it.
is
And
just,
the main song
Mary
is written
Poppins?
for his daughter Lily and us with daughters. I think like it's
Is that
sentimental.
You'll Be in My Heart?
Yes.
Yeah.
You'll be. in
The new
my
Lion King,
heart.
I feel like would jump into the top 10. It's got a couple bangers
Oh,
in there.
Mufasa. Yeah, you like the Bye Bye.
I like Bye Bye. And
That was a good one.
I always wanted a brother. Song.
Yeah, it's a good
the
song.
kids love that song.
It's blown up on TikTok too. A
Has
lot
it?
of TikTok dances. Are
I haven't
coming off that one.
seen or heard the new one. I'm going to have to check that.
Beauty and the Beast being Texan.
Dude, Beauty and the Beast, phenomenal soundtrack.
It's a banger.
I was not familiar with the movie really at all until
Really?
I had daughters. It was not one of the cartoons that I really watched in any way growing up. But now over the last few years, my girls love it, and so we'll be belting it out in the car, minivan style, just windows down. having a time.
Cinderella, honorable mention. We got the Hunchback of Notre Dame, which I think overall is an underrated movie. Comes in as an honorable mention. Encanto, which I still haven't seen Encanto. I know one day I'll eventually get around to seeing it now with Eliza getting bigger, but
Yes, I think that one's
didn't
big in
catch
my
it.
house. I think that's
there is a song. There's a song.
We don't talk about Bruno. Is that the one?
That might be the one. I'm not super
yeah,
familiar, but it's
we
strong.
don't talk about Bruno is on the soundtrack. Absolutely.
Yeah, it's a banger.
Pocahontas, honorable mention. And then the Jungle Book. Getting
Yeah,
some love here. The
that's
Jungle
way-
Book is good.
Yeah.
Jungle Book's got some bangers. Lucius, did you have any of your favorite soundtracks?
Did we say Fantasia? Did we say Fantasia on that
No.
list? I like Fantasia. Aladdin. I like that for sure.
Aladdin.
Goofy movie.
Dude, a Goofy movie has 3 of, I think, my favorites.
Yeah, Tevin Campbell is in that damn thing.
Dude, a Goofy movie is so slept on.
The
That is such a phenomenal film. Number 10, I was surprised it was this high because I can't really think of a song from it, but I've only seen it one time, and that's Tangled. Maybe I need to just get more versed in the Tangled world. That's about Rapunzel. Number 9 is Frozen. And yeah, Frozen kind of took over. It absolutely did.
That's
That was big.
Let It Go.
Let It Go. Yeah.
Yep.
And Do You Want to Build a Snowman? Yeah, it
Another
crushed
good
it.
one. Cold
There
never
we go.
bothered me anyway.
It never did. Number 8 is Mulan. I'll Make a Man Out of You.
Moulin Rouge.
I mean, Mulan. That's a good one. 7 is Hercules. Which I think is getting a remake. I think we're getting like a live action Hercules. They're live actioning all of these. 6 is
I
Moana.
Won't Say I'm in Love.
That was in your top 10 as well, Hercules.
Yeah, Meg.
That's what it says.
Dude, Meg might be in the top 10.
I Won't Say I'm
Meg
in Love.
can get it.
That's Hercules.
That's Hercules' song?
I Won't Say I'm in Love. Yeah, Hercules.
Moana, and Moana's fantastic. The sequel, not as good, but the first one, tremendous, and the music was good. I can't tell you a single song from the sequel. 5 is Tarzan. 4 is The Little Mermaid.
Under the Sea.
Oh, Aristocats. That's a good one, too, from the 214.
Yeah,
I loved
Aristocats. I said that earlier.
Oh, did you?
I did.
You said Aristocats?
I did.
Look at you, dude. That's a good
So
pull.
cultured.
Yeah.
That is a good pull. Number 3, Aladdin. Comes in at number 3. I'm sorry, Pacer Chef Eric. It's number 3. Princess and the Frog, 214, also a good one. Number 2 is Beauty and the Beast. B.
Beautician.
Our guest. Be our guest. But number 1, best Disney movie soundtrack of all time. Hakuna Matata.
Yeah.
It is The Lion King. Circle of Life. Be Prepared. Can You Feel the Love Tonight? I mean, The Lion King's the best. The Lion King
is that
really
an Elton
is.
John production? Was he?
I know
part of that?
Hans
At least
Zimmer,
a couple of them.
but maybe
Did he win
Elton
an
John
Oscar
did.
for that?
Maybe he did. He might have. I'm not gonna say that you're wrong on this. I think you're
I'm
probably
just
right
throwing
on
it
this.
out there as maybe a possibility.
It's very possible, but
I can look
overall,
that up.
Disney's been crushing it with a lot of these. Shrek, not Disney. That's DreamWorks, but Shrek does have a lot of good
so
Smash
good.
Mouth songs.
Yes. And others.
Balto. I can't tell you the last time I saw Balto. That got texted
Balto Meal?
682.
Neither can I.
A lot of good films. Appreciate all the feedback here on the text line. Coco's an absolute star of a film as well.
I can tell you right now, and the next time we'll talk with Jared
Yeah.
Sandler.
Can You Feel the Love Tonight?
Coming up
Yep,
next.
Elton John,
That
you
was Elton
crushed
John.
That was Elton John.
Still standing in there.
I'm still standing.
Football's finest coming up at 5 o'clock. Jared Sandler's going to join us next. Could Cody Bradford be looking at a significant injury for a second season in a row? That's coming up next year. It's the G-Bag Nation on your home of the Rangers, 105 through the Fan.
But first, let's get you to Advanced Hair Restoration, ladies and gentlemen, and that's advancedhair.com. And men, if you're losing your hair, of course you're trying to get it back. It's thinning, the crown is.
I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's the hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay. Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, pepper lady? Those are ladies.
Saffron squad?
Nutmeg maiden? No.
Nutmeg maiden.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girl?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
It's a classic Chevrolet and Grapevine, back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone, and they're all prices sell. Silverados, Tahoes, Blazers, Malibus, Equinox, and more. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 and 2024.
Thank you very much, Lucius. As Jared Sandler joins us now here on your home of the Rangers. Coming off of another win. They were successful this afternoon against the Giants, 7-3. That moves them to 500 now in Cactus League play.
I think we're one game above 500.
Are they? Are they now 10-9?
I think we're 9-9. Yeah.
Look at this.
Going into this one.
After that start, carrying momentum through, it's Jared Sandler, brought to you by Advanced Hair Restoration. Go to advancedhair.com, and a good afternoon, sir. How the heck are you?
Guys, I'm doing great. Broadus is right. Over 500. I mean, what could be better than that? And how about this, guys? The Giants had gone 10 straight unbeaten, and they hadn't lost a home spring training game all year. So just, I don't know. I don't know when the parade is, but we may as well get ready for it.
Yep.
Hitting their stride. You can't deny the signs, including Adolis Garcia with the bomb ski. Love to see it. Are we seeing that maybe he's ready to go out and have himself a year, Jared, or what?
I hope so. He's definitely motivated. He's very aware that he did not have a good year last season. And, you know, to Adolis' credit, he's aware that not only did he not hit well, but he wasn't very good in the field. And, you know, I think that there was a knee issue that he tried to play through that probably hurt. But, you know, regardless of the circumstances, he played. The numbers are what they are. They were what they were. And, you know, I think the other thing with Adolis is, he probably feels like he wants to make a little bit more money in this game. And, you know, if he has a really good year this year, then, you know, that certainly helps his chances. It's not like he signed that big, you know, $100 million contract. I don't know that he'll ever sign a contract that big. We'll see. But, you know, there is a little bit of that dangling dollar bill in front of him that I think helps too.
And he's still young enough that he could have a great next 5 or 6 years. But based on how last year went, you have to wonder, like, was that the beginning of the end with him, or is that too negative?
No, I mean, listen, he's a guy, first of all, he's 32 years old, right? So he's on the wrong side of 30. Still, you're right, though. There are plenty of hitters who, you know, we see them have success, you know, into their mid and late 30s. But you know, he's a guy who plays really hard, and that's a great thing. But sometimes when you play really hard and you play, you know, you're a base stealer, you crash into walls, that wears on you. And he swings hard, too. Like, everything he does, he does at full force. And so, you know, you wonder how a body like that, a big muscular body, how that's going to hold up over time. And so, Gavin, I think it's a very fair question to ask for sure. And I think that's a part of the curiosity about Adolis Garcia. Is there more? If there is more, how much more, and what's it going to look like?
What do we as Rangers fans need to know about Alejandro Osuna? I mean, his OPS is through the roof. He hits the dong today. He's just been hitting so well in spring training. What do we need to know about him, and might we see him with the squad this year?
Yeah, I think so, Eric. At least, well, you know, I say that. We all thought that Mark Church would spend a lot of time with the Rangers last year. He ends up getting hurt, misses about 4 months, and you know, makes one appearance at the very end of the year. So as long as Osuna stays healthy, and he doesn't just totally crater once the minor league season starts, yeah, I think he's going to be a prime option when there's a need in the outfield. And as far as what he does, you know, he's the minor league player of the year last year. He is really, really good in the outfield. And that's the first thing that I think it's important to bring up, because you never know how hitting is going to translate and you know how long it might take someone to get comfortable, but there shouldn't be any sort of real adjustment period as a defender. And he's able to impact the game defensively, both with his ability to cover ground and his arm. And so then the question becomes, all right, what does it look like as a hitter, and we'll have to wait and see. But what's really stood out to me for Osuna, yeah, he homered today. Yes, you know, the back of the baseball card statistics are nice. But what stands out to me is, you know, his home run today was on a 3-1 pitch, because he didn't swing at some good pitches that were out of the zone. He's had very disciplined at bats. He's putting himself in a position to succeed with that plate discipline, and that's something that you hope will translate no matter the stage, be it spring training, minor league baseball, major league baseball. It might not translate 1-to-1, but there seems to be a more true conversion rate for that sort of thing, and that's one of the things that's really stood out to me about Osuna.
Jared Sandler here with you on the Fan. Chuck.
What's the latest injury news, man? How can Ranger fans not get worried about some of this pitching stuff?
Well, Tyler Mahle threw today. I don't know how he threw just yet. I don't know that, you know, because we were obviously in Scottsdale. He threw back in Surprise. But you know, Jacob deGrom, that's not, you know, he's got a stomach bug, so nothing to be worried about there. He should be back and ready to go tomorrow. But Cody Bradford, we're just going to have to wait and see. And as Bosch mentioned today, which should be expected given that he's been shut down, he's going to start the season on the IL. But hopefully it's nothing that lingers, too long, and he'll be okay. But, Zach, I'd say that, if you're hoping to have a Mariners-type season where none of your pitchers really miss any time, that's the lottery ticket, right? And that's one reason why the Mariners not having more success as a team last year is probably disappointing to them, because they had that lottery ticket in their hand. You're going to have injuries, and it's just a matter of whether or not you have the depth to overcome it. And I do think that this team has enough depth to be able to withstand an injury or two. And you don't want it, but it seems almost inevitable with the climate of pitching and health, for pitchers. And so, whether it's Jack Leiter, Kamar Rocker, Dane Dunning, Adrian Hauser, or the guy who pitched today, Patrick Murphy, who's gone 10 scoreless innings so far this spring, it seems like the Rangers have options, and that's all you can ask for, I guess, at this time.
Jared, if we got to the point in camp where it's like the movie Groundhog Day for you?
Oh, my gosh, yeah, for sure. But the night game tomorrow breaks it up, so that'll be a change. First night game for the Rangers at Surprise Stadium. But yeah, Brad, it's 100%. And, you are starting to get guys who are playing back-to-back days. Pitchers are starting to go deeper into games. But,
sure.
We're at, approaching 25 Cactus League games. I think I'm ready for some games that count.
With Bradford being out, speaking of games that count, who's the pitcher that needs to step up?
Well, I think, the first guy into the rotation is going to be Jack Leiter. And so I guess the answer right there is Jack. I would say that, it probably is going to put a little bit more on Dane Dunning's plate, though. There might be a little more emphasis on Dane because Jack was going to perhaps fulfill that piggyback role with Jacob deGrom. And now, that's maybe going to be Dane, or maybe it's Adrian Hauser, or maybe it's Patrick Murphy. I'd say one of those three guys really need to step up. And then Kamar Rocker is going to throw tomorrow night against the Padres, so it's a split squad. He won't be pitching in the game at Surprise, but he'll be pitching against the Padres. And, I still think the Rangers probably intend on him starting in AAA, but maybe this opens the door for him. And if it does, then, it's going to be a great opportunity for him for sure.
Looks like Bang Bang's pretty dialed in there. Langford, 2 more hits today. How dialed in is he? I don't want to just look at the box score and get my take, of course.
No. I see what you did there.
He's been waiting for that one all day.
He's been waiting, Jared. He's been waiting.
Well, you know what? I will say I realized when you guys were in town, Gavin made some sort of reference to that after a game when I was in the booth, and I was so locked in. I drove right by it, and I should have acknowledged it. It was well played. I think it probably seemed as if it went over my head, and it wasn't until the middle of my answer that I recognized it. But no, you know what, Gavin? That's an astute point because Wyatt's one of his outs today was maybe the hardest hit ball he had. It was an absolute rocket to center field. So yeah, he looks good. He obviously looked great last spring. Hopefully he gets off to a better start. But there's just a lot of people. It's for them. It's a matter of when, not if. About this guy becoming one of the the elite players in baseball. And maybe it's not this year. Maybe it is. It would be awesome if it was this year. But there's a lot of talent in that body, right? Was it Wyatt Langford? I said that about last year?
Shohei, yeah. No.
Oh, Shohei. Well, one and the same. Yeah. Well, Wyatt, just so you guys know, Wyatt's still very impressive from the knees to the waist.
He looked more jacked than ever when we saw him in the clubhouse. Yeah. Even up top, like the traps. If you just looked at him and said, "Hey, what sport does this guy play?" I would say linebacker.
Yeah, I didn't know linebacker was a sport, but I would agree.
Oh, it is, Jared. I thought you might have known that.
Just the sport of linebacker. Speaking of linebackers, linebackers start with L, so do lefties, and without Cody Bradford, is it like Leiter? What are you looking at for lefties in the starting rotation?
Is there another Leiter repeat question going on here?
Oh, did you ask this,
Jared?
I'm specifically talking lefties.
Yeah, but Leiter's not a lefty.
He's a righty.
Right.
So what are they doing without Bradford for lefties?
Yeah. Do you want to re-ask this question and quickly figure out a lefty to ask instead of Leiter?
Oh, well, without Cody Bradford, he's the only lefty that they've got in the rotation. What do they do if they want a lefty?
Tear his ass up.
Go for it.
Sorry. That was great. I think
it's a brilliant question.
No, Zach. In all seriousness, it is a fair question.
It is. It's a good one. It's better than one Brian's asked.
No. I would say that you suggesting Jack Leiter could be a lefty.
Well, maybe he'd fare better.
He's ambidextrous.
Maybe he'd fare better. That's what we just heard.
The Rangers don't have. There's not a lefty that jumps to mind as someone who'd be ready to go right now. I would say that most teams would agree with the inference of your question that they don't want to have 5 righties in a rotation. They're not going to take a lesser lefty and put him in for a righty, but the Rangers really don't have a great option in that regard. And so I do think that's a part of the value that Cody Bradford brings, other than just the fact that he's a really good pitcher. But it's a good question, Zach. And if Bradford's out for an extended period of time, look at converting Jack Leiter into lefty, and we'll see how it goes.
I mean, they can't re-sign Andrew Heaney anymore. He's gone.
He's gone. They could trade for him, but I don't know. I don't know what their options would be, because if you look at some of the depth options that they have from the rotation standpoint, I don't know that there's a lefty who really jumps out.
Trade for Montgomery.
It seems like that guy's going to get traded, and the Yankees would be a good fit because of their needs and their injury situation. He's proven he can have success there, but could the Rangers maybe, basically buy at an all-time low with Montgomery? Here's the challenge, and Zach, in all seriousness, the challenge with Jordan Montgomery is simply the money, because the Rangers have made it clear they don't want to go above that low luxury tax threshold because of the third straight year penalty they would incur. And if the Diamondbacks are able or willing to eat all of Jordan Montgomery's contract, then the question simply becomes, to what degree do the Rangers want to give up a prospect for a guy who's coming off the year that he came off of?
Terrific stuff. Thank you for getting us squared away on Leiter once again, my man. You're consistent.
See you guys.
Cheers. There he is, Jared Sandler, at Jared Sandler on Twitter.
Oh, man.
Might be an opportunity for Derek Holland to come back. It's too bad he just retired.
It's a serious problem. Cody Bradford is the only lefty they've got.
Yep.
Which is what I was asking. I don't know why you try. I wasn't asking a Leiter question.
I thought
it was all about the lefties in the rotation.
I heard
we'll pull the tape.
Old man Brian over here not
I
paying
thought I
attention.
heard a Leiter.
We'll pull the tape.
No. I thought I heard
for a second though. I did think Leiter lefty. I was going with the L's thing, and it didn't really work out.
I thought he answered the question about Leiter, and I'm thinking,
well, it wasn't a question specifically about Leiter. It was about not having Cody Bradford.
We're gonna pull the tape.
Yeah, do it.
Because I honestly don't remember.
Yeah, it was Cody Bradford's a lefty. They don't have any other lefties.
I was still reeling from my awful question.
The linebacker sport thing. I didn't think it was bad.
Well,
I got where you're going with that. I got my teammates' backs.
I totally forgot about the linebacker spot, dude. That was an epic 3 minutes. Thank you, boys. An edition of Football's Finest
just erase all of that.
Coming up next. Where are we going, Chief?
Well, Schefter is painting a gloomy picture for those of us rooting against the Eagles. Plus, we have some college football for you. We got Chapel Bill and Nick Saban making an appearance next in the nation.
What was he brought up? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios, you're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Welcome to the Nation.
It's hour 4 of the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. Hope you're having a fantastic day as we are off and running. Expressway's coming up in 20 minutes. LA Live is coming up in 40. We're 40 minutes away from LA Live. It's time now for an edition of football's finest. Here's Chief to get you all caught up.
Oh, we got a former first-round half bust alert. Not a full bust, but this guy's now available. 2019 first-round pick, center. From Minnesota, it's Garrett Bradbury, and he is now being replaced as the Vikings have signed former Colts Pro Bowl center Ryan Kelly, so he became expendable. Bradbury, former first-round pick, played left guard in college. He's now available for the Cowboys to kick the tires on. Former first-round pick.
Do you imagine like sirens and blinking lights are going off at the Star right now whenever a former first-round bust is released by another team?
I'd like to imagine.
It's time to mobilize.
Yeah, it's time to go figure out who this Garrett Bradbury is.
Slide
You guys ever heard of this guy?
Yeah. No need to watch film, guys. We got it. We got one.
Yeah, they're discovering who Garrett Bradbury is right now, and the fact that he's a former first-round pick, I think there's a very real connection
Good
there.
chance we're getting him.
Yeah, I think so.
They have an AI program that's already issued him a contract offer.
We might have the coolest quarterback room in the sport, at least when it comes to like beer pong and stuff, because Gardner Minshew Mania, is now a Kansas City Chief. It's Minshew and Mahomes, or Mahomes and Minshew. But,
okay, I've been wanting to bring this up. I think maybe Patrick Mahomes has hit a point in his life where he's got to start being a little healthier. I mean, I don't want to go full Nico on you, but he is full dad bod. We've heard about his beer. We've heard about his ice cream novelty items that he likes.
Yeah, the mini cones.
I just don't know that Minshew is in his best interest. If Pat puts on another like 15 pounds, it's going to be too big. He's going to be the hefty lefty. Isn't he? Wolchuk?
Hey, maybe he can pitch for the Rangers. They could use help.
He's got to be ambidextrous, isn't he?
Yeah.
I do imagine their quarterback room having a beer pong table inside of it.
Yeah.
You know, they're watching tape and they're competing against each other.
Yeah.
Those two guys probably, if you had to do quarterback rooms who could hammer home the most amount of beers,
yeah,
I think it's the Chiefs by a landslide. I really do. I mean, give me another quarterback room, 877-881-1053, whose starter and backup could compete with Mahomes and Minshew at the beer pong table.
Those are the kind of guys that sit around like pushing their bellies out as far as they can and rubbing them, and they're like they're proud of their beer bellies.
Who's working with Baker Mayfield down there in Tampa?
Oh, that's a great pull. I don't know who is back. Is it Kyle Trask still?
It might be.
I don't know why.
Florida Gator Kyle Trask.
That's a great question. Yeah,
he was a big boy. I bet he could put it down. You know, if he's got the taste for it. So yeah,
that is Kyle Trask. Nice pull.
Is it? Yeah. Wow, dude, football guy of the
Michael
day.
Pratt
right here.
Oh, Michael Pratt, Tulane.
Looks like DK Metcalf is actually going to be wearing the jersey number 4 instead of 14 in Pittsburgh. We thought George Pickens, who wears number 14, might be pivoting back to his Georgia Bulldog days where he wore number 1. But I guess DK is like, you know what? I don't want to pay for that number, whatever it may be. So just give me number 4. I think 4 is a great aesthetic. I mean, the Photoshops already are looking passing the eye test there.
Darnold's getting his old 14 in Seattle.
Oh, Darnold got the 14.
He got the 14.
Good for him. We also have the Cooper Kupp stuff, kind of waiting around to see what's going to happen here. And Adam Schefter actually said, he was quoted as saying, if Cooper Kupp had his way, Schefter said, I think that he would like to be in Denver. I think that would be one of the places that would appeal to him. And he says, I feel very comfortable saying that. So,
seems like a Denver kind of guy.
It does.
He wants to go hunt elk.
Yeah. Oh, absolutely. I can see it. He's
off day.
kind of a mountain. Kind of a mountain man.
Get high every day.
There's that too.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, he's been in L.A. for a long time now, so
high as hell.
Might have picked up a couple of habits.
Yeah.
But the Patriots apparently reached out to Cooper Kupp and believe that he prefers to stay on the West Coast. Now, Denver's obviously not West Coast, but it is more
quick flight,
mountain time. And the Patriots have not been ruled out yet, but it looks like they're going to have to pay, overpay for him to want to go play there. Yeah,
5-hour flight.
Tax.
I mean, you have a house. I just want to go Chargers, Rams. Can I stay close? What's Vegas doing?
I mean, ESPN's player tracking data has him ranked 141 out of 159 when it comes to the ability to get open.
Yeah.
So, like, him versus man coverage is pretty much he's a dud at this point in his career, but I still think he brings value against zone, just savvy, finding the soft spot. Keenan Allen, similar type of dude who's still available right there. But and then in the run game, I mean, McVay is one of those offenses where you see their receivers blocking their tails off. And that's probably, an attribute that I think Schottenheimer would want in some of his receivers. But that's not going to happen to the Cowboys. But we'll see. Maybe he ends up going to Denver. I guess he likes the way Bo Nix spins it.
Mm-hmm.
Now, we also have, as you look, well, let's go ahead and get to Adam Schefter first, because Adam Schefter's painting a bleak picture for those of us who want the demise of the Eagles to take place as quickly as possible. Obviously, plenty of talent has walked out of the door in free agency, particularly on the defensive side of the ball.
They got so bad.
They're losing starters.
They are horrible now.
Well, listen to the way Adam Schefter is painting the future of the Eagles.
When they lost Milton Williams and Josh Sweat and the cornerback Isaiah Rodgers to the Minnesota Vikings, they wound up getting 3 compensatory draft picks that day, or will be getting in 2026. And once those are awarded, the Philadelphia Eagles are scheduled to have 20 draft picks in the next 2 years, Ty. 20 picks. Most teams in a given draft have 7. The Eagles have 20 the next 2 years, including 11 in the first 4 rounds of the next 2 years. 11 and 17 in the first 5 rounds the next 2 years. You know what those picks do? Those picks give you a chance to bring in good young players on rookie contracts that allow you to pay the veteran superstars.
Nice. I don't have to pay him immediately.
Yeah. That was some football 101 right there.
Picks.
But I did not realize they have accumulated that many.
That's nice. Yeah.
I mean, and especially with the way that they draft, and who knows, they may take some of those and flip them for veteran players. We've seen them trade a first-round pick for A.J. Brown, and that works out for them. But you just kind of, if you're an Eagles fan, you trust Howie Roseman to do right by those particular assets, whether he keeps the picks and drafts there or flips them for veterans. They're going to be able to restock pretty heavy in this year's draft, and then especially in next year's.
Harvesting the comp picks is an advantage. I mean, these things are tracked. The Cowboys have been really good at it. It's part of their strategy, but I think it's another benefit of signing free agents from outside your team, because if you only keep them for a year, their contract is up, and then they leave, you get the comp pick. Doesn't matter if they've been there a long time or a short time. So, but the Cowboys are good at this too. You know, this is one of those places where I feel like they actually do hold their own against Howie.
Yeah, when it comes to understanding the comp formula and everything. I mean, I think the tank deal is actually pretty good in terms of the Cowboys being able to get
yourself a nice comp.
I wonder if could that be a 4? I mean, at least a 5.
Definitely at least a 5.
That's a 5, yeah.
Probably a 5. Yeah. Jordan Lewis, probably a 5.
Yeah.
So, I mean, trying to go silver lining. Now, the Trey Hendrickson market is real. Led the league in sacks this year. Since he's ready to trade him, teams are willing, according to Diana Rossini, to meet him at the number that he's probably going to want in terms of a new contract. But she said right now things have stalled just because the Bengals are asking so much in return. And we saw it with Seattle with DK Metcalf. They're like, oh, we want a first-round pick and a third-round pick. They quickly came off that, and I think it was a third-round pick they got for him. So I'm assuming at some point Cincy will back off whatever it is their asking price is right now, but apparently that's the reason why the deal has not gotten done, because teams are certainly interested in Trey Hendrickson. I'm sure the Eagles are. I'm sure the Commanders are. I'm sure the Lions are, and a handful of others, because he's an absolute stud. But I mean, the market right now for pass rushers is huge, and teams are willing to meet that. But They don't
It's
want to
so
give
sad.
up all the picks for him.
You know, all these teams and all these fan bases that have to deal with the idea of their best players, their favorite players leaving. You know, if you don't want to compete, then sell the team. But they don't want to because they get $250 million just for having the team every year. Just whoop, there you go. There's $250 million. So it's turned into just such a cash cow that you can kind of sit there and just kind of go through the motions and hope to win a Super Bowl one day. Well, you get over $200 million every year just for fielding the team.
Yeah. And when it comes to the first overall pick in the draft, the Titans have it, and the odds are becoming longer and longer that the Titans are actually going to trade that pick. All signs are starting to indicate we're still plenty ways away, and the smoke is obviously very
40
thick
days, yeah.
at this point in the draft season, but it's starting to feel more and more likely that the Titans are going to be comfortable staying at number 1 and taking Miami quarterback Cam Ward.
Hideous idea to imagine passing on an opportunity to take that guy.
Hideous.
Anything after that, if I can't get that guy, then I'm open to, I don't know if this is the quarterback that we need to be taking at 2 or 3, but the way that Cam Ward stands in there and throws the football, you can imagine that that's going to be very successful at the pro level.
Leader, won everywhere he's been. There's something to that.
Todd McShay says that there's a bigger gap between Cam Ward and Shador than there is Shador versus Tyler Shaw, the Louisville quarterback. Tyler Shaw's getting a ton of love
Tyler
right
Shuck?
now. Is it Shuck?
Yeah.
Shuck.
There's no Shaw. Who's Shaw?
Shough?
Yeah, Shuck.
Shuck.
It's a weird way to say Shuck,
It
but
is.
nonetheless, Tyler Shuck is a guy that is getting a lot of love. I know our buddy Greg Cosell, who's one of the best football film watchers and breaking it down. He's a big fan of him, and clearly Todd McShay is as well. The gap between Cam Ward and Shador is bigger than Shador versus old Shuck. But when is Brian Broaddus going to crank out the quarterback scouting reports? When is that going to happen? I want to know what you think about this Shuck fella, because a lot of people are feeling him.
He's a bag ass Oregon.
I know Wolchuk is anti-Shuck.
I think to me, just watching, I think how it's probably going to play out for me. I think it's going to be Ward, Dart, and Shador would be my top 3. I think that's the way it's going to play out. Just from
Dart's going to be number 2, you think?
Yep. To me, he is. Yep.
Ooh.
Yep.
Now, is Cam Ward a first-round graded player?
He will be. Yeah.
He will be, but he will be the only one.
I like I say, that's going to be my order. I have a feeling as I get going, but I have a feeling that Ward might be the only one.
Okay. Mason Rudolph has agreed to a deal with the Steelers. So, I mean, the Rudolph era is just never going to end in Pittsburgh. Still awaiting Aaron Rodgers and his decision. Now, we'll jump to a little college football here. The first of which, did you guys see the email from Bill Belichick to
I just saw this.
The North Carolina staff?
This is shocking. I mean, just bizarre.
Of course, the girlfriend, 24-year-old girlfriend of Bill Belichick is well documented, and apparently he's acting like sort of his assistant and certainly like his social media manager person. And apparently there's an email thread that is now being shared around that is an email from Bill Belichick to a guy named Robbie. And he says, thank you for the email. This is what Bill says. He says, thank you for the email. I am including Jordan on this email. Jordan is the name of his girlfriend. So she can also keep up with our postings. Can you include her on anything you send to me? Thank you, BB. He signs his emails BB.
BB, yeah.
Bill
so
Belichick.
I mean, I don't know. Is she on the payroll? Like I
Looks
don't
like she's got a role.
She's clearly got a role, and she's bringing out the personality in Bill. I keep seeing the resurfacing of the Halloween where
what if she's helping in recruiting?
She's a real life mermaid, and she's in the ocean, and he's acting like he's fishing her out. It's one of the most ridiculous photos.
He's probably having a great time, but for the outside, it does look a little awkward at times.
He's got to be keeping places like Blue Chew in business.
I would think so.
Yeah. Maybe he's got some stock in there.
Nick, I think this is one of the reasons that maybe he wasn't that coveted on the NFL circuit with the job openings there, because he wants to make things comfortable for him and he wants to be in charge. I mean, he had
gets his family involved too.
Defensive guys as an OC.
Yeah.
It seemed like he has amassed so much power that he just wants to do things his way, right. And I don't know if you can win like that.
The Texas Tech Red Raider fans are coming in hot with Tyler Shuck sucks. So
he's not good.
But I mean, I guess the Louisville version has to be better than the Texas Tech version.
Good year at Louisville.
Did I hear that he started off at Oregon, right?
So Oregon, Texas Tech, injured both places, finally had a healthy year at Louisville, and he's got the prototypical size, so NFL teams are gushing over him.
Well, somebody told me that he enrolled at Oregon the same time. There's something to do with Leighton Vander Esch was at Boise. That there were
he might have been.
It's that.
Well, he's like 20. He's like
26
or something, 25, 26
he was like a
years
6-year college guy.
Yeah.
Thank you, Chief.
Yes, sir.
Finest is in the books. Hit the expressway. There's no end in sight for this DFW sports nightmare. It's next in the nation.
Forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Hazel Babies.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-curd?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Yeah, buddy, welcome back. Let's hit the expressway. We're going commercial free to the top every night at this time. LA Live is coming up at 5:40. Segment of the Nation's brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today, carsforkids.org. And the expressway is brought to you by the On-Time Experts. Okay, thanks to Jared Sandler, who joined us for an update from Surprise. Rangers got the win. Osuna went yard. It was quite a day once again, and his hits are brought to you by Advanced Hair Restoration. Go to advancedhair.com. Hoping for the best on Cody Bradford, but it's not clear exactly how bad this injury is going to be. So fingers crossed for the local guy. I know he's a Tolo growing up, so he's one of ours in more ways than one. Okay, a guy that's definitely not one of ours. He's an outsider. Patrick Dumont, Mavs governor, has not seen the light yet. Audio going viral across social today. This event was not today. It was somewhat recently. But, I mean, it's clear to me we're totally hosed here. It's probably not even worth it to pay attention until the situation is resolved. I would go that far. Like, I will hope that they can build a healthy roster and go for the championship next year, and I'm going to be dialed into that. But in the back of my mind, I'm going to think your brain trust is the worst in all of sports. Just listen to this crap and tell me at 877-881-1053 what bothers you the most and how many unbelievable things does Mavs Governor Patrick Dumont have to say in here.
How did you frame a decision of such magnitude like this?
So tough decisions are never easy. And part of leadership is looking at risk and looking at all the factors of a decision and being willing to act at that time and look to the long term and not only think about the short term or how it may be received immediately, but to think about the long-term benefits and what it may allow you to achieve if given all the right considerations. And I think for us, going into the trade deadline last year, we were not competitive. If you recall, we were not a playoff-bound team. And we were able to do some things to reconstruct the roster and enable the team to become very competitive. And after the trade deadline last year, we actually had the best record in basketball, which was a big accomplishment. And we got to the championship games, and we didn't win. And so we had to decide, how do we get better? What can we do to improve our team? And so we looked at our trajectory during the season and realized that we did not get better. But the teams that we competed against, some of which we beat, did get better. And ultimately, when you look at the Eastern Conference, after we were to get through the Western Conference, if we're so fortunate, you would have to beat some very formidable teams, including one that we lost to, which actually got better. So this was a decision about the future. If you look at our roster today and who we have, we feel like we position ourselves to be incredibly competitive against the best teams in the NBA. And if you're a fan of basketball, I'll just throw that out there, you have Kyrie Irving, Klay Thompson, PJ Washington, Anthony Davis, and either Daniel Gafford or Derek Lively as your starting five. That's going to put fear into a lot of teams in the league if we can get going.
Yeah, that's fantastic.
Right? And so the objective was, how do we create a roster for the future that allows us to be the most competitive team? I've said it all along. I don't know if you heard what I said when we actually bought the team from Mark, but we want to win championships. We want to be a winning franchise for the city of Dallas, and we want to be one of character, one of community involvement, and one where
nobody wants to be involved with them. I mean, we could start there. If they had a community involvement event right now, it would be hilarious how unattended it would be.
He's talking about us being fans and if we know ball or not, and he referred to the NBA Finals as we got to the championship games. Just something small like that. Like, you have no idea even the lingo of the sport that you're an owner in.
We got to the championship games. We lost.
What's the saying? He knows just enough to be dangerous or something
He's
like that.
a fool.
Yeah. I mean, the league is down. You don't have to face formidable teams.
No, like the West is probably the most winnable. It's more winnable this year than it was last year.
Yeah.
And he's talking about the teams that got better. Those teams you beat, why they got better to try and beat you. And how'd you beat them? This guy that you're trading, that you think trading away is going to make you a better basketball team? It's bizarre.
You know, I think maybe last year at the deadline, you made a trade for players that could help you defensively, and you're like, wow, defense is the way. So you want to go, defense wins championships. So you move maybe the best offensive player in the game today. It's really tough to stomach, but you know that's the latest from Patrick Dumont, Mavs owner. And you know, what worries me right now is you don't have anybody that could put a fresh set of eyes on this and say, you know, we have to move on at some point, because worst case scenario now is Nico and Dumont try to see this thing through for 2 or 3 more years. And then when Kyrie and Anthony Davis are too old to be trade assets, then you're sit there with nothing. Because, I mean, I think a championship is possible, but in the very immediate future, when he's talking in there like we wanted to do what's best for the future, there is nothing beyond about 2028 that looks great for the future of the Mavs. Once those two guys are old, you hope that you went on a championship parade, and you hope that also you had managed to trade them before their value went to nothing. Like post-championship, there were times where you could have traded Dirk and given yourself a massive head start in rebuilding. They didn't want to do that. Most teams do, you know. So I don't imagine Nico and Dumont would say, hey, let's use this as our drop dead date where we're going to want to trade Anthony Davis and Kyrie Irving to make sure we get first round picks back and can begin our rebuild. I think if it doesn't work out like next year and the year after that, they'll think I have to try to see this thing through to justify my decision. And that's why I think it's not just that, like, Nico just didn't trade Luka. He didn't, you know, just move one of the greatest players to have ever been traded in a situation like this. He took basketball from DFW, and he took relevance from the Mavericks for absolutely the foreseeable future. And what he did in the end is expose just how bad the leadership is. This is the stuff that sports nightmares are made of. Okay, speaking of sports nightmares, it appears Duke has dodged one. Cooper Flagg will not be able to play in the ACC tournament final because of an ankle sprain, but appears to have not sustained a significant injury. 6'9" Flagg rolled his left ankle today in conference championship play. They did win against Georgia Tech. He hobbled off the court, head to the locker room. He was seen in a wheelchair, and people were thinking the worst not only for Duke's NCAA tournament chances, but Flagg's draft profile as well.
Well, hopefully he will be available for the March championship games, because that's really what this is all about.
Yeah.
Yes, that's right. Those March championship games are the thing of legends, and anybody that's been around basketball knows the lore of them.
Games.
Yeah, I got a word
Speaking
for
of
that.
legends, Texas and Texas A&M in the Southeastern Conference tournament about to go to double overtime.
Wow, what an insane last couple of minutes.
Yeah, missed free throws for the Aggies has really hurt them. They could have won this thing in regulation, and now they missed another free throw here in overtime that allowed Texas to get the tying bucket.
Start of second overtime, now tied at 79. Okay, speaking of Texas, they have self-reported 5 NCAA violations related to sports betting. 2 football players embroiled in the scandal went back to this last summer and into the fall. American Statesman with the reports. Apparently the names have been censored out of it. at least for now.
Bennett brought us.
It may be. This might have been your son organizing some wagering, but this
He'll
was
do that.
This was on Wolchuk's deals. This was Prize Picks. And the 5 people totaled about $14,800 of wagers.
Okay.
What are we doing over there?
If this is a negative story, you should probably stop reading it. I don't need this out here. Okay?
Well, it's not a reflection on Prize Picks.
Well, it better not be, because Prize Picks is damn good. I love it.
It's a fantasy. It's not even gambling.
I think it shows how popular Prize Picks is.
It's gotten
Even the
crazy
players
popular.
want to play it.
As they should. And it's fantasy sports. They can play fantasy football.
Yeah.
So what's the problem here?
Well,
More or less,
I mean,
right? Is that what we're doing
more or
with it?
less.
Yeah, more
it's
or
not
less.
over-unders.
Yeah.
It's more or less.
More or less.
You just can't be betting on the sport that you're playing in. You could see there might be a small betting advantage there. I'm going to take the under and just tank this game or whatever. I don't know exactly what happened, and it's not a lot of money. But
NFL players play fantasy football, right?
True.
So this is fantasy.
Essentially, I don't see any problem.
I think there's a loophole here that these players can get out of.
76ers forward Paul George is consulting with doctors this week on treatment options for his groin and knee, possible surgical procedures. Decision expected early next week as George meets with doctors to finalize the best route. The 34-year-old has played through groin, finger, and knee ailments this season after signing a 4-year contract for $212 million in July.
That is hilarious, dude.
53 mil.
That's all time.
Yeah.
All time disaster.
Yeah.
Same with, I wonder what Joel Embiid makes, but his contract is obviously aging extremely poorly.
Sixers get a Sixer, man.
Well, I was just saying that's where you don't want to be.
Yeah.
You know, if you're the Mavs or whatever, like how bad could it get? What's worst case scenario if this thing plays itself out? You don't want to be left holding aging superstar bag at $50 million a year for the next 3 years. Like the 76ers are not only done now, they're also done for at least the next half decade. Okay, here's some cool news. FC Dallas playmaker, you know the new star. We lost to Luca. We got a Lucho.
Yeah.
Lucho Acosta.
Oh, Lucho.
Yeah.
He's applying to be eligible to play for the USA. Could be a factor in the next World Cup.
That's what I'm talking about.
30 years old, just to talk about the talent gap. He has never played for his native Argentina at any age, at any level.
He'd be America's best player.
Yeah, but they're looking at him to possibly boost the attack here at 30 years old. He guess, well, I guess Argentina's never going to give me a call, but he's very popular in America. Won MLS MVP back there in 2023, as I'm sure you know, Brian. And now he's ready to put on the red, white, and blue maybe next summer, World Cup.
He's Argentine, is what you said. So how do we do that? Like parents, something? How's this work?
No,
how are we going to get our guy?
He's a citizen.
You say Argentine? I thought it was Argentinian.
I don't know.
They're the Argentines?
I mess it up all the time.
I think it's an either or situation, and it's a choose your own adventure.
I mean, I don't mind Argentine.
Well,
I was thinking of a singular person.
I think it's because he never played for the other country. You know, so he just officially becomes a citizen.
All
and
right.
I guess if the Argentinian Federation doesn't want you, or Argentine.
Yeah, it says someone from Argentina can be called an Argentine, or less commonly an Argentinian. So you nailed it.
I think I'd go with Tinian.
You don't like the time?
I thought we have to have some type of birth thing going on.
I think that there's loopholes for everything.
I think there's loopholes because the home country doesn't want them. They're like, yeah, fine.
If you guys want to play,
let's scout some other countries too while we're at it. You know,
it's what we should do.
Hey, get them stateside and get them saddled up with an MLS team. Maybe they'll like it.
What's going on in Germany, Spain,
France?
Yeah, France.
Let's get first round busts from other countries for our soccer team.
It would be pretty cool to have.
They'd be our best players.
Have another
first round bust soccer player.
yeah. Cowboys will be really interested in this.
Tolo Jason Ripple is suggesting the Cowboys be called the Slump Busters.
Okay,
so. Obviously, still workshopping, but
they are some busters, that's for sure. And if you have busted in the first round, there's a second chance alley called Dallas Cowboys waiting for you. Okay, Virginia high school athlete's been charged with assault and battery following a baton incident that resulted in another competitor suffering a concussion. I've seen the video a little bit.
Fractured skull, maybe.
Yeah, it took place second leg of a 4x2 in a video of the race. The junior Kalen Tucker suffered a concussion and maybe a fractured skull.
Yeah.
I didn't know those batons could bring that kind of bludgeon to the party.
What's the density factor on
the
those
aluminum?
things, man?
Yeah, I thought they were aluminum and hollow.
Aluminum, yeah.
But yeah, she collapsed to the ground after being struck. The striker says, quote, she was touching me to the point where I was pumping my arm and the baton was hitting her arm. But I lost my balance. My whole body turned, and then I pumped my arms, and she got hit.
Cracked her a couple times with it.
It's hard to say it was somebody's intent. It is. But looking at the video,
It looks like she cracked her a couple times.
it looked like she was getting past and was like, well, forget this.
Yeah.
Pass me now.
Yeah.
But I don't know. Okay, a Stars' new wing, Miko Rantanen, challenging a take from Carolina's coach, Rob Brendamore, who says Miko arrived with 1 foot out the door and already had a list of teams he wanted to be traded to. He's painting the picture of an unprofessional Miko Rantanen. Miko says that's false and that he arrived open-minded. In 13 games, though, he only had 2 goals, 4 assists, and the fans, the team back there, just did not get a good vibe there from Miko. Stars are off again tonight, and then at Canada Life Center tomorrow, they're going to take on the Winnipeg Jets. So that'll be fun. But yeah, it's just sour grapes. Guy didn't want to play for you. Don't know why, but maybe you should roll out the red carpet a little bit better. Maybe you should go ahead and make the guy feel a little bit more welcome. SMU got a nice win over Syracuse last night, 73-53, solidifying their tournament resume. They're taking on Clemson tonight. Definitely not the wife, right, Brian?
No, not the wife.
Girlfriend.
Hell no.
Yeah.
Don't even mention her.
No, the side chick got it done.
Check this out. The AAC is going to require each conference member to provide athletes with at least $10 million in additional benefits over the next 3 years. They're going to make it the only league so far to set a minimum standard, with revenue sharing expected to begin in Division I sports in July. So this is the next step. Conferences actually making it a requirement to be a part of our league that you're going to kick down at least $30 million to your basketball players here over the next 3 years combined. So just more ways of getting that money in. We are getting ready for the college basketball tournaments. I'm pretty excited, getting a lot of chances to watch games here. It's 87-85 now, the Longhorns lead with 1:15 to play there at the SEC tournament's second round.
Nashville, yeah.
The Dallas Wings after this are expected to draft Paige Beckers, who's a star with UConn. Morning News with a story up today, though, about how expectations are a little bit uncertain. It's totally not clear. As it was reported when Dallas won the draft lottery, she would have preferred Los Angeles won it. And she could also play in the women's 3-on-3 league or go back to college for another season. So it's not confirmed that Paige will want to come to the Dallas Wings, who up to this point have not really established themselves as one of the stronger organizations.
We're trying
here, but they could. And congrats are in order for the kids at Texas Tech who had no school today thanks to green flames shooting up from manhole covers. Did you guys see that on social?
Oh yeah. I think Wolchuk may have had that in his email, and I was looking at it a little bit. That seemed a little crazy.
I thought it might have been Wolchuk related there when I saw that green gas, but apparently some sort of gas was flammable and it was exploding, kicking up the manhole cover, and you had some pretty cool photo ops.
Well, Chuck, can you confirm that you were not on the Red Raider campus yesterday?
I wasn't on the Red Raider campus yesterday. There were underground fires, and somehow there was green goo like the Power Rangers oozing out of the underground. I don't know. That was hilarious. That was well done.
Yes, sir.
Touché,
it was.
sir.
All right, it's time now to go into the Pimp Cup, where Lucius Alexander has a Thursday night edition of LA Live.
Don't young lady like to kick it right karate? Don't be with J Money serving everybody. Hey, man, see that soccer dude you were talking about there, Dawson?
Yeah.
All he's got to do is holler at Big Trump.
Yeah, that's what I was going to think.
Holler at Big Trump.
I was thinking
He'll
that.
make it happen.
Throw one of them hats.
Yeah.
Boy, you throw one of them hats, so he got you. He's going to sign the paperwork that day and then throw the pin in the audience. There you go. Bam.
That's right. Argentina loves me too.
Sign the soccer player. USA.
He's going to do great for us. It's amazing. Argentina's missing out.
Yeah.
Better give us more players. You're going to get more tariffs.
Going to put a tariff on them.
Yeah.
Need soccer guys.
Now, that Mavericks audio, that Patrick Dumont,
yeah.
Every time I play this audio, where were they at?
It's some sort of luncheon.
Clearly.
Nobody's paying attention.
They were scraping them plates, bro. Whatever that was fantastic. I'm thinking Salisbury steak or something.
There was no chicken, rubber chicken, and vegetables.
Part of leadership is looking at risk and looking at all the factors of a decision and being willing to act at that time.
Pass the rolls.
And look to the long term and not only think about the short term or how it may be received immediately,
Turn that stuff
but
up.
to think about the long-term benefits and what it may allow you to achieve.
That's why somebody say, waiter, while he's talking. Waiter, get in the spoon. All right.
Benefits.
Yeah, that's your boy, man. That's your boy right there. Okay, Alfred E. Newman in the building, by the way.
Yes.
All right, here we go. Thirsty Thursday edition of LA Live, right into the great Rick James. Whoa.
All right, Cheese Squares.
That wasn't it.
All right, Squares, it's time you smoke. Fire up this funk and let's have a toast.
This is Texas A&M thing.
It'll make you dance to some of everything.
Then I have the SWAC championship on my other show. It's crazy.
I'm watching it too.
You're in a relationship with a man and it's not going well, ladies, it's your fault. No, don't boo me. They're simple creatures. You have overestimated them if you allowed them to upset you. They are simple creatures. Are you offended by me saying you're simple? No, he's delighted because he wants word to get out. Sometimes we read into stupid shit they said and we get our feelings hurt when it's just a dumb dude statement. He's just doing dumb dude stuff.
Yeah.
And women get mad. They go, Monique, you make it sound like we should lower our standards when it comes to men. It's like, no, don't lower them, lose them altogether. If he comes home at night, he's yours. Just feed him some noodles and touch his pee-pee, you know? They're that simple. Live your life. Live your life, ladies. I wish somebody would have told me the truth. Go live, do whatever you want, be an astronaut, whatever. They don't care. They're not even paying attention to you. You want me to tell you something? When you try to engage a man in a conversation, when you ask a man a direct question, you know what the man is thinking? What can I say that will shut this shit down?
Yep. How'd you know?
I'm not mad. I don't want her gone. You know what I mean? I just want her over there right now. I'm not ready. She's coming in hot and I haven't had coffee.
That's brilliant.
That is
brilliant right there.
Rare thing.
Vote for this one.
Amazing.
This is LA Live for Thursday, March 13th, 2025. It is a Thirsty Thursday Ladies Night edition of LA Live. Shout out to all the Tolo ladies out there. Even the ones that are being forced to be Tolos right now. Because you're probably riding with a Tolo.
Yeah, we appreciate you. We love you.
We appreciate you.
Thank you for your sacrifice.
Glad you're riding with us. LA Live is sponsored by Greystone Roofing and Construction. That is greystone-roofing.com. 'Tis the season to hit those people up. Greystone-roofing.com. And G-Bag the Day, we do it every weekday on the Fan at 2:30. If you see anything floating out there, hit me up at Lucky Lucius P on social media. Lucius Alexander on Facebook. That is LUCIOUS. Or you can follow us all. Find G-Bag Nation on Twitter and send all your hate mail there.
Yep. Right there in the DMs. I check it every day.
Send all the hate mail there, brother. Don't send it to me no more. All right, this is our winner right here is from the KC. I don't know their name now. It's not KMC. KC Masterpiece.
KNC.
KNC. KNC Masterpiece.
Yep.
Okay. Kevin reacts to Duke Cooper Flag going down with an injury. Duke is the squad.
How did everything go so wrong so quickly?
It would have been the first time since 2015 they would have had a chance to win the championship.
I mean, they were in the Final Four a few years ago.
They didn't have a chance
Look,
that year.
Quick Cliff's Notes. I do love...
Oh. Ooh. Whoa.
Hagee.
Cliff Notes.
Excuse me?
A little too honest.
Yeah. All right, so somebody texted in and they were like...
I am broken right now!
And all you can think about is the one thing he loves the most.
That's right.
He's been thinking about that for a while.
Him and Broadus have that in common.
Yeah.
They do.
Yeah.
They do?
They sure do.
Sent him a text, thumbs up, Broadus did. With the eggplant emoji.
You and me both, brother. We're in it together.
I respect your vulnerability in this time, Hagee.
All right, this is LA Live 105.3 The Fan on a ladies' night. We listen, but we don't judge. We listen, but we don't judge. Fellas, I need you guys to get a little honest with me right here, okay?
Here we go.
Not as honest as Hagee, though, right? He set the bar pretty damn high.
Yeah. For sure. When you were younger, did you ever try on your sister's or your mother's clothes, like the shoes or a dress or something like that?
Oh, yeah.
No, you were very ready to say yes. You still do.
It's been months.
Whoa!
It's been months.
Whoa!
Okay,
Y'all elbowed each other to say, no, it was me, I did it.
Yeah, I think Dawson should take this first.
All right, you guys, this side of the
You
table.
lean back though, Eric. It seems like you put on the pantyhose too.
This is like adjacent. I didn't have a sister, and I never tried on my mom's stuff, so we can put that to bed now. But I did have 3 female cousins that we hung out with a lot, and they took pride in dressing us up like chicks when, we were in, I don't know, elementary school, maybe middle, perhaps high school.
Yeah, say what part of elementary school? We talking like 5th grade? Because that's crazy.
Yeah, I would say, 2nd, 3rd grade was a crazy time. I don't know if it bled into 4th and 5th, but it happened.
Maybe senior year.
I bet I could text and get a photo of that. Maybe I can find it.
That'd be awesome.
I think when you're like 3 or 4 years old, you get up, you can get around the house, you can get into mischief, you come out of the closet dressed like one of your parents going to work is.
You're watching the Bosom Buddies with Tom Hanks. I can do that too.
I don't know if it was that. No, I don't know if we're exploring any transgender latency that might have been on board at the time. No, I think I was just playing dress
Just having
up.
fun.
Yeah.
Just doing your thing.
Yeah. I think I had my mom's shoe on one time. Pops grabbed it, popped me with it. I ain't never touched them shoes again.
It can be very considered very taboo. Like if this happens, it'll cause other things to happen.
But I've never dressed in ladies' clothes or anything like that for fun or whatnot. How about you, Woolchuck?
Never go full De La Hoya.
No, this was not something that I ever dabbled with.
Even because you had a sister, and you still do.
She was yes.
The opportunity's really still there for you.
I have a younger sister, but no, it was never her. She didn't dress me up in anything.
Okay, I just sent, we have a big family group text with like cousins and aunts and everybody. I just said, anyone have old photos of us dressed up as chicks? So we'll see.
Please delete them.
We'll,
Think about presidential roles. How about you, Brush? You ever put on that old girdle?
Never did. Never did.
Well, the Mrs. Doubtfire thing.
Yeah, never did.
Well, one of the greatest point guards of all time. One of the greatest point guards of all time. May be sacrilegious to say that here in Dallas, but D. Wade. Apparently, he used to do a little fun cross-dressing with his sisters back in the day. He was talking to the boys on the Pivot podcast, and he put the lip chap on and got to talking.
As kids, I used to put on heels. I used to do all those things. I try to put on whatever my sisters wear. When all my sisters did, I try to do those things.
Whoa.
It's crazy. Name a better point guard than D. Wade. It's crazy.
Oh, man.
Cross-shep and cross-dress.
That's what I'm talking about.
That's the killer
That's the
crossover.
stuff I need right there, bro.
Yeah.
Also, he was on the Today Show when I think that was one of the Bush